Chapter 1. The Assassin. Jiangzhou. During the plum rain season, gentle rain falls ceaselessly. Though the night has deepened, the largest brothel in Jiangzhou, Lucian Pavilion, remains bustling with activity. The mingling scents of cosmetics and wine, accompanied by the soft sounds of silk and bamboo instruments, along with the murmurs of beautiful women, create an atmosphere that can only be described as the immortals have come, intoxicated and unaware, oblivious to the fact that they are in the mortal realm. Across from Lucian Pavilion, a young man sits motionless, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance, observing every movement. The youth is slender, yet his eyes gleam with intensity, as if he seeks to penetrate the veil of this earthly paradise. Clad in simple black attire, with a wooden hairpin adorning his head, he appears unremarkable and ordinary. As the night deepens, a faint smile plays at the corners of his mouth as he sips from a cup of cold, strong tea. In less than half an hour, a bloody confrontation is set to unfold, and with it, 200 taels will soon be in his grasp. Open the panel, the youth murmurs, deep in thought. Host, Zhao Jiao. Cultivation level, 9th rank. Martial arts, chasing stars, and catching the moon perfection. Taiching Yushuan scripture 2nd layer. Secret techniques. Tangmen's secret art. Weaponry. Tangmen's secret art, poison. Disguise technique. Turtle breathing technique. Fortune points, 200. Closing the panel, Zhao Jiao stretches his neck once this deal is finalized. Even at his worst, he will ascend to the 8th rank. Indeed, Zhao Jiao is not of this world. 2 years prior, his hometown was demolished, yielding a house and nearly 5 million in wealth, transforming him into an overnight millionaire. When one suddenly acquires wealth, indulgence follows, and Zhao Jiao was no exception, drinking through the night until he was struck by a vehicle, only to awaken in this new world. Upon regaining consciousness, Zhao Jiao discovered the complexities of this realm. Although reminiscent of ancient China, on the 3rd day of his arrival, he witnessed a man leap across a river several dozen meters wide with but a flick of his toes. In his understanding, such prowess had never graced the annals of 5,000 years of Chinese history. It was evident. A high martial world. It was on that fateful day that Zhao Jiao awakened to the system. Without it, given his frail physique, one that could scarcely run 1,000 meters without retching survival in such a world would have been impossible, let alone returning to his previous life. The system's rules are straightforward. 10 fortune points for 1 tael of silver, which can be spent in the system's marketplace to acquire various items, such as martial arts manuals, weapons, and poisons. Each day, 5 special items are refreshed, although advanced scientific research such as the AK-47 remains unattainable. However, the system possesses a unique identification function. Any silver converted into fortune points must be earned through honest labor. Theft, robbery, and embezzlement are strictly forbidden. Given this immutable premise, Zhao Jiao carefully considered his options, ultimately identifying only 3 avenues: to serve as an official, to engage in commerce, or to farm. Farming was swiftly dismissed aside from the backbreaking labor yielding little profit. He had no land to cultivate. Becoming an official seemed even less feasible. The court was rife with factional strife, and complex relationships. Navigating such tangled webs was beyond his capacity. Had he possessed such skill, he would not have become wealthy through demolition. Moreover, the imperial examination was a formidable challenge. The classics were as incomprehensible as celestial texts, though he recognized each character. They became strangers when combined. In summary, Zhao Jiao concluded that commerce was his only viable path. In his first year after crossing over, Zhao Jiao ventured into the restaurant business, only to find himself beset by local officials seeking bribes and competitors stirring up trouble. He earned little and toiled to exhaustion. Since then, Zhao Jiao learned to be shrewder. He favored low-risk ventures that yielded quick returns. As long as others faced difficulties and required assistance, he would invariably step in to help. Of course, 99% of his clients sought to hire him for murder. Only a rare few were not, typically requiring the safe transport of ill-gotten gains to the capital. He vividly recalls his first job, a chance encounter with a destitute young woman coerced into becoming a concubine by a butcher. Naturally, the young lady resisted, seeking out Zhao Jiao, then a mere city surveyor, colloquially known as a street rat. That day, the sun was warm, and a gentle breeze lifted the hem of the girl's skirt, revealing her long legs and delicate features, worth 20 taels of silver so fair and tender. The young man's thoughts seemed to drift back to that small room. Please tell me again. The girl with the box, and the man wiping sweat. Zhao Jiu had no reason to refuse the weight of life pressed down on his youthful frame. That evening, Li Shi followed the drunken butcher and, from behind, strangled him with a rope until he lay still. The next day, Zhao Jiu heard the news unexpectedly. The butcher had regained consciousness shortly after being strangled, but in his inebriated state, he lost his footing and fell into the river. Ironically, he was a complete non-swimmer and drowned under a series of unfortunate coincidences. Fortunately, the girl remained oblivious, believing Zhao Jiu was responsible, and thus settled the payment. This incident left Zhao Jiu with a profound sense of humiliation, akin to a man impotently watching his wife return home with a newborn. It was from that day forth that he vowed to excel in this line of work, ensuring such a situation would never recur. Following this event, the system unlocked a beginner's gift pack, a space of approximately 200 square units, the perfected lightness skill of chasing stars and catching the moon. The disguise technique, turtle breathing technique, and the dual techniques of the Tang clan were all acquired with fortune points spent at a discounted rate of 20 taels. From that moment on, Zhao Jiu devoted himself to mastering assassination techniques, continually refining his methods through practical experience. He capitalized on his inherent strengths and various techniques gleaned from books, tailoring his services to different clients, ensuring customer satisfaction, while keeping competitors wary. Thus, over the course of a year, he gradually established his own system, accepting orders via carrier pigeons, then altering his appearance to meet clients, gathering target information and deposits, formulating service plans based on personal observations, executing tasks, and ultimately collecting final payments. Thanks to this process, Zhao Jiu not only accrued substantial wealth, but also purchased the Taichin Yushuan scripture, enhancing it to the second layer through the system's marketplace. Simultaneously, with the aid of system elixirs, his cultivation level smoothly ascended to the 9th rank, allowing him a glimpse into the realm of martial arts. During this year spent traversing the martial world, he learned that martial arts are categorized into 9 ranks, reflecting the Taoist principle of 9 as the ultimate number. Returning to the present, Zhao Jiu remains fixated on the entrance of Lucien Pavilion. Until after midnight, a short, stout man dressed in finery emerges, drunkenly clutching 2 women. Nearby, a coachman leaps down to assist the man into the carriage. This rotund gentleman is Zhao Jiu's target, the 5th son of the Wu family, Wu Xian. The Wu family, embodying loyalty, filial piety, propriety, righteousness, and trustworthiness, has 5 sons, with Wu Xian being the youngest. Zhao Jiu feels a wave of disdain devoid of loyalty, filial piety, propriety, righteousness, or trust. None of these 5 bears a worthy name. As the carriage rolls away, Zhao Jiu leaps from the restaurant, stealthily following in the shadows. 200 taels await, I am on my way. Chapter to me, a disciple of money. The carriage speeds swiftly, turning down several streets in the blink of an eye. Zhao Jiu closely trails behind his perfected top-tier lightness skill. Chasing stars and catching the moon not only grants him remarkable speed but allows him to land with almost no sound. As the carriage approaches another brothel street, Zhao Jiu decides to act with a flick of his right hand. A poisoned flying needle darts forth, striking the horse's neck, while his left hand simultaneously releases several stones, directing the horse into a side alley. The coachman, unable to control the frantic horse, is too late. The injured creature whips its head and bolts down the alley. Zhao Jiu, unperturbed, retrieves a mask from his space, donning it as he trails the carriage at a measured distance, waiting for the horse to succumb to the poison. Then it will be time to reap the rewards. The carriage lurches forward for a quarter of an hour before the horse finally succumbs to the lethal poison. As it collapses, it drags the carriage down with it. The coachman leaps from the carriage. Yet before he can process the situation, Zhao Jiu swiftly unleashes a barrage of poison needles, flying daggers, and iron balls. The coachman is caught off guard. The numerous hidden weapons strike his face, and he promptly collapses lifeless. Zhao Jiu remains calm, waiting for Wu Xian to emerge from the carriage. In a treacherous world, can one truly trust a man named Wu Xin to be honorable? Moreover, he himself is hardly a paragon of virtue. Thus, the two sides remain in a tense standoff. Zhao Jiu occasionally tosses flying daggers, poison needles, iron balls, and poison bags into the carriage, biding his time, for he is in no rush, with an abundance of hidden weapons in his space, and this alley is secluded, with few passers-by. After a quarter of an hour, Wu Xian finally can no longer endure with a surge of internal energy. He shatters the carriage and stands with his sword drawn. However, his short and stout figure resembles not an immortal wielding a sword against mere mortals, but rather a turtle bound by its limbs. Ha ha ha! Zhao Jiu can no longer contain his laughter. Curse you! What are you laughing at? Alas, I have undergone rigorous training. Unless I cannot help but laugh, I would not do so. Brat, it'll teach you a lesson. Wu Xian performs a flourish with his sword and charges forward. Zhao Jiu pivots on his heel, retreating while unleashing a succession of hidden weapons, forcefully halting Wu Xin's advance. Wu Xin hurriedly parries the onslaught of various hidden weapons, retreating 3 steps while cursing the despicable rogue under his breath. At that moment, when Wu Xin's previous strength has waned and his new strength has yet to manifest, over a dozen flying daggers follow closely behind. Although he intends to defend himself, it is impossible to block them all. 2 daggers pierce through Wu Xin's sword defenses, striking his chest. Wu Xian immediately feels his body weaken, realizing the daggers are poisoned before he can seal his acupoints. 5 flying needles plunge into his neck, toppling him to the ground. Zhao Jiu observes Wu Xian fall, unhurriedly sending a few more needles to ensure he is incapacitated before slowly approaching him. Stopping 10 paces away from Wu Xian, Zhao Jiu retrieves an abacus from his space and smiles, saying, "Young Master Wu, I am at your service. That deal you know who I am and still dare to kill me? My uncle is 100 household of the Jinyui. Whatever they offer you, I will pay double, no, triple." Wu Xian turned with great difficulty to face Zhao and said, "That's not acceptable. I can differentiate between a hearty meal and a mere snack. And besides, I have just gained a bit of notoriety. I need this to support my family." After a pause, Zhao continued, "Hey, race the deal. After you die, I need to ensure your face remains intact. 20 taels for that, 50 taels for disposing of your remains without a trace, and another 50 taels to return you to the Wu family. If you require a coffin and burial plot, additional funds will be needed. Do you think you can agree to this?" As Zhao calculated while quoting his prices, Wu Xian found himself increasingly intrigued. Wu Xian chuckled softly, lost in thought, and eventually pulled out a banknote from his pocket. Spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood, he weakly stated, 200 taels return me to the Wu family whole. Cough, cough. Can I at least have the clarity of a ghost? I can't say who wants to kill you. Zhao replied with a helpless shrug, genuinely at a loss for what to do. Who are you? Me? I am merely a believer. Believer in what? Wu Xian asked, puzzled. I believe in the omnipotent and malevolent religion of money. The commandments of my deity are not to be defied. The food I eat, the shelter I reside in, all provided by my master. Whatever my master commands, I can only comply, never dissent. My master's name is money. Now let's proceed. I must return to report to my master, Zhao declared. And with that, 3 flying knives struck Wu Xinon in his left chest, another in his right, and the last in his throat. Wu Xian struggled a few times, gasping like a bellows, and soon succumbed to silence. Seeing that Wu Xian was utterly still, Zhao produced a burlap sack, gathered the scattered banknotes, and carefully placed Wu Xin's body inside, murmuring, "Dust to dust, the vengeful spirits to their fate. May the 3 pure ones, Jesus and Muhammad, protect me. Do not seek me out. Blessed be the boundless Amitabha, and may peace be upon you." In the grand hall of the Wu family, the atmosphere was bright with lights, and the 3 generations of the Wu family were gathered. In the center lay Wu Xin's corpse, his features intact, his body whole. The previous head of the family occupied the seat of honor. Elder Wu, now 86, had long ceased to possess the vigor of his youth. His skin resembled withered bark, and his face was lined with wrinkles. Yet his eyes sparkled with fierce intensity. Gazing upon the body of his favorite grandson, a look of malevolence filled his gaze. "Have you informed Ting Ning?" the elder inquired, his voice raspy yet clear. Old Third has already rushed to the capital. The current head of the family, Wu Tingen, replied, his voice heavy with hatred. Investigate. Turn Jiangzhou upside down, if necessary, to apprehend the assassin. Anyone connected to this matter must be killed. How dare they target my grandson while I am still alive? If I were to die, would they not desecrate the ancestral graves of the Wu family? Elder Wu gripped his teacup, nearly roaring. It was one thing for his beloved grandson to die mysteriously. It was another to have his body displayed at the Wu family's doorstep. Was this not a provocation? The Wu family had been a prominent clan for over a century, earning respect even from provincial officials. How could the elder remain calm in the face of such an affront? In stark contrast to the tension in the Wu household, Zhao sat leisurely in a tavern, enjoying noodles and wine. Having just collected 200 taels, and with another 200 in pending payments, he now possessed a total of 400 taels for 000 fortune points, an amount he could hardly spend. Gazing at the system's updated discounted items. 1. The exquisite sword array composed of the exquisite, slaughter, trap, and absolute swords, along with the sword array diagram once activated. Even saints may be slain. Special price. 99 capital fortune points. Damn it. 2. A wisp of chaos, chi left over from Pangus' creation of the heavens, containing a chance to attain sainthood. Special price. 50 capital fortune points. A type of plant. 3. Azura, form of Buddhist martial art after cultivation. One becomes impervious to fire and water, and upon completion, can condense the Azura form, achieving sainthood in the flesh. Special price. 600 million fortune points. Still unaffordable. 4. Great Pung Inner Elixir contains the lifelong cultivation of the Great Pung, allowing free movement across the 4 continents and 6 realms. Special price. 2 billion fortune points. Excellent. 5. Fiery eyes forged by the victorious fighting Buddha in the alchemical furnace of the Supreme Lord can pierce through worldly illusions and detect evil spirits and monsters. Special price. 100 million fortune points. A eunuch enters a brothel to look, but not use. Better to buy at the original price. 1,000 fortune points for 2 bottles of rejuvenation elixir, 5 in each bottle, just enough to elevate to the 8th rank. 500 fortune points to elevate the Ta Ching Yu Su scripture to the 3rd level. Taking 8 rejuvenation elixirs would perfectly elevate him to the 8th rank. Open the panel. Host Zhao. Cultivation, 8th rank. Martial arts, chasing stars and moon perfection. Ta Ching Yu Su scripture 3rd level. Secret techniques, Tangman's secret skills. Weaponry, poison. Disguise technique, turtle breath technique. Fortune points, 700. Having reached the 8th rank, Zhao donned a new human skin mask and awaited the final payment. Chapter 3. It's time to increase the price. The following day at noon, Zhao awoke from his slumber. Retrieving the clothes he had meticulously prepared from his space, he transformed his appearance into that of a venerable elder, consumed a bowl of noodles, and sipped tea while awaiting the final payment. After approximately a quarter of an hour, a pigeon fluttered through the window. Removing the note bound to its leg, he read, "Outside the city, at the dilapidated temple, within the dry well." Having taken some time to don a new human skin mask and attire, he metamorphosed from an aged man into a wealthy young gentleman eager for a spring outing. He checked out of his lodgings, led his horse, and rode away to the dilapidated temple outside the city. Zhao received the final payment. His fortune surged by 2,000, and the exhilarating sensation of boundless wealth flooded his mind. Stay calm, Zhao. You have seen the world, he reminded himself, invigorating his spirit, pondering how the system would respond. Zhao hailed from Bianzhou. After completing his task and receiving payment, he returned home to rest. After all, who would willingly toil like a beast? Moreover, given the nature of his work, he was a custodian of harmony and maintenance among humanity. If he worked tirelessly every day, wouldn't he that erode the harmony between people? Such disharmony was unacceptable. It contravened the core values of socialism. Zhao spurred his horse towards Bianzhou, relying on his social connections to navigate the world. It was not merely about indulgence. One must also appreciate the beauty of life. Oh, steed, compose a poem. It must evoke the wind and the bounty of life, with hot pot and mist, beauties and donkeys. 3 days of arduous travel finally brought him back to his abode. Zhao's residence lay atop a small hill outside Bianzhou, where, upon his arrival in this world, he had a few acres of land. But after some business ventures, he had lost it all. Walking along the verdant, tree-lined path, he pushed open the wooden door, savoring the familiar aura of home. His heart gradually found peace. A home is a sanctuary for the soul. No matter how humble in the ensuing 3 days, Zhao relished life. Fishing, barbecuing, and galloping across the plains. One must seize joy in life's triumphs. On the 5th day, at midnight, the haunting call of an owl pierced through the dense plum rain. Zhao stepped outside, where the dark owl alighted upon his hand. Untying the bamboo tube from the owl's leg, he discovered a note inside. On the 8th day, at the hour of the pig, at the Guanyin temple outside Linen. Releasing the owl, he tossed the note into the hearth and leisurely resumed his tea. The owl served as Zhao's unique method of conducting business, carrying messages within the bamboo tube on its leg. Should he accept the job, the note would not return to the tube. Otherwise, it signified a refusal. The collection of payment followed the same protocol, with the funds placed at a designated location. Once the payment was secured, the owl would return empty-handed. Although this method was complex and not particularly efficient, it was secure, allowing him to meet only with the employer and thus eliminating intermediaries, greatly enhancing safety. In the martial world, there were numerous intermediaries who could facilitate anything for the right price. These intermediaries often banded together for mutual protection, eventually forming a vast network, which gave rise to the infamous ghost market. On the 7th day, the plum rain finally ceased. Although the Guanyin temple was said to be outside Linen, it was still quite a distance away. Zhao decided to arrive a day early to scout the location, donning a beggar's mask and tattered clothing, limping into the dilapidated temple with a bamboo stick. The temple was in a state of disrepair. The statue of Guanyin was headless and covered in moss, with a majority of the roof tiles missing. The ground was damp with yellow grass, and none of the windows were intact. It appeared that someone had inhabited the space, but the plum rain necessitated a change of venue. Outside the temple lay a lush grove, and Zhao silently plotted his escape route. After changing into a different outfit, he transformed his appearance into that of an outdoor scholar. He meticulously surveyed the grove, setting several traps along his carefully planned route. Once everything was in order, he returned to the dilapidated temple, gathered some dry branches, and started a fire to cook. This entire process had been refined and perfected over a year of practice. In a treacherous world, one must always be wary. How could one discern whether the visitor was a client or an enemy? The essence of survival was what? Caution, caution, and more caution. As the day hastily passed, it was the 8th day, at the hour of the pig. Zhao extinguished the flames and sat quietly in the darkness. Just a few minutes later, a tall man entered the Guanyin temple, his face obscured by a black scarf and a wide-brimmed hat. Clad in dark clothing, upon spotting Zhao seated on the floor, the man frowned and spoke. "Mr. The Ghost Market, I need you to eliminate someone. 200 taels, he stated, tossing a bag of silver directly before Zhao. "This 100 taels is a deposit." "Who is the target?" Zhao inquired hoarsely. "The Imperial Envoy, Zhang Rahai." Zhao retrieved an abacus, slowly responding. "Who? Surely you must be aware that Zhang Rahai is an Imperial Envoy, a state official? People like you do not concern yourselves with a scholar," the man chuckled. Zhao continued to manipulate the abacus, declaring, "What I mean to say is, the price must be increased. Killing an official is no trivial matter. It will cost you 2,000 taels, no negotiation." Having said this, he moved several beads on the abacus, adding, "Additionally, will there be a need to dispose of the body and silence any witnesses? These require extra payment, including my travel expenses, transportation fees, and other costs. Thus, the total for this job is 2,300 taels. Since you have engaged my services, you must compensate me regardless of whether I proceed or not." Zhao added. The man fell silent for a moment before responding, 1,300 taels as a deposit. No need to dispose of the body or silence any witnesses. On the 15th, Zhang Rahai will enter Jianzhou. I do not wish for him to reach Huzhou alive. As his words faded, 2 silver notes landed before Zhao, who quickly stowed the notes along with the bag of silver into his space. Disappearing from the man's sight in an instant, "Rest assured, I shall handle the remains of the Imperial Envoy." To assassinate an Imperial Envoy. How audacious! Not even the governor would dare to handle such a matter. Did the people of Linen harbor the former crown prince in Jianzhou? Such audacity was youthful folly. Next time, the starting price shall be 10,000. One must understand the psychology of the wealthy. If he can spend 1,000 taels, he can easily add another 9,000. With his heart racing, Zhao ran for a quarter of an hour before pausing. 1,300 taels required vigilance. Delving into his system, he exchanged 13,000 fortune points. Taiching Yushu scripture, leveled up 2 tiers. Indulging himself further, he ascended it once more. Impulsive, Tongman's secret technique, purchase. Peiyuan Dan, buy 10 bottles. Tianyuan knife technique, buy 100 refinements. Tang knife, observe, too expensive. After a shopping spree, his 13,700 fortune points dwindled to 200. Fortunately, the Tongman's secret techniques and Tianyuan knife technique were on sale. Otherwise, such a spree could have led to negative points. The 3 Tangmin secret techniques combined to form a new secret art, Tangmin Xuanqi. Qianhua Wanrue. Savoring the essence, Zhao realized that Tangmin Xuanqi was exponentially more marvelous than the original techniques, worth 2,000 fortune points. It turned out that the Tangmin secret techniques were merely foundational. Alas, capital, at last. He possessed close combat techniques. Relying solely on throwing hidden weapons was not a sustainable strategy, as long as he had enough Peiyuan Dan. Reaching the 4th tier was merely a matter of time. Zhao murmured to himself, consuming 2 Peiyuan Dan and activating the chasing stars and catching moons technique, setting his course for Linen. The path ahead was winding, but the future shone bright. Chapter 4. The failed assassination on the official road outside Jianzhou. A horse-drawn carriage moved slowly forward, inside which sat Zhao. Taking a deep breath, he gradually relaxed. After 5 uninterrupted days of consuming Peiyuan Dan, he had finally reached the 6th tier, and Jianzhou was now within sight. The thought brought a smile to his face. Opening his interface, he observed, Host, Zhao Cultivation, 6th tier martial arts, chasing stars and catching moons, perfection, Taiching Yushu scripture, 6th layer, Tianyuan knife technique, entry level, secret techniques, Tangmin Xuanqi. Qianhua Wanrue, disguise technique, turtle breathing technique. Fortune points, 100. Along the way, he spent 100 fortune points on a discounted healing elixir, Baiyu Shengji Dan. For reasons unknown, he felt uneasy about this venture. The promise of over 1,000 taels brought with it an unsettling sense of instability. Young master, we have arrived in Jianzhou. The coachman lifted the curtain, interrupting Zhao's reverie. Dismounting the carriage, Zhao gladly paid the fare and stood upon the official road, scrutinizing his surroundings. The thoroughfare was flanked by lush trees, wide enough to clearly see those approaching. Climbing to the highest tree, he scanned the vicinity. There were hardly any people for miles. It was an excellent location for an assassination. However, Zhao was reluctant to act here. An imperial envoy arriving in such a desolate place could not possibly be for leisure. He must be here to investigate significant matters. In such a scenario, local officials would certainly receive advance notice and come out to greet him. Not to mention, executing an imperial envoy in front of hundreds would be a daunting task. Escaping from such a crowd post-assassination seemed improbable. Even a first-tier martial artist not specialized in lightness techniques would find it exceedingly difficult. Martial artists are not invincible. Once surrounded by hundreds, they become akin to sheep awaiting slaughter. After reveling in the southern landscape for a while, Zhao mentally calculated the route the envoy would take into the city, estimating when he would arrive. If he couldn't act outside, then he would have to strike at the place of residence. With this thought, Zhao decided not to linger in indecision. He entered the city, seeking an inn to rejuvenate himself. During this time, he crafted 3 new human skin masks and purchased several outfits of varying styles. For this assassination, he would require an abundance of masks, as many identities would need to be abandoned. In fact, he would have to expend all his previous identities, adopting a new persona to re-enter the martial world. Killing the imperial envoy is no trivial task. 3 days have swiftly passed. On the 26th of July, the city of Jianzhou bustled with activity as the imperial envoy Zhang Rahai arrived as promised, and the hunt commenced. Zhao changed his attire and donned a human skin mask, transforming himself into an apprentice from a fabric shop. Blending into the crowd while scrutinizing Zhang Rahai. Zhang Rahai sat atop a towering steed, appearing to be over 7 feet tall at first glance. He was a middle-aged man, adorned in a vibrant red official robe, with a tiger embroidered on his insignia. His black gauze cap, golden leather belt, and jade pendants accentuated his eagle-like eyes, arched brows, and prominent nose. His fair complexion and lack of facial hair gave him a gentle demeanor. Resembling that of a civil official, however, his insignia clearly indicated he was a solidly established third-rank military officer. A third-rank military officer could either be the general of Jinwei or the general of Zhanfu. In contemporary terms, he would be akin to a major general at the ministerial level. How could such a person possibly come to a place like this? It seems unreasonable. Has the emperor lost his wits? Zhao pondered internally, maintaining an expression as tranquil as still water. Alas, have you heard? This time it is indeed the general of Zhanfu at the third rank. It was General Jiang who quelled the Yinyan rebellion. A hero unmatched in bravery, indeed. He quelled the chaos in Xinzhou and impeached corrupt officials. He is truly an exemplary official. I hear that Lord Jiang remains a solitary man to this day. Ah, he likely looks down upon you. Who can say? Zhao listened to the banter of the crowd, quietly following Jiang Rahai until he turned away upon the latter entering the state government office. For 3 consecutive days, Zhao covertly monitored Jiang Rahai's every move, meticulously unraveling crucial information. Jiang Rahai resided in the rear courtyard of the office without any attendants. The office was sparsely guarded, with only 4 individuals typically present at the front door. Aside from the doorman, these 4 had disordered auras and lacked formidable strength. However, the state office was in close proximity to the military command office. Should an altercation occur, the state guard would arrive within 2/4 of an hour. This is a precarious endeavor. Zhao sighed, realizing that this assignment must be executed swiftly. Otherwise, if Jiang Rahai were to depart, it would be akin to drawing water with a basket. After observing for a while, he resolved to act that very night, as the celestial signs indicated rain, presenting the optimal opportunity to strike. As night fell, the watchman struck the first gong. Zhao leaped from the window and commenced his operation. In the drizzle, he stealthily approached the rear wall of the state office, pressing his ear against it, employing the utmost precision of his breathing technique. Once the courtyard fell silent, Zhao employed his lightness skill to leap inside. There, in the pavilion, he found Jiang Rahai calmly sipping tea and reading. Upon noticing Zhao's arrival, Jiang Rahai set down his book, poured a cup of tea, and pushed it forward, saying, "Sit." Although Zhao felt perplexed, he took a seat across from Jiang Rahai and raised his cup to drink. The two resembled long-lost friends, exchanging no words, merely refilling their cups as they sipped tea. Once a pot of tea was consumed, Jiang Rahai finally spoke. "Little brother, you have followed me for 3 days. You do not merely wish to share a pot of tea with Jiang, do you?" "Certainly not. I seek to borrow something from Lord Jiang." "Oh, what might that be?" Jiang Rahai inquired, setting down his teacup, curiosity evident in his voice. "I wish to borrow your life." As the words fell, various concealed weapons were already hurled forth. "You are rather greedy? Little brother, having savored Jiang's fine tea, you now seek his life?" Jiang Rahai deftly deflected the incoming projectiles with a wave of his hands, releasing his inner energy to shield himself. Zhao was secretly astonished. A 5th-rank master? No wonder he easily offered 1,000 taels. Just as he was momentarily taken aback, Jiang Rahai leaped, using the momentum to reach out towards Zhao. Zhao swiftly retrieved a tang knife from his space, launching a few concealed weapons in rapid succession, and drew his knife in a fluid motion. Jiang Rahai, an experienced veteran, sidestepped the projectiles and collected himself to counter Zhao's blade. Zhao's strike lost momentum. He hastily pushed off the ground, retreating 2 steps to evade Jiang Rahai's sweeping kick. Having served in the military for years, Jiang Rahai understood the importance of not allowing Zhao to regain his breath. Transforming his claws into palms and unleashing his power, at that moment, Zhao found himself in a precarious position, having exhausted his old energy without replenishing the new, with no choice but to retract his tang knife. He focused his energy into his palms, clashing with Jiang Rahai. Leveraging Jiang Rahai's force, he flipped over the wall and, in a swift motion, released a flying needle before making his escape. Navigating through twists and turns, he finally returned to the inn after the second watch. Sitting on his bed, he ingested a white jade healing pill, channeling his energy to disperse the residual inner energy within his meridians. A 5th-rank master, yet barely half of him had penetrated into the 4th rank. Had it not been for his superior agility, he might have perished at Jiang Rahai's hands. Reflecting on this, Zhao broke into a cold sweat. Initially believing that Zhang's lack of attendance was a sign of folly, it turned out he was the one being Na'vi. Indeed, those who ascend to high positions are far from ordinary. Removing the human skin mask and discarding both it and his garments into the furnace, he watched the sparks fly, contemplating the shortcomings of this assassination attempt. Zhao sighed, suspecting that the individual who hired him was unaware of Zhang Rahai's fifth-rank prowess. Assuming he was merely a capable general, a fifth-rank master coupled with a third-rank general cannot be merely dispatched for 2,000 taels of silver. After consuming several nourishing pills, he barely managed to ascend to the fifth rank. Let alone eliminate Zhang Rahai within a mere quarter of an hour, especially under vigilant circumstances. In martial arts, the ninth rank represents a significant divide. Above the seventh rank, each rank is a world unto itself. Zhao was no miraculous figure capable of slaying someone beyond his rank, and this reckless assassination had already alerted the enemy. Any further attempts to approach him would be impossible. He could only strive to reach the fifth rank before devising new plans. Extinguishing the candle, Zhao lay on his bed, strategizing his assassination scheme. Chapter 5. All our pawns for 3 consecutive days, Zhao scarcely left the inn, remaining in his room to consume nourishing pills. The white jade healing pill proved remarkably effective. And by dawn, he had regained most of his strength. Before him lay a daunting choice. Either break into the fifth rank and desperately attempt to kill Zhang Rahai, thereby destabilizing his foundation and requiring a lengthy recuperation, or engage in close combat, risking everything for a single strike. The process itself was not arduous. It was the choice that weighed heavily. Zhao, valuing his life, opted for the former. Over the course of 3 days, he steadily consumed one nourishing pill after another, finally breaking through to the fifth rank on the night of the third day. In that instant of ascension, his meridians ignited like fire, inner energy surged throughout his body, veins bulging and sweat pouring down. This was the side effect of forcibly breaking through. His meridians were yet unaccustomed to such potent energy, while his inner energy surged like a torrent, indifferent to the stability of its banks. Everyone has their first time. After half an hour of regulating his breath, he managed to calm the tumultuous energy within. Fortunately, the Taiching Yushu scripture is gentle. 2 explosive cultivation methods were now far from leading him astray. What a close call. He nearly brought about his own demise. How foolish I've been, truly. I only thought of that 1,300 taels. How Navi I was. Zhao leaned against the bed's edge, transformed into a lamenting figure. Everything is set. Only the eastern wind is lacking. I can only proceed. The longer I delay, the greater the chance of inner energy backlash. With no plan, tonight I shall take a gamble. If I fail, I will hide for a month and reconsider. Mental preparations made, Zhao donned the human skin mask and a set of night garments, silently awaiting the sound of the second watch. Bang, bang! The second gong resounded. Zhao leaped from the window, stealthily making his way towards the rear courtyard of the state office, just as he had 3 days prior, pressing his ear against the wall and employing his breathing technique to keenly sense the movements within the courtyard. Desperation is one thing, but recklessness is foolish. Once the courtyard fell silent, Zhao swiftly scaled the wall and leapt inside. Zhang Rahai was still sipping tea. Upon seeing the cloaked visitor, Zhang Rahai smiled and remarked, "Little brother, it's you again. Is my life truly so valuable? Or are those within the court genuinely so fearful of me uncovering something? Lord Jiang, to speak frankly, I do not wish to kill you. However, regrettably, this line of work is how I earn my bread." As the words fell, several concealed weapons were already launched. Zhang Rahai waved his left hand, effortlessly deflecting the projectiles. Zhao was aware that these weapons held little efficacy. Yet he felt compelled to throw them. After several rounds of flying blades, golden needles, and iron beads were cast, not a single thread of Zhang's garment was torn, though the ground of the courtyard appeared as if plowed. Perhaps weary of the antics, Zhang Rahai exclaimed, channeling his inner energy and charging at Zhao. "Little brother, how many times must I tolerate this?" Ignoring Zhang's words, Zhao withdrew his tang knife and, meeting Zhang Rahai's palm wind, struck several times to hold him at BYS. The blade's momentum shifted. Zhao's fierce energy clashed against Zhang's flesh. Zhang Rahai proved himself to be a formidable opponent, a half step into the fourth rank. Despite Zhao's ascent to the fifth rank, he found himself forced to retreat continually. As Zhao's strikes weakened, Zhang Rahai suddenly accelerated. unleashing a series of rapid strikes, leaving Zhao scrambling to block, his movements becoming increasingly frantic and ineffective. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Rahai gathered his inner energy to deflect Zhao's Tang knife, and as Zhao's defenses faltered, he delivered a swift blow to Zhao's chest. Akin to a whip crack, Zhao felt a sweet taste in his throat, staggering back 3 steps before colliding with the courtyard wall, expelling a mouthful of blood in his retreat. He hastily launched several flying needles to counter Jiang's offensive. Stubborn fool, Jiang Rahai swelled with inner energy, sending the needles flying, then propelled himself off the ground, directing a palm strike towards Zhao. Zhao clandestinely concentrated his inner energy, channeling the 1,000 flowers and 10,000 blossoms technique into his left hand, advancing 2 steps to meet Jiang Rahai's palm. With a resounding clash, both retreated 2 steps. Jiang Rahai regained his footing swiftly, while Zhao stumbled against the wall, propping himself up with his knife. Another mouthful of blood spilling forth, and blood droplets streaming from his ears and nose, clearly unable to continue the fight at this juncture. Jiang Rahai lost interest in further combat, clasping his hands behind his back and calmly stating, "Little brother, you may leave now, do not return. Even if you attain the 5th rank, you cannot kill me. Lord Jiang, do you truly believe I would expend all my effort merely to endure a beating? Though I may not possess the strength to vanquish you as a 6th rank warrior, I certainly did not claim that a 5th rank would prove insufficient. In truth, from the moment our hands clashed, you were as good as dead, cough cough." Zhao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spoke nonchalantly. Jiang Rahai was taken aback, attempting to channel his inner energy, only to find it paralyzed within his meridians like liquid mercury. As a venom he had never encountered before surged through his body, spreading through his organs and limbs. Jiang Rahai hastily pressed several acupoints in a desperate attempt to stem the tide of the poison. But it was futile. It's no use, Sir Jiang. You might as well resign yourself to your fate. The poison from the myriad flowers and plants at your level will surely lead to your demise. With that, he produced an abacus, aligning the beads with precision and remarked, "Sir Jiang, your corpse will be intact, your visage unmarred, 50 taels. The coffin will cost 5 taels. Transporting your remains back home will amount to 40 taels. And the burial will take another 5 taels. All this at cost price. Others would charge at least 10 taels more. Ah, how amusing you are, to demand payment for my death while seeking to profit from it." Jiang Rahai replied, as blood seeped from his 7 orifices, "As for wealth, one cannot take it with them upon death. It is far better to afford oneself a dignified exit." Jiang Rahai remained silent, stepping back to sit upon the steps of the pavilion, and remarked with a sense of resignation, "Young brother, why not lend an ear to my tale?" Before Zhao could respond, he continued, "I hail from Jingzhou. My family fell into disarray in my youth, and my father, before I could comprehend the world, had already enlisted in the military. He perished beyond the gates while striving to save the late emperor. In gratitude for my father's sacrifice, the late emperor granted a favor, yet absurdly, that favor never reached me. His only SONY mother, a lady of noble birth who had never toiled, labored daily to ensure I could pursue my studies, but succumbed to illness at the tender age of 32. I recall vividly the night she drew her last breath. I knelt at the family gate, pleading for their assistance to save her. Yet they never even opened the door. Poverty breeds disdain. In the end, those elders of the clan were unwilling to grant my mother a place in the ancestral hall." With a laugh that echoed with the bitterness of his past, he wiped the blood from his lips and continued to muse, "At 16, I borrowed money to study, enduring scorn and derision. Had it not been for the pity of my private tutor, I might have starved to death over 2 decades ago. In the subsequent 8 years, I excelled in examinations, passing the highest at 23 and attaining the rank of Jinshi at 26, serving as an editor by 30. I had become the deputy magistrate of Bingzhou. My tutor had passed away 3 years prior, and I lamented my inability to repay his kindness. Tears streamed down his face as he spoke of the turmoil during the Yinyun Rebellion, when I petitioned to join the military. Over 8 years, I ascended from monitoring troops to chief scribe, to captain, to deputy general, ultimately becoming a general of martial prowess. By the time the rebellion was quelled, I held the title of Guangwei General. Before reaching the age of 40, I had attained the 4th rank, a position of considerable esteem. I remember returning to my hometown, where those clan elders bowed before me, their heads bobbing like garlic being crushed. Ha ha ha, I wonder if my mother in the heavens can see that her son has truly succeeded. Zhao swallowed a white jade pill without interrupting Jiang Rahai's ramblings. When the rebellion in Xianzhou erupted, I received the emperor's decree to return. Before I departed, I beheaded 7 clan elders, and my father, who should have been buried in the ancestral tomb, was utterly useless, and my cousin, who inherited the favor, was even more of a failure, taking over a decade to rise to the 5th rank as an official in the Ministry of War. After quelling the rebellion in Xianzhou, I rose to the rank of General Jinfu, with the title of Deputy Minister of Personnel, holding the 3rd rank. That year, I ruthlessly reported my cousin for embezzlement. What a scoundrel! How could my father's legacy be squandered by such a wretch? I sought to eliminate him, leveraging my military achievements to strike a deal with the emperor, not through treachery, but through my hard-earned merit. Ha ha ha, this scoundrel was worth a 2nd-rank title and the position of a duke. I have no regrets about stopping at the 3rd rank or dying far from home, just as I have no regrets about my shift from literature to martial pursuits. With that, Jiang Rahai tossed 2 silver notes at Zhao's feet. Inscribed with the details of his mother's grave, 400 taels. Help me tend to my mother's grave, burn some paper offerings, and offer a few sticks of incense. There is no need to return my remains to Jingzhou. I have already procured a coffin and a burial plot here in the capital. Young brother, we are but pieces on a chessboard. A gentleman may transform, yet if a great python were to change, it would become a dragon. Let us part ways, but remember to pay respects at my mother's grave, telling her that her son, Jiang Rahai, met his end on the battlefield, so she need not be saddened. Jiang Rahai coughed up more blood, his orifices bleeding profusely, and slowly raised his head to gaze at the falling rain, as if transported back 30 years to his days of arduous study. Murmuring increasingly softly, I miss my mother. His voice faded until it was no more. Zhao sighed, feeling pity for the man, and picked up the discarded silver notes, confirming they were indeed 2 notes of 200 taels each. Without heeding Jiang Rahai, who was bleeding profusely, he leapt over the courtyard wall, vanishing into the darkness. Shortly after Zhao's departure, an old man and a stout fellow jumped into the courtyard. Had Zhao been present, he would have recognized the man as the buyer, Master Chun. Over 2,000 taels is worth it. Jiang Rahai met his end in Jingzhou. It is a cause for celebration. The old man chuckled at the stout fellow. Indeed, Master He, the emperor can rest assured, the palace can rest assured, the cabinet can rest assured, and the local officials can rest assured. All is well, Master Chun flattered in agreement. Master Chun, it is likely that the young scion of the Wu family perished at his hands. The word is out that this lad is in Jingzhou. We cannot act hastily. Be vigilant about silencing witnesses, and you should also begin to advance in your career. Thank you for your recognition. Master He. Master Chin's face brimmed with excitement. Go now. Master He remained unfazed. The two leapt out of the back courtyard, disappearing into the shadows. Chapter 6. Until we meet again in Jingzhou, the rain fell increasingly heavy. Though not far from Jiangnan, the downpour was nothing like that of the south, shifting rapidly from a gentle drizzle to a torrential deluge. Zhao sheltered himself within the rain, waiting until Master Chen and Master He had departed before emerging from the darkness. What a crafty fellow! No wonder he dared to slay an imperial envoy. I offered so much gold. Yet he remained silent, biding his time for my arrival, Zhao murmured, his eyes glinting with malice. Once I receive the final payment, I shall devise a way to send you to the afterlife. With that, he vanished into the rain. Naturally, Zhao would not return to the original inn, given that his involvement in the murder of Wu Xian had been uncovered. His presence in Jingzhou would surely be detected. He could not afford to remain. After navigating several turns and confirming that he was not being followed, Zhao entered a nearby tavern, not far from the previous inn, and requested a private room. Upon entering the chamber, Zhao did not light a candle in the darkness. He removed his human skin mask, discarded his damp clothing into his spatial storage, and donned another set of black attire. Once completed, he finally lit a candle and adjusted the human skin mask upon his face. To silence witnesses, he could not allow Zhao to exit Jingzhou. The best pretext would be to declare that the envoy had perished, sealing the city and hunting for the culprit. Indeed, just as he adjusted his mask, several squads of soldiers rushed past the tavern, indicating that the city had begun to close its gates. Zhao retrieved a map of Jingzhou from his spatial storage and meticulously examined potential escape routes. While Jingzhou had rivers, none traversed the city. They merely encircled it, and there was no waterway to exploit. The outskirts were lush with dense forests, yet exiting the city was futile, rendering all efforts in vain. Jingzhou was not large, and if searches were conducted one by one, it was only a matter of time before he was discovered. Though he held multiple identities, the newly crafted human skin masks could not be assigned plausible identities in time. Which was the most critical flaw in this crowded city. He could not reveal his true face. Any trace left behind would ensure a relentless pursuit. Thus, his objective was clear: to exit the city safely without revealing his identity. Sitting on the bed, Zhao consumed a white jade pill and began to operate the Taiching Yushu scripture, silently absorbing the medicinal power to heal his injuries. After the fierce battle, he was gravely wounded, particularly in his left hand, which had lost its strength. Therefore, healing was imperative. After all, the body is the foundation of all endeavors. The next day, Zhao awoke around noon, having slept late. After a meal, he strolled leisurely through the city. Jingzhou remained sealed, and after a brief exploration, he noted the overwhelming presence of guards within the city. According to the laws of the Great Qi, a city was typically garrisoned by 12 squads, each comprising nearly 200 soldiers, including a squad dedicated to maintaining order. Now, it was estimated that at least 5,000 troops were stationed here. Indeed, the local powers were not to be underestimated. Sigh, the emperor is losing his grip. Every local leader holds a significant military force, all vying for a chance at the dragon throne. Zhao shook his head in dismay. After his exploration, he found no opportunity to exit the city. Not even a single person could leave, let alone a coffin. Returning to the tavern, night had fallen, and the establishment was filled to capacity. Zhao found an empty table, ordered a pot of yellow wine, a river fish, and several small dishes, listening to the patrons' conversations. Who do you think killed Sir Jiang? Who can say? But the city is undoubtedly sealed tight. Sir Jiang was indeed unfortunate, a third-rank official in his prime. What a pity, a pity. Ha, a young man scoffed. Master Su, enlighten us, for we are all eager to understand. Indeed, Master Su, do share your insights. A group of drinkers seemed to recognize the young master, urging him on. While the tavern keeper paused to listen in. You know nothing. Do you recall the Yin Rebellion? It lasted 9 years. 9 years. When the governor of Hushi quelled the chaos, he had only 40,000 troops at his disposal. And now, Hushi commands an army of 100,000. Master Su took a sip of wine and continued. In the years leading up to the rebellion, military funds were woefully inadequate. The Hushi troops breached the city and plundered for 3 days. Is this military? Or is it banditry? Not only that, this group of individuals is adept at killing the innocent while taking credit for the achievements of others. Do you recall the Battle of Yuzhou? They besieged it for an entire year, and when they finally breached the city, they annihilated the rebellious forces, reporting that they had slain 30,000 enemies. Ha! The combined forces of the rebels may not even have numbered 30,000. The faces of the crowd were filled with astonishment as young Master Su smiled with satisfaction. That Zhang Rahai is merely a scapegoat. Consider the governors of the Northwest. Even the esteemed Xiaobao feigned illness to avoid coming to the capital. Do they not understand? Presently, Jianzhou is akin to Yuzhou of yore. How can living souls escape the city? Innkeeper, pour me a jar of wine. With that, young Master Su approached the counter to settle his bill. Sitting nearby, Zhao listened intently. If the living cannot leave the city, then surely the deceased can. The wisdom of the common people is profound. Zhao quickly finished his drink, grabbed the wine jug, ascended the stairs, and closed the door. Eagerly, he unfolded the map of Jianzhou, meticulously searching until he discovered a location labeled Yizhuang. Yizhuang is akin to a funeral home. This particular Yizhuang belongs to the government, specifically designated for handling the remains of executed criminals. Bodies cannot remain within the city to prevent the spread of plague, so Yizhuang must transport the corpses of executed criminals outside the city for the wake. Ha ha ha, even the most meticulous plans can have a flaw. Heaven always leaves a path for the desperate, Zhao exclaimed with excitement. With a target in mind, everything would fall into place. Yizhuang transports a batch of corpses outside the city every 3 days. With proper preparation, no one would notice if a body were added or subtracted. For 4 consecutive days, Zhao kept watch over Yizhuang's activities, tracking the process of transporting corpses out of the city in detail. Simultaneously, he infiltrated Yizhuang to observe the condition of the bodies up close, their skin color, hair, nails, and teeth. Upon returning to the tavern, he practiced disguise techniques, planning to impersonate a deceased criminal who succumbed to illness. Moreover, Zhao meticulously devised an escape route in case of failure. Now he awaited the right moment. On the 5th night, as a fine rain fell, it felt much like entering the city. Zhao transformed himself into a corpse, donned a carefully prepared human skin mask, and, cloaked by the darkness, infiltrated Yizhuang. Wrapping himself in a straw mat, he lay upon the wooden bed reserved for the deceased, employing the art of controlled breathing. Unless one looked closely, it would be impossible to distinguish a living person from a corpse. All was ready, awaiting the opportune moment. The following day, the hunchbacked old man from Yizhuang entered with a young boy. Observing the bodies, the boy remarked, "Grandfather, it seems there's an extra one. In a way. Let me count. 1, 2, 9. Not one more, not one less. Don't try to slack off. Moving a body leaves me with back pain and soreness. At your age, where do you even get a back?" The hunchbacked old man took a sip of wine and scolded the boy. The boy did not argue and assisted the old man in loading the corpses onto the donkey cart. The old man scattered some lime and muttered, "May Emperor Zhenwu bless us, free from illness and disaster. Brothers, heroes, let us set forth." With that, he tossed some yellow talismans into the air. The two climbed onto the donkey cart and cracked the whip, heading towards the south gate. The captain of the guards at the south gate, upon seeing the cart transporting corpses, quickly stepped back, covering his mouth and nose. "Is there anyone sick inside?" "There's one. He likely died from illness in prison." "Military, sir, keep your distance. Catching a disease is no joke," the hunchbacked old man replied, bowing and scraping. "Hurry on, don't dawdle. Are you trying to get me killed?" "Alas, alas," the old man responded. "We cannot afford to let the magistrate down." One of the guards said, "Come on, go check. There's a damn sick one in there." "Go on, what is the monthly salary for this?" "Don't be so reckless, kid. The credit belongs to the magistrate. But your life is to gamble with. Move it." "Why are you just standing there?" the captain shouted impatiently. The hunchbacked old man said no more, cracking the whip and slowly guiding the donkey cart out of the city. After traveling for 2 miles, Zhao pushed aside the corpses covering him, sat up straight, startling the 2 men driving the cart, who fell to their knees, repeatedly bowing their heads, exclaiming, "May Emperor Zhenwu bless us." Zhao tossed down 10 taels of silver, saying, "Old man, if you wish to live, pretend you've never seen me. 10 taels should suffice to keep your mouth shut." After placing the silver down, he ignored the reaction of the grandfather and grandson, employing his lightness skill to vanish before their eyes. The sky is vast enough for birds to soar, and the sea is wide enough for fish to leap. Today, I have attained freedom, a carefree existence surpassing that of the immortals. Chapter 7. Outside Linen City, in the heart of the realm, outside Bianzhou City, a swift horse galloped through the countryside, and naturally, it was Zhao. After escaping from Jianzhou, he first detoured to Fuzhou and then made his way north, nearly exhausting a fine steed. 4 days prior, Zhao received a message from a night owl, inscribed on a piece of bamboo. "Return to Bianzhou swiftly." It also contained 6 dots, a unique code between Zhao and the intermediary. 6 fingers. 6 dots signified 6 fingers, while 9 dots represented Zhao, arranged in the format of a mahjong tile. No room for deception. After 4 days of frantic travel, almost day and night, he finally arrived at a small estate outside Bianzhou City. Zhao dismounted and pushed open the door, finding 6 fingers fishing by the lakeside. "6 fingers, what is going on? Why the urgent summons?" Zhao inquired, sipping a cup of tea. "Old 9, you truly take on any business. Even the imperial envoy you dare to slay. Now, wanted posters for you are plastered all over Jiangnan." 6 fingers remarked. "When one is destitute, there's no choice. If the price is right, even the emperor may be tested." Seeing Zhao's demeanor, 6 fingers continued, "It seems nothing serious has occurred. Those household registrations are no longer usable. IVE procured some new ones for you. Be cautious. Life is precious. I thought it was something major. At worst, I'd kill some people and hide in the mountains," Zhao replied, reclining on a chair. "Swaying by the way, where's the balance? Don't try to shortchange me. You scoundrel, Six Fingers, have a reputation with that. He handed Zhao a silver note. Seeing Zhao accept it, Six Fingers continued to advise, Old Nine, your life is paramount. Don't take on every job. Governors across the regions are all armed with troops. One misstep and you'll attract trouble. After that, you'll only be a rat in the ground. Alas, Six Fingers. Why does the emperor fear local powers? How can he still establish governors? Has he lost his mind? What difference does it make? During the time of the former emperor, Xie Yin caused chaos on the borders. His military might aim directly at the capital. Without these capable generals, would he rely on the literati who can only compose poetry? After the war, rewards must be dispensed. The merit of saving the emperor is no less than that of riding the dragon. So even the lowest rank would receive the title of General of Zhenfu, 3rd grade. Being a general requires fighting, thus these generals were dispatched to quell rebellions. But most were only given 3,000 men. How ridiculous. 3,000 is hardly sufficient. They could only recruit more soldiers, and how many would they recruit? It would still be at the discretion of those generals. Thus, a year's conflict dragged on for 5 years. With the rebellious forces multiplying, and each general holding power and troops, inevitably leading to their own expansion. Hence, they could only be made governors to signify imperial favor. Six Fingers stretched and moved about. Nurturing bandits fosters respect. Who decided that bandits are merely bandits? At this point, both men fell into contemplative silence. By the way, I have a business proposition. Are you interested? Six Fingers said casually. Oh, how much? Zhao's interest peaked. 500 taels. Count me in. Let us head to the capital. I'll relay further details through the night owl. Six Fingers put away his fishing. Is it truly to assassinate the emperor? You think you're worthy? Zhao was momentarily speechless. Isn't it what the elders taught us? We must dare to struggle. The emperor has a first-grade official by his side. You have a keen eye. Zhao's clouds cleared. But I must first attend to a matter. Oh? Visiting an old friend? Zhao asked with a smile. The two continued to eat and drink, chatting until dusk when Six Fingers finally took his leave. Inside a tavern in Linen City, Zhao leaned against the window, drinking wine. Coming to Linen, he naturally intended to have a chat with his old friend, Lord Chen, to strengthen their bond. Offering 2,000 taels for the assassination of the imperial envoy was one thing. But silencing witnesses? Is my life worth only 2,000 taels? It is imperative to provide Lord Chen with both physical and psychological education. The young comrade has enjoyed a good life for too long. Losing his revolutionary spirit, after several days of traveling, Zhao had gathered ample information about Lord Chen. Lord Chen's full name is Chen Wu, the Tongpan of Linen, known for his amiable nature and reputation as an affable bureaucrat. His wife had passed away, leaving him without children, and his sole pastime was visiting the Lianchuan Pavilion to hone the resolve of officials, exchange governance experiences, and assist destitute women. Tio thoroughly understand Chen Wu and avoid repeating the mistakes made with Zhang Rahai. Zhao even followed Chen Wu for 5 days, during which he discreetly tested him with hidden weapons twice, ultimately concluding that he was, at most, a 7th-grade official. After shadowing Chen Wu for 5 days and monitoring him for 2, Zhao had observed this fellow spending every day in brothels, entertaining first-rate courtesans. How benevolent he is, continuously aiding those fallen angels ensnared in despair. A model for our generation, especially in terms of his kidney health. Now that the information was accurate, the instability caused by forcibly elevating to a 5th-grade rank had stabilized. The time to act had arrived. Opening the panel, Zhao silently recited, Host, Zhao Jiu Cultivation, 5th-grade Martial Arts, Chasing Stars and Catching the Moon, Perfected, Ta Ching Yu Su Jing, 6th level, Tian Yuan Dao Ju, Entry level, Secret Techniques, Tang Min Xian Qi, Qian Hua Wan Rue, Disguise Technique, Controlled Breathing Technique. Fortune points, 5,100 in these past few days. To heal his injuries, he had purchased 2 bottles of Baiyu Shengji Dan at 1,500 each, truly exorbitant. 5 bottles of Peiyuan Dan had been acquired, raising Tian Yuan Dao Ju to entry level, and the procurement of hidden weapons had cost him 7,200 fortune points. Zhao's heart ached as if bleeding. The avaricious capitalists. As night fell, Zhao donned new attire, masquerading as an arrogant young master, and entered Lianchuan Pavilion. Upon entering, before he could even greet anyone, he was met with calls of young master from the left and master from the right, each more alluring than the last. Zhao couldn't help but smile widely. waving his hands. Plenty, plenty. Ha ha ha. This young master can hardly bear to witness the suffering of the world. Alas, a father ensnared by gambling, a mother beset by illness, a divorced ex-husband, a ravenous child, a family shrouded in despair, a shattered woman. Let Zhao enter their world, confronting the tumultuous waves of loneliness. Thus, Master Zhao, with a lascivious grin, embraced a woman on each side. Addressing the madam, Grade A, second class, tonight, my debauched little stream shall wreak havoc, leaving none behind. Ha ha ha, bring forth the wine and dishes, and ensure no one disturbs us. With that, he tossed out 10 taels of silver, pinched the cheek of the woman in his arms, provoking a flurry of bashfulness. Grade A, second class, was conveniently situated across from Grade A, first class. Upon entering and shutting the door, Zhao swiftly incapacitated the two with a couple of precise strikes, tossing them onto the bed while he feasted and drank, keeping a keen eye on the activities across the way. Soon, the sound of a door creaking open reached him, followed by a symphony of flirtation that nearly made Zhao retch. So they come to the brothel to play the innocent, do they? After a wait that felt interminable, the sounds of garments being shed reached his ears, prompting Zhao to stealthily approach the door, puncturing the paper window to blow in a couple of bamboo tubes filled with a potent narcotic. Once silence enveloped the room, he pushed open the door to Grade A, first class, stepping inside to find the two already unconscious on the bed. Retrieving a length of rope and a rag from his belongings, he gagged Chenwu and bound him to a chair, testing the knots to ensure they were secure. Having deemed it satisfactory, he administered a dose of a numbing powder, then splashed a cup of tea on Chenwu to rouse him. As Chenwu opened his eyes, he beheld a young gentleman wielding a hammer, his mouth stuffed with rags, unable to rise. He had already gleaned the situation. Zhao made a shushing gesture, removed the rag from Chenwu's mouth, and slowly inquired, Lord Qin, is Jianzhou still under lockdown, young sir? I assure you, the lockdown in Jianzhou is of no concern to me, Chenwu replied, a grimace on his face. Zhao smiled, pinched Chenwu's mouth shut, and thrust the rag back inside, delivering 2 hammer strikes to his feet. You wretched creature, now that you've come to my door, you dare to feign ignorance? Muffled sounds emanated from Chenwu as he struggled, until he lay still, at which point Zhao removed the rag once more. Lord Qin, do you require another round of the grand memory restoration technique? Chenwu shook his head vigorously, recognizing the radiant smile of the man before him, yet aware that his methods were truly nefarious. Zhao continued, speak plainly. Surely a southern official wouldn't resort to hiring an assassin to eliminate a third-rank official over personal grievances, then silence him? After some contemplation, Chenwu responded, Zhang Rahai is neither a governor nor an official favored by the emperor. Both sides are trapped in a deadlock. Moreover, with the imperial envoy overseeing the salt tax, it's a matter of life and death. Over the years, the salt tax has diminished repeatedly. We take our share, and the palace reaches for theirs. If this were to come to light, countless heads would roll, especially considering the palace's involvement. Thus, he must perish as for you. You are merely the result of various power dynamics. No one wishes to take a decisive move, so let this become a cold case. With your demise, all will be well. In Hushi, a position for a military general opens up, allowing for recruitment and legitimizing further incursions into Shu. The court can leverage the envoy's death for profit, and we cannot be left out. We can gain more time in return. All parties are satisfied, merely sacrificing a pawn. Zhao shook his head, saying, share something I do not already know. How did you find me? The ghost market. Anyone who partakes is doomed, whether it be you or another. What matters is whether the desired outcome is achieved. Chenwu replied, his pallor evident, with a sigh. He added, I am but a minor figure. Deciding to silence someone is beyond my purview. We bear no enmity. Zhao contemplated Chenwu's words while pondering the hammer in his hand. Noticing Chenwu raise his head, he swiftly knocked him unconscious, applied a healing salve to his toes, untied him, and slipped out of Lianchuan Pavilion through the back. All were individuals without choices. Why make things difficult for one another? Killing Chenwu would not resolve the issue. Ensnared in a game, all were but pieces. Under cover of night, he exited the city, returning to Bianzhou. Upon reaching his humble abode, a night owl perched at his window. Removing the bamboo tube from his foot, he read the note. Capital City, Guimiao Mountain Villa. After perusing it, he tossed it into the stove, brewing tea and gazing at the moon. It was time to expand his market. Fear was not an option. The matter of assassins could not be approached with trepidation. Guimiao Mountain Villa held some intrigue, with fragrant oars and orchid pails striking the clear air and tracing the flowing light. In my heart, a yearning for the beauty who resides in the distant sky. The verses of the Red Cliffs Ode were truly exquisite. Chapter 8. Indeed. On the official road, Zhao rode leisurely, neither fast nor slow. Making his way forward, he ought to have taken a boat, yet reconsidered. There was no urgency to reach the capital, so he saw no reason to rush. Thus, he decisively rode northward, taking in the scenic views along the way. Chuzhou lay just ahead. He allowed his horse to amble, relishing the picturesque lakes and mountains. After riding for half an hour, crossing the river, he beheld the landscape, largely flat and unremarkable. Zhao laughed heartily, galloping freely. The wind howling past him, the horse flying. Sunlight bathed his shoulders, granting him a sense of liberation. It was not until nightfall that he led his horse into Chuzhou City. Unlike previous visits, he did not seek a tavern but instead headed straight for a brothel. At the entrance, he waved slowly, and a doorman approached to secure Zhao's horse. As he stepped inside, the scent of cosmetics wafted through the air. A throng of scantily clad courtesans stood by the second-floor railing. Waving handkerchiefs and calling sweetly on the stage, a young performer played the shang and strummed the zither while the dancers, elegant and graceful, captivated all. Truly, it was a paradise of earthly delights. Zhao ordered a pot of wine and sat quietly in the main hall. Seemingly engrossed in the music and dance, yet his attention was fixed on the conversations among the roguish patrons. Unfamiliar with Chuzhou, he needed to quickly ascertain any peculiar circumstances. The most expedient method was through the brothel, after all. Under the influence of wine and pleasure, anything could be revealed. After eavesdropping for half an hour without hearing anything unusual, he finished his drink, disregarding the madam's enthusiastic entreaties, and stood to leave. This place was simply too costly. 1 pot of wine and 2 taels was barely shy of robbery. He found a tavern, requested a private room, and ordered a meal. Zhao gazed out the window at the hazy moonlight. Clouds obscured the stars. The future appeared bleak, and he could see nothing ahead. The following day, Zhao led his horse out of the city, riding northward, determined to quicken his pace. He had come to realize the importance of profit. With Chuzhou 2,000 miles from the capital, even with Zhao's relentless journey, dedicating much time to the road, it still took a month to arrive. As he gazed upon the grand capital city, Zhao felt a surge of excitement. The journey had been arduous. Half the time spent enduring the elements and the other half on horseback. Thankfully, he had avoided any ailments. No wonder exile to Ninguda was considered a form of torture. Even in a bustling area like this, the struggle was nearly unbearable. How much more so in the barren lands stretching 3,000 miles? Entering the city, the capital was indeed different. The streets were paved with bluestone, flanked by lush trees, and horse-drawn carriages passed by intermittently. The sounds of vendors hawking their wares filled the air, painting a picture of prosperity and vibrancy. He found a tavern, secured a private room, ordered a meal, and requested hot water. Listening to the innkeeper quote a price of 5 taels, Zhao nearly exclaimed in disbelief. No wonder, it was said that life in the capital was not easy. 5 taels a day. Who could afford such luxury? The life of an imperial envoy was valued at merely 2,000 taels. Grumbling aside, he still required accommodation. After a satisfying meal, Zhao took a refreshing bath and descended to inquire about Guimiao Mountain Villa. Guimiao Mountain Villa? That place is extraordinary. I've heard it is a realm of indulgence, with wine pools and mountains of gold and silver. The maidens are all like celestial beings, and within the villa, the stages for song and dance are countless, poets and beauties alike, lost in their verses, unaware of the passing time. It is said to be a fairy's abode. The innkeeper's mustache twitched as he spoke with utmost conviction. Zhao couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration, wishing to slap the innkeeper for his fanciful tales. Could you kindly direct me to the location of this villa? Oh, just beyond the city, behind the grove of trees. Everyone in town knows of it. Silence enveloped the evening at Kongqiao. Since everyone in town was aware of it, it likely posed no danger, merely a wealthy individual's countryside retreat. Tomorrow, he would confirm his suspicions. The next day, after lunch, Zhao rode out of the city to eye in the woods. He donned a human skin mask and clothing, leading his horse toward the villa. As Zhao had predicted, it was simply a countryside villa. The walls were low, with 2 hitching posts at the entrance, and willows danced in the breeze. He approached and knocked on the door. An elderly man with a face full of wrinkles answered. Zhao did not enter but merely asked for a bowl of water before departing. After the first drumbeat of the night, Zhao donned a mask of a person without a household registration and led his horse out of the city. In the woods, after changing his attire, Zhao knocked on the door of Guimiao Mountain Villa. The first knock yielded no response. After waiting a while, he knocked again. Still no answer. It was only after the third knock that the door creaked open, revealing the same wrinkled elder. "Young master, do you require assistance?" The elder squinted, scrutinizing Zhao. "A visitor from the ghost market," Zhao replied. The elder paused briefly, stepped aside, and welcomed Zhao inside. "One more guest has yet to arrive. We must wait a few days." Leading Zhao toward the back courtyard, the elder spoke. "The villa is modest. I apologize for having the young master share the space with this old man. There is no need for formality. You may simply call me Old Gio," Zhao replied. "Very well, Old Gio. I shall boldly address you as such," the elder said with a smile. "I am Gao Qi, the steward of this villa." Gao Qi guided Zhao to a guest room. Gesturing Old Gio, "The villa is small. Please forgive us no matter, as long as there is a bed to sleep on." "I appreciate your hospitality, Steward Gao," Zhao responded. "Only if the young master finds it acceptable. The aged gentleman resides in the opposite wing. Should you need to summon him, it suffices to call. Esteemed Gao, you may simply address me as Lao Gio. I dare not presume to be worthy of such honor." Zhao Zhao offered a slight bow, while Gao Qi waved his hand dismissively, signaling everyone to return to their quarters and rest. After a 3-day wait, the assembly was finally complete, with 3 others joining Zhao Zhao, 2 men and 1 woman, all of the 6th rank. That evening, Gao hosted a banquet, stating it was an opportunity for everyone to become acquainted, fostering collaboration. The 2 men were named Xiong Wu and Zhou Yun. Xiong Wu towered at least 1.90 m, his physique brimming with bulging muscles, his skin as dark as coal. Zhou Yun, of a stature akin to Zhao Jia's, presented a fair complexion, devoid of facial hair, exuding an air of scholarly elegance, resembling a learned man. The woman was named Song Fu, dressed in the garb of a peasant woman, with a round face and large eyes. She appeared unadorned, yet Zhao Jiao could perceive a fierce killing intent lurking in her gaze, unmistakably the mark of an unmasked novice assassin. Once sated, Zhao Jiao returned to the courtyard, reclining on a chair while sipping tea and savoring the cool evening art. As he drifted in and out of slumber. 2 young ladies peered down at him, their expressions brimming with curiosity. "Miss, did not Elder Gao mention he had found 4 masters? Is he one of them?" inquired the lady standing behind. "Indeed," Zhao Jiao replied. Startled by the voices, Zhao Jiao awoke with a start, gripping a flying dagger in hand, his demeanor instantly shifting to one of vigilance. Noticing the weapon in Zhao Jiao's grasp, the lady in front performed a courteous bow, saying, "My apologies, young master. We merely observed you enjoying the coolness alone and were filled with curiosity." Zhao Jiao sheathed his dagger, returning the gesture with a bow. "I simply found the interior a trifle stifling. Hence I sought solace in the courtyard. Forgive our intrusion upon your leisure, esteemed young master. I am Lu Ruwei, the mistress of the manor, and this is my maid, Chun, a client." Zhao Jiao quickly stood, bowing again. "I truly did not realize it was Miss Lu. I beg your pardon for my rudeness." Observing his humble demeanor, both ladies stifled their laughter while appraising him closely. Lu Ruwei possessed a delicate, pointed face, her brows painted, her eyes not large but exuding a gentle warmth akin to shimmering ripples in a tranquil pond. Her nose was slightly downturned, the tip faintly flushed, and her lips, while not particularly small, were far from a mere cherry blossom-esque pout. Clad in a green inner robe, draped with a purple veil, and adorned in a peach-colored long skirt, her figure was gracefully slender, a silhouette that inspired admiration. Indeed, purple does possess a certain allure. Zhao Jiao mused inwardly. Chun Zhu, standing behind, bore a round face and large eyes, her attire suggesting she had yet to mature fully, before the 2 could contain their amusement. Zhao Jiao reclined back in his chair, stretching comfortably, disregarding them. "Might I inquire your name, young master?" Lu Ruwei asked, her mirth subsiding. "I did not introduce myself," Zhao Jiao thought, yet he respectfully replied, "You may call me Lao Jiao." Lao Jiao, Elder Gao mentioned you are all masters. Is that true? Chun Zhu inquired with curiosity. Not quite. The martial world is vast and filled with hidden talents. I am merely a novice, Zhao Jiao modestly replied. Oh? What weapon do you wield? Lu Ruwei pressed further. Concealed weapons, such as throwing darts and knives, Zhao Jiao answered, maintaining his decorum befitting a diligent worker. Concealed weapons? To stealthily harm others. Does that not denote a treacherous character? Chun Zhu exclaimed, taken aback. Ah, indeed. Zhao Jiao saw no need to elaborate. This young girl likely had never ventured beyond her sheltered life in the capital, so why complicate matters? In the world of martial arts, when swords are drawn, who still regards righteousness? The priority is to eliminate the opponent. When Zhao Jiao first commenced his career as an assassin, he had witnessed life and death struggles. There was one individual who, even before drawing their weapon, exchanged half a gene of poison, making it appear as though a fog had settled in the distance. Do you not agree with my assertion? Chun Zhu huffed, stamping her foot in frustration. Ah, yes, indeed. All that you say is correct, Zhao Jiao conceded. Chun Zhu, in a fit of pique, turned and strode away. Lu Ruwei offered a bow and followed her out. Point 1 must not engage in lengthy discourse with those outside the realm of experience. That is a principle of conduct, do not question, just affirm. For beneath the bridge, one must find warmth in adversity. In truth, purple indeed harbored a certain charm. The next day, Gao Qi arrived, instructing Zhao Jiao to prepare for departure the following day. What is our destination, Elder Gao? What shall I be doing? Surely you must disclose some details, Zhao Jiao inquired, puzzled. It is nothing of significance, merely escorting the young lady home. After speaking, Gao Qi handed over several silver notes, adding, your efforts to safeguard the young lady are much appreciated. This serves as a retainer. Zhao Jiao found himself at a loss for words. He wished to voice his thoughts, but could not bring himself to do so. With such generosity from the client, he felt compelled to serve dutifully. 300 taels of silver were exchanged for 3,000 points of fortune. Opening his panel, he noted, Host, Zhao Jiao cultivation level, 5th rank martial arts, chasing stars and catching the moon, perfected, Taiching Yushu scripture, 6th layer, Tianyuan blade technique, entry level, secret arts, Tangmin mysteries. 1,000 flowers and 10,000 petals, disguise technique, turtle breathing technique. Fortune points, 8,100 with ample resources. There shall be no cause for alarm, Zhao Jiao reassured himself. The task of escorting Lu Ruwei home would undoubtedly be fraught with complexities. Merely returning home was hardly an endeavor that warranted the presence of a 6th rank and a 5th rank. Pondering this, Zhao Jiao procured 2 bottles of Baiyu Shengji Dan and 3 bottles of Peiyuan Dan. Watching as his fortune points diminished by 3,000, his heart aching at the loss. Yet, there was no alternative. With greater strength came greater assurance. A day passed swiftly, and as Zhao Jiao stepped outside, 2 carriages and 2 horses awaited him. Soon after, Lu Ruwei emerged, followed by Chun Zhu and Gao Qi. The trio approached the first carriage, where Gao Qi hastened to lift the curtain for Lu Ruwei. Once they were settled, Gao Qi climbed onto the carriage and called out for their departure. Without hesitation, Zhao Jiao claimed a seat within the carriage, disregarding the length of the journey. After all, he had only been riding for a month, and his rear end could hardly bear it. The others were unperturbed, with Xiong Wu and Song Fu opting to ride, while Zhou Yun guided the carriage behind Gao Qi's. The group of 7 set forth westward. After traversing for more than 10 days, they finally arrived at the Taihang Mountains. As they maneuvered around Sherman, Zhao Jiao questioned the wisdom of plunging headlong into the Taihang Mountains. Was that not an act of folly? Yet, for the sake of remuneration, he acquiesced to the directives of the client. They found a dilapidated temple, where the 7 halted their horses to prepare a meal. As the flickering flames danced, the sky darkened, and the mountain winds began to howl ominously, signaling an impending storm. Zhao Jiao sat beside the fire, gnawing on a large flatbread, occasionally sipping water. The atmosphere felt off. It was an assassin's instinct in the vast expanse of the Taihang Mountains. The absence of any human presence was alarming. Not even a solitary figure could be seen below. It was the golden autumn season. After all, surely, there would be some gathering herbs or foraging for wild vegetables. He could hardly believe that the common folk could sustain a family solely through farming and weaving. Moreover, there was a saying that one eats from the mountains. Now, with such a vast mountain before him, how could it be that no one was present? Something was amiss. There was an unmistakable sense of foreboding. After finishing his flatbread, Zhao Ju chose not to engage in idle chatter with the others and quietly ventured into the forest. Having scouted for over 4 li, his wariness heightened. Within that expanse, he had yet to spot a single bird. That moment, the rain finally began to fall, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. Zhao Ju leapt to the treetops. Surveying the dense forest through the rain, his insight sharpening. With a powerful push, he launched himself forward, accelerating towards the thicket in the pouring rain. Zhao Ju's figure became nearly indistinguishable, at a distance, beneath the trees. A man seemed to sense something amiss. As he turned, a flying dagger pierced his neck. Attempting to scream, another dagger struck true, embedding itself in his forehead. Zhao Ju hastened forward, catching the body of the fallen man. Upon searching him, he discovered a whistle. It appeared there was more than one individual lurking in the thicket. Back in the dilapidated temple, the others regarded Zhao Ju, who returned drenched, a look of confusion etched upon his face. Let us depart. The forest is teeming with assassins. I must emphasize, in the face of life and death, I cannot concern myself with others. The 3 from the manor exchanged glances, a mix of resignation on their faces. While the 3 warming themselves by the fire each pondered their own thoughts. Money can be earned anew, but if life is lost, wealth holds no value. The group exchanged no further pleasantries, extinguishing the fire. Just as they stepped outside, 2 figures clad in black had already crept close. Upon contact, several concealed weapons were launched, and before the 2 could draw their swords, blood sprayed from their throats. Run, Xiongwu bellowed, throwing a punch that thwarted 2 assassins leaping from the rooftop. Following that, he unleashed several strikes, toppling a few more. They quickly mounted their horses, pursuing the fleeing figures. The convoy dashed several li away, where one individual brandished a sword. Song Fu, gripping her braid, dismounted and lunged forward with her blade. The sword-wielding man reacted swiftly, retreating 3 steps to evade her assault before drawing his sword to engage Song Fu in a fierce clash. In the downpour, their weapons clashed in a chaotic dance. After 20 exchanges, neither party gained the upper hand. Song Fu, taking a step back, coldly stated, "Friend, you cannot hinder our passage. There are others behind us. We are all merely in it for the coin. It would be unwise to pursue this any further." The sword-wielding man considered her words, ultimately conceding. There was no need for a fight over mere coin. With a courteous bow, he retreated, vanishing into the forest. The group continued onward, yet the 2 women in the carriage were left puzzled. This was hardly the martial world they had envisioned, where one would expect a skirmish followed by camaraderie and laughter, forging bonds of friendship. However, the world of martial arts is not merely a world of martial arts. Those with power and influence would hardly wish to traverse the treacherous paths of danger and bloodshed. If one is to tread the edge of a blade, one must understand. It is merely an invitation to graze the surface. If you venture deeper, the consequences are yours to bear. The authorities, after all, will not concern themselves with who disrobed first. The carriage continued its journey, eventually discovering a farmstead before nightfall. It remains unclear how Gao Qi managed the communication, but in any case, the entire group settled in. As the night deepened, Lu Ruwei accompanied Chun Zhu to seek out Zhao Jiu, and with a perplexed expression, she posed a rather foolish question that left Zhao Jiu feeling somewhat bemused. Why did the blade-wielding man both impede and yet not impede their path? Zhao Jiu, tending to the fire, offered a rueful smile and shook his head. Out of respect for the client, he reluctantly explained, "There are many matters beyond one's control, just as I would flee at the sight of a first-rate master blocking my way. Weighing the pros and cons is human nature. If one cannot afford something, then one simply does not purchase it." The 2 appeared utterly befuddled by the convoluted reasoning, and Zhao Jiu could not directly confess, "I fear for my life." Such an admission is hardly honorable, especially with a beautiful woman present. It is indeed difficult to utter that I am incapable. After meandering for a considerable time, they ultimately arrived at a singular conclusion. You simply cannot. Infuriated, Zhao Jiu nearly resorted to violence, thinking, "I regard you as my client, yet you treat me like a subordinate." At midnight, Zhao Jiu perched atop the roof of the courtyard, keeping vigil. The assassins had originally planned to strike under the cover of darkness. But after Zhao Jiu had eliminated one of their number, they were compelled to act sooner than intended. Having just survived an assassination attempt, the fatigue of both man and horse had significantly increased the success rate of a second infiltration. They would undoubtedly come in the dead of night. As the inky darkness enveloped the surroundings, the blade wielder indeed appeared in the courtyard. Upon spotting Zhao Jiu seated on the roof, he offered a smile and proposed. "How about I take a share of the reward?" Zhao Jiu replied, "That will not do. That would sever my means of income." The man retorted, "Then let us see who is superior." With that, he drew his sword, ascended the roof, and then fell. "Forgive me. I have just entered the 4th rank." Chapter 10. Dispersal. After half a month's journey, since traversing the Taihang Mountains, they had encountered no further assassination attempts and finally arrived in Elzhu. Less than 2,000 miles beyond Elzhu lies Hushi, where their journey would ultimately conclude. The group entered the city of Elzhu, seeking a tavern to rest for 3 days before making a vigorous push toward Hushi. Founded over 2 centuries ago, Elzhu has undergone numerous reconstructions due to the ravages of war, resulting in a city far larger than its original form. Its proximity to the grasslands facilitates swift and convenient access to Jiangnan, thus attracting merchants from all directions to rest here. Consequently, Elzhu has evolved into a vital hub. Although distant from Jiangnan, its vibrancy and prosperity rival that of the southern region. As the night grew hazy, Zhao Jiu refreshed himself and donned new attire to explore Elzhu. Having traversed for nearly 3 years, he still relished the experience of venturing out at night, perhaps due to professional habit or simply a longing for a different starry sky. Not venturing far, he savored a bowl of noodles and returned with a flask of wine in the courtyard. Zhao Jiu, as was his custom, brought out a reclining chair to lounge upon, though it could hardly be called a respite from the heat. For October had ushered in the depths of autumn, rendering any notion of cooling oneself somewhat self-deceptive. The autumn breeze was gentle and refreshing, making such leisurely moments all the more precious. For 2 consecutive days, the atmosphere remained calm, as if the assassination attempt from a fortnight prior were but a figment of the imagination. Tonight, however, the weather took a turn for the worse. Dark clouds obscured the moon, leaving the sky devoid of stars, creating an ominous sense of impending rain. Zhao Jiu found himself fond of such weather, and instinctively sensed that if an assassination were to occur, it was likely to be tonight. Thus, he refrained from lounging in the courtyard, realizing that remaining in plain sight while reclining in a chair would make him an easy target. Surely, he was not a martial arts master. At midnight, Zhao Jiu awoke from his slumber, the sound of rain pattering against the window. This was the night for murder, as the conditions were ripe. Gently opening the door, he crept along the wall, hiding around the corner, employing the technique of controlled breathing to listen to the sounds in the courtyard. His focus was primarily on the client's quarters. This could not afford to go awry, as the final payment had yet to be settled. And Zhao Jiu could not permit any unfortunate incidents to tarnish his reputation. The sound from outside was faint, yet Zhao Jiu heard it distinctly while pressed against the wall. How unprofessional, he thought. How could one step into a puddle? As a dark-clad figure stealthily entered the courtyard, before he could regain his footing, a flying needle struck him squarely between the brows. Zhao Jiu hastily supported the collapsing figure and dragged him into the corner, already hearing the clash of swords in the distance. Not daring to delay, he hastened up to the 2nd floor, pushing open the window to enter Lu Rui's room. At that moment, Lu Rui was deep in slumber, and upon sensing someone's presence, she instinctively began to cry out, only to have her mouth swiftly covered. "Why apologies, Miss Lu?" Zhao Jiu gestured for silence, indicating that she should not speak. Once she nodded in understanding, he released her. "Old Jiu, what do you intend to do?" Lu Rui inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Miss Lu, I mean no offense. You must come with me. Xiong Wu and Song Fu are already engaged in combat, and Zhou Yun remains silent. He is likely dead. This time is different. They seek your life. Why should I trust you? You have already paid," Zhao Jiu declared, and without waiting for Lu Rui's response, he swiftly wrapped his arm around her waist, shattered the window, and leapt down, sprinting toward the street behind. Lu Rui gasped in shock, but with no martial prowess of her own and a multitude of unanswered questions swirling in her mind, she could only cling to Zhao Jiu's waist in fear. The noise from the broken window attracted the attention of several dark figures, who exchanged glances and then turned to pursue them. Zhao Jiu, gathering his internal energy, sprinted a few paces with Lu Rui in tow, then swiftly turned to unleash a flurry of hidden weapons. Not with the intent to kill, but merely to impede their pursuers and buy time. The assailants were forced to halt, drawing their weapons to counter the projectiles. By this time, the two had mounted their horses, and with a sharp command, they galloped away as the rain intensified outside Elju. Zhao Jiu and Lu Ruwei had already exited the city. Upon reaching a dilapidated temple, they dismounted, both drenched to the bone. Fortunately, although the temple was in ruins, it provided adequate shelter from the wind and rain. "Old Jiu, can you go back to rescue Chunju and Gaobo?" Lu Ruwei asked cautiously as Zhao Jiu tended to the fire. "Not really, and there's no need to save them. Once dawn breaks and the rain ceases, we shall depart. By the time I return for them, their bodies will have grown rigid," Zhao Jiu replied nonchalantly. "You are my client. They are not my responsibility. If a deal cannot be fulfilled, then why burden oneself with it? That would be foolish." Gurgle. Lu Ruwei's stomach growled, hunger striking her with a vengeance. After their frantic escape and being soaked by rain, she felt both cold and famished. "Do you have any food?" she asked. Trembling from the chill, the hunger overwhelming and irrefutable. "Here." Zhao Jiu handed her 2 cold buns, then stood and tossed her a blanket, saying, "Change out of your wet clothes and wrap yourself in this. Let your clothes dry by the fire." With that, he stepped outside to shelter beneath the eaves from the rain. "Do not speak. Someone is coming," Zhao Jiu suddenly warned. Lu Ruwei gasped and quickly wrapped herself tighter in the blanket. Retreating into the corner, the rain outside grew increasingly fierce, the sound of water splattering against the tiles resonating sharply. Within the temple, the patter of rain was particularly pronounced, and aside from that, there was no other sound. Lu Ruwei looked at Zhao Jiu with confusion. "Did you hear correctly? I only hear the rain. Please do not frighten me." The sound diminished, and her voice trembled slightly, revealing her fear. "If someone is approaching, there will be noise. If there is no noise, it must be a ghost," Lu Ruwei absurdly reasoned. In truth, Zhao Jiu had not intended to frighten her. There were indeed the distant sounds of hoofbeats. Though they were still quite far away, it was entirely reasonable that Lu Ruwei, unlike Zhao Jiu, could not hear them. "Old Jiu, what is your name?" Lu Ruwei inquired, seeking to ease the tension. "Zhao Jiu," he replied instinctively. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but Lu Ruwei pressed further. "How did you know someone was coming?" "I heard them, of course. If it is truly a person and not a ghost, do not overthink it. You see, when one begins to worry, it breeds fear, and fear leads to more worries. Eventually, what is not real becomes real," Zhao Jiu said impatiently. After this remark, Lu Ruwei merely wrapped herself tighter in her blanket. Zhao Jiu, exasperated, thought it futile to speak honestly or to fabricate tales. It was quite the challenge to appease her. The sound of hoofbeats grew ever closer, and this time, Lu Ruwei heard it distinctly. Just as she was about to speak, Zhao Jiu made a gesture for silence. In the darkness, shadowy figures dismounted and entered the dilapidated temple. Chapter 11. Are young people not supposed to be impetuous? Lu Ruwei's expression changed. There were indeed people present. At that moment, a mocking voice pierced through the rain. "Young Master He, be careful dismounting. There just happens to be a dilapidated temple here." Another voice responded with irritation. "Damn this weather. Why does it rain so heavily for no reason? Why must I suffer such misfortune? Li Laosi, are you blind? Can you not watch where you are stepping? You stepped on my foot while helping young Master He down." Another voice scolded. "The temple is right here. It won't run away, will it? Quickly, steady young Master He." The first voice replied, still dripping with sarcasm. Listening to the sounds, there should be only 3 individuals present. Zhao Jiu remained silent, gesturing for Lu Ruwei to refrain from speaking as well. Moments later, one person stepped into the dilapidated temple. Upon seeing Zhao Jiu seated there was no reaction, but when his gaze shifted to Lu Ruwei, his eyes sparkled with life. Subsequently, the two of them entered the temple side by side. Among the newcomers, one was dressed like a young master, his face marred by numerous pockmarks, due to his surname. He was colloquially known as Himatsu among the townsfolk. The other 2, including the one who entered first, were dressed as captains of the guard. The one who had entered the temple first was called Zhang Laowu, supporting Himatsu, while the one with a rather crude demeanor was named Li Laosi. The trio, upon noticing the young man with a fair complexion sitting by the fire, found that even the previously fierce and irritable expression of Himatsu softened considerably. However, his gaze fixated on Lu Ruwei, who was wrapped in a quilt, as if he longed to unveil her for a closer inspection. Despite being swathed in the quilt, Lu Rui's beauty was unmistakable. Her garments cast aside, and her hair disheveled, which lent her an air of both allure and vulnerability, rendering her both captivating and pitiable. Lu Rui instinctively tightened her grip on the quilt, frowning as she asked, "What are you staring at?" Before Himatsu could respond, Li Laosi interjected, "What do you mean, what are we staring at? Are we supposed to be admiring the thickness of your quilt?" "You?" Lu Rui was about to retort, but was halted by Zhao Jiu. Himatsu withdrew his gaze, shaking off the water from his clothes, and inquired, "Who are you? And what brings you to this ramshackle temple on the outskirts of the city?" "Like you, we are merely seeking refuge from the rain," Zhao Jiu replied coolly. Himatsu said no more and ordered, "First, contain the fire." Zhang Laowu and Li Laosi, seemingly having procured some dry wood and straw from somewhere, proceeded to set up a small fire in the center of the hall. Once the fire was blazing, Himatsu commanded, "Go fetch the things from outside. If they get soaked in this downpour..." "What then?" Li Laosi and Zhang Laowu complied and stepped out. As soon as they were outside, they began to converse in hushed, lewd tones. "That girl is so fair and delicate. She certainly looks enticing. Indeed, she is clearly not the daughter of an ordinary family. A country girl wouldn't have such allure. She's so enticing. Hey, do you think young master he can handle it?" "I reckon he can. Just look at how his eyes are glued to her. How could he possibly resist?" As they were deep in their conversation, Himatsu, noticing their delay in returning, stepped outside and asked, "What are you two chatting about?" Li Laosi, with a sly grin, replied, "Young master he. Take a look at that girl inside. She's quite fetching. There are only two people in there. If we deal with that man, wouldn't she be ours to enjoy?" Zhang Laowu chimed in, "Exactly, with the rain messing up her hair like that. It really tugs at the heartstrings. Just the three of us." After exchanging glances, Zhang Laowu leaned closer to Himatsu and whispered, "Young master he, in this desolate wilderness, we can easily dispose of that pale-faced scholar beside her. And then the girl will be ours. Once we've had our fun, we can bury her. Who would care about a mere lady from a noble family? Even the gods wouldn't find her." Himatsu's eyes darted around as he quietly asked, "Which families in Luzhou have such a girl?" Li Laosi, sensing Himatsu's concern, quickly reassured him, "None. The two young ladies from the Su family married off years ago, and the Ji family's daughter doesn't resemble her at all. We've never seen the Hu family's daughter, but I've heard she is as plump as a sow. Definitely not her. I've seen the Hu family girl. She doesn't look like that," Himatsu remarked, his brow furrowing. Himatsu was the only son of a wealthy landlord in Luzhou, having amassed his fortune through collusion with local officials, running brothels, gambling dens, and other illicit enterprises. His frequent dealings with the authorities had made him privy to much about the families of officials. The He family wielded considerable influence in the area, which explained why Li Laosi and Zhang Laowu, as captains of the guard, were so obsequious toward Himatsu. Sharing a knowing smile, the three of them conspired. It is settled. After a few more exchanges, they heaved a large burlap sack into a corner of the temple. Zhao Jiu cast a sidelong glance at the sack, knowing full well it did not contain pork, and shook his head before slowly closing his eyes to meditate. Himatsu and his companions resumed their seats by the fire, warming themselves. "Might I inquire where you two hail from and where you are headed?" Himatsu probed, his tone softening as if conversing with long-time acquaintances. Lu Rui pouted, remaining silent, while Zhao Jiu broke his silence, stating, "We are from Jingzhou, visiting Luzhou to see friends and family. Unfortunately, we were caught in this downpour and, given the circumstances, we had no choice but to seek shelter in this dilapidated temple. Once the rain subsides, we shall return to Jingzhou." Zhao Jiu's words were laced with the jargon of the underworld. Black clothes, black roads referred to being a killer in the ghost market, while white hats, white blades, red flowers implied that this business was of utmost importance. If it came to a confrontation, it would be a fight to the death. The reason for his elaborate explanation was that the contents of the sack had led Zhao Jiu to suspect these individuals were of the same profession, among those in the trade. Unless there was a significant conflict of interest, it was customary to compromise and allow each other a degree of freedom. Upon hearing Zhao Jiu's words, Himatsu and his companions exchanged puzzled glances. Failing to comprehend, realizing their confusion, Zhao Jiu surmised they were merely local landlords colluding with officials. Disinterested in continuing the conversation, he produced a healing elixir and resumed his meditation. Engaging with local landlords and petty officials could tarnish his reputation, especially when there was no profit to be gained from such troublesome endeavors. "Young brother," Zhang Laowu remarked, "I see that young lady possesses an elegant demeanor, suggesting she is of noble birth. I am a captain of the Luzhou Guard. Perhaps you might wait outside while we ascertain her background. Should she indeed be of noble lineage, we would not wish to offend our esteemed guest." Zhao Zhu chuckled lightly. "Welcome her? Let's not forget that we just stated we were returning from a visit. Are we to welcome her back to Luzhou and then visit again? Is there a return visit for family gatherings? Just warm yourselves by the fire. Don't let your thoughts get too heated," Zhao Zhu said with a cold smile, his words heavy with warning. "Are you saying we shouldn't?" Li Laosi retorted. "What is the worth of a few taels of silver to go to such lengths? Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Young man, do not be overly zealous. Isn't being zealous part of being young? Chapter 12. Pick up your hands. Himatsu and his companions exchanged glances. Realizing this pale-faced scholar was quite obstinate. "Young brother, heed my warning. I advise you not to meddle in our affairs. That woman is as good as mine," Himatsu snarled, his pockmarked face twitching comically. Seeing this expression, Zhao Zhu couldn't help but stifle a laugh, quickly covering his mouth as he stood, casting a sidelong glance at the three of them, coolly stating, "You may certainly try." Himatsu's brow furrowed. He found Zhao Zhu difficult to read. This lean, fair-skinned individual appeared unarmed and lacked the aura of a master. In his mind, a true expert would present themselves boldly, laughing heartily and commanding the others to leave. At the very least, they would be standing with swords at their sides, exuding an air of calm detachment, like celestial beings. Had Zhao Zhu heard his thoughts, he would have laughed at his naivety. After all, he was a killer. Would a killer parade around brandishing their blade? Let alone standing with a sword, that was foolishness. For a killer, the two most essential elements were swiftly eliminating the target and concealing oneself. As for underhanded methods and an unremarkable appearance, those were to be expected. Who would be a fool enough to announce their profession boldly? Many killers lived mundane lives as ordinary workers, apprentices, or even eunuchs. Even a pig knows not to root around once it is full. What kind of person would act more foolishly than a pig? Zhang Laowu, clearly perplexed by this reasoning, drew his knife and lunged at Zhao Zhu. Cursing, "You dog, don't you know when you're courting death?" In an instant, Zhao Zhu sprang into action, seizing Zhang Laowu's wrist as he swung the knife, halting his downward strike with sheer force. With his other arm bent, he delivered a sharp elbow strike to Zhang Laowu's face. Instantly, Zhang Laowu felt a cacophony of sensations, sour, salty, sweet, and spicy, exploding within his nostrils, causing him to involuntarily stumble backward. Before he could regain his bearings, Zhao Zhu yanked him back by the collar, simultaneously delivering a powerful knee strike. Releasing his grip on Zhang Laowu's knife-wielding hand, Zhao Zhu brought both hands back and then forward, delivering a resounding clap to Zhang Laowu's ears. Employing a technique reminiscent of Jiang Rahai's method of breaking stones, this strike caused Zhang Laowu's pupils to dilate, his eyes filling with bloodshot veins, as blood streamed from his nose, his ears ringing, his mouth agape in silence. Following this, Zhao Zhu channeled his internal energy, planting his right hand against Zhang Laowu's chest, unleashing a forceful surge that sent Zhang Laowu soaring backward, crashing through the temple wall and leaving a gaping hole. Landing lifelessly in the rain outside, Li Laosi and Himatsu were left in shock, having never witnessed such a display of skill. They quickly realized they had bitten off more than they could chew. Reacting swiftly, Li Laosi drew his blade and hurled it at Zhao Zhu, intending to buy time as he fled toward the temple's exit. Zhao Zhu would not allow him to escape. He swiftly drew and flung 3 throwing knives before Li Laosi could take another step. One knife struck his back, another embedded itself in his neck, and he staggered forward, collapsing as blood poured from his wounds. "Only you remain now, brother Matsi." Zhao Zhu chuckled sinisterly, his figure illuminated by the flickering flames of the bonfire, resembling a malevolent spirit emerging from the underworld. "If you can reach that place unscathed, I shall spare you. What do you say?" With that, he brandished 5 flying daggers, pointing them at the lifeless body of Li Laosi on the ground, addressing Himaji with a mocking grin. "Are you ready? Let the games begin." Himaji, utterly bewildered and unsure of his next move, felt the primal instinct for survival propelling him to flee. He took one step, then another, and a third, but soon lost sight of Li Laoxi's corpse. Suddenly, his legs gave way beneath him, and he collapsed, 2 flying daggers embedded in the back of his knees. As he lay on the ground, he pointed a trembling hand at Zhao Jiu, his voice quaking with desperation. "You can't kill me. You said you'd let me go if I ran over there. I did run over." A flash of cold steel glinted, and a severed hand fell to the ground. "Ah, you wretched creature!" Himaji cried out, clutching at his severed arm. Before he could finish his protest, Zhao Jiu interrupted him with a cruel laugh. "Maji, you actually ran. If you managed to escape, wouldn't that imply my incompetence? Although, you truly did make it. You can't just say things and not mean them. Pick up your hand," Zhao Jiu commanded, slapping Himaji's face. When he noticed Himaji mumbling, he bellowed, "I said to pick it up." Startled, Himaji trembled as he reached for his severed hand, but before he could grasp it, a flying dagger pierced his neck. "You actually listened to me, huh? You really are a slow learner." Wrapped in a blanket, Lu Ruwei was drenched in sweat. The sight of the blood-soaked ground, the splatter from Li Laoxi, and Himaji's severed hand, along with the dagger lodged in his neck, had left her utterly terrified. In her brief 20 years, she had never witnessed such a gruesome scene. Zhao Jiu withdrew the daggers, wiping them on Himaji's clothing before collecting a few more. Observing Lu Ruwei's dazed expression, he mistakenly assumed she was frightened by Himaji and the others. He approached her, gently patting her head, and reassured, it's all right, don't be afraid." Feeling someone nearby, Lu Ruwei instinctively embraced him, trembling as she whispered, I'm scared. Zhao Jiu, lacking experience in comforting women, could only pat her back softly, mimicking the soothing motions of calming a child, speaking in a gentle tone, it's all right. You didn't cause this, just think. If you had fallen into their hands, your fate wouldn't be much better. Doesn't that thought bring you some comfort? Finally, Lu Ruwei seemed to regain her composure. Upon realizing she was clinging to Zhao Jiu, she hastily released him, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Zhao Jiu, noticing her expression had improved, smiled with delight. He then pulled out an abacus from his pocket and said, "Miss Lu, I pride myself on conducting business fairly and transparently. 3 individuals, 200 taels each. That makes a total of 600 taels, all for you. You won't default on this, will you? All right, I will definitely give it to you when we reach Hashi." Lu Ruwei responded, her expression betraying her discomfort as she looked at Zhao Jiu. "Thank you for your generosity, Miss Lu," Zhao Jiu replied with a playful grin. Lu Ruwei, amused, burst into laughter, exuding an enchanting charm. Zhao Jiu couldn't help but internally lament, "A beautiful woman is a source of calamity. I'm hungry." The moment Lu Ruwei relaxed after her fright, she suddenly felt her stomach growl. Realizing she had no food, she turned to Zhao Jiu and asked, "Do you have anything to eat?" Zhao Jiu pulled out 2 steamed buns from his robe and offered them to her. "Aren't there any meat buns?" Lu Ruwei inquired cautiously. "None left. Steamed buns are better than nothing," Zhao Jiu replied with a resigned expression. Although he possessed a spatial storage, he still needed to fill it with items to retrieve them. Tea wasn't like he was Doryman. "But there's that sack. Didn't they say it contained pork? Just cut a piece and roast it," Lu Ruwei suggested, eyeing the buns and batting her eyelashes. "Dio, you truly believe this is pork?" Zhao Jiu asked, bemused. "What else could it be?" Lu Ruwei questioned, puzzled. "People, half-dead people." Chapter 13. To save or to kill? Lu Ruwei gasped in shock. People? Half-dead people. She found it hard to believe that Himaji and the others would carry a person into the city. They were not that benevolent. Noticing the mixture of shock and skepticism on Lu Ruwei's face, Zhao Jiu chose not to elaborate, suspecting she wouldn't comprehend. After all, intuition was not something easily articulated. Especially when it stemmed from experience. "I'll go out and handle the bodies. If you don't believe me, just open the sack and see for yourself." With that, Zhao Jiu spread his hands, ignoring her reaction as he dragged Himaji and Li Laoxi's corpses out of the dilapidated temple. He dragged the 3 corpses to a nearby thicket, retrieved a shovel from his spatial storage, and began to dig. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had excavated a grave large enough to accommodate all 3 bodies. Zhao Jiu whistled as he tossed the corpses into the pit amidst the pouring rain, filling it with the earth he had dug out, compacting the soil until nothing remained visible. upon returning to the temple. He found Lu Ruwei already dressed, leaning against the doorframe, with the sack now opened a short distance behind her. "What's the matter, Miss Lu? Surely, it isn't truly pork?" Zhao Jiu teased. "Not exactly. It's a person." But in a terrible state, Lu Ruwei spoke in fragmented sentences, clearly astonished. "I want to see." With that, Zhao Jiu approached the temple, dragging the sack over to the fire for illumination, with Lu Ruwei following closely behind. Peering inside, they indeed found a woman. Her left cheek mangled, her left eye socket empty, surrounded by numerous knife wounds. Her nose had been severed, and one ear was missing. Her body was limp, as if made of mud, with bones protruding through her skin, indicating that very few of her bones remained intact. The woman's mouth moved, but no sound emerged. Even for someone like Zhao Jiu, who was accustomed to death, the sight was brutally harrowing. What kind of hatred could lead to such cruelty? It was a fate worse than death. What happened to her? Lu Ruwei grasped Zhao Jiu's clothing, turning her head away in horror. Her throat, nose, and ears have all been cut away. Her eyes were gouged out one by one, and her tongue was shredded beyond recognition. She has at least 50% of her bones fractured, especially in her limbs, which are nearly obliterated. There's no saving her. Just try to accept it, Zhao Jiu continued, his voice steady. Tears shimmered in Lu Ruwei's eyes, a blend of sympathy and fear etched on her face. She realized that if she had fallen into the hands of Himaji and his group, her fate would likely be no better than that of the person in the sack. With that thought, a chill ran down her spine. "Maybe we should help her," Lu Ruwei suggested hesitantly. Zhao Jiu fell silent at her words. He was no divine healer, and this was a situation that even modern medicine would struggle to remedy. How could he possibly assist? While he possessed the ability to channel internal energy outward, that was something only a third-grade practitioner could do. He was merely a fourth-grade practitioner, utterly powerless in this context. Even if he were to forcibly elevate himself to third grade, it would be a case of wishing for strength without the means to act. Rebirth for severed limbs or resurrecting the dead were feats of divine beings. Martial artists could not achieve such, at least not Zhao Jiu. "How about I help her find peace instead? I want to charge for that," he suggested delicately. "I want you to save her," Lu Ruwei exclaimed passionately. Zhao Jiu shrugged in resignation, choosing not to respond. The woman was clearly overwhelmed with emotion. Even a deity could not reason with her, let alone him to ask for saving someone. He simply lacked the ability. Seeing Zhao Jiu unmoved, Lu Ruwei felt helpless and silently wiped her tears. Her pitiful demeanor was indeed heart-wrenching. Even heroes find it difficult to resist the charms of a beautiful woman, Zhao Jiu sighed internally. While he did not consider himself a hero, Lu Ruwei was undeniably beautiful. Who could resist a woman with tear-filled eyes, covering her mouth in distress? "How about this? You provide the funds, and I will eradicate Himaji's entire family. What do you think?" "That could be considered another way of helping her," Zhao Jiu suggested, somewhat reluctantly. Before Lu Ruwei could respond, the woman in the sack nodded a few times, tears streaming from her one remaining eye. Whether from bitterness or pain remained unclear. Seeing this, Lu Ruwei was deeply moved, her previously halted tears flowing freely once more. "Name your price. If we are to wipe them out, then so be it. Are those people even human? They are no different from beasts, perhaps even worse than wild animals." Seeing Lu Ruwei's reaction, Zhao Jiu's face broke into a smile. "That's the spirit. Since we can't save her, we can still eliminate those wretches, right? Professionals handle professional matters. We need to punish the wicked and uphold justice, maintaining social harmony and stabilizing human emotions. For such duties, seek out Master Zhao at the Ghost Market. As per tradition, one person costs 200 taels, but exterminating an entire family is a considerable undertaking. Let us both make concessions. Regardless of how many there are, the total will be 1,000 taels. No bargaining." Zhao Jiu took out his abacus, diligently calculating as he spoke. Lu Ruwei merely responded with a faint "all right," her thoughts seemingly elsewhere. Zhao Jiu was unconcerned with her musings. Business should never mix with personal feelings. Gazing at the woman in the sack, Zhao Jiu shook his head and sighed, swiftly throwing a flying dagger that struck the woman squarely in the forehead. The woman opened her mouth to speak, but fell silent thereafter. "Poor soul," Zhao Jiu remarked, withdrawing the dagger. Lu Ruwei stood by, unable to bear witnessing the scene. Zhao Jiu understood her feelings. A wealthy young lady had never been exposed to such harsh realities. The high walls surrounding her home had insulated her from the stench of death outside. Approaching Lu Ruwei, Zhao Ju pinched her face gently, particularly her nose and chin. Lu Ruwei froze for a moment before swatting Zhao Ju's hand away in anger. "How dare you?" Although her tone was firm, it was tinged with a hint of panic. If Zhao crossed the line, she would be powerless to stop him. The individual before her had just taken 4 lives. Adding one more to the tally seemed inconsequential. With this thought in mind, Lu Ruwei hurriedly retreated several steps, her arms crossed tightly around her shoulders. Perceiving the turmoil and anger in Lu Ruwei's eyes, Zhao discerned her thoughts and smirked, saying, "Miss Lu, I must escort you home and then proceed to eliminate the family. I cannot be in 2 places at once. Would you prefer I take you home first and then return to finish my task? The best solution would be to craft a human skin mask for you, transforming you into another person. What do you think? Are you not curious to see how these individuals meet their demise? After all, you have paid for the privilege." Upon finishing, Zhao touched his own face and continued, "Without knowing your features, how can I create a suitable mask for you?" Hearing Zhao's words, Lu Ruwei exhaled softly, managing a smile as she responded affirmatively. Zhao squinted at Lu Ruwei for a moment before moving aside to fabricate the human skin mask. A beauty attracts attention, and so does an ugly visage. Therefore, Zhao's intent was to render Lu Ruwei an ordinary person. After crafting the mask, he handed it to Lu Ruwei and playfully pinched his nose, saying, "Rest now. Tomorrow night, we shall carry out our plan." Chapter 14. Alas, alas, it is all about the alas. Outside Elzhou City, the sun was slowly descending, casting a crimson hue across the sky, reminiscent of the bloodshed that awaited. Within a tavern in Elzhou City, Zhao sat opposite Lu Ruwei, dining and drinking. Zhao had donned a new human skin mask, now appearing as a wealthy young master. In contrast, Lu Ruwei, after her transformation, bore a pale and unremarkable countenance, unmistakably the visage of a servant. Having entered the city earlier that day, Zhao had already gathered information regarding the family of He, who resided in a manor southwest of the city, near the forest. He learned that He Mazi's mother had passed away long ago, leaving only 7 members in the household. Zhao felt relieved. Fewer people meant fewer complications. If there were many, 1,000 tales could easily vanish. With this in mind, Zhao approached the tavern keeper, cautiously inquiring, "Good sir, has there been any disturbance concerning He Mazi of late?" "None at all, my lord," the keeper replied. "Young master, he has recently expressed interest in purchasing the residence of Old Wang in the north. But beyond that, there has been no trouble. The Qing envoy was recently killed in Jiangnan. Who would dare to stir up trouble now?" The tavern keeper regarded Zhao as a wealthy young man negotiating business with He Mazi, striving to avoid offending anyone. Zhao internally scoffed at the keeper's naivety. The death of an envoy in the south could hardly bring peace to Elzhou in the north. However, given his assumed identity as a woman from a wealthy family, Zhao surmised that he was likely the daughter of Old Wang. Upon hearing this, Zhao had gathered nearly all the information he sought. He thanked the tavern keeper and exited the establishment with Lu Ruwei, seeking another inn and requesting a private room. He instructed Lu Ruwei to remain behind while he ventured alone to scout the He family's manor. Outside the manor, the forest was still adorned with droplets of water from the previous night's rain, filling the air with a distinct and refreshing aroma. The courtyard wall was not high. From an elevated position, one could survey the entirety of the estate. Though labeled a manor, it bore little resemblance to the elegant waterside estates of Jiangnan or the solemn courtyards of the north. It appeared more akin to a grand residence with a few trees and artificial hills. Now deep into autumn, the trees had shed most of their leaves, and from a distance, the entire estate resembled a plucked white chicken. Zhao observed from a nearby hillside for half an hour, silently memorizing the layout, the movements of the servants, and the maids. These inconsequential figures posed no obstruction to him. After all, he was not a bloodthirsty person. Having discerned the identities of the He family members, Zhao turned to leave, allowing them a little longer to witness the falling leaves of autumn. Upon returning to the inn, Zhao retrieved his hidden weapons, meticulously coating them with poison. To master one's craft, one must first possess the finest tools, he thought. With the poisoned weapons in hand, he prepared himself. As night deepened and the lanterns flickered thrice, Zhao finally rose, nodding toward Lu Ruwei, who was sipping tea, and said, "Let us proceed. You are eager to witness, and I am keen to earn some silver in the woods outside the He family manor." Clad in dark attire and wearing a fearsome mask, with a tang knife at his side, Zhao chuckled, saying, "Wait for my return. After I am done, I shall set the place ablaze and see the flames dance." Lu Ruwei remained silent, lost in thought, merely nodding in response. "Take care of the horses, foolish girl." Zhao waved a hand before her to ensure she was paying attention. Without waiting for her response, he harnessed his internal energy and vanished into the night. At the He residence, He Lao San had just fallen asleep when a thin wisp of smoke began to seep through the window, gradually enveloping the room. He Lao San felt himself growing drowsy. At that moment, the door swung open, and a flying knife struck him squarely between the brows. The assassin was Zhao, who had stealthily infiltrated the He household. He Lao San was merely the fourth victim. The front courtyard had already been cleared, with one remaining on the left and two more behind. This expansive space was proving cumbersome for a single person. Zhao silently vowed to limit such jobs in the future. As one individual was insufficient to manage them all, extinguishing the candle, he secured the door and stealthily approached the left room. The interior was brightly lit by candlelight, and sounds of laughter and merriment echoed within. Zhao felt a twinge of exasperation. There always seemed to be unforeseen complications. As before, he filled the room with the soporific smoke, waiting until silence reigned before entering. He found a man slumped over the table, embracing two women. Zhao wasted no time. With a swift stroke to the neck, he ended the man's life cleanly before exiting and making his way to the rear courtyard. The rear courtyard housed only a main dwelling, which still flickered with candlelight. From the glow, Zhao discerned a figure seated at a table. Sipping tea, he refrained from releasing more smoke, gripping his knife as he pushed the door open. Upon seeing a figure wielding a knife enter, the elderly man seated at the table was taken aback, his instinct to shout stifled by Zhao's calm voice. "Old man, please do not call for help. I seek only wealth, not life." Hearing this, the elder relaxed slightly. As long as it was merely wealth he sought, parting with some coins was of little consequence to him. "Hero, I was asleep in the back room. How much do you desire?" "Let us sit and discuss," the elder replied with a smile, his wrinkles seemingly easing. Zhao wasted no breath, sitting across from the elder and stating coolly, "Old Master He, I am unaware of your family's wealth. But should I find it unsatisfactory, you understand the consequences." The elder's expression shifted in alarm. He realized he was dealing with a formidable opponent. If he did not relinquish some of his wealth, matters could escalate. He inhaled deeply, conceding, "Hero, follow me. The He family's treasures are in the side chamber. I hope you will honor your promise and spare my family." "Very well, Old Master He. I seek only wealth," Zhao replied, sheathing his knife. He had not promised to spare their lives, and come the time, he would not be blamed. As the elder rose, he gazed into Zhao's eyes, attempting to discern the truth behind his words. However, after a moment of searching, he found only a placid surface, akin to still water. With a resigned sigh, the elder led the way. Following the elder, they turned a corner and entered the side courtyard. The elder activated a hidden mechanism, and a secret door creaked open. Zhao signaled for the elder to lead, following closely behind him. The dark passage descended, revealing a cellar-like space filled with several stacked chests. "Hero, the He family's wealth lies within. Take as much as you wish," the elder said, his gaze averted, betraying no emotion. "Excellent," Zhao exclaimed, a grin spreading across his face. Before the elder could utter another word, a knife struck his back. The elder gasped in pain, turning only to find Zhao's hand gripping his throat. "There is no choice. As instructed, such matters must remain undisclosed," Zhao said with a sinister tone. The elder's eyes widened in terror, his mouth gaping like a fish out of water. Observing his reaction, Zhao seemed to comprehend the gravity of the situation, tightening his grip until he snapped the elder's neck, disposing of the corpse. He gazed upon the large chests and burst into laughter. "Alas, alas, it is all about the alas." His voice echoed in the cellar, reverberating ominously. He opened the chests, collecting ingots of silver into his space, then retrieved a fire starter. Igniting the chests as the flames grew, Zhao leisurely exited the cellar. Returning to the side courtyard, he left the secret door ajar and turned towards the main courtyard, using a flying knife to claim another life from a figure on the bed. The fire starter ignited the curtains, and he proceeded to the front courtyard. tossing several torches into various rooms. The flames surged, and Zhao removed his mask, shedding the outer layer of his dark attire and casting it into the fire as he leaped from the courtyard. The blaze intensified behind him, casting a crimson glow upon the night, accompanied by cries for help and the splashes of water. Back in the woods, Lu Ruwei leaned against a tree, watching the inferno engulf the He family manor. Zhao did not disturb her, standing quietly beside her, the fiery glow illuminating her face, where a pitiful smile graced her lips. After a time, he gently tugged at Lu Ruwei's arm, whispering, "Let us go." Turning her head, Lu Ruwei's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, yet her expression conveyed a sense of acceptance. She wiped her eyes and spoke as if liberated. "Where shall we go?" "To Bingzhou, then to Luoyang and Chang'an, exiting Tongyu Pass. 500 miles will lead us to Jiuquan. We have taken lives in Elzhou and annihilated a family. It is only a matter of time before we are discovered. Xuanfu is heavily guarded. A fourth-rank officer could easily thwart a cavalry charge," Zhao explained, leading 2 horses. Lu Ruwei offered no response, merely mounting her steed. 2 figures reined in their horses and turned around, journeying southward under the glow of the flames. Chapter 15. The Genie in Bingzhou City. Zhao led the 2 horses into the town. After several days of relentless travel, both man and beast were weary. By this time, it was early winter in October. With delicate flakes of snow drifting down, Bingzhou, situated north of the Yellow River, already bore a thin layer of snow. Zhao and Lu Ruwei, wrapped in their cotton cloaks, walked cautiously through the streets of Bingzhou City. Many shops had closed, and the vendors had vanished without a trace. The leaves were sparse, and the vegetation was withering, leaving a scene of desolation. The 2 found a tavern. Zhao's spatial inventory was filled with items that could not be exchanged for fortune points. So he decided it was time to spend a little. They ordered an array of exquisite dishes, selecting only the finest, and casually requested a pot of Bingzhou's renowned liquor. Liquand, as the dishes were served. Zhao adjusted his spatial inventory, silently intoning. Open panel, host. Zhao cultivation. 5th rank martial arts. Pursuing stars and catching the moon, perfected. Taiching Yushu Sutra, 6th layer. Tian Yuan blade technique, entry level, secret techniques. Tangmin mysteries. 1,000 flowers and 10,000 buds. Disguise technique, breath control technique, fortune points. 5,100. He glanced at the special market but found nothing within his means. The cheapest item was the Heaven and Earth Yin Yang Great Compassion poem, priced at 5 million fortune points, which was a mere trifle compared to the Zhuxian sword array. However, 50,000 taels of silver was beyond Zhao's worth. Resigned, he purchased 5 bottles of Peiyuan pills at the original price. As he was nearly at the 4th rank, with the barrier between ranks on the verge of collapse, the 5 pills would ensure his ascension, yet he lamented that only 2,600 fortune points remained. For money should not be squandered. While Zhao contemplated silently, the dishes were served. Lu Ruwei, having fasted for several days, was ravenous and, disregarding her image, eagerly grabbed her chopsticks to pile her plate high. In contrast, Zhao maintained an air of refinement, sipping wine and savoring meat with delight. After several cups, observing Lu Ruwei's insatiable appetite, he recalled their first meeting, where she had exuded elegance and ethereality, prompting a soft chuckle from him. Lu Ruwei, noticing his laughter, was not offended. Instead, she paused and gently said, "Zhao, am I being somewhat impolite?" "Not at all. With that face of yours, no one knows who you are," Zhao replied, tapping his own face with a smile. Lu Ruwei sighed in relief and teasingly remarked, "Then I must thank you, Sir Zhao, for treating me to this meal." Zhao detected the playful tone in her words, merely chuckled in response, and continued to enjoy his food, pondering whether he should include this expense when the time came to collect payment. Such funds could not be frivolously spent, even if they were not his own. After feasting, the 2 sought in. Securing 2 rooms, they ventured out to purchase paper money and incense, then returned to tend to their horses. Zhao, carrying a jug of wine, approached the innkeeper for a chat. "Innkeeper, are you familiar with the Jiang family?" Zhao initiated the conversation. The innkeeper, busy with his accounts, looked up at the esteemed guest and responded, "Who in Bingzhou does not know the Jiang family? Over 20 years ago, they produced a 7th rank official, a source of pride for the family. But who could have expected that just a few years later, the family would experience a stroke of fortune, producing a 4th rank high official? Our Bingzhou governor is only 4th rank." and not long after, he was promoted to General of Zhenfu, a third-rank position. Upon his arrival in Bingzhou, he fervently pursued corrupt officials, apprehending over 20 who were colluding with merchants, executing them at the city gates. A truly good official. Zhao listened quietly, not interrupting. That it seemed Jiang Rahai truly possessed some capabilities, at least enjoying a good reputation in his hometown. Following the innkeeper's words, Zhao skillfully inquired, gradually uncovering details about Jiang Rahai's past and experience as a local official. According to the innkeeper, Jiang Rahai indeed was a remarkable figure, having fought hard to secure a third-rank position. Through subtle questioning, Zhao gleaned the information he sought. Leaving the wine behind, he returned to his room. At midnight, the sky was pitch black, devoid of moon or stars. Zhao leapt from the window and headed northwest out of the city. Along the way, he frequently changed direction and pace, yet he sensed an inexplicable presence behind him. Each time he turned, he saw no one, which only heightened his suspicions. Consequently, he leaped onto the rooftops, finding himself alone, and with a swift motion, he activated his pursuing stars and catching the moon technique. Vanishing in a flurry of snowflakes, Zhao disappeared. A figure emerged from the shadows at a street corner. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, with thick brows, large eyes, and thin lips, clad in embroidered spring knives and black official boots. He was none other than a Jinui. This man, named Gu Yuan, was a Jinui town-suppressing envoy, dispatched to Bingzhou to investigate the assassination of an imperial envoy. 2 months prior in Jiangnan, he had discovered that the assassin had just entered the 5th rank, but little else of value had surfaced. With Changzhou under lockdown for over a month, not only had he failed to capture anyone, but all leads on the assassin had also vanished completely. Gu Yuan felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Officials in Jiangnan were united, a solid front, and not a single clue had been uncovered. To make matters worse, several colleagues had been inexplicably reassigned from Jiangnan, leaving him no choice but to leave Jiangnan and investigate in Jiang Rahai's hometown. He had only caught a glimpse of Zhao leaping from the window, piquing his curiosity. Now that Zhao was out of sight, Gu Yuan shook his head and turned away. Shortly after Gu Yuan departed, Zhao emerged from his hiding place. Initially, he had only intended to test the waters, but it appeared that the matter concerning Jiang Rahai was far from over. Zhao's expression darkened. Not lingering for long, Zhao turned and exited the city. Following the location indicated on the silver note, he meandered until he finally located the grave of Jiang Rahai's mother. The grave was modest, with a headstone inscribed, "Grave of Jiang Lu," erected by her son Jiang Rahai. Apart from the names and dates of birth and death, it was so unadorned that one might hardly believe it belonged to the kin of a third-rank official. Zhao produced a fire stick, lighting the incense and burning 3 sticks before igniting the paper money. "Auntie, I suppose Jiang Rahai and I are akin to strangers who have crossed swords, though we have both been somewhat heavy-handed. Still, we must say it is a matter of differing positions," Zhao muttered. After finishing, he respectfully bowed 3 times, whispering, "The people of Bingzhou say that Jiang Rahai is a good official. You may rest in peace. I promised Jiang Rahai I would come to pay my respects. Though the offerings are humble, they are offered with sincerity. I hope Auntie is at peace in the afterlife. Jiang Rahai misses you dearly." Once the paper money had burned completely, Zhao silently gazed at Jiang Rahai's mother's grave. Feeling an inexplicable sorrow, he stood quietly beside the grave, patiently waiting for the 3 sticks of incense to burn down before converting the silver note into fortune points. This way, he felt he had fulfilled Jiang Rahai's last wish. "Auntie, I have matters to attend to. I shall visit you again next time." Whether to comfort himself or seek solace, Zhao whispered these words before putting away the fire stick and turning to leave. Chapter 16. 4th rank meets 4th rank. Upon returning to the inn in Bingzhou, the snow had begun to fall more heavily. Zhao changed out of his night attire and pushed open the window, watching the swirling snowflakes as he contemplated the route ahead. Involving the Jinui was certainly not a favorable development. Although he had never encountered them directly, he had heard of their relentless pursuit. With their immense power, any further lockdown would leave him unable to manage his men. His plan to rest for 3 days had been thwarted. He had no choice but to take decisive action. Preparing ample supplies to leave the city that night, hoping to avoid any complications. Resolving to think of nothing else, Zhao extinguished the candle and went to sleep. The next day, the snowfall had lessened slightly, but the temperature had dropped considerably. Zhao rose early, burdened with many tasks and little rest. Not wishing to disturb the still sleeping Lu Ruwei, he donned a cotton cloak and ventured out for breakfast. After consuming 2 bowls of noodles, he finally felt some warmth return to his body. He ordered 4 steamer baskets of meat buns, instructing the innkeeper to send them to his room, and then strolled back to the inn. When the buns arrived, it was nearly noon. Zhao purchased the entire steamer, leaving behind 15 taels of silver, and returned to his room. Just as he stored the buns in his spatial inventory, Lu Ruwei emerged, freshly washed, and inquired when they would be eating. Zhao wasted no time and ordered a table of food. Once the meal was served, he slowly spoke. We can no longer linger in Bingzhou. After we finish eating, we should rest a bit, and then, under the cover of darkness, we shall leave for Chang'an via Linfen. Lu Ruwei's eyes widened in surprise. Is it that urgent? Yes, there are Jinui in the city, and I fear we may encounter trouble if we delay. Zhao openly shared his encounter from the previous night. After his account, the two exchanged glances, silently understanding each other's thoughts. Meanwhile, within the governor's office, Gu Yuan listened to his subordinate's report. Upon hearing that someone had visited Jiang Rahai's mother's grave, he interrupted their incessant chatter, sensing something elusive yet ungraspable. Who could it be? Gu Yuan pondered, stroking his chin in confusion. My lord, I suspect it must be an acquaintance of Jiang's, one subordinate ventured, of course. Who else would pay respects to his mother? Gu Yuan retorted with irritation, then commanded, Jiang Rahai has served in the military for over a decade. We must find out who visited the grave. Investigate. The subordinate bowed in acknowledgement, yet wore a puzzled expression. With tens of thousands of Jiang Rahai's comrades and colleagues, where could they begin? It was an enigma. Gu Yuan, oblivious to his subordinate's thoughts, waved him away, signaling for him to leave. In his heart, a tangled knot of thoughts formed, elusive as a thread that could not be found. Yet, he could not help but ponder until darkness enveloped the sky. When his subordinate entered with a meal, suggesting that even a master must eat, Gu Yuan suddenly grasped the situation. The master had departed in the dead of night, clad in dark garments, and today, the grave of Jiang Rahai's mother bore the marks of a tribute. Such a coincidence was too remarkable. Has anyone left the city in the last hour? Gu Yuan urgently inquired. His subordinate, momentarily taken aback, pondered before responding, yes, a wealthy young master and a maid rode out through the south gate. Quickly pursue them. Gu Yuan rose hastily, saying this as he seized the embroidered spring blade from the table and pushed the door open to exit. His subordinate, unable to alert others in time, could only follow Gu Yuan as they rushed out. The two rode in haste, galloping through the south gate. After half an hour of frantic riding, they finally spotted Zhao Jiao and his companion. Halt! Genie Wei is conducting an investigation, Gu Yuan shouted urgently. Zhao Jiao pulled the reins to a stop, turning to let Lu Ruwei continue onward. Upon seeing the approaching duo, he silently cursed his luck. Despite all his efforts to avoid the Genie Wei, fate had led him to encounter them nonetheless. With Zhao Jiao halting his mount, Gu Yuan also reined in his horse, proclaiming, I am Gu Yuan. The Genie Wei's pacification envoy.it appears you two cannot proceed today. I kindly ask you to dismount and accompany me back to the Yamen to clarify the reason for your tribute to Lord Zhang's mother. Zhao Jiao smirked, his tone cold as he replied, What if I refuse to accompany you? Then do not blame me for being merciless. Before Gu Yuan could finish his threat, Zhao Jiao had already launched a flurry of hidden weapons. Just a 4th rank, and yet he had slain 3rd-rank officials before. Gu Yuan was taken aback, unable to fathom that someone would dare to strike at the Genie Wei. Without time to dwell on this, he hastily drew his blade to deflect the hidden weapon's .1 misstep, and Zhao Jiao would not grant Gu Yuan a moment's respite. With a swift push off his horse, he leapt toward Gu Yuan, swinging his blade down in a fierce strike. Gu Yuan, having just blocked the hidden weapons, hurriedly raised his sword to parry. A hasty blow could not withstand Zhao Jiao's powerful cleave. Gu Yuan, unable to absorb the force, could only brace himself against the stirrups, retreating to dissipate the impact. Zhao Jiao's relentless assault continued, leaving Gu Yuan no choice but to defend himself repeatedly. Seizing the opportunity as Zhao Jiao landed, Gu Yuan swiftly dismounted. Unlike soldiers, martial artists possessed different experiences and techniques. Thus, Gu Yuan hurriedly alighted to avoid exposing his vulnerabilities. Once on the ground, Gu Yuan's demeanor transformed. The embroidered spring blade danced with a fierce wind, preventing Zhao Jiao from advancing further. Fearing the arrival of reinforcements, Zhao Ju resolved to end the confrontation without delay. His inner energy surged, the Tang blade sweeping through like a tempest, targeting Gu Yuan's center. Gu Yuan, with vast experience, countered with his own blade, retreating 2 steps to create distance, effectively neutralizing Zhao Ju's onslaught. Tio the heavens. Zhao Ju observed Gu Yuan's retreat and, channeling his inner energy, executed the first stance of the Tian Yuan blade technique. The blade's aura descended like a ferocious tiger from the mountains, akin to surging waves. Gu Yuan dared not meet it head-on, opting instead to employ his lightness skill, retreating several steps and sidestepping the lethal energy. The energy crashed into the snow, sending up a flurry of flakes and leaving a deep gouge in the ground. Gu Yuan's expression shifted. Although both were 4th rank, he could distinctly sense that Zhao Ju's mastery far surpassed his own, and the latter's enduring energy and fierce techniques foretold a grim fate for him in prolonged combat. After unleashing a strike, Zhao Ju disregarded Gu Yuan's response, vaulting back onto his horse to pursue the retreating Lu Ruwei. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan's subordinate, eager to chase after, was halted by Gu Yuan's firm grip. With a sigh, Gu Yuan remarked, "Do not pursue. Though he claims to be 4th rank, he has 1 foot in the 3rd. If we continue, it is highly likely we will both perish." The subordinate of Lord Jiang felt a deep unease. How could one advance from 6th rank to near 3rd rank in just a few months? With such talent, why would they need to risk their lives against an imperial envoy? Chapter 17. 3rd rank Zhao Jiu and his companion did not linger in Linfen, hastily resupplying before making their way directly to Chang'an. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, and Chang'an loomed near. They took their time, relaxing their grip on the reins, leisurely enjoying the scenery along the way. By late October, snowflakes began to fall, heralding the northern land's approach to a silvery shroud. Departing the capital in the midst of autumn, the transition into winter, along with the events and changes encountered, stirred a multitude of reflections. As night fully descended, the two leisurely led their horses into the ancient capital of Chang'an, a city of 9 dynasties. Despite the winter chill, Chang'an thrived as ever. Wine banners fluttered in the breeze, eateries and taverns glimmered with bright lights, and the streets bustled with pedestrians and the clamor of carriages. From a distance, the opulent brothels exuded a mingling scent of perfume and snow, transforming Chang'an into a rosy hue. Within the taverns, the aroma of wine and tea intertwined with the melodies of light dances, while the sounds of flutes and strings melded with the wind, casting an ethereal charm over the city. It was neither heaven nor earth, yet rather a realm that transcended mere mortals. Such splendor, however, did not capture Zhao Ju's attention. Ever since entering Chang'an, the barrier of 3rd rank seemed to have diminished considerably. With just a few pei yuan pills, he could almost effortlessly breach the threshold into the 3rd rank. In this world of martial arts, there existed 9 ranks. The transition from 9 to 4 relied solely on personal cultivation. Only upon entering the 3rd rank could one transform inner energy into true energy, allowing martial artists to connect with the heavens and harness their own potential. Zhao Jiu entered the martial realm through the Taiching Yushu scripture, merging the path with martial skill. His inner energy was profound and pure. His foundation solid, he had long since honed his flesh and bones, but the forced breakthrough when confronting Zhang Rahai had left him with internal injuries. For months, he had relied on Pei Yuan pills and by Yushangji pills for internal and external nourishment, hesitating to confront the 3rd rank. Now, the barrier to the 3rd rank was as thin as a cicada's wing. Yet after his battle with Gu Yuan, concerns lingered about attempting the breakthrough. Zhao Jiu wasted no time seeking a quiet inn, requesting 2 upper rooms, ordering a feast for Lu Ruwei, while he himself sat cross-legged on the bed, disregarding food and drink, merging his inner and external energies. He delved into the Taiching Yushu scripture, inching closer to healing his internal injuries. After swallowing a few by Yushangji pills, he circulated his inner energy, digesting the medicinal properties. An hour later, after countless cycles of energy circulation, the lingering ailments from his prior breakthrough began to dissipate gradually. Zhao Jiu felt immense joy at this development, swiftly consuming the last by Yushangji pill to continue alleviating his ailments. After another quarter of an hour, as his inner energy flowed more freely, the stubborn injuries melted away like ice and snow, until they vanished entirely. Zhao Jiu exhaled deeply, feeling the unimpeded circulation of his inner energy akin to being enveloped in a warm spring during the coldest winter. a sensation of comfort that compelled him to exclaim in delight. With the ailments gone, his internal injuries gradually mended under the continuous repair of his inner energy. The once fragile barrier to the third rank now appeared riddled with holes, bringing Zhao ever closer to the coveted rank. Without hesitation, he retrieved the remaining 4 vials of Pei Yuan pills from his spatial storage, opening them one by one, resolutely preparing to breach the third rank. One after another, the Pei Yuan pills entered his belly. Their potent energy transformed into inner energy, coursing through his limbs and bones, refining his flesh and fortifying his structure, rendering his skin increasingly flawless. This transformative process resembled a teacup evolving into an iron kettle, becoming sturdier, broader, and more stable. Entering the third rank was akin to a drop of water merging with the ocean, a profound change occurring from within. As his flesh and bones were polished, his inner energy gradually transmuted into true energy, first integrating into his meridians and major acupoints. Zhao continued to consume Pei Yuan pills, supported by the continuous influx of medicinal energy. The conversion to true energy proceeded smoothly, completing within the span of half an hour. However, the transformation of inner energy into true energy merely marked the beginning of the third rank. The most significant distinction of the third rank lay in its ability to connect with the heavens and nurture one's potential. The Tai Ching Yushu scripture, gentle and intricate, was particularly suited for this communion with the heavens. Zhao hesitated no longer. He began to operate the Tai Ching Yushu scripture, slowly weaving connections with the celestial realm. Such matters could not be rushed. Some individuals spent their entire lives without achieving a complete connection with the heavens, while others accomplished it in an instant. The intricacies of this process held little predictability. Naturally, Zhao dared not hurry, carefully fostering the connection. The heavens felt like a rootless floating weed, while he was akin to a drowning person desperately grasping for something tangible. Yet, Zhao remained undaunted, meticulously threading the invisible connections, akin to threading a needle. Gradually, a flicker of understanding emerged. He dared not act recklessly, continuing to circulate his true energy through the meridians and acupoints, striving to forge a connection with the heavens through this newfound insight. This sensation gradually intensified, and Zhao's state shifted. He became like a still pond, tranquil and undisturbed. Little by little, his true energy resembled a droplet of water merging into the vast ocean, revealing a newfound kinship with the cosmos. This awareness sharpened, and Zhao distinctly perceived the differences between the heavens and earth. The mountains were no longer just mountains, and they had transformed into something entirely different. This realization became increasingly vivid, as if the universe had embraced this tiny speck of dust named Zhao. Several hours later, strands of profound energy began to emanate from Zhao. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shining forth, radiating an imposing aura that sent the snowflakes cascading from the eaves. He had succeeded. Zhao's heart soared with joy. He had connected with the heavens, feeling as light as a feather. With a single step, his true energy flowed, and this movement felt ethereal, like a mountain's might. Yet when his foot touched the ground, not even the dust stirred. Third rank. He was as formidable as a celestial being. Outside the window, a shaft of dawn light pierced the room. The sky was beginning to brighten. Zhao's heart brimmed with elation. Achieving the third rank in a single night spoke volumes of his innate talent. Reflecting on the time he had witnessed someone effortlessly leaping over the Qinhuai River by using the power of the air, Zhao now, having reached the third rank, yearned to unleash his full potential. He flung the window open, welcoming the snowflakes swirling in the air, and with a deft leap, he activated his true energy, feeling a familiar sensation resonate throughout the heavens and earth. Leaping 100 zhang into the air, the vital energy surged within, drawing power from the void. Like a mountain collapsing with a thunderous roar, he instantaneously appeared several li away. Ha ha ha, the world is mine to roam freely. Zhao laughed heartily, then gradually descended to the ground. Step by step treading through the snow back to the inn, where he ordered a table laden with food and drink, calmly indulging himself. Chapter 18. Confidential talks having broken through to the fourth rank. Zhao's spirits were soaring, unperturbed by Lu Rui's thoughts. He insisted on staying in Chang'an for 2 more days. Zhao indeed harbored selfish motives. Before his traversal, when he was still impoverished, he dreamt of visiting the capitals of various dynasties. But over the years, he had only been to Beijing. Afterward, Due to his family's relocation, he became part of the new generation of wealthy individuals, no longer a pauper. It was only after a night of revelry that he found himself crushed repeatedly by a truck. And upon opening his eyes, he had arrived in this new world. Despite his frustrations, apart from Lu Wan, he had no other concerns. However, arriving in this world had its advantages. As a native of Bianzhou, he unlocked it immediately upon arrival, and with Linen not far away, he could conveniently explore both capitals. Moreover, this world differed from China, having only 4 places that served as national capitals: Bianzhou, Linen, the imperial city, and Chang'an, with Luoyang being absent from the list. Now, with only Chang'an remaining and having just entered the 3rd rank, how could Zhao suppress his urge to explore? Without hesitation, after breakfast, Zhao took Lu Ruwei out. The 3 most renowned places in Chang'an were Mingyue Tower, Baiyujing, and Lantua Temple. Mingyue Tower was famous for its wine, with its celebrated brew, Drunken Freedom, reputed to be the finest in the world. Baiyujing was originally a Taoist temple, later destroyed by war, and rebuilt 400 years ago, rumored to have been graced by celestial beings, thus named after the poetic lines of the immortal poet Li Bai. While Lantua Temple was known as the supreme temple of the world, home to the legendary Zen master Shindang, whose name echoed across the land. Since the inn where they stayed was located in the southwest of Chang'an, and both Lantua Temple and Mingyue Tower were situated in the north, only Baiyujing lay to the south. Thus, Zhao, with a reluctant Lu Ruwei in tow, rode directly to Baiyujing in less than 2/4 of an hour. They arrived at Baiyujing. Baiyujing was modest in size, lacking even a signboard at its entrance, resembling more of a residence than a temple. After tying up their horses and knocking on the door, they followed a young acolyte inside, only to find a few pine trees and white plum blossoms, with little else of interest, the ground covered in a blanket of snow. Zhao was greatly disappointed. And seeing his constipated expression, Lu Ruwei couldn't help but burst into laughter, disregarding her image. After suffering such a setback at Baiyujing, Zhao's expectations for Lantua Temple grew even higher. After riding for half an hour, they arrived only to be met with a closed door. The young monk informed them that the master was away, and the temple was not receiving guests, even rejecting Zhao's request to offer incense. With a gloomy expression, Zhao could only ride back, silently praying that Mingyue Tower would remain open that day. Lu Ruwei, lagging behind, stifled her laughter and teased Zhao from time to time, much to his annoyance. Mingyue Tower was not far from Lantua Temple, reachable in 1/4 of an hour by horse. As they approached, the rich aroma of wine wafted through the air, instantly lifting Zhao's spirits. Finally, a venture worth undertaking. Upon reaching the entrance, 2 servants promptly tied up Zhao's horse, and he eagerly inquired, "Are you open for business today?" "Dear guest, do not jest. How could the wine house remain closed?" "Excellent. If so, arrange a table with the finest wine and meat. The wine must be Drunken Freedom. As for the dishes, bring forth the most expensive," Zhao declared with grandiosity and high spirits. Once the food and drink were served, Zhao poured himself a cup, savored a sip, and was immediately enveloped by the fragrant aroma that lingered long after. Unlike the wines of Jiangnan, Drunken Freedom was particularly rich. The liquor slipped down smoothly without a strong sensation, yet the aftertaste was potent upon returning to the throat. Zhao finished an entire jug, the warmth of the alcohol dispelling the cold, leaving him utterly content. After feasting heartily on 2 full jugs of Drunken Freedom, he rode back to the Inn. To neglect such fine wine would be a crime. The next day, Zhao awoke leisurely around noon. Drunken Freedom was indeed a renowned wine, its potency mild yet profoundly intoxicating. After washing up and having breakfast, Zhao, reminiscent of his days in Bingzhou, decided to buy a few baskets of buns. As Chang'an was only about 800 li from Hushi, not too far at all, and with determination, he could reach it in about 10 days. As dusk approached, Zhao and Lu Ruwei led their horses out of the city, galloping westward. Within the towering structure of Lantua Temple, Master Baoshu Xiang sat across a red-clad, white-haired elder, sipping tea. "Master, my aura sensing indicates that Miss Lu has already left Chang'an. Might I request your assistance?" The elder, with a sharp voice, was unmistakably a eunuch. Master Baoshu's expression remained unperturbed, as tranquil as water, merely continuing to sip his tea without responding to the eunuch's words. The red-robed eunuch, undeterred, leisurely savored his tea. After finishing a pot, he continued, "Master merely seeks to avoid offending the Lu family. However, If we were to intervene, it would be inconsequential. Ha ha ha, esteemed eunuch, please enjoy your tea. Monks seek neither fame nor fortune, nor do they wish to be entangled in karma. In my old age at 70, I have no desire for worldly greed, Master Baoshu remarked, setting down his cup while refilling it. Master, is it the wind that moves or the banner? The eunuch inquired, seemingly perplexed. The red-robed eunuch's statement was vague, yet Master Baoshu, having practiced Zen for over 70 years, understood the underlying meaning. A veiled critique of Lantua Temple's dual allegiances, unwilling to offend either side. It is merely a fleeting thought. The Bodhi tree is not a tree, and the bright mirror is not a platform. Monks must avoid greed, hatred, and ignorance. You are caught in appearances. Master Baoshu's tone remained steady, yet his words bore an edge. Upon hearing this, the red-robed eunuch comprehended that the old monk was indeed resolute in his desire to offend neither party, and thus he proposed a condition. In the palace, there exists a heart-calming elixir. It is said that your temple's disciple is on the verge of a breakthrough. With the elixir's aid, it is most likely to succeed. The mention of the heart-calming elixir, Master Baoshu's closed eyes abruptly opened. A glimmer of light flickering in his murky gaze, yet it was fleeting, and he slowly closed them once more. I have heard that the palace possesses the Manjusri Purification Sutra. Master, you must be mistaken. The palace does not hold the Manjusri Purification Sutra. To assure Master Baoshu's belief, the red-robed eunuch added, Indeed, there is none. I have been to the library. Seeing this, Master Baoshu was convinced, nodding slowly in agreement. Eunuch, I will allow 4 of my disciples to leave the temple. Beyond that, there is naught I can do, Umitba. The red-robed eunuch did not press further, recognizing that requesting the old monk to take action for a single heart-calming elixir was a fanciful notion. To enter Hashi, one must pass through Huayan County. That I hope the master will not disappoint me. Umitba. Chapter 18. Ambush. After several days of travel, as evening fell, Zhao and Lu Ruwei finally spotted the outlines of buildings. Estimating that they were approaching a small village, Zhao sighed in relief. In this season, leaving a common person to sleep outdoors amidst wind and snow could indeed be fatal. They hastily rode over and found an unoccupied house. While not luxurious, it at least provided some shelter from the wind. Strangely, this place was not far from Huayan County, and nearly a decade had passed since the Yin Rebellion. Why was there not a soul in sight? Zhao pondered aloud while tending the fire. Wrapped in her padded robe, Lu Ruwei was less surprised and merely glanced up, saying lightly, The rebellion has been quelled, and the flames of war once reached the Shu region. The rebel soldiers requisitioned troops everywhere, leaving 9 out of 10 houses empty, with only the elderly, weak, and ailing remaining. How could they survive? Zhao fell into contemplation, remaining silent as he quietly warmed himself by the fire. 70 li away, 4 swift horses galloped through the snow. The lead horse reined in sharply, followed closely by 3 others. All 4 were clad in monk robes, armed with ceremonial knives. They were the disciples of Lantua Temple. Leading the group was Mingyuan, with Mingguang, Mingji, and Mingda following behind. Mingyuan raised his head to discern the direction, speaking solemnly, Huayan County is less than 150 li away. If we continue day and night, we should reach it in a day at most. Second brother, we can endure, but the horses cannot, Mingda interjected. Mingguang and Mingji remained silent. Although Mingda was the youngest among them and had the shortest time in cultivation, he was astute and resourceful. After a moment of thought, Mingyuan agreed with Mingda's words and said, Not far ahead lies an abandoned village. Let us rest the horses there and set off at dawn. Mingguang and Mingyuan exchanged puzzled glances. The abandoned village was still over 70 li away, and once they arrived, how much time would they have to rest? Senior brother, why the urgency to reach Huayan County? Mingguang asked, perplexed. Junior brother, we left the temple not by the will of the Bodhisattva, but by the order of Master Baoshu. We cannot afford to delay. Upon hearing Mingyuan's words, the 3 were taken aback. How could an individual be of such importance to warrant Master Baoshu's direct involvement? It was well known that Master Baoshu had not shown himself for over 20 years, dedicating himself to spiritual cultivation. Typically, all matters, great or small, were handled by Master Baoyun, yet now he personally intervened for such a trivial matter. Mingyuan understood the confusion of his companions and clarified, It concerns the matter of the disciple. The 3 quickly grasped the implication. The issue surrounding the esteemed monk was always of great importance to the abbot, which explained the special instruction. With an unspoken understanding, the four fell silent, continuing their ride forward. Within the dilapidated house, Zhao suddenly froze in his perception, for horses were approaching from the distance. While he sensed nothing else, I knew it wouldn't be so peaceful. Zhao, lost in thought, shook his head, casting aside these musings, and calmly warmed himself by the fire for over an hour. 4 horses came to a halt before the dilapidated hut. Mingyuan had initially intended to find a ramshackle temple or the like, but upon spotting the flickering light from afar and realizing he had forgotten to bring a fire starter, he had no choice but to seek assistance here. The four dismounted and entered the crumbling abode, where they beheld a man and a woman. The man sat leisurely beside the fire, seemingly oblivious to their entrance, while the woman, swathed in a cotton robe, leaned against the wall, dozing off. Umitba, Mingyuan intoned, invoking the name of the Buddha. Noticing Zhao lift his gaze, he continued, "Benefactor, this humble monk has hurriedly ventured out and forgotten his fire starter. Might I trouble you for a moment's convenience?" Zhao remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Mingyuan expressed his gratitude, took a piece of wood to ignite the fire, and subsequently settled down to stoke the flames. Neither party exchanged many words. The only sounds were the crackling of wood in the fire, the howling of the wind and snow outside, and the soft crunch of food being chewed. Unable to ascertain one another's intentions, a tranquil atmosphere enveloped the room. "From where does the benefactor hail? And to where are you bound?" Mingyuan inquired with a friendly smile, exuding the demeanor of a learned monk. Zhao chuckled softly but refrained from answering, instead extending his hand towards the flames. Noticing this, Mingda quickly interjected, "Benefactor, my senior brother means no offense. I beg your pardon. We four are monks from Landao Temple, pursuing 2 wicked thieves who have stolen our temple scriptures. Might you have seen them?" "Oh, is that so? Great master, have you glimpsed the true visage of the thieves?" Mingda stood, bowing slightly. "We have not seen their true forms, but according to our master, they are a man and a woman." "Might you have encountered them?" Zhao's countenance darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. The monk's description matched himself and Lu Ruwei perfectly. A man and a woman, right before them. Suddenly, Zhao rose, his eyes narrowing dangerously as he barked. "Are you not seeking trouble, master?" Mingda furrowed his brow, sensing Zhao's overwhelming presence. He appeared far from the humble servant described by the temple's bodhisattva, exchanging glances with his 3 companions before saying, "Benefactor, you misunderstand. This humble monk is merely anxious and has inadvertently offended you. I implore your forgiveness. Might I request to see your identification documents?" Upon hearing this, Zhao understood perfectly. They were indeed after Lu Ruwei. A man and a woman entering a temple, not to steal incense money, but scriptures. Did they think him a fool? "Bald monk, are you pushing your luck? Shall I awaken my servant and strip her bare for your inspection? Do you take a monk for someone unclean?" Zhao's voice thundered, and before the 4 could react, he struck. Swish, 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 swish. 4 flying daggers hurtled towards them. The 4 were taken aback. This man was truly overbearing, striking without regard for his own background. Drawing their ceremonial blades to deflect the projectiles, Mingyuan shouted angrily, "Benefactor, do not deceive yourself. We 4 are the protectors of Landao Temple. Even protectors are not above reproach," Zhao retorted, showing no courtesy, for the confrontation had already begun. Besides, with no witnesses left alive, who would know who had slain them? Resolving to act, he channeled his energy, the forces of heaven and earth instantly enveloping the 4, causing their internal energy to stagnate as if a mountain weighed down upon them. They were alarmed, realizing that this young man was already a 3rd-tier master, which explained his indifference to Landao Temple. He might well be a disciple of a formidable power. The 4, merely 4th tier, found themselves nearly powerless before such an opponent. Their energy flowed poorly, and they exchanged glances, understanding that the figure before them was not to be trifled with. They could only desperately attempt to muster their skills for a fleeting chance at survival. Yet Zhao would not grant them that luxury. In an instant, he appeared before Mingda, deflecting the blade aimed at him with a swift motion, his right hand transforming into a claw that gripped Mingda's throat. With a sickening crack, Mingda's neck was broken. "Junior brother," Mingyuan exclaimed, brandishing his blade and turning it towards Zhao, shouting, "Mingyuan, flee!" Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Zhao had seized the descending blade, and with a swift motion, he struck Mingyuan in the chest, sending him crashing into Mingji. Mingji barely had time to react when Zhao's hand pressed upon his head, channeling his internal energy, rendering Mingji's mind a mere pulp. Though externally he appeared unscathed, killing a fourth tier with ease, Zhao required no weapon. His energy alone, harmonized with the forces of nature, was more than sufficient to obliterate the fragile bodies of the fourth-tier monks. Mingguang, disregarding his fallen brothers, was solely intent on fleeing back to Landao Temple to report, believing that their masters would surely avenge them. However, before he could make his escape, a flying dagger whistled through the air, piercing through to embed itself in his skull. His eyes widened in shock as he exhaled a final breath, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Zhao grasped the corpse and flung it back into the dilapidated temple. Extinguishing the fire, Lu Ruwei, having awakened before Zhao's return, wrapped herself in her cotton robe and calmly inquired, "Shall we depart?" "Yes." Two horses galloped through the darkness, kicking up a flurry of snow, as dawn broke. A red-clad eunuch stepped through the snow, his brow furrowing as he approached the four horses, a strong scent of blood wafting through the air. The red-clad eunuch hurried into the dilapidated hut, discovering the four monks sprawled lifelessly upon the ground. Lowering his gaze and shaking his head, he turned and channeled his energy, soaring ahead. Chapter 19. A first-rate? That is my concern. The sky had brightened considerably. On the road to Huayan County, Zhao and Lu Ruwei raced on horseback, the snowfall intensifying. Zhao's sense of foreboding grew ever stronger. As he attuned himself to the elements, he realized his connection with the world around him had become increasingly dulled. Akin to being mired in a half-dry swamp, his gathered momentum seemed unable to advance, as though the very fabric of reality had transformed into a stranger. This unsettling sensation gnawed at Zhao's insides, not merely compressing his perceptions but also instilling a constant sense of impending doom. As he circulated his energy, he silently extended it outward, attempting to pierce through the snowstorm behind him, but after less than 10 miles, it vanished without a trace. At this point, even a fool could discern that the issue lay not within himself. There must be a masterful figure behind him, one who overshadowed him and was obstructing his senses. Zhao acted decisively, kicking off the ground and leaping onto Lu Ruwei's horse, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Standing upon the saddle, he activated the Tai Ching Yushu Sutra, sending forth his energy freely, lifting Lu Ruwei into the air as they sped towards Huayan County. The horse, unable to withstand Zhao's sudden exertion, whinnied in distress as its hooves floundered in the snow. The wind howled in Lu Ruwei's ears. But she had no time to consider anything else. She quickly alerted Zhao, her face flushed, unsure if it was from the cold or something else. Only when she regained her senses did she ask, "What is happening?" "Someone is behind us, and I cannot fend them off," Zhao succinctly replied. Lu Ruwei ceased her inquiries, burying her face into Zhao's shoulder. The fierce storm and Zhao's third-tier speed made it unbearable for those uninitiated in martial arts. Behind them, the red-clad eunuch appeared as a great red bird, soaring and diving, each leap covering nearly half a mile. His pace quickened, and with each step, he kicked up a flurry of snow. The crimson figure accelerated, almost instantaneously covering several miles, closing the distance between them. Zhao glanced back and saw the red-clad eunuch's figure gradually come into view. In the snowy season, Zhao was drenched in cold sweat, all due to the terror instilled by the pursuing eunuch. He was alarmingly swift. Zhao realized escape was futile and hurled various concealed weapons behind him, indifferent to their effectiveness, merely hoping these little trinkets could provide some slight hindrance while he gradually accumulated his own energy. As the time for a desperate confrontation approached, running would be impossible. Yet even before the various projectiles could reach him, they were repelled by the eunuch's energy. With a cold chuckle, the red-clad eunuch sneered. "Foolish boy!" Upon uttering this, he unleashed his energy, creating a barrier against the swirling snow, launching towards Zhao like an arrow released from a bow. In the interplay of increasing and decreasing forces, the distance between them was rapidly diminished. Zhao inhaled sharply, realizing he had made a grave miscalculation. Accelerating his pace, he disregarded the depletion of his energy. He could already see the rooftops blanketed in snow on the horizon. Zhao felt a surge of hope. Just as he was about to unleash his energy, the connection with the world abruptly severed, as if a line had snapped. The sensation of being mired in a quagmire intensified, and a sudden weight pressed down upon his shoulders as the eunuch's voice pierced through the air behind him. "Damn it, you little brat! Why are you running?" Zhao felt a bitter pang, akin to consuming bitter herbs, for he had done nothing to provoke the eunuch. It's so difficult to let someone go. "I could offer you a few coins for your trouble." The red-clad eunuch, sensing the distance closing, activated his energy with a furious shout. "Leave that girl behind, and I shall spare your life." "Do you think I believe the words of a twisted little man?" Zhao retorted defiantly. Though his words were bold, his feet did not falter. The flow of energy coursing through him became sluggish, and he could only utilize his skills to create a gap, employing his energy to gain fleeting distance. Releasing Lu Ruwei from his embrace, he grasped her waist tightly, and in the midst of her bewildered gaze, he activated the Taiching Yushu Sutra, pushing her forward as he declared, "Miss Lu, that eunuch behind us is far beyond my capabilities. I can only buy you half a quarter of an hour. My strength ends here. Run as far as you can. If you survive, come to collect your debt. Take care." Lu Ruwei was thrust a distance away. Landing in the snow, with no time to turn back for a farewell, she hastily rose to her feet and fled, silently wishing for her own safety. After pushing Lu Ruwei away, Zhao halted on a withered branch. Turning to face the approaching red-clad eunuch, silently gathering his strength. Zhao had contemplated abandoning Lu Ruwei, yet he could not ascertain the intentions of the old eunuch, who could tell whether he would resort to silencing him. Moreover, Lu Ruwei's background was likely formidable, and should another expert akin to the old eunuch emerge, his demise would be inevitable. Those who placed their bets on either side would not meet a favorable end. Should he delay the old eunuch for a mere quarter of an hour, irrespective of Lu Ruwei's fate, the blame would never rest upon his shoulders. With this thought, Zhao retrieved a tang knife from his spatial pouch. Intending to confront the old eunuch, noticing Zhao's pause, the red-clad eunuch chuckled, suddenly accelerating, closing the distance to within 10 paces of Zhao in an instant. "Ah, the lad is indeed infatuated. Who isn't captivated by wealth?" Zhao scoffed internally, yet maintained a facade of respect, responding, merely striving to survive. The red-clad eunuch laughed heartily. "You are quite unlike that old bald donkey Baoshu, who presumed we would place our bets on both sides. To the contrary, I hold you in high regard. If you manage to retrieve that girl for me, I shall make an exception and adopt you as my son. What say you?" Zhao's gaze turned icy, his spirit unwavering as he gripped the knife, poised for action. "Come now, let us have some fun with the rabbit," the red-clad eunuch remarked, extending his hands nonchalantly. Zhao was not foolish enough to charge recklessly. He was vastly outmatched by the eunuch. Reckless valor would only lead to his demise. He remained still, observing the smiling red-clad eunuch, who appeared to be rife with vulnerabilities in Zhao's eyes. Yet, the truth was that his own cultivation was insufficient to see through the old eunuch's facade. It was akin to an ordinary person perceiving a tiger as full of flaws and then daring to approach it. Was he seeking a death wish? Stuck in indecision, Zhao found himself locked in a standoff with the eunuch. Neither willing to make a move, the red-clad eunuch, devoid of such hesitations, took the initiative. With a powerful leap, he soared towards Lu Ruwei's direction. Zhao dared not hesitate, his gaze sharpening. This was akin to knowingly walking into the tiger's den. He swiftly swung his knife, channeling his true energy into a blade of light that surged forth, converging into a singular, formidable force aimed directly at the red-clad eunuch. The eunuch was forced to halt by the oncoming blade's radiance, retreating 3 steps as a look of gravity crossed his face, internally marveling at the presence of such true energy and blade force from a mere third-tier practitioner. However, the red-clad eunuch's cultivation far surpassed Zhao's. With a swift motion, he unleashed his true energy, summoning a multitude of ethereal hand shadows that cascaded forth, smothering Zhao's blade light until it vanished without a trace. Zhao had anticipated that Wentiang would not harm him. Channeling his true energy into a cascade of blossoms, manifesting as myriad flowers in the AI art, as the floral apparitions blossomed, they scattered the swirling snowflakes, each distinct bloom intertwining in a vibrant tapestry reminiscent of a flourishing garden. The red-clad eunuch was taken aback. The enigmatic techniques of the Tang sect had not graced the martial world for many years, yet here they were, displayed by a mere child, indeed, a marvel to behold. Not daring to remain idle, The red-clad eunuch concentrated his true energy, forming a crushing force, and unleashed a palm strike that shattered the flowers, their lethal toxins dissipating beneath its might. The palm's momentum remained unyielding, striking Zhao and causing him to emit a muffled groan, a spray of blood erupting from his mouth as he was hurled backward, colliding with several trees before finally collapsing in the snow. In the snow, Zhao expelled another mouthful of blood, hastily consuming a white jade healing pill. "Senior, what tier are you? Why must you make things difficult for us?" Zhao asked, catching his breath. "I am of the first tier." "And what of it? Why should I not make things difficult for you?" The red-clad eunuch retorted coldly, his patience wearing thin as Zhao had taken too long. Hearing the eunuch's words, Zhao gasped in shock. "First tier? Then that is my predicament. Ah, I too am fortunate enough to be of the first tier." The red-clad eunuch chuckled, amused by Zhao's resilience. "Young one, do you possess any other means? Reveal them all, for my patience is limited." "Using what means?" Zhao felt a wave of nausea, exasperated by the eunuch's pretense. "At present, I am no more than a dead pig. Regardless of whether I possess means or not, I am unable to employ them." Shaking his head, Zhao reluctantly replied, "Senior, your cultivation is boundless, your martial prowess unparalleled. Truly, I have no other means. Even if I did, they would be trivial before you. Besides, having just suffered a blow from you, I doubt I can even stand." "Very well, young one, you squander the opportunity you have." The red-clad eunuch's true energy dissipated, revealing his lack of intent to kill Zhao. Turning his gaze to the fleeing Lu Ruwei, he called out, "Miss Lu, do come back with me. The harsh cold of the northwest may harm your delicate constitution." Lu Ruwei, running toward Huayan County, glanced back at the red-clad eunuch's direction, letting out a silent sigh. However, she bore no resentment towards Zhao. After all, the eunuch was genuinely formidable, and Zhao's effort to buy her half a quarter of an hour had indeed been his utmost limit. Without further thought, she hurriedly quickened her pace toward Huayan County. "Stubborn fool!" the red-clad eunuch bellowed, the sound echoing through the branches. His true energy surged forth like a torrent as he leapt atop a tree, shattering a trunk as thick as a man with sheer force. Soaring through the air like a golden eagle pouncing on its prey, a fierce tiger seizing a dragon, he charged toward Lu Ruwei with astonishing speed, scattering snowflakes in his wake, leaving behind fleeting shadows. Zhao, lying on the ground, felt a surge of fortune. The old eunuch had not sought to kill him outright. Otherwise, with such momentum, a single encounter would have surely been his end. The red-clad eunuch closed the distance in an instant. Calling out, "Miss Lu, it is best you halt." His voice boomed as he accelerated further, his hands forming claws, nearly grazing Lu Ruwei's back with a clang. A golden light shot through the air, trailing a shadow as it hurtled toward the red-clad eunuch with overwhelming force. Exuding a menacing aura, the eunuch hastily turned, channeling his true energy to intercept the golden light with a palm strike, sending it hurtling back into the snow. A gleaming golden knife, a figure clad in black, with white hair and a wrinkled visage, quickly approached, revealing itself to be the steward, Gao Qi. With a smile, Gao Qi stood beside the golden knife, his murky eyes glimmering with sharpness as he fixed his gaze upon the red-clad eunuch. The eunuch's expression turned grave as he inquired, "Who dares approach?" "Ah, I am Gao Qi, the steward of the Lu household." Gao Qi replied with an unflinching demeanor. "It has not been easy to live this long. I have no desire to kill you, so step aside. Merely a first-tier practitioner. I am also of the first tier, and do not underestimate me," Gao Qi declared, leaning on the golden knife, his voice resonating with a strength that belied his age. "Humph, I shall inform you that even among first-tier practitioners, there are distinctions. With that, the red-clad eunuch's true energy erupted, causing the snow to swirl violently, nearly knocking Lu Ruwei off balance, as the snow danced in the air. The red-clad eunuch sprang into action, his hands poised to grasp Gao Qi. Startled, Gao Qi's wrinkles seemed to ripple as he retreated 3 steps, drawing his knife to create distance, and slashed at the eunuch. The clash of their true energies rendered the world silent, waves of energy rippling outward as they exchanged blows in a flurry of rapid movements. In an instant, they had engaged in dozens of exchanges. The combat between first-tier practitioners invisible to the naked eye. One could only sense the ebb and flow of true energy, as if colossal mountains were colliding, yet no sound emerged. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Before long, Gao Qi found himself on the defensive. The red-clad eunuch's assertion rang true. There existed a discernible gap in their abilities. Gao Steward, I warned you that even among first-tier practitioners, there are disparities. With your cultivation, there is no need to throw away your life for this. The red-clad eunuch stood with an air of arrogance, hands clasped behind his back. Gao Qi remained silent, his knife poised. The fierce momentum cleaving through the clouds, as if a legion of cavalry charged forth, thunderous and overwhelming. The brilliance of the blade dimmed the sun, leaving the world seemingly centered around that single strike. Seeking death, the red-clad eunuch roared, his energy coalescing into a formidable palm, vividly lifelike, exuding a terrifying aura that isolated the true energy in the surrounding space. In an instant, the true energy from miles around was repelled. And Zhao, watching from afar, could only feel astonishment. Such overwhelming force between first-tier practitioners created a vast impact that rendered him momentarily sluggish. The battle between them was akin to a struggle between realms. A clash between worlds. Break the formation, capture the intruder. They both shouted in unison, one side radiating dazzling brilliance, while the other embodied solid, oppressive force. The moment of collision. The snowflakes melted away. The sky was devoid of clouds, and the world appeared shrouded in dark hues. The momentum surged relentlessly, yet it lasted scarcely 5 breaths. The glimmer of the blade extinguished, but the force of the great palm remained unabated. Gao Qi hastily wielded his blade, executing 7 swift strikes, finally causing the palm to dissipate, though he had already fallen into a precarious position. The red-robed eunuch was instantly upon him, striking out with a claw that met the golden blade, momentarily halting its momentum. Following that, a palm was thrust forward, prompting Gao Qi to hurriedly abandon his weapon and engage with his hands. In an instant, Gao Qi found himself retreating incessantly, his feet stirring up plumes of white snow. The red-robed eunuch, seizing the opportunity, advanced with the intent to deliver a fatal blow, taking advantage of Gao Qi's waning strength and the nascent vitality within him. At that moment, a flying sword darted forward, interposing itself between the red-robed eunuch and Gao Qi. The eunuch paused, taken aback by the sword's considerable power, and retreated a couple of steps to widen the gap. His brow furrowed and his expression darkened as he stared into the distance. Meanwhile, Gao Qi exhaled in relief, steadying himself and silently channeling his energy. He recognized that the old eunuch was more skilled than he, imbued with years of experience, evidently steeped in the first tier of mastery. As both sides fell into a silence, a voice, aged and resonant, echoed from afar. Why resort to murder? Chapter 22. 1 against 2, who dares to masquerade? The red-robed eunuch thundered, his voice reverberating through the forest. No one answered, leaving only the sharp sound of the wind to linger. Not coming out? Then there is no need for you to do so. Instantly, his true energy erupted, sending ripples outward, palm shadows crashing forth in all directions. It must be said, the red-robed eunuch's prowess was indeed profound. After several skirmishes, his energy retained such formidable vigor. The palm shadows struck heavily, obliterating countless trees beneath their might. Zhao, summoning his strength, executed his lightness skill to evade, creating distance to avoid being caught in the eunuch's onslaught. It was evident the red-robed eunuch was incensed, repeatedly thwarted and subjected to a relentless series of confrontations, which thoroughly disrupted his plans. This, in turn, fueled his anger towards Master Baoshu Xiong. Had Master Baoshu lent him assistance, he might have already been en route back to Chang'an. The surrounding trees lay in ruin, their remnants scattered, while the snow on the ground had been largely swept aside by the eunuch's energy, leaving only a few errant flakes. Yet still, the presence of a third individual remained elusive. The red-robed eunuch, undeterred, propelled himself past the sword lodged in the earth, transforming his hands into claws aimed squarely at Gao Qi. With the golden blade in hand, Gao Qi was no match for the old eunuch. Now, bereft of his weapon, he could only confront the wrathful eunuch with bare hands. As the two clashed, it was no surprise that Gao Qi found himself at a disadvantage. The eunuch's palm techniques were fierce, each strike forcing Gao Qi to retreat several paces, rendering him incapable of facing the onslaught directly. A sigh echoed from the distance, interrupting the eunuch's assault. An elderly figure adorned in a rain cloak suddenly swept forth, deftly extending a few fingers to repel the red-robed eunuch. He then landed before Gao Qi, speaking in a calm tone. Master Chen, why must you trouble a mere girl? Zhou Jiang? Ha ha ha. A defeated foe dares to be fierce? Master Chen laughed heartily, as if struck by a sudden thought. He added, What is this? Tianshan cannot accommodate your withered sword. Tianshan is vast. Do not presume that this withered sword alone cannot find its place. Master Chen, cease your hostilities. Facing two opponents, your chances of victory are slim. Upon hearing the words of a defeated foe, Zhou Jiang's expression darkened momentarily before he unsheathed the sword strapped to his back. Master Chen's sneer widened. He cared little for either Gao Qi or Zhou Jiang individually, but the prospect of facing them together posed a significant challenge. Both Zhou Jiang and Gao Qi wore solemn expressions. Master Chen, a high-ranking official, had gained renown even in the time of the previous emperor, leaving them wary of his potential hidden abilities. Thus, neither dared to make the first move. One unsheathed his sword while the other took a firm stance, both emanating a fierce aura in opposition to Master Chen. Each side harbored their own thoughts, unwilling to initiate an attack, as silence enveloped the scene. Save for the gentle descent of snowflakes, a fleeting glance from Master Chen revealed Lu Ruwu drawing closer. His impatience mounting, compelling him to strike first. Channeling his true energy, he surged forward in an instant, his palms slapping out, creating a deluge of palm shadows akin to falling rain. Be careful, Zhou Jiang warned. His sword swift, slicing through the air like ink on paper, maintaining a fluidity reminiscent of a master artist, erecting barriers against the palm shadows. Once an artist, Zhou Jiang had abandoned painting for the sword. And after over 30 years of sword practice, remnants of his artistic sensibilities lingered within his technique. As the sword energy flowed, an ink-wash painting began to materialize upon the snow-laden ground. Master Chen chuckled lightly, executing a palm strike. His overwhelming true energy surged into the painting, disrupting its form. Observing Zhou Jiang's swordplay falter, Gao Qi hastily joined the fray to share the burden. Seeking death? Seize the banner. Master Chen transformed his palm into a claw, striking out to disperse both adversaries, aiming directly at Gao Qi. Gao Qi retreated 3 steps, countering with a punch to block the eunuch's assault. But he too was forced back, clearly suffering from the encounter. Zhou Jiang recognized the urgency. He maneuvered his sword to parry Master Chen's advances, retreating while advancing, declaring, Jiangnan possesses nothing. He coalesced his energy into a single stroke, akin to a great river rushing forth, stars shimmering, and in an instant, it had taken form in a soft voice. He uttered, a small gift of spring, as his sword lunged towards Master Chen. The sword's energy was fierce, piercing through the air like a masterful artwork, evoking righteous spirit that soared like a rainbow. Master Chen retreated repeatedly, unable to suppress his awe, exclaiming, After 10 years, you are no longer the naive Wu of the past. He hastily joined his palms into a finger, channeling his true energy to converge upon the two adversaries. 9 Yang returns to 1. Master Chen shouted, the intersection of his finger and long sword resulting in an explosive clash, sending both combatants hurtling backward until they managed to stabilize themselves after several attempts. Master Chen, to kill us both may not be so easy. Zhou Jiang spoke first, a hint of trepidation evident in his tone. He realized that even with all his scheming, it was merely a stalemate. Had Master Chen been at his peak, they might indeed have perished here. Master Chen, hands clasped behind his back, understood that eliminating the two was improbable. As for Lu Ruwu, they could not afford to let him pass. After their fierce exchange, he sensed he was no longer at his zenith. Should the battle persist, his own escape would become uncertain. Yet, he was reluctant to withdraw without a fight, feeling a deep-seated dissatisfaction at the thought of leaving while still holding an advantage. Thus, both parties remained locked in a silent standoff. Clop, clop, clop. A distant sound of hooves echoed, prompting all three to lift their heads in unison. From the direction of Huayan County, a line of cavalry appeared, flag bearing the character for Lu, fully armored from head to toe, their visages obscured. The three bore different mindsets. Gao Qi burst into laughter, exclaiming, Master Chen, it would be best for you to take your leave. The Yin Yun Iron cavalry has arrived, and the young lady has crossed into Hushi. Zhou Jiying also exhaled in relief, while Master Qin's countenance darkened further. Though martial artists often claimed invincibility in battle, facing a well-structured army posed a different challenge. Not only was it difficult to claim a life amidst their ranks, but even escaping would prove arduous. Moreover, these were not ordinary soldiers. They were the battle-hardened Yin Yun Iron Cavalry, where entering their midst equated to a near-certain death. As the hooves drew nearer, a voice called out from the distance, heightening Master Qin's unease. Caught between the decision to stay or flee, he noticed the sound of hooves suddenly cease. Frowning, he dispelled any notion that these cavalrymen had retreated out of fear. Change horses. Draw spears, form ranks, charge with me. The voice rang out from afar, and the clatter of hooves intensified. Master Chun, not one to hesitate, cursed inwardly, swiftly channeling his true energy to propel himself away, and in the blink of an eye, he had covered several paces, his figure vanishing into the snow. Once Master Qin departed, Gao Qi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Zhou Jiying, witnessing this, called out, "Old Gao!" Rushing to his side to support him. "It matters not. This old eunuch is formidable. Had you not arrived in time, my life would likely have been claimed by that Wonren." Gao Qi waved a hand, his face reflecting the joy of survival. Zhou Jiying patted him on the back, chuckling. "Indeed, this old eunuch is no small threat. He was a hair's breadth away from surpassing me a decade ago, and still hasn't caught up." As they conversed, the cavalry approached, their leader halting his steed and stating, "Uncle Gao, the young lady is safe. Let us return to Huainan." Gao Qi nodded, turning to inquire, "Young hero, would you accompany this old man for a while?" Chapter 23. Adding more clothes. Chang'an, at the Landao Temple, Master Baoshu observed the displeased expression on Master Qin's face, his countenance as placid as water, fingers deftly twirling a prayer bead, sipping tea with an air of tranquility. "Master, our affairs hinge upon but an inch of your strength. Were you to lend us your aid, we would have long achieved our goals. How could we have encountered such complications? The opportunity lay within arm's reach." Yet ultimately, he was left with no choice but to retreat, inciting Master Qin's ire. "Ba, why do you speak thus, Master? My temple has also lost 4 of its Buddhist guardians," Master Baoshu replied, his gaze lowered, seemingly unconcerned, as he rotated the prayer beads, embodying the demeanor of an enlightened monk. "Humph," Master Chen scoffed, "we are both ancient foxes. Spare me your theatrics. This old man merely wishes to hedge his bets, offending neither side. With 3 first-tier masters present, and yet my temple has lost 4 fourth-tier guardians. What difference does that make from the loss of 4 swine? Master, we have inquired. Is it the banner that moves? Or the wind? Your interpretation was that it is the heart that stirs. Haha, I see it differently. It is not the heart that stirs, but the heart that wishes for both the banner and the wind to move." The venerable Chen Gonggong, consumed by fury yet forced into a sardonic smile, darkly remarked, "This has become an unrestrained tirade against insults. How could Master Baoshu fail to discern it?" His countenance shifted through a myriad of expressions, only to revert to its usual demeanor in an instant as he spoke. "Ba, heaven possesses a benevolent grace for all living beings. Although the Vajra attendant may not be of the highest cultivation, he remains a disciple of our Buddha's order. Every blade of grass and tree elicits my sorrow. How much more so for a disciple who has accompanied me for many years?" Upon concluding his statement, Chen Gonggong found himself at a loss for words. Could he truly assert that the life of the Vajra attendant is not worth living? Such a declaration would be akin to declaring that his own eunuchs were devoid of humanity. Moreover, the implication of the old man's words was that his reluctance to proceed stemmed from a fear of death, an entirely reasonable and justifiable concern. One cannot compel an aged elder to court death. After all, the master possesses profound Buddhist wisdom, which I greatly admire. Once I return to the capital, I shall certainly visit Lantua Temple with my colleagues to offer incense to our Buddha." Chen Gonggong exited through the door, his tone laced with ire, placing particular emphasis on the words Lantua Temple. Master Baoshu appeared to have disregarded Chen Gonggong's remarks, silently reciting a Buddhist chant as he continued to manipulate his prayer beads. In haste, Chen Gonggong journeyed back to Chang'an, arriving as darkness enveloped the sky. His first inquiry led him to Lantua Temple in search of Master Baoshu. faced with such a situation that entwined Buddhist doctrines with the virtue of benevolence. Even a clay statue would harbor some ire, let alone a living man. Meanwhile, outside Huayan County, a grand carriage traversed the snowy terrain. The carriage was immense, drawn by 4 horses and crafted entirely from century-old pine wood, exuding a faint, natural fragrance. Adorned with gilded and silvered embellishments depicting cloud and thunder patterns, it bore a lantern that flickered with a warm glow. Inside the carriage, Zhao Jiu sat across from Lu Ruwei and Zhou Jiyang, with Gao Qi handling the reins. The 4 exchanged no words. Zhao Jiu quietly cultivated his healing powers, the staggering impact of the first-grade battle still resonating deeply within him. Lu Ruwei, wrapped in a padded cloak, watched anxiously as Zhao Jiu occasionally coughed up blood, her brow furrowed with concern. After a lengthy period of meditation, and having ingested several jade-like pills, he managed to restore a portion of his vitality. Reflecting upon his condition, Zhao Jiu couldn't help but exclaim, "Chen Gonggong is indeed a good man. Thankfully, I did not refer to him as that old eunuch. Otherwise, I might already be a feast for the worms." Observing Zhao Jiu's post-disaster musings on the fragility of life, Lu Ruwei rolled her eyes and turned her head away, while Zhou Jiyang burst into laughter, his beard quivering like a sword upon his thigh. Once he had laughed enough, he spoke slowly, "You've done well, young one, slashing a first-grade foe with your third-grade blade." Zhao Jiu's eyelids twitched in embarrassment, feeling as if he could pierce through the carriage with his awkwardness. "It wasn't that I didn't know. Had I known he was first grade, I would have already called him my godfather. That is a clever approach. The old eunuch seems quite fond of you." Lu Ruwei shot Zhao Jiu a knowing glance and handed him a damp handkerchief. Zhao Jiu accepted it without hesitation, removing his human skin mask to wipe away the dried blood that marred his face. As he cleaned himself, he puzzled over the matter. The 4 supervisors of the inner palace referred to Qian, Feng, Li, and He, correct? During the reign of the late emperor, they were appointed to accompany the crown prince. And upon his ascension, they naturally became the 4 most powerful eunuchs within the palace. Zhou Jiyang rhythmically tapped his sword against his leg, stammering, "They're all first grade, indeed, and perhaps even more." Listening to Zhou Jiyang's words, Zhao Jiu felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. Those without roots undoubtedly possessed an innate advantage. What of Master Baoshu? Is the abbot of Lantua Temple also meddling in this affair? Considering the 4 Vajra attendants of the dilapidated temple, Zhao Jiu pondered further. Baoshu is a man of profound schemes, a seed of Zen practice since childhood. He would not involve himself in such matters. At most, a few young acolytes might be sent to intervene, but it would take the Buddha himself to persuade him. Zhou Jiyang chuckled lightly, continuing, "Do not underestimate Master Baoshu. In terms of Buddhist mastery, he ranks among the top 3 in the current era, and certainly within the top 10. Your failure to enter Lantua Temple was likely his doing. Over a decade ago, Lantua Temple produced a bodhisattva whose profound wisdom radiated with light upon his birth, rumored to be the one with the highest potential for Buddhahood. Thus, aside from matters concerning the bodhisattva, Baoshu does not involve himself further. Chen Gonggong must have made certain concessions, or else Zhou Jiyang left his sentence unfinished. But Zhao Jiu understood all too well. It was merely a matter of a few lives. Such lives at the bottom of the social hierarchy have always been deemed worthless. Forget seeking revenge. Even Lantua Temple might not acknowledge them. Observing Zhao Jiu's indifference, Zhou Jiyang chose not to elaborate further, instead asking, "Are you coming along, young one?" "I am accustomed to solitude," Zhao Jiu replied, returning the handkerchief to Lu Ruwei, who declined to take it back, suggesting he keep it for himself. Outside the carriage, Gao Qi, who had been driving, overheard Zhao Jiu's words, lifted the curtain, and handed him 2 silver notes. Zhao Jiu accepted them without hesitation, placing them in his pocket. After all, this was his hard-earned reward. Taking it was only natural. Gao Qi smiled at Zhao Jiu's demeanor and remarked, "Young man, why not stay in Hushi? I dare not make promises. But with your talent, first-grade status is not far off." Zhao Jiu remained noncommittal. Anyone could paint grand visions, but only what was tangible held true value. Otherwise, it was merely a case of longing for something unattainable. Besides, achieving third-grade status so swiftly was still reliant on the system. He was well aware of his own limitations. Without the system, he might still be tilling fields in Jiangnan, and of course, that was not to say agricultural work was beneath him. But earning silver and honing martial skills offered far greater prospects. Seeing Zhao Jiu's resolve, Gao-Qi said nothing more. Each had their own aspirations, and one could not impose their will upon another. Exchanging the silver notes for Kaishin points, Zhao Ju noted that there was still a considerable sum of silver sent by the He family waiting in the wings. The pressing need was to elevate his strength. He opened his interface, murmuring, "Host, Zhao Ju cultivation level, 3rd grade martial arts, star chasing and moon pursuing, perfected, Taoist scriptures, Taiching Yushu Jing, 6th layer, heavenly origin blade technique, entry level, secret techniques, Tang sect mysteries, 1,000 flowers and 10,000 buds, disguise technique, breath control technique Kaishin points, 24600." Gazing at the influx of Kaishin points, Zhao Ju beamed with delight. There was no end to spend them. Leaving Hashi would surely entail a lavish expenditure. A chance to retaliate against his past impoverished days. The carriage clattered along, and in the dimness of night, the city walls gradually came into view. Zhao Ju patted Gao-Qi on the shoulder, saying, "Let us stop here. I want to be entering the city." Gao-Qi pulled on the reins, bringing the carriage to a halt. Zhao Ju stepped out, followed silently by Lu Ruwei. "Lady Lu, parting is such sweet sorrow. I bid you farewell, for the winds and snow grow fierce." Zhao Ju returned the handkerchief to Lu Ruwei with a bow. She accepted it, stepping forward to wipe the blood from the corner of Zhao Ju's mouth. Tucking the handkerchief into his embrace, facing the biting wind and snow, her eyes sparkled in the glimmering light, her disheveled hair dancing as she offered her farewell. "Young master, do dress warmly. The chill is intense." Chapter 24. Is it my fault? On the official road, a group of travelers, along with a carriage, trekked through the snow. This entourage comprised over 20, but less than 30 individuals, apart from those inside the carriage. The rest were mounted on horseback. At the forefront was a man with dark skin, a long scar running from his left eye down to his lip, nearly covering his entire face, with a hawkish nose, thin lips, and a short stubble on his chin. His eyes squinted yet gleamed with a sharp light. His physique was lean, not particularly tall. Standing just above 5 feet, but shy of 6, he clearly bore the hallmarks of a martial artist. This man was Lin Zhang, the deputy head of the Qingyun escort agency from Liangzhou. The group had just delivered a shipment to Chang'an and, while en route back to Liangzhou, received a new assignment to escort a scholar back to Yunzhou. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the winter sun, while bright, offered little warmth. Lin Zhang halted his horse and raised his hand, signaling for the others to stop. A rider from behind approached Lin Zhang and inquired, "Boss, why the sudden halt? It's nearly dark. The snowfall has been light these past few days. Ahead lies a forest. According to our schedule, we should be nearing Fangtu Mountain shortly. This area is rife with banditry. Take 2 men and scout ahead," Lin Zhang instructed, gesturing towards the woods ahead. The man behind him responded affirmatively, then called out, "Old 7, little 9, come with me. The rest, stay put." With that, he led 3 men forward into the forest, while the others spread out, keeping a vigilant watch on their surroundings. The trio galloped into the woods, and the lead man gestured, prompting Old 7 and Little 9 to disperse in different directions. All 3 had military backgrounds as scouts and shared a tacit understanding. Their movements required no explanation, as even a glance sufficed to convey intentions. In less than 15 minutes, the 3 regrouped, exchanging glances and shaking their heads in unison. An unspoken agreement had been reached. The leader nodded in comprehension and said, "You 2 continue ahead. I'll relay a message back to the boss." With that, he reined in his horse and turned back. Upon seeing only one person returning, Lin Zhang quickly asked, "Old Lu, did you find anything amiss?" Old Lu shook his head. "No, neither man nor beast. I had Old 7 and Little 9 scout further away. If something were amiss, we'd be prepared to react." "Then we'll camp in the woods tonight," Lin Zhang signaled, leading the group deeper into the forest. The party gathered dry branches to start a fire, and as they cooked their meal, darkness enveloped the sky. Lin Zhang, gnawing on a flatbread, turned to offer a bun to the young scholar who had just descended from the carriage. "Mr. Lin, we share the same surname. We're practically family. Once we return to Liangzhou, you must stay a while longer. My son needs to learn to read and write from you. Indeed, it is always a good thing to wish to learn. I may be lacking, but I am willing to teach with utmost dedication." The scholar, surnamed Lin and named Ziyu, was one of the few individuals in Liangzhou who had successfully passed the imperial examination. With a gentle countenance, his hair was neatly gathered with a wooden hairpin, and he wore a robe made of hemp and cotton. exuding an air of scholarly refinement. When others encountered Lin Ziyu, they greeted him warmly, indicating his notable reputation in Liangzhou. As the group dined, old Lu suddenly raised his head, gestured for silence, and then bent down, pressing his ear to the ground to listen intently. After a moment, he slowly raised his head, looked at the others, and said, "Someone is approaching us." As the sound of a horse could be heard. Upon hearing this, everyone drew their weapons, and the atmosphere grew solemn, with only the crackling of the fire breaking the silence. In the distance, from the woods, a figure led a horse slowly toward the group at the escort agency. It was Zhao Jiao, who had parted ways with Lu Ruwei. Over the past half-month, Zhao had traveled south from Chang'an, initially intending to return to Bianzhou. However, en route, he received a message via carrier pigeon from Lu Ji, who informed him that Jiangnan had descended into chaos, with the death of the imperial envoy having far-reaching consequences. The numerous officials in Jiangnan, including the Jinyui and eunuchs, were eager to distance themselves from the turmoil, behaving almost like obedient dogs. When ordered to seal off cities, they complied. When commanded to arrest individuals, they did so without question. And when told to confiscate property, they executed the orders. Not only were assassins being hunted, but even officials with the slightest connection to the matter were being apprehended, resulting in overcrowded prisons throughout Jiangnan. Fear permeated the populace, with everyone feeling insecure. Lu Ji advised Zhao Jiao to hide for a while, as returning to Jiangnan could lead to his discovery. Zhao understood that under such circumstances, he could not return to Bianzhou. Having traveled southward and unable to go back to Jiangnan, he decided to divert his journey towards Shu. Passing through this area was merely coincidental, noticing a flicker of firelight in the distance. Zhao led his horse in that direction. As Zhao emerged from the woods, leading his horse, the group's expressions turned serious. They did not believe that an ordinary person could approach silently through the snow. Nor would a common individual dare to approach a group armed with weapons. Zhao remained silent, sitting at a distance with his horse, calmly starting a fire as though the group did not exist. Lin, exchanging glances with old Lu, signaled for the others to lower their weapons, treating the situation as if nothing had occurred. Despite their doubts, the group gradually sheathed their weapons, and once calm was restored, Lin approached Zhao with a gentle inquiry. "Young brother, I am Lin Zhang, the deputy head of the Qingyun escort agency in Liangzhou. May I ask for your name?" "I am Zhao Jiao, hailing from Chang'an." Zhao replied coolly. He was not unreasonable. Since the other party had sheathed their weapons first, it would be impolite for him to remain silent, especially as they bore no ill intent. Engaging in conversation could ease the weariness of the journey. Seeing Zhao so amiable, Lin felt his guard lower slightly and continued. "May I ask where you are headed?" "Why are you traveling alone?" "To Liangzhou, to enjoy the scenic beauty." As the ancient said, "Reading thousands of books is not as valuable as traveling thousands of miles." "Oh, I did not expect that you, Zhao brother, are a scholar. I must have misjudged. I have never participated in the imperial examinations, and I cannot even be considered a dongxing, let alone a scholar," Zhao said with a smile. Waving his hand dismissively, "I have trained in martial arts since childhood and possess some knowledge of combat, which is why I travel alone to explore the mountains I see. So you come from a lineage of martial arts. No wonder you dare to venture out alone to enjoy the scenery. May I ask, what is your ranking in martial arts?" Lin asked with a look of astonishment. "To be modest, after enduring countless hardships, I have just barely entered the 4th rank. I am hardly a master," Zhao replied. He knew Lin had misunderstood, but he had no intention of revealing his true capabilities. It would be foolish to divulge everything in just a few sentences. It is always wise to remain cautious when traveling. Lin fell silent. Having just entered the 6th rank at nearly 50 years of age, it was surprising to see this youth, barely older than his own son, already at the 4th rank. Anyone would be rendered speechless in such a situation. With an awkward smile, he muttered something about youthful talent and then sat down, feeling somewhat dejected. Zhao could sense Lin's dismay. "Is it my fault for having a system?" he thought. Did he really need to announce his unique circumstances to everyone? As he roasted his fire, he silently began to meditate and practice his cultivation. Chapter 26. Leave? Wouldn't that mean you've come for nothing? The third chief grinned, his beard quivering, his eyes glinting with a ferocious light, resembling a predatory beast. Zhao remained non-committal, believing it beneath him to engage in a conflict with such a person. "Ha ha, The short-bearded man frowned slightly. The unperturbed demeanor of the fair-skinned scholar was utterly illogical. Not only did he show no signs of panic in the presence of so many armed men, but he also dared to openly mock them. This calmness, bordering on disdain, set off alarm bells in his mind. Could this young man be a master? He glanced at the middle-aged man with a goatee beside the third chief. The goateed man, sensing the glance, felt a twinge of doubt. His martial arts were unique, allowing him to perceive even the slightest fluctuations of internal energy. Yet, he felt nothing from Zhao. He shook his head, signaling to the short-bearded man to test Zhao. The short-bearded man nodded in understanding and stepped forward, leaning toward the third chief to whisper, "Chief, the strategist cannot discern his true strength. Just to be safe, let us test him. We must not provoke someone we cannot afford to challenge." The third chief, a man of some intellect, pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. The short-bearded man approached Zhao on horseback. Chuckling amiably, "I am Qin Heir from Fengtu Mountain. May I ask where you, young brother, hail from and where you're headed?" Zhao raised an eyebrow, realizing that this group of bandits possessed some cunning. Aware enough to probe for information. However, he remained composed, continuing to roast his fire without responding to Qin Heir's inquiry. "Esteemed heroes, this Zhao brother here is from Chang'an, traveling to Liangzhou to visit family. His family possesses some wealth, but when visiting relatives, one does not carry excessive silver, does one?" Lin interjected, sensing Zhao's silence as an opportunity to defuse the tension. Although unaware of Zhao's background, cultivating goodwill with the other party was always prudent. Upon hearing this, the third chief flew into a rage. "I did not ask you. Who do you think you are to speak? You would do well to heed my advice, young brother," Qin Heir said with a smile. His tone laced with menace. Zhao cast Qin Heir a cold glance and retorted, "If you have the guts, then make your move. Why waste your breath? Good lad," Qin Heir exclaimed, then threw two flying daggers. One landed beside the fire, kicking up a flurry of snow, while the other struck the fire itself, scattering embers in all directions. "You see, we seek wealth, not death. 50 taels is not much. If you and your companions turn and leave, how about it?" "I find that proposal unsatisfactory." Zhao stood, producing a flying dagger that pierced a nearby tree with a satisfying thud, leaving only the tip visible. "Pfft," Qin Heir snorted dismissively. "I thought you were a master. But anyone can do that. He'll be frank. I could do even better." Zhao disregarded the reactions of the onlookers and threw another dagger, which rang out as it struck the tail of the first dagger. The second dagger landed perfectly behind the first, showing no sign of falling, while the first dagger remained steadfast, unmoved. This display stunned both groups. Qin Heir, the third chief, and the goateed man all wore serious expressions. They could replicate the first dagger's throw, but the second was a different matter altogether. It required not only precision but also a delicate balance of force. Too much would push the first dagger deeper, while too little would result in a poorly thrown second dagger. They knew they could not achieve such a feat. Zhao observed their grave expressions with an unperturbed demeanor, remaining silent as he produced yet another dagger. Qin Heir and his companions widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom that Zhao would attempt a third throw. Yet the dagger in his hand was undeniably real. Meanwhile, Lin and his companions exchanged glances, their astonishment palpable. Although they had known Zhao was a fourth-rank practitioner, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. As Zhao prepared to throw his third dagger, their minds raced with confusion. Was Zhao truly contemplating a violent outburst? With a resounding clang, the third dagger struck the second, perfectly aligned as the previous two had been, with the first dagger remaining immovable. The three daggers formed a straight line, unwavering and precise. This display transformed the expressions of Lin's group and the mountain bandits led by the third chief into sheer astonishment, leaving everyone speechless. "Shall I still hand over my silver, esteemed heroes?" Zhao inquired with a chilling smile, emphasizing each word, particularly the term heroes. The third chief, Qin Heir, and the goateed man hurriedly shook their heads, as though the next dagger would find its mark in their foreheads. "No, no, we are not heroes. You are the hero, a great hero. We shall leave this instant," the third chief stammered, his face a mix of laughter and tears. Filled with conflicting emotions, he tossed his pouch of coins at Lin's feet, repeatedly apologizing with an ingratiating smile. "I was blind and did not recognize the mountain. We'll take our leave now." esteemed gentleman. Please grant me leniency with that. He slapped himself several times, and upon seeing Lin's lack of response, he turned his horse to depart. Hold on. I have a few questions for you. Zhao smiled gently, his demeanor warm and his face adorned with a subtle smile that enveloped those around him in a refreshing breeze of spring. Upon witnessing this scene, the third master turned pale, cold sweat trickling down his brow. The scholar's beaming visage instilled an unsettling sense that a flying dagger might pierce through at any moment. Yet, feigning ignorance was not an option. He had no choice but to dismount in trepidation, bowing respectfully while clasping his hands repeatedly, and spoke. If the esteemed hero inquires, I shall speak without reservation, and I dare not utter a single falsehood. I ask you, having traversed through the icy expanse, what have you failed to procure? Is that not inappropriate? Inappropriate? Ah, nay, it is entirely appropriate, too appropriate. The third master shook his head, then abruptly nodded vigorously. Zhao, twirling a dagger in his hand, chuckled. You claim to speak no lies, did you not? Allow me to inquire once more. Is it appropriate? Unsure whether to laugh or cry, the third master could only helplessly reply, Is it not? Inappropriate? Ah, precisely. Let me ask you again. Having been roused from slumber by your intrusion, is that not also inappropriate? Indeed, it is certainly inappropriate to disturb the hero's rest. We must take our leave. We must. Upon uttering this, he slapped himself twice. Noticing that Zhao had ceased his inquiries, the third master cautiously suggested, Then, esteemed hero, please continue your rest. I shall take my leave now. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, Zhao raised the dagger to his gaze, shaking his head. Leave? That would render your journey futile, would it not? And I would awaken for naught? Chapter 26. Pray tell, what does it mean to show filial piety? Esteemed hero, should I depart? The third master was on the brink of despair, questioning whether he should indeed leave. Zhao's cheerful demeanor made him feel that any displeasure from Zhao would surely spell his doom before dawn. Zhao maintained his pleasant smile, his tone soothing like that of a nurturing teacher. What I mean is that departing in such a manner would not bode well for anyone. Do you understand? The third master scratched his head, glancing around in confusion. If not this way, then how should they proceed? Crawl, perhaps? With a throng of subordinates watching, would he really crawl? Just then, Qian Yin, observing the third master's predicament, hurriedly approached and whispered in his ear, Third master, I believe this young man desires money. Upon hearing this, the third master's pupils dilated as he pondered. Realizing that Qian Yin's interpretation was not far off, he turned back, blinking in confusion at Qian Gan. Qian Yin nodded and quietly retreated to the side. Esteemed hero, after careful consideration, it is merely our ignorance that has disturbed you. My brothers have pooled together a bit, as a token of our respect for you. The third master smiled radiantly, akin to a newlywed groom. Proclaiming loudly, Third master, do explain. What does filial piety entail? Why, it is simply showing filial piety. The third master's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Pray, elucidate. Zhao pointed at the third master, his tone solemn. It is showing you filial piety. How else could I explain? Do explain. What exactly is this filial piety? Filial piety is, well, we have prepared 150 tales, to allow the esteemed hero to rest peacefully. That is filial piety. Is it not clear enough? Qian Yin interjected hastily, his voice trembling, a grimace upon his face. Brother, this is indeed a delightful surprise. Zhao grasped the third master's hand, beaming with joy. So when will you present it to me? The third master, as if reborn, gasped for breath and replied, Right away, it shall be done immediately. After which, a group encircled him, and shortly after, the third master returned, cradling a pouch of coins. Esteemed hero, may I now take my leave? I never said you could not leave, Zhao innocently replied, accepting the pouch with feigned confusion. Did I not state that I forbade your departure? The third master felt as though a great weight had been lifted. Urgently beckoning his companions to mount and turning to flee, Zhao was left speechless. He was not a fearsome beast, so what was there to dread? The surrounding guards stared in disbelief. They had never witnessed someone articulate extortion so nobly. The artistic merit was immense. It must be preserved. Such prowess in martial arts, if I attempted such a ruse, I would likely be preparing for my funeral rites long before, Lin Zheng mused inwardly. Zhao cast a glance at the guards, then resumed his position, sitting cross-legged to meditate quietly. Exchanging for fortune points, he silently recited, "Just acquired 150 taels converted into 1,500 fortune points." He certainly would not frivolously extort this group of mountain bandits. Merely out of boredom had he jested with the system, inquiring whether the extorted silver could be exchanged for fortune points. The system's reply was, "As long as effort is exerted, it counts." Thus, Zhao painstakingly showcased his dagger-throwing skills in a seamless line. Unexpectedly, the system regarded this as a performance. Life is arduous, and assassins must perform. The sanguine artist Zhao proclaimed, "Performing, one may falter. Who can guarantee a lifetime without error? If a patron insists on paying more, is it not support for the arts?" With this reasoning, it appeared entirely justified. Even within the mountains, there exists artistry. Consequently, Zhao's fortune points surged to 26100. Just in time. The system marketplace refreshed with new elixirs. Tongxian Dan, akin to Peiyuan Dan, priced at 500 fortune points per vial. With each vial containing 5 pills, Tongxian Dan not only refines true energy, rendering it more profound and pure, but also enhances one's comprehension of the heavens and earth, fostering greater momentum. It is the most suitable elixir for those of the 3rd grade and above. Without further ado, he purchased 5 vials of Tongxian Dan and 1 vial of Baiyu Shengji Dan, spending 3,500 fortune points. Zhao never skimped on himself. Possessing superior elixirs meant he would utilize them at the earliest opportunity. Exiting the system marketplace, he ventured into the special sale section, finding most items exorbitantly priced, often in the hundreds of millions, even trillions. Though tempted, Zhao remained aware of his own limitations. After bypassing 4 excessively costly items, he finally halted at the last one, Tangmin Xuanqi, Shigugu Xiaohuan. Not expensive, merely 2,000 fortune points. Purchased, Zhao's heart swelled with exuberance. He must exact vengeance on those impoverished days. Taiqing Yushu Classic, upgrade. Tianyuan Sword Technique, upgrade. Gui Shi Technique upgraded to Lian Shi Technique, upgrade. Yirong Technique upgraded to Geitu Huanmian, upgrade. After a flurry of operations, his 26,100 fortune points dwindled to 14,600. Truly, money flowed like water. Over 10,000 fortune points vanished in an instant. Yet, Zhao felt an overwhelming joy. His strength was the bedrock of all. Although parting with fortune points was somewhat disheartening, the enhancement of his strength was undeniable. The Taiqing Yushu Classic ascended to the 7th layer, significantly bolstering the flow of true energy. If the 6th layer resembled a gentle stream, the 7th layer was a cascading waterfall. The difference was self-evident. The Tianyuan Sword Technique reached minor completion, seamlessly comprehending the 2nd form. After asking heaven comes opening heaven, transforming hundreds of knife intents into a singular, concentrated force. Though the range may have diminished, the edge became sharper, and the lethality more focused. If asking heaven was a flurry of blades, opening heaven was a singular strike honed to perfection. With true energy now more concentrated and deadly. What delighted Zhao the most was the upgrade of the Yirong Technique and Gui Shi Technique to Geitu Huanmian and Lian Shiju. Respectively, in contrast to the Yirong Technique, Geitu Huanmian could alter his bones and flesh to resemble another person entirely, rendering human skin masks obsolete. The transformation also appeared more natural, allowing changes in voice, height, and skin condition, effectively becoming another individual. Meanwhile, Lian Shiju was a refined version of Gui Shi Technique, capable of masking his true energy fluctuations to an imperceptible level, making it nearly undetectable without deliberate focus. The enhancements were substantial. The combination of Lian Shiju and Geitu Huanmian allowed him to approach and observe targets with remarkable stealth. Conversely, the recently acquired Shigugu Xiaohuan did not elicit much surprise from Zhao. While the true energy-infused poison of Qianhua Wanrui could achieve similar effects, Shigugu Xiaohuan merely amplified the toxicity. It was not a significant leap in capability. Its sole purpose seemed to be obliterating evidence. Given its characteristic of extreme corrosiveness, merely another tool in his arsenal. Upon opening the panel, having expended such fortune points, Zhao felt compelled to assess his changes. Host, Zhao Jiu Cultivation, 5th grade martial arts, Chasing Stars and Moon, Perfection, Taiqing Yushu Classic, 7th layer, Tianyuan Sword Technique, Minor Completion, Secret Techniques, Tangmin Xuanqi, Qianhua Wanrui Shigugu Xiaohuan, Geitu Huanmian, Lian Shiju fortune points, 14600 at last. He could see the summit. Chapter 27. Let the Jianghu witness the blade's edge. In the capital, winter had firmly taken hold. The snow fell thick as carpets, the yellow tiles and green walls vanished beneath a blanket of white. Outside the ceremonial office, the accumulated snow had become quite substantial. A few green-clad eunuchs, trembling in the cold, huddled at the entrance, while inside, the charcoal fire blazed brightly. 3 red-robed eunuchs sat around a square table, sipping tea. The warmth of the charcoal fire enveloped the room, yet the 3 men wore only thin, ordinary garments, feeling no chill whatsoever. Steam rose from their teacups, fragrant with the aroma of this year's first harvest of jade buds. In the vast realm of Deqi, only the tea produced in the 3 gardens of Jiangnan can be deemed as yuya, a tribute tea. The 3 eunuchs, who are fortunate enough to savor the first spring harvest, undoubtedly wield immense power. Among them are the chief eunuch, Lord Feng, and the scribal eunuch, Lords He and Li. Lord He, slightly plumper than the other 2, despite being over 50, shows no signs of aging and remains vibrant. After savoring a sip of tea, he puts down his cup, closes his eyes to relish the flavor, and then smiles, saying, "Godfather, the yuya has been unearthed. Yet the 3rd hasn't returned. It seems the 4th is not destined to enjoy this first spring yuya. Ha ha ha, the 3rd is indeed deprived of such a blessing." Lord Feng, seated in the main position, leisurely sets down his cup and responds with a sense of ease. On the other side, lordly, slender in stature, with meticulously combed graying hair, hawk-like eyes, a hooked nose, thin lips, and a long face, possesses an unmistakably cunning demeanor. Like the others, he takes a sip of tea, then blows on the surface, releasing a sigh, while leaning over to light a dry smoke on the charcoal stove, squinting as he speaks. "Second brother, do not be impatient. The journey from Chang'an to the capital spans over a month. Even the swiftest travel would take 10 days to half a month. It will come soon." Contrary to his appearance, Lord Li's voice is exceedingly gentle and melodic, dreaming of poetry. The fragrant buds emerge from the thicket, while the old man seals the fate of the exiled immortal. Tonight, the moon over the Xiang River illuminates the swirling blossoms in abundance. Good tea is rare. Let us savor it, and we can patiently await the 3rd's return. With his eyes closed, Lord Feng appears to be savoring the aroma of the tea, exuding tranquility. Lords He and Li offer a hum of agreement, each indulging in their respective cups, leaving the room filled only with the delicate clinking of cups and the fragrant aroma of tea. "Lord Qian, you have returned." The voice of the duty eunuch from outside abruptly interrupts their refined gathering. "Curse that rascal." Lord He is the first to speak, his smile vanishing. The expressions of the other 2 eunuchs also darken. "Is the ancestor in the duty room?" A low voice calls from outside. "Yes, the ancestor is indeed discussing matters with Lord Qian." A cheerful voice follows. Hearing this, Lord Feng smiles slightly. "Second brother, that must be your godson Su Ling outside, right?" "Indeed, it is Su Ling, that clever lad," Lord He responds, his demeanor shifting from grim to bright. Lord Feng nods with a smile. Cleverness is indeed a virtue. It enables one to accomplish good deeds. Let us finish our tea before we go out to greet him. As the 3 open the door to the duty room, a weary Lord Qian is already at the steps. Upon seeing them emerge, his eyes light up, and he hastily kneels, exclaiming, "Godfather, good child, it is wonderful that you have returned. It is chilly outside. Let us speak within." "Second brother, allow the duty eunuchs to withdraw," Lord Feng urges, taking a few rapid steps to assist Lord Qian. "Did you not hear the ancestor's words? All of you, leave," the duty eunuch replies. Inside the duty room, Lord Qian, without taking time to change into his regular attire, begins, "Godfather, your godson has failed in his duties. I beseech you to punish me. You did not bring the person back?" Indeed, Lord Feng's expression turns grave, and the other 2 eunuchs remain silent, their faces stern. "The treasure tree did not act?" Lord Feng finally speaks after taking a seat. "Not at all. That old wretch was preoccupied with placing bets on both sides. Not only did he refrain from taking action himself, but the few he sent were merely 4 guards, who became corpses before we even laid eyes on them," Lord Qian says, his face marked with displeasure. Striving to maintain his composure as for Zhou Jiyang's intervention, coupled with the cavalry behind, my son dared not pursue further. Upon saying this, Lord Qin kneels, his head bowed in a show of contrition. Lord Feng closes his eyes, seemingly deep in thought, while the portly lord he assists Lord Qin back to his feet. Third brother, this is not your fault. None could have anticipated such an occurrence. Godfather is not unreasonable. Rise, and let us discuss this further. Opening his eyes, Lord Feng inhales deeply. Ah, an imperial envoy has perished in Jiangnan without explanation, and we failed to retain our people in Chang'an. A season fraught with troubles. The banditry in Shu, the disloyalty in Hushi, and the northern who repeatedly encroaching our borders, alongside the unrest in Annan. The challenges are numerous, yet the greatest burden lies with His Majesty. It is our duty as servants to alleviate the Emperor's worries. Third brother, now that you have returned, do not leave again. You will take over second brother's duties. Second brother, it is arduous for you to travel to Jiangnan. With the new year approaching, we must sacrifice a few pigs for the festivities. Eldest brother, you have borne the most toil. While the Jinui Zhuilong and Jin El Nyang take care of matters, gather some individuals from the two agencies to traverse the rivers and lakes. In recent years, the people of the rivers and lakes have grown audacious. They pay lip service while secretly defying us. Those unaware might believe we have become part of the gentry. Ha 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 ha. It is time to show the rivers and lakes a taste of blood and the sharpness of blades. Upon hearing this, the three respond in unison, yes, Godfather. Lord Feng nods, his expression inscrutable, and prepares to continue. Third brother, remain for a moment. Very well, Godfather. Your son takes his leave, Lords He and Li both say. Once the door closes, Lord Feng stands, fills a pot with water, and personally brews a pot of tea. Placing it before Lord Qin, saying, Third brother, it seems you have reached this age without realizing it. Back in the day, when you first entered the Eastern Palace, you were but a teenager. Now, nearly 40 years have passed. Over 38 years, all thanks to Godfather's guidance. Whether sincere or feigned, your words are appreciated, my dear child. Lord Feng interrupts Lord Qin, who was about to speak, and continues, I do not know if you all consider me family, but I truly regard you as my sons. What parent does not wish for their children to thrive? I have sent eldest brother on a journey to conclude matters for you. Third brother, this task has not been executed well, Godfather. Lord Qin's voice quakes with emotion, nearly breaking into a cry, his eyes brimming with tears. Patting Lord Qin's shoulder and wiping away his tears, Lord Feng reassures. Third brother, rest a moment. You understand the rationale. We need not elaborate on family matters. Let us focus on executing our duties. We must change into official attire and prepare to serve the Emperor. Chapter 28. The tavern outside Liangzhou City. After 7 or 8 days of relentless travel, the group finally arrives at Liangzhou City. The fatigue from the journey seems to dissolve like ice and snow upon sighting the city walls. And many faces light up with joy, particularly Lin Zheng. At last, we have arrived. All is well at home. Lin Zheng, leading his horse, expresses his sentiments. Indeed, home is the best, the convoy members happily echoed. Mr. Lin, Liangzhou is just ahead. The snow is heavy and the wind fierce. Dismount for a moment to avoid catching a chill, Lin Ziyu suggests, dismounting the carriage and engaging in light-hearted conversation with the group. Only Zhao Ju remains mounted, taking in the scenery of Shu. Along the way, Zhao Ju received 2 messages via carrier pigeons from Lu Ji, both advising him to remain hidden and not to return, as significant events were anticipated in Jiangnan. Zhao Jiu, not concealing anything, informed Lu Ji in his response that he was nearing Liangzhou City, but received no further replies. Lin Biao, do you know if there are any courtyards available for lease in Liangzhou City? Zhao Ju suddenly inquires while still on horseback. Lin Zheng, though puzzled, promptly replies, I doubt there are any for lease. However, given the instability in Liangzhou in recent years, there are a few properties for sale, albeit at a steep price. After a moment of thought, he adds, May I ask, young brother, what are your intentions for purchasing a courtyard? To open a tavern, for without a place to stay, how can I enjoy the mountains and rivers? A tavern, you say? There are indeed some available, but the prices are quite challenging, Lin Zheng responds, somewhat at a loss. Zhao Ju chuckles, confidently declaring, money is not an issue, as long as it is habitable, if convenient. I kindly ask Lin Biao to take me to see it. Rest assured, Zhao will not neglect your efforts. That is not the intention. Lin Zheng gestures repeatedly, flustered. I have been away from Liangzhou for several months and am unaware of which courtyards have been sold. Since you wish to see, I shall accompany you. Zhao Jiu clasps his fists in gratitude. Thank you, Biao. However, I must insist on paying for it, as I would feel remiss otherwise. Lin Zheng no longer protests. How could he turn down an offer that was so firmly made? It is only polite to accept. The group walks for a quarter of an hour, cheerfully entering the city, while the others follow old Lu back to the escort agency. Lin Zheng and Zhao Jiu lead their horses to inspect the courtyard. After traversing several streets and turning a few corners, they finally locate a secluded courtyard. Lin Zheng steps forward to knock on the door, and shortly after, a stout middle-aged man opens it. Upon seeing Lin Zheng, he quickly bows, exclaiming, Lin Biao, you have returned from your escort mission? Please, come in. Lin Zheng's face brightens. Brother Zhou, I have just returned to Liangzhou, and this young brother seeks to purchase a courtyard. I thought your place would be suitable, so I brought him to take a look. Why apologies for the intrusion, though? Is this the young brother you mentioned? The middle-aged man exclaims with delight. Come in, young brother. You are truly a promising talent. Zhao Jiu, not one to be shy, returns the greeting and follows Lin Zheng into the courtyard. The middle-aged man shows them around the courtyard. It is spacious, nearly an acre in size, with unobstructed front and back views, lacking excessive decoration. The front gate opens onto a quiet street, while the back gate is adjacent to a river, surrounded by lush trees, offering seclusion. This courtyard resembles a rabbit hole, interconnected yet sufficiently hidden, making it ideal for someone like Zhao Jiu, who finds himself quite satisfied. Standing in the front yard, Zhao Jiu surveys the courtyard walls, nodding in approval and speaks first. Brother Zhou, this courtyard is indeed commendable. I am quite satisfied. So please name your price. Alas, young brother, since you are sincerely interested, I, Zhou, shall likewise offer a fair price of 800 taels. It cannot be reduced further. I have also expended considerable silver in preparations. Were it not for the uncertain situation in Liangzhou, I would be reluctant to part with it. The middle-aged man spoke with a hint of sorrow, his eyes flickering, unmistakably revealing his reluctance. Zhao chuckled softly. For him, 800 taels was not a significant sum, given that there was plenty of silver in his space, and he could not exchange it for fortune points. He thought, why not spend it? Perceiving the middle-aged man's hesitation, he solemnly stated, 800 taels it shall be. I will also cover the costs for the land deed and documentation, but it must be swift. Ideally, we should settle the transaction today. The middle-aged man reined in his sorrow. Very well. Since you are so straightforward, I shall not delay. Today, I have no other matters to attend to, so let us proceed to the government office to amend the land deed. Zhao did not linger either. He retrieved 800 taels in silver notes from his pocket, which was actually from his space, and handed them to the middle-aged man. Lin Zheng happened to be present, serving as a witness as the three made their way to the government office, exchanged the silver, and completed the amendment of the land deed. From that moment forth, the courtyard belonged to Zhao. Upon returning to the courtyard, the middle-aged man departed midway, leaving only Zhao and Lin Zheng. Gazing at the expansive courtyard, Lin Zheng's eyes brimmed with envy, while Zhao could not suppress his laughter. Regardless of time or place, having a roof over one's head is a significant source of contentment. He slipped 10 taels of silver into Lin Zheng's hand and inquired, Lin, do you know of any skilled carpenters? I wish to have a sign made. Indeed, there are some near the escort agency. I shall arrange for them to craft one. What words should be inscribed? Lin Zheng replied. Simply the word small tavern will suffice, Zhao responded, handing Lin Zheng an additional 20 taels of silver. I will leave the sign to your capable hands. Lin Zheng accepted the silver and nodded. Young brother, I will deliver it to you in 5 days. As for the drinking vessels, they must be ordered. And as for the wine, I am truly unable to assist. Zhao nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Zheng did not linger further. He expressed his gratitude to Zhao and hurriedly departed. In the subsequent half-month, Zhao busied himself with various tasks in the courtyard. After all, a tavern must appear somewhat authentic. It would be quite abnormal for it to lack even a drop of wine. However, he could not procure any liquor himself, as he was not focused on running a business. His primary aim was merely to find a place to take refuge. He decided to send Six-Finger to Fij to have him deliver several carts of fine wine. Time passed swiftly, and another half-month went by. The sign and the furnishings that Lin Zheng had sent were now in place. And apart from the wine, Everything else was prepared. Fortunately, Six Finger had sent word back, stating that he was en route to Liangzhou. After waiting 3 days, Zhao finally welcomed Six Finger's cart as the sun dipped below the horizon. And indeed, it was laden with wine. Reuniting with an old friend, Zhao was not at all hesitant. He specially brewed a pot of fine local wine and laid out a lavish spread of dishes. The two sat in the backyard, toasting and conversing under the moonlight. After a few cups, Zhao was the first to inquire, Six Finger, what is happening in Bianzhou? I cannot even return home. Six Finger, as ever, used his left hand, missing a finger, to crack peanuts, slurping down the wine. Although he was missing several teeth, he savored the beef with great delight. Once they had indulged to the point of rosy cheeks, he wiped his hands on his garment and replied, Do not concern yourself with affairs in Jiangnan. You saved my life, I will not betray you. The situation in Jiangnan is beyond our control. Even the locals cannot sway it. At this, he seemed to recall something with trepidation, downing several more gulps of wine. You have not witnessed it. The Zhao family, a century-old clan, was raided without warning. Their lives are valued no differently than that of swine. Zhao was equally astonished. The Zhao family was nearly a household name in Bianzhou. It was said they had flourished since the time of the Taizu, and to call them a century-old clan was no exaggeration. Their ancestors had produced a high-ranking official, and although they had fallen from grace in recent generations, they still held a fifth-rank official position. Moreover, the Zhao family's business interests spanned across Jiangnan, even delving into the illicit salt trade. How could such a colossal entity be pillaged? How dire had the situation become? Zhao found it incredulous that such a towering tree could fall so suddenly. Six Finger squinted, savoring the wine, and scoffed lightly. It is not merely severe. I have heard from those in the capital that there are significant movements afoot. The northern who are breaching the borders, and the Ministry of War is in need of funds. Upon hearing this, Zhao gleaned some understanding. He had initially thought it was a case involving the imperial envoy, but it seemed to be merely a pretext. The palace was preparing for a slaughter. Noticing Zhao's silence, Six Finger exhaled a breath of wine-laden air and, with bleary eyes, remarked, Old Jiao, I have come to Shu to escape. If I am to continue in business, I will rely on Fiji. Zhao nodded and silently sipped his wine. Seeing this, Six Finger continued, Old Jiao, should you require wine in Jingwencheng, send me a letter. Remember to include payment. Additionally, times have changed. The upper echelons have decreed that for every 108 are to be taken. Prices have risen slightly, and business is becoming challenging. Very well, Zhao did not refuse, acknowledging that 8 out of 100 was not exorbitant. Although it had previously been 5 out of 100, the current turmoil rendered price increases inevitable, as the rise in costs was undeniable. The two continued to drink, and it was not until the moon hung above the willow treetops that Six Finger drunkenly took his leave after settling accounts. After moving the wine into the cellar, Zhao brewed a pot of tea and reclined, contemplating his future path. Business could not be neglected. Aside from assassination, other avenues yielded returns too slowly to sustain his expenditures. Despite the current turbulent times, from another perspective, this situation could be seen as beneficial to him. With this thought, Zhao found some solace, deciding not to dwell further, and ingested a Tongxian pill before settling down to cultivate. Chapter 29. The turmoil of the court in the capital. Within the cabinet's duty room, the system of the cabinet was first established during the reign of Taizong, initially involving the promotion of several elderly ministers to the position of Grand Scholar. To assist the Crown Prince in governance during Taizong's northern campaigns, there was no concept of a duty room. Rather, the Xuanha Hall side chambers were designated for the Crown Prince to consult at any time. Subsequently, under the reigns of Emperors Ranzong and Dizong, the cabinet was continuously refined, gradually solidifying its structure, with the duty room ultimately established in the Wanyuan Pavilion. Inside the Wanyuan Pavilion's duty room, the fire blazed fiercely, and 4 officials in red robes sat at separate tables. All 4 were silent, their expressions exceptionally grave. The tea on the table had been replaced several times, yet none had the inclination to drink. Before long, footsteps were heard from outside. The chief minister of the cabinet, Minister of Rights Yang Ming, was the first to rise. As the footsteps drew near, the last cabinet member, Minister of Revenue Li Shou, hurriedly entered. Without pausing to catch his breath, the slender, hawk-eyed cabinet member on the left could no longer contain himself and inquired, Minister Li, what is the situation? Li Shou ignored him. simply lifting the tea from the table and taking a large gulp before slowly responding. Cabinet Elder, Minister Jiang, what situation is there to discuss? In the Imperial Sacrificial Office, not only is there no Feng Gonggong, but even the serving eunuchs are absent. The four exchange glances, each reflecting confusion. Yang Ming glanced at Li Shou, who nodded and sighed helplessly. He understood that the cabinet elder did not believe him, but the truth was, there was indeed no one in the Imperial Sacrificial Office. He could not possibly conjure up several individuals. Silently, he moved to an empty table, sat down, and sipped his tea. The journey from the cabinet's duty room to the Imperial Sacrificial Office had nearly exhausted him. Since there is no one, let us wait. Yang Ming said resignedly, if we cannot find anyone, what can we do? I believe the eunuchs in the Imperial Sacrificial Office are attending to His Majesty. Let us postpone our draft for now. The three had no better course of action. They sat in silence, their expressions grave, with their hands tightly clasped. Only the oldest of the cabinet members, Xia Shang, remained unfazed, leisurely sipping tea and reading, as though the events unfolding had no bearing on him. At this moment, in the imperial study, Feng Gonggong was kneeling on the ground, having just finished washing up. Upon entering the study, he saw Feng Gonggong kneeling and quickly rushed over to assist him. Grand Eunuch, why are you kneeling here? Has someone troubled you? The sovereign is burdened with affairs of state. This old servant has inadequately fulfilled his duties and has failed His Majesty. I truly deserve to die. Feng Gonggong wiped his tears, his voice laden with sorrow, and attempted to kneel again. What troubles you so? Speak, and I shall listen. I grant you no fault. It is often said that the elderly become increasingly nostalgic. And Yuan Zhua was no exception. At 57, he had been alongside Feng Gonggong for almost 60 years, and their bond was naturally deep. Seeing Feng Gonggong's tear-streaked face, Yuan Zhua felt a pang of compassion. Your Majesty is gracious. Chen Jing, he did not prevent the matter with the Liu family. Feng Gonggong, looking at the solemn and dignified emperor seated behind the desk, did not dare to conceal the truth. Quickly recounting the events in a few brief sentences, Yuan Zhua, still possessing his commanding presence despite his age, donned his bright yellow dragon robe. He appeared remarkably noble, exuding the aura of a ruler. Hearing Feng Gonggong's words, his expression remained unchanged, and he gently stroked his beard before speaking. What family does not have a few unworthy children? You too suffer. Chen Jing may have acted ineffectively. Yet he is earnest in his endeavors. He simply lacks the capability. I shall not punish him this time, but do remind him upon your return to the Imperial Sacrificial Office. Feng Gonggong hastily knelt, bowing deeply. Your Majesty is as benevolent as the heavens. If you do not punish him, I too must impose some chastisement. Chen Jing has failed your Majesty's trust. Indeed, Grand Eunuch, you are wise, but you must also remain vigilant regarding other matters. Yuan Zhua replied with a smile. Now, go to the duty room and summon Yang Ming and Qin Jifu to see me. This old servant shall attend to it. Back in the duty room. As the members grew increasingly impatient from waiting, the sound of footsteps finally echoed from outside. Feng Gonggong, there is no need for an announcement. We have only come to convey the emperor's decree. Upon hearing this, the 5 individuals were immediately filled with joy, hastily rising to their feet and rushing to the door to welcome the esteemed eunuch Feng. Regardless of his status, he was undeniably a master of his craft. Before the 5 could reach the entrance, eunuch Feng had already entered the duty room. Noticing the presence of the 5, he quickly clasped his hands in greeting, saying, I trust the esteemed officials have been waiting anxiously. That a few of the servants at the wine and vinegar banquet were unfamiliar with the protocols, causing a slight delay and making you wait longer than necessary. Yang Ming quickly replied with a smile. Eunuch, your efforts are commendable. We have merely indulged in a few extra cups of tea. Eunuch Feng then stated, Elder Yang, Elder Su, His Majesty has issued an edict summoning both of you to the palace to meet the emperor. Yang Ming and Su Jifu followed eunuch Feng as they made their way, but during their journey, whenever they posed questions, eunuch Feng merely replied that all would be made clear upon meeting the emperor. The 2 elders, both well past their 60s and untrained in martial arts, ambled along for a quarter of an hour before finally arriving at the imperial study. Elder officials, please, eunuch Feng said as he pushed open the grand door of the study. Addressing the 2 elders to ban, prepare chairs for the 2 esteemed officials, Yuan Zhua instructed. Upon seeing the 3 enter, he set down his teacup and remarked, Elder Yang is the Prime Minister, and Elder Su is the Deputy Prime Minister. Both pillars of the state. Henceforth, whenever Elder Su comes to see me, he shall also be granted a seat. Indeed, Su Zhizhou responded, already 62 years old and having served in the cabinet for 8 springs. Yet he did not appear aged. His stature was well-proportioned, his step steady, and he radiated vitality, with only a sprinkling of white in his hair. Upon hearing the emperor's words, he quickly knelt, saying, "Your Majesty, I am merely the Deputy Prime Minister. Unworthy of such accolades. You are all pillars of the state. There is no need for distinction. Please, take a seat, Elder Su." Yuan Zhuo replied with a calm demeanor, speaking in a measured tone. Once the 2 officials were seated, Eunuch Feng retreated to the side, and Yuan Zhuo continued, "Have you uncovered any leads regarding the envoy case in Jiangnan?" Seemingly overlooking the 2 elders, Yuan Zhuo first inquired of Eunuch Feng. The 2 officials felt a wave of unease. Having served in the cabinet for many years, they understood the emperor's implications. It was apparent that the situation in Jiangnan had reached a point of no return. "Your Majesty, there are some leads. Officials in Bianzhou, Changzhou, Yunzhou, and Linen have colluded with merchants, fearing that Lord Jiang would uncover the truth. They bribed assassins who subsequently murdered Lord Jiang in Changzhou." Yuan Zhuo set down his teacup with a clang. Clearly filled with rage, "Continue the investigation. Pulling out the radish brings out the mud. These corrupt officials must be thoroughly investigated and eliminated." "Old servant will take heed," Eunuch Feng responded. "Elder Yang, last month, Cui Han traveled south to inspect the salt. Why has there been no news?" Yuan Zhuo inquired, his expression deepening as he squinted at Yang Ming. "I have heard that Cui Han is a student of yours, yet he seems to be rather careless in his duties. Your Majesty, forgive my oversight. I shall send an urgent message to Cui Han, urging him to respond swiftly." Yang Ming rose from his warm seat and knelt down on the floor. Yuan Zhuo, unhurried, lifted his teacup and took a sip, remaining silent and not permitting Yang Ming to rise. After a considerable pause, he spoke in a cool tone, "Very well. Rise, I do not hold you at fault. However, the military supplies of Ningzhou demand urgency. Matters of state are of paramount importance. Su Zhizhou, you oversee the Ministry of War. You must also take a more active role in such matters. I have heard you have a student in Jiangnan. You should send word to inquire about him." Before the emperor could finish his sentence, Su Zhizhou had already knelt down. The 2 elders exchanged glances, a cold sweat breaking out on their backs. Cui Han was Yang Ming's student, and Yang Ming was the prime minister. Sending a message to Cui Han could be interpreted as a cabinet directive. But what authority did Su Zhizhou possess to send a message to his student? He could hardly claim it was by the emperor's command. The implications were clear. It was not merely about money, but potentially a matter of life and death. The 2 men comprehended each other's thoughts through their shared gaze. Under such circumstances, how could they dare to propose any plans? Those in Jiangnan were unafraid of death, yet they were terrified. As sunlight streamed through the window and illuminated the ground, Yuan Zhuo rose to step into the light, crossing his arms and softly stating, "The winter sun is delightful. May the common people enjoy a few warm days as well. Please, sit." I have heard from Daban that the 2 esteemed officials have proposals that the Ritual Supervision Bureau has yet to approve. Yang Ming and Su Zhizhou dared not sit fully, merely perching half a posterior on their warm seats. Yang Ming, filled with trepidation, replied to the emperor, "I do have a proposal, which I have discussed with the cabinet members regarding the banditry in Shu. The banditry in Shu falls under the jurisdiction of the Hushi military. Is there any issue with that? Your Majesty, I believe we could mobilize a portion of the station troops in Dazhou to enter Shu and suppress the bandits. Striking from both inside and out, such brazen bandits could surely be vanquished. Bianzhou is in crisis, Annam is also unsettled, and the corruption case in Jiangnan remains unresolved. Elder Yang, do you truly believe the Ministry of War is overflowing with funds?" Yuan Zhuo replied with a sidelong smile, his expression neither sorrowful nor joyful. "I would not dare presume such." The 2 elders knelt once more. "You have already dared." Eunuch Feng promptly stepped forward, his expression calm. Yet the tension in the air was palpable, exacerbated by the sense of urgency. Several imperial guards had already entered the hall, hands gripping their embroidered spring knives. Yuan Zhuo maintained a relaxed demeanor. His face still adorned with a smile, he waved his hand and said, "Enough. You may withdraw it. I did not mean it in that manner. Elder Yang, Elder Su, it is commendable that you are eager to advance in your duties. But perhaps you lack the necessary maturity. Your burdens are heavy, and the people's struggles are even greater. In your positions, you must consider the welfare of the populace. This time, I shall regard your actions as being for the sake of the state. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your leniency. We shall take our leave. Chapter 30. Blood Rain in the Jianghu and Jiangnan. At the Song residence, the head of the Song family, Song Yunlian, had surpassed his 70s. His hair was entirely white, devoid of a single black strand, and his frame was frail and short. Clad in a black cotton robe, neat and tidy, he was pacing before the hall, taking small steps. This was partly due to his scholarly disposition. Having once achieved the rank of Jinshi, though he had never held a significant position. Furthermore, age had taken its toll, and taking large strides was a memory from long ago. Though winter in Jiangnan was not particularly cold, it was still snowing lightly. The charcoal stove was not burning vigorously, with only a few pieces of charcoal, yet beads of sweat occasionally appeared on Song Yunlian's brow, revealing a hint of agitation beneath his otherwise refined demeanor. Outside, a young man strode in, and upon seeing Song Yunlian in the hall, he quickly called out, "Father! Cheer! What news do you bring?" Song Yunlian turned to see Song Qi, disregarding all formalities, and quickly inquired. Song Qi leaned against a pillar, catching his breath, before shaking his head and lamenting, "Father, it's not just that Qianning cannot protect us. Even Elder Yang has been demoted to Deputy Prime Minister. Just 3 days ago, at Elder Yang's residence, he spoke this himself." After casting a glance around, Song Yunlian, sensing the gravity of the situation, swiftly dismissed the servants. Only then did Song Qi approach and whisper, "Father, Elder Yang sent a message through me. Value your head over riches. And if riches must be sacrificed, let it be so." Song Yunlian furrowed his brow, his heart turbulent. He and the current prime minister, Yang Ming, hailed from the same hometown and had been classmates. Years ago, when Yang Ming came to the capital for the imperial examination, he had assisted him considerably. Their correspondence had been frequent, marking them as close friends. Trusting the words of a confidant, he could not fathom that his dear friend would deceive him. Thus, he sought further confirmation. "A cheer. Did you see your Uncle Yang? Was he in formal attire or casual wear? Did you meet him alone or in the company of others? Was it in his study or the hall?" "Father, I met Uncle Yang alone in his study. He had just returned from court and had no time to change out of his official robes. He hurriedly spoke with me and then urged me to make haste back to Linen. I dared not delay, running for 7 days and nights, exhausting my fine steed to finally return to Linen without resting, and I came directly to see you." Song Qi's face bore signs of anxiety and distress. Though he strove to keep his tone steady, closing his eyes, Song Yunlian expressed his sorrow. "Uncle Yang has not forgotten our friendship from those years past. Cheer, go home and rest. I will know how to proceed." As he concluded, a sense of desolation filled his gaze. With the vast family estate at stake, he could only hope to exchange it for their very lives. Song Qi, perceiving his father's despondency, felt tears welling in his eyes. He bowed and said, "Father, please take care of yourself. I shall take my leave." Within the confines of Bianzhou, the atmosphere was fraught with anxiety. Ever since the death of the envoy months prior, it seemed that daily fatalities had become the norm. The grand prison of Bianzhou was now filled to capacity. The Linjiang Tower was the largest and most extravagant tavern in Bianzhou, renowned throughout all of Jiangnan. Situated near the Qinhuai River, its foundation was constructed using a blend of blue stone and glutinous rice paste, with each beam and post crafted from a century-old ironwood. The structure twisted and turned, intricately interlocking without the use of a single iron nail. The 5-story building was secured with merely 308 wooden pegs, all coated in a layer of varnish, exuding elegance and warmth. The roof tiles were made of Celadon porcelain, inferior only to the yellow and purple glazed tiles of the imperial palace. With flying eaves and beast ridge, the blue tiles and stone walls, coupled with bamboo, plum, orchid, and osmanthus, created a harmonious and picturesque scene. A poem aptly captured its splendor. The white swan descends, withering away, locking away the spring light within the Linjiang Tower. Such opulence was evident. Yet, at this moment, the Linjiang Tower was devoid of patrons, save for the bustling kitchen staff. At the main table on the 5th floor sat a solitary figure, hair grizzled, with hawk-like eyes and a hooked nose, donned in a bright red official robe adorned with a dragon. It was uniquely, the chief of the Ritual Supervision Bureau. Having finished his cup of tea, Eunuch Li waved his hand, prompting a eunuch in a green robe behind him to promptly present a warm, damp towel. Your Excellency, please wipe your hands. Eunuch Li smiled and nodded, accepting the towel. What time is it? In response to Your Excellency. It is nearly the end of the Shin hour. As the esteemed Eunuch Li wiped his hands, his demeanor remained relaxed. I asked the jade craftsman and the golden-threaded maiden awaiting. He inquired. Indeed, they are all waiting. And even the Jinui are in the courtyard, biding their time, replied the green-clad eunuch with respect. Have them change shifts for a meal. Let them not feast too heartily lest it impede our affairs. Should they do so, we shall have their heads. Outside the Linjiang Tower, several carriages halted, and a few rugged yet affluent-looking middle-aged men dismounted. Following the eunuch up to the 5th floor, Li Gonggong, it is good to see you. How have you been of late? Asked the burly man with thick eyebrows and bright eyes, leading the way with a jovial smile. I appreciate your concern, Master Su. You and your companions have endured a long journey. Please, take a seat. We shall wait a moment, Li Gonggong replied, maintaining his usual composure. Before long, a mix of middle-aged, young, and elderly individuals arrived on the 5th floor, each finding a place to sit. Noticing that the gathering was nearly complete, Li Gonggong stood and clasped his hands in greeting. Esteemed leaders, I am Li Zhan from the ceremonial office. This Linjiang Tower is renowned in Jiangnan for its exquisite wines and delicacies, of which there are countless varieties. Luan, see to it that wine and dishes are served. As the crowd stood in unison to return the greeting, moments later, the table was laden with food and drink. They merely sampled a few bites before setting down their chopsticks. One individual rose first to inquire, Li Gonggong, may I ask why we have been summoned here? Having been interrupted while enjoying his meal, Li Gonggong's mood soured, and he retorted, and who might you be? I am Fu Xie, the deputy leader of the Qingsha gang. Might I inquire about your instructions, so we may ease our anxious hearts? Fu Tao replied with a smile and a gentle tone. Li Gonggong sneered. We invited the leader, yet a deputy has come instead. Fu Tao responded with measured composure. Master Qian is unwell, thus I am here in his stead. If you have matters to discuss. It is the same with me. Can a deputy make decisions? Li Gonggong questioned coldly. Naturally, I must confer with the leader, as I am not the leader myself, Fu Tao replied. Li Gonggong's laughter turned sinister, revealing his intentions. So you have come to dismiss me. Before Fu Tao could complete his sentence, Li Gonggong disappeared, only to reappear with a hand, marked by distinct fingers, pressed against Fu Xie's face. Li Gonggong slowly withdrew his hand. Fu Xie crumpled to the ground like a puddle of mud, his face bearing the imprint of a claw, neither too large nor too small, perfectly fitting Li Gonggong's hand. The crowd gasped in shock. For Fu Xie was no ordinary man, having reached the 4th rank at the age of 42, with the 3rd rank almost assuredly within his grasp. That such a formidable individual could not withstand even a single blow, or rather half a blow, was terrifying, especially since none had witnessed how Li Gonggong had struck. Since you wish to listen, let us speak plainly. The northern barbarians threaten our borders, and the court is in a difficult position. I wonder if you can muster some provisions and military funds. It would be a way to alleviate the emperor's worries, Li Gonggong said, wiping his hands as if he had merely stepped on an ant. His tone nonchalant despite having just taken a life. The assembly exchanged glances, none daring to be the first to speak. Li Gonggong surveyed the room, finally casting his gaze upon Master Su, who regretted having initiated the conversation. Master Su, why don't you share your thoughts, good or ill? Li Gonggong's words hung like a death knell, causing Master Su to break into a cold sweat. Yet, he could not remain silent. Who could guarantee that this eunuch would not act again? Especially with Fu Xie's still warm corpse nearby. He had just recently wed a 9th concubine. Reluctantly, Master Su stood, trembling. I am willing to contribute 30,000 taels to assist the court in securing the borders. With a smile, Li Gonggong suddenly flung the lid of his teacup forward, embedding it in the table before Master Su with a thud. I did not quite hear that. How much? 3 portions, Master Su stammered, dropping to his knees. When he saw Li Gonggong's expression unchanged, he added, my tongue slipped. It is 4 portions, 1 portion for provisions, Li Gonggong. I assure you, I am loyal to the emperor. Upon hearing 4 portions, Li Gonggong nodded in satisfaction, his voice laced with reassurance. This is the mark of a loyal subject. Seeing that matters had settled, Master Su finally breathed a sigh of relief, resigning himself to the loss. For wealth was meaningless if one were dead. The others, however, wore somber expressions. Unlike Master Su, they were engaged in less legitimate enterprises. Earning a profit was perilous, often gained on the edge of a knife. And many among them had families to support. Losing 4 portions could jeopardize their leadership positions. Li Gonggong. I am but a humble man. My son is a disciple of the Bolong sect. May I boldly inquire whether this is the emperor's wish? A lean, tall, middle-aged man standing nearby asked. Several others, including those seated near Fu Tao, echoed his inquiry, rising in support. Ah, this matter does not concern you. The Bolong sect shall be visited by us in due time. Li Gonggong's voice was icy, yet his face remained placid. The lean man merely smiled knowingly. If you do not clarify, I cannot contribute. Li Gonggong set down his teacup. I doubt you would dare. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a chopstick had already lodged itself in the man's forehead, protruding from the back of his head, crimson droplets scattering in midair. The others, taken aback, hardly had time to react before Li Gonggong vanished from his seat. The sound of his palms striking resounding through the air. The assembly barely glimpsed his form before several bodies lay lifeless on the ground, blood streaming from their orifices, their eyes wide open in death. By the time the assembly regained their senses, Li Gonggong had resumed his seat, sipping tea leisurely. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Xie's companions hastily leapt from the window. The crowd heard a few cries below, followed by an eerie silence. Moments later, several figures clad in black emerged, carrying the severed heads of the leapers, blood dripping profusely. Witnessing this, none dared to resist. They all declared they too would contribute 4 portions. Considering it a duty to ease the emperor's burdens, Li Gonggong's lips curled into a smile as he took a sip of tea, saying cheerfully, in all the world, none but the emperor reigns supreme. Among the soldiers, none but the emperor's ministers. The emperor understands your plight. Thus, you too must understand his. The emperor provides for you, and thus, you enjoy your current station in life. One must remember to be grateful. Mark my words, betray the emperor, and your heads shall roll. Chapter 31. Business arrives in the city of Liangzhou. The small tavern had been open for a week or so, yet business had been sparse. The primary reason was the tavern's prices, which were rather steep. They offered only 3 varieties of liquor: the intoxicating Daoyao from Chang'an, the renowned Huadiao from Jiangnan, and the fiery Shaodaozi from Shanjiang. Except for the Shaodaozi, the other 2 wines were far beyond the reach of the average patron, with Huadiao priced at 3 taels per pot, enough to scare away many, considering Liangzhou's lack of prosperity. Today, the weather was pleasant. After days of snowfall, it had finally ceased. Zhao settled into a reclining chair beneath a tree in the front yard, where sunlight filtered through the bare branches, casting a gentle glow upon him. Though the warmth was not overwhelming, it offered a distinct contrast to the chill of the snowy days. The sun's rays were somewhat blinding, inducing drowsiness, and Zhao soon found himself drifting into slumber. Savoring the leisurely moments. The winter days are short, and by the time he awoke, darkness had enveloped the sky. After stepping outside for a meal, he carried a pouch of tea back to the courtyard. Closing the door behind him, he lit the stove to boil water for tea, but before he could finish a pot, he heard the cooing of doves from the rooftop. Zhao's heart leapt with joy. After a month or 2, business had finally arrived. Waving his hand, the doves called out twice before landing on Zhao's palm, where he untied the bamboo tube from their feet. A slip of paper fell into his grasp. The first thing he noticed was the 6 strokes on the note, indicating it was a message from the 6-fingered pigeon messenger. Opening the note revealed a brief message: at the warm fragrance pavilion in Liangzhou at the hour of the 7th watch. After reading, Zhao tossed the note into the fire and replaced it with a blank piece of paper in the bamboo tube before sending the dove aloft. He pondered whether this might be a trap set by the Jinyui, but ultimately decided to proceed. Being overly cautious was not his style. Having made up his mind, he calmly enjoyed his tea, knowing he had 2 days before the appointed time. There was no need to rush. For the next 2 days, Zhao remained in the courtyard, venturing out only for meals, making every effort to avoid unnecessary appearances as a form of preparation. On the 3rd night, as the hour of the high approached, Zhao rose slowly, donning the attire he had prepared in advance. After a series of subtle transformations, He emerged as a rather unremarkable figure, with small eyes and a large mouth, complete with a pair of faux mustaches, resembling a somewhat shady young master of a wealthy family. Chortling to himself, pleased with his disguise, he felt he had at least secured the first layer of protection. The warm fragrance pavilion was not far from the tavern. Yet Zhao chose not to walk directly there. Firstly, it did not suit his current guise, and secondly, it would attract suspicion. After all, a lavishly adorned young master strolling to a brothel would be quite conspicuous. However, lacking a carriage and unable to afford one, he devised a clever ruse, feigning inebriation to justify his unsteadiness as he made his way to the brothel. While not entirely plausible, it was certainly more reasonable than walking. After turning a corner and walking down another street, Zhao first sought out a nearby tavern, ordering food and drink while casually inquiring with the proprietor about any local establishments of ill repute. Exchanging knowing glances that spoke volumes, the proprietor stroked his beard, chuckling softly as their eyes met, both grinning and understanding. Zhao discreetly slipped a couple of silver coins into the innkeeper's hand, who, understanding the unspoken agreement, leaned closer to whisper about the nearby warm fragrance pavilion, extolling its attentive service and the beauty of its courtesans, showering Zhao with compliments. Zhao, slightly skeptical, inquired about the truth of the matter. The innkeeper raised an eyebrow, his expression lewdly confirming the insinuation. Elated, Zhao feigned the demeanor of a lust-driven specter, drained his drink, and hurriedly took his leave, stepping out under the envious gaze of the innkeeper. The warm fragrance pavilion was just a short distance down another street. Unlike the establishments in Jiangnan, from a distance, the warm fragrance pavilion appeared no different from a tavern or inn, with many rooms' windows ajar, casting forth the vibrant glow of spring, accompanied by the ceaseless sounds of chirping swallows. Even before approaching, the strong scent of cosmetics wafted through the air, and several scantily clad women were enticing passers-by outside, leaving Zhao, who had long resided in Jiangnan, utterly astonished. It was apparent that a courtesan was merely a courtesan, and this establishment likely thrived on sheer audacity and directness. Zhao, undeterred, allowed the eager maidens to surround him, each calling him lord with lewd grins, one on his left wrapping her arms around him, while another playfully pinched his cheek. Fortunately, the matron of the house soon approached, addressing him as sir with exaggerated deference. Zhao surveyed the room with a smile, remarking, "Not bad, the maidens are indeed beauties. Only those of exceptional stature, like Jiayu, are worthy of such a title. Beauties, silver can be found in my embrace." The maidens, unceremoniously, began to rummage through his garments and soon uncovered 2 banknotes, each worth 500 taels. Zhao, pinching one of their cheeks, laughed. "What is this? Are you hoping to buy your freedom, my dear? Ha ha ha, just a little lower. How rude," one of them retorted, but Zhao paid no mind, retrieving 3 taels from his own pocket and placing them in the matron's hand before ascending the stairs with the maiden at his side. Room Jiayu 3. Upon entering, Zhao swiftly incapacitated the courtesan with a precise strike, tossing her onto the bed, before turning to knock on the adjoining door. "Enter," came a voice from within. Upon pushing the door open, Zhao was taken aback to find only a solitary man seated at a table laden with food and drink. Noticing Zhao's puzzled expression, the man spoke first. "Ghost market?" "Ghost market," Zhao confirmed. "I need you to kill someone." The man, his voice slightly hoarse yet calm, emanated an air of menace. 200 taels, he stated without hesitation. Zhao did not waver. The man paused, taking a sip of his drink before skeptically inquiring, "Are you certain you can carry this out? You wouldn't be asking me to kill the reigning emperor, would you?" The man broke into a smile. "How could I dare? Just a 4th-tier warrior." Zhao frowned, troubled. "I need more. 200 taels is insufficient." "How much do you require?" 600 taels. "Not a single coin less." The man contemplated for a moment before placing 300 taels on the table. "Huang Qi, leader of the Huangyun gang. This is your deposit, and the job is to be completed in 7 days at the Huangyun tavern." Zhao, unceremoniously, pocketed the banknotes and departed. A 4th-tier warrior for 600 taels was not exorbitant. Chapter 32. Another job? By the time Zhao returned to the small tavern, the night had deepened, the sky as dark as ink, with snowflakes fluttering down like embellishments on the night's canvas. After brewing a pot of tea, he pondered the business proposition he had just received. He had heard of the Huangyun gang, one of the two largest factions in Liangzhou City, the other being the Qingsha gang. Both had arisen in response to the scourge of mountain bandits, their ranks largely comprised of militiamen who had once fought against these marauders. After the bandits were repelled, many of the idle members banded together, forming various gangs, which subsequently merged until only the two largest remained, accompanied by a host of petty rogues. The Huang and gambling industries were the two most lucrative, with each gang controlling one. The Huangyun gang primarily dealt in gambling but also dabbled in the more disreputable pursuits, for the two could rarely be separated. However, despite their size, neither gang was formidable enough to dominate the region entirely, each consisting of fewer than 200 members. The local government, overwhelmed with the bandit issue, turned a blind eye as long as the gangs did not overstep their bounds. The leader of the Huangyun gang, Huang Qi, was merely a fourth-tier expert, an easy target for Zhao. Even four fourth-tier warriors posed little challenge, especially given Huang Qi's humble origins. The greatest uncertainty lay in whether Huang Qi had any backing. In his previous life, Zhao had often read novels wherein seemingly inconspicuous factions were backed by formidable hidden masters. If the opponent were a third-tier warrior, it would be manageable, but a second tier would spell trouble. Gazing into his teacup, Zhao furrowed his brow, momentarily hesitant. This was also the reason he had delayed converting the banknotes into funds for the god of wealth. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, realizing his folly. He had been overly cautious, too timid even in this new realm. If a second-tier master were present, who could possibly contend with the opponent? Having come to this realization, he rubbed his eyes, momentarily befuddled. Nearly losing his train of thought, "I must cultivate," he muttered, finishing his tea. "No more obsessing over training. Tonight is a break. In the future, I must read more, appreciate art, and practice less. More sleep is essential." The following evening, after dinner, Zhao took a stroll to familiarize himself with Liangzhou City. Upon returning to the tavern, he opened the door to find a pigeon perched on the table. The gray dove, perhaps alerted by the sound, cooed a few times. Zhao shut the door, untying the bamboo tube from the bird's leg, discovering a note emblazoned with the six-tube insignia. Bewildered, he pondered whether assassins also experienced an influx of orders. The note read, "At the 9th hour at the Hung Tong Tavern." Another job in Liangzhou? Zhao mused, this place so rife with discord? 2 jobs in 5 days. Liangzhou is inept. It appears I must emerge from the shadows. Following the usual protocol, he burned the note and replaced it with a blank sheet marked with the 9-tube insignia before releasing the pigeon. The Hung Tong Tavern was familiar to Zhao, as it was the very establishment where he had inquired about pleasure houses just days prior, the innkeeper's lewd smile still vivid in his memory. This time, he had no choice but to forego a rest after 2 days of respite. That night, the wind and snow intensified, blanketing the tavern's courtyard and rooftops with a thin layer of snow. By the time Zhao finished clearing the snow, it was nearly the end of the hour of Su. Donning a black cotton coat and a black cloak, Zhao transformed into a tall, lean middle-aged man, his face marked by a long scar, and with a bit of facial hair, he resembled a rogue from the martial world. After ensuring his disguise was flawless, he ventured out towards the Hung Tong Tavern. Arriving a quarter of an hour later, the first floor buzzed with lively chatter. As Zhao stepped inside, the noise diminished considerably. He scanned the room, noting that few appeared to be from the martial world. The majority were ordinary folk, their eyes devoid of any wariness. Ignoring the innkeeper who approached him for inquiries, Zhao silently ascended to the second floor. While the second floor was not markedly different from the first, only the innermost table by the window was occupied. Upon seeing Zhao enter, the man at the table turned to scrutinize him. Zhao returned the gaze, noting the man's neatly trimmed mustache, tidy attire, and long boots, his eyes sharp yet devoid of murderous intent. This must be the person he sought. Zhao took a seat across from him, stating simply, "Ghost Market." The man's expression shifted immediately, his demeanor turning grave. "Did you receive a letter?" "From Jingwenqing," Zhao replied nonchalantly, pouring himself a drink. The man visibly relaxed, removing his hand from the knife resting at his side. "I understand the rules. How much for a kill?" After downing his drink, Zhao answered, 200 taels. "Who do you wish to eliminate?" "The leader of the Qingsha gang, Zhongling." "Who?" Zhao feigned surprise. "The leader of the Qingsha gang? That will not suffice for merely 200 taels. How much?" Observing Zhao's astonished expression, the man's brows furrowed. "What tier?" Let S be clear, few dare to take on targets above third-tiered, fourth tier. Zhao replied, 600 taels? Not a single coin less, and if the information is inaccurate, I shall not refund the deposit. Zhao felt a surge of elation within, though his visage remained somber. They were indeed evenly matched opponents. It was no wonder these two could share Liangzhou. Their methods were eerily similar. Hiring assassins, it was said that your opponent often understood you better than you understood yourself. This uncanny similarity in approach suggested a bond even deeper than that of spouses. It was one thing to hire an assassin, yet both had turned to the same agency and the same individual. Was there truly no other assassin in this ghost market? If it weren't for him, this ghost market would surely dissolve. The man, lost in thought, rubbed his chin, a somber expression crossing his face. All right, 600 taels it is. 5 days from now, at the Hongyun Tavern, eliminate Zhong Ling. Seemingly resolute, the man's voice grew more assertive. Zhao's eyes narrowed, a hint of anger flaring within. Speak louder, why don't you? You might as well announce it in the magistrate's office. What was he thinking, shouting so indiscriminately? There were still patrons seated below. Such a lack of professionalism was unbecoming. Was this man simply a naive youth trying to find excitement in hiring an assassin? The man, full of remorse, clasped his hands in apology, undeterred by Zhao's sarcasm. He produced 300 tael banknotes from his pocket and slid them across the table. This is the deposit. 5 days from now, at the Hongyun Tavern, he reiterated, perhaps fearing Zhao had not understood. Zhao accepted the banknotes. Considering that this man was likely just a lackey, definitely not Zhong Ling. A gang leader would not act so foolishly. Understood. Just ensure the remaining sum is ready. Zhao discreetly tucked the silver note into his pocket, paying no heed to the reaction of the man with the little mustache as he rose and descended the stairs to leave. Chapter 33. The Imperial Decree to Annihilate a Clan. Jiangzhou. Bolangmen, Jiangzhou lies to the south of Lushan and borders the Yangtze River to the north. Here, the Yangtze River converges with Poyang Lake, renowned for its singular mountain that rises alone and the two rivers that flow together. A century ago, Bolangmen assisted the imperial court in quelling the bandits around Poyang Lake, subsequently receiving land grants and the authority to establish a sect in Jiangzhou. Under the diligent leadership of several successive sect masters, Bolangmen gradually evolved from a modest faction of a few dozen members into a formidable sect that now dominates Jiangzhou and commands respect throughout Jiangnan. Within the deliberation hall of Bolangmen, the sect master, Sha Chongchuan, sat solemnly in the master's seat, the expression on his face grave. Beside him on the tea table lay a formal summons, inscribed with the name of Li Zhan, the chief eunuch of the imperial court. To his left and right, several elders engaged in hushed whispers, their faces reflecting unease. Enough. Sha Chongchuan interjected, interrupting the elders' discussion. He picked up the summons and spoke with gravity. Elders, if you have insights to share, do so directly. What can we achieve through mere bickering? The elders fell into a moment of silence, exchanging glances, until an elderly man with white hair finally spoke. Sect Master, what brings this eunuchly here? Have our disciples offended someone they shouldn't have, or have we committed some transgression? It is impossible to prepare without clarity. At-52. Sha Chongchuan's hair had turned gray. Yet his physique remained robust, his voice resonant, and his gaze sharp, betraying no signs of age. Having assumed the role of sect master over 2 decades ago, he had navigated countless challenges, but a visit from a chief eunuch was unprecedented. Holding the summons, he noted its courteous tone, yet sensed an underlying threat. I have heard that Eunuch Li has slain several sect leaders at Linjiang Tower. I suspect his visit to Bolangmen may involve one of our own. Sha Chongchuan sighed, setting down the summons, his expression somber as he turned to Elder Qi. What is your perspective, Elder Qi? Elder Qi occupied the first seat to Sha Chongchuan's left. His face was pale and beardless, clad in white, presenting the visage of an erudite scholar. Though merely the 4th elder, his stature commanded respect, as evident by the attentiveness of the other elders when he was addressed. Indeed, Elder Qi was nearly 70. Having witnessed 2 generations of sect masters, possessing profound experience, formidable martial skills, and considerable wisdom, truly a paragon of both intellect and martial prowess. Acknowledging the gazes upon him, he felt compelled to speak. I have a humble opinion. Eunuch Li's actions at Linjiang Tower were merely the slaying of a few individuals. It is clear he does not come for our lives. The other sect leaders who returned alive must have paid a significant price. I have heard that border tensions are unstable. What we possess is essentially manpower and wealth. Elder Chi paused, sipping his tea before continuing. As for manpower, we are woefully inadequate. We could not withstand even a brief siege. Thus, we are left with wealth. The pressing question is, how much does Uniquely demand? Or rather, what must we surrender? I fear this matter is not as simple as it appears. Listening to Elder Chi, Sha Chongchuan surveyed the solemn expressions of those present and, standing tall, declared with authority, wealth is but a means. If it allows us to weather this storm, whether in abundance or scarcity, it is merely a sacrifice to avert disaster. I refuse to believe that silver cannot satiate the insatiable greed of this rootless individual. Upon hearing their master's bold proclamation, the elders visibly relaxed, exhaling deeply, and smiles began to reappear. Only Elder Chi, with a long sigh, interrupted their relief, speaking contemplatively, I fear it may not be solely a matter of wealth. As dusk fell and snowflakes drifted softly, the southern snow lacked the ferocity of its northern counterpart, often merely scattering a few flakes, as if reluctant to disturb the serene landscape of Jiangnan's bridges and flowing waters. Outside Bolangman, a carriage raced swiftly, inside which Uniquely leisurely sipped tea. Despite the jolting of the carriage, the tea within the cup remained remarkably steady, undisturbed, with only the rising steam indicating the cup was not devoid of contents. Outside Bolangman, Sha Chongchuan, accompanied by several attendants, awaited at the entrance. Upon sighting the approaching carriage, his expression grew more solemn. Although they had prepared, the reality of the moment was undeniably nerve-wracking. The carriage came to a halt before them, steady and unwavering. The driver, a eunuch, lifted the curtain with deference, exclaiming, "We have arrived at Bolangman." Uniquely handed his teacup to the driver, squinting his eyes as he disembarked. Immediately, a eunuch behind him stepped forward, offering a warm cloak. "Your Excellency, it is chilly outside. Xiao Miao, you are thoughtful. During this southern journey, I find comfort in your company. Once matters conclude, do not linger in the Imperial Vegetable Bureau. Accompany me to the Shaanxi Bureau instead." Xiao Miao beamed with joy, hastily kneeling to express his gratitude, calling out several times, "Thank you, Godfather." Transitioning from the Imperial Vegetable Bureau to the Shaanxi Bureau could not be merely described as a promotion. It was akin to soaring to new heights. It is worth noting that among the 12 bureaus and 4 departments, the Imperial Vegetable Bureau primarily managed the court's vegetables and the care of flowers and trees, while the Shaanxi Bureau oversaw the Imperial Guards, particularly now, among the 7 chief eunuchs of the Imperial Rights Bureau, all but one hailed from the Shaanxi Bureau, from a humble farmer to the Emperor's court. Uniquely bent down, patting the kneeling Xiao Miao, smiling broadly without further attention to the kneeling eunuch, instead offering a polite bow to Sha Chongchuan. "I apologize for the delay, Sect Master. The roads are slippery in this snowy weather. And I, being older, dared not urge the horses faster. I truly regret keeping you waiting." Sha Chongchuan understood the delicacy of the situation with the eunuch and could only smile, saying, "Your Excellency, it is not a matter of politeness. A slower pace is indeed preferable for comfort. It is I who should apologize for my impatience to meet with you. The Sect Master's kindness is unparalleled. We are merely ordinary beings." Uniquely advanced, walking alongside Sha Chongchuan, both exchanging pleasantries as they entered the grand hall. Inside the hall, the elders had been awaiting in silence. Upon Uniquely's entrance, they promptly stood to greet him, showering him with various compliments. Uniquely responded with a nonchalant demeanor, taking his seat at the head of the table. Sha Chongchuan remained unperturbed and instructed the attendants to serve tea, mentioning, "The spring tea from Jiangzhou pales in comparison to that of the capital. I hope your Excellency will not take offense." "Not at all. I am but a humble farmer, albeit within the imperial palace. I have no refined palate. I merely indulge in sweetness," replied Uniquely, though his eyes betrayed his delight. Evident to all present, Sha Chongchuan, understanding the nuances, discreetly instructed his attendants to deliver 10 pounds of spring tea from the carriage to Eunuch As Uniquely sat at the head, he feigned ignorance until the attendants departed. Finally speaking, "Sect Master, you have truly burdened me. Rest assured, it is all homegrown and of little value. Merely a gesture to quench your thirst," replied Sha Chongchuan. "Little value is indeed welcome. Eunuch chuckled. If it were valuable, I would not dare to accept. With a serious tone, Eunuch set down his teacup. Sect Master, I have come for important matters. You cannot dismiss me with a few cakes of tea. Sha Chongchuan exchanged glances with the elders. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Your Excellency, I am hardly one to overlook the weight of such matters. I have heard of the tense situation at the borders. I have spent sleepless nights worrying about how to assist His Majesty. Thankfully, you have arrived. Bolayman has prepared a modest offering. If it can provide a hearty meal for the soldiers at the borders, it would be a blessing. I sincerely hope you will accept it on behalf of the soldiers. He gestured, and several attendants brought in 8 or 9 large chests. Eunuch Li's smile faded. Sect Master, this is hardly adequate. Your Excellency, these are merely a small token. There is more of significance to come. Sha Chongchuan reassured. Sect Master, this hardly seems meaningful, Eunuch replied, misinterpreting his intent. There's something else you wish to convey? Sha Chongchuan inquired, attempting to clarify. Indeed, Sect Master, I have my own intentions, Eunuch stated plainly. But his expression soured, fingers tapping the tea table. Such intentions are lacking substance. Sha Chongchuan furrowed his brow, wondering if he was expected to surrender a substantial offering to the eunuch. He was not inclined to such folly and thus asked, What precisely does Eunuch mean? With a resigned sigh, Elder Qi, his gaze downcast, spoke resolutely, What Eunuch desires is beyond our means. Even if we could provide it, we must not. Eunuch, however, was taken aback. Bursting into laughter, his eyes sparkling with appreciation for Elder Qi's acumen. I had not anticipated that Bolayman harbored such talent. A person of both literary and martial excellence, relegated to the common folk, such as the dereliction of the Ministry of Personnel. A hidden gem, indeed. Elder Qi, what does Eunuch mean? Inquired a younger elder, puzzled. Elder Qi, his expression resolute, interrupted. He means he desires it all, including our fields, lands, and residences. The faces of several elders turned pale with shock. Was this old eunuch not being excessively greedy? Did he not fear the emperor's wrath? Were those without roots so audacious? Sha Chongchuan, as the sect master, despite his astonishment, maintained a calm demeanor. Eunuch, Bolayman is no mere paper tiger. My ancestors have secluded themselves for years, perhaps attaining enlightenment. Should you depart now, we shall grant you your due benefits. How does that sound? A paper tiger? Ha ha ha. A mere Bolayman thinks it can stand tall? Enlightenment? We have not hesitated to eliminate such claims. Li Gonggong stood up, his anger surging, shattering a teacup, causing tea to splatter onto everyone present. The Bo Lang men conspired with officials and merchants, embezzled disaster relief funds, manipulated the market, forcibly occupied lands, illicitly produced salt, secretly smelted copper and iron, hoarded prohibited items, and harbored intentions of rebellion. Now, the evidence is detailed and irrefutable. The Bo Lang men, having deeply ingratiated themselves with the late emperor, have grown arrogant and engaged in nefarious deeds. By order of the emperor, they are to be apprehended immediately, and all ill-gotten gains shall be confiscated for the national treasury. Sha Minju, we are here to execute a house raid by imperial decree. Surely, you understand the implications of this, do you not? Chapter 34. All present flakes of snow fell gently, and it was already early December, the heart of winter. The final days of the year approached. And even though Liangzhou lay south of the Yangtze River in the land of Shu, the chill of the 12th month was still quite uncomfortable. Not long ago, the snow had paused for a few days, only to melt and accumulate once more. Although it was not as bitterly cold as the frost of early spring, the muddy roads, a blend of wet and dry, mixed with rain and snow, made for an uncomfortable journey. The front and backyards of the tavern had been transformed from muddy ground to blue stone slabs, laid over a thick layer of coal ash, further cushioned by finely crushed porcelain and coarse sand. The blue stone had been polished to a smooth finish, allowing one to walk barefoot upon it without discomfort, even in the depths of winter. The heated floors had been installed a few days prior, making the interior warm and the exterior dry. Business at the tavern had improved significantly over the past few days, with Zhao tirelessly working for 3 days, his heels aching and his back nearly giving out. Unable to endure any longer, he had to hang a sign for a temporary closure, resting for 2 days until he finally felt relaxed. In a couple of days, two significant business opportunities awaited him. While profit was one aspect, social harmony and peaceful coexistence among people were even more crucial. Tomorrow was the day for the Hongyun restaurant to mediate a conflict between two gangs and resolve issues of communication among individuals. Before undertaking such important matters, one must enjoy a good meal, bathe, burn incense, and pay homage to the heavens. Whether for psychological comfort or superstitious beliefs, Zhao held faith in these traditions. After working tirelessly for several days, he awoke at noon today, not rushing to wash up. Instead, he practiced a set of martial arts to loosen his body, savored a cup of freshly brewed tea, and then warmed himself with a wash before combing his hair and donning a cotton robe to head to the Hungtong restaurant for a delightful meal and a few drinks. Stumbling into Hungtong, despite the heavy snowfall, the restaurant was bustling with activity. Before Zhao even entered, the lively chatter greeted his ears. Upon stepping inside, the innkeeper, having recognized him, promptly greeted, "Young Master Zhao, here to dine again?" Zhao exchanged a few pleasantries before ordering a table full of dishes and a couple of jars of rice wine, then curiously inquired, "What is going on? How is it so lively on such a snowy day?" The innkeeper, with a beaming smile, replied, "Ah, everyone is here to support me. This humble tavern may not offer exquisite delicacies, but it provides warmth." With a twinkle of excitement, the innkeeper then asked, "I heard you hail from Jiangnan?" "Young Master Zhao." Since there was no conflict of interest between Zhao and the innkeeper, one catering to budget-conscious patrons and the other to high-end clientele, they conversed amicably. However, Zhao, not understanding the innkeeper's intent, appeared tense and slightly furrowed his brow in confusion. Seeing Zhao's silent bewilderment, the innkeeper quietly suggested, "I heard from some folks in the underworld that several significant events have occurred in Jiangnan. I wonder if they involve you, young Master Zhao?" Only then did Zhao relax his expression, stating, "Not at all. I am a native of Linen, and my family has some connections with the court. If anything were to happen to my clan, I would have received word long ago." His words, vague and ambiguous, were merely a fabrication. He would never reveal his true identity. "Didn't he realize, young Master Zhao, that you had such a prominent background?" "I must admit my ignorance," the innkeeper said, bowing respectfully, eager to curry favor with Zhao. "I've heard that the events in Jiangnan are quite serious." With countless heads rolling at that moment, Zhao grasped the situation. It was likely the same matter mentioned in the letter from Lu Ji. Losing interest, Zhao replied nonchalantly, directing his attention to his food and drink. "Hey, have you all heard? A major incident has occurred in Jiangnan." A burly man dressed in the garb of a wanderer exclaimed mysteriously, his expression betraying a sense of pride. "What incident? Why does Jiangnan seem to be plagued with major events lately?" Several individuals echoed. Eager to hear more, even Zhao pricked up his ears, thinking to himself that missing out on gossip would be a grave sin. "Didn't you hear?" The man raised his voice, feigning surprise. "It's the Lingjiang Tower in Jiangnan. Several gang leaders were beheaded by officials. Do you know their charges? Colluding with merchants, hoarding armor, and plotting rebellion." "Good heavens! Rebellion? That is a grave crime indeed," someone exclaimed. "These individuals truly fear nothing." "What is this?" the man scoffed disdainfully. "Let me tell you, those small-time players are nothing compared to the Bolang men. Have you heard of them? They are a formidable faction. Guess what? They were exterminated." Everyone, including Zhao, fell silent. The Bolang men were renowned throughout Jiangnan and even across the entire Deqi. While they could believe that a couple of disciples had perished, the notion of complete annihilation seemed implausible. Seeing the skepticism of the crowd, the man urged, "Don't dismiss my words. Go ask around. I just returned from Jiangnan. Passing through Jiangzhou, where the Bolang men are based, I'm not lying. They were wiped out, not a soul survived. They were also found hoarding prohibited items, with hundreds of sets of armor, plotting rebellion." His fervent declarations, accompanied by animated gestures, made it seem as if he had witnessed the events firsthand. Noticing the lingering doubts among the crowd, he remained silent, merely sipping his drink with a lackluster enthusiasm. Unlike the others, Zhao believed about 70% of the tale. He had indeed heard of the Bolang men, recognizing their considerable influence, though their strength was not particularly overwhelming, at best reaching the second tier. The extermination of a faction could easily be achieved by eliminating one or two first-tier individuals, but the idea of the Bolang men plotting rebellion was utterly unfathomable. After all, they were wealthy and powerful enough to live comfortably. Only a fool would attempt rebellion. Besides, the world was relatively peaceful. History had taught that without the support of the populace, rebellion was as futile as scattered leaves in the wind. As he savored his meal and drink, a sense of resignation washed over him. The death of a single imperial envoy had resulted in so many losing their heads and families being torn apart. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Zhao returned to the tavern, taking advantage of the night to stealthily scale the wall and scout the Hongyun restaurant. The establishment was situated in the southeastern part of Liangzhou, surrounded by residential houses without many tall buildings. Making it secluded yet convenient for a quick escape, it was no wonder the two gang leaders chose such a location. The restaurant was not particularly low, boasting 3 stories with green tiles and walls, exuding simplicity, while its flags fluttered in the wind. Back at the tavern, Zhao shed his cotton robe, soaked his feet, and prepared for bed. He had already mapped out his escape route. After the deed was done, he would flee to the residential area, navigate 3 turns, and vanish from the vicinity. As long as he moved quickly, he could escape in less than 100 breaths. The next day, he rose again at noon. Refreshed after completing his morning routine, he transformed his appearance into that of a middle-aged man with narrow eyes, a hooked nose, and dark skin, adorned with 2 long knife scars and a pair of bushy sideburns. Dressed in a black robe, black attire, and black boots, he now resembled a ruthless figure from the underworld, his piercing gaze warning others to keep their distance. Lowering his head, he strolled to the Hongyun restaurant. Requesting a table by the window on the 2nd floor, ordering a few dishes and a pot of tea, savoring his meal to satisfy his appetite. As he leisurely drank his tea, he waited for nearly an hour and a half until darkness enveloped the sky. Lanterns were lit downstairs when a group of over 20 individuals arrived at the restaurant in a grand procession. Leading the group was a man with graying hair, dressed in silk garments, black boots, and a cloak, his expression sinister as he walked swiftly over the snow, leaving only faint footprints. He was likely one of the gang leaders, though it remained uncertain whether he was Zhongling or Huang Qi. Before the ominous man could enter the restaurant, the innkeeper had been waiting outside for some time. It was unclear what the two discussed, but the man smiled and led the others upstairs, while the innkeeper descended, standing at the entrance, awaiting someone. Moments later, another group of over 20 arrived. The leading man, nearly 6 feet tall, had disheveled hair and a fierce appearance. Although wrapped in a cotton robe, he appeared bulky from afar, leaving deep impressions in the snow with each step. Without wasting time, he headed straight for the 3rd floor, ignoring the innkeeper entirely. All were present. Zhao silently calculated in his heart. Both were good individuals who understood that darkness was the best backdrop for murder, deliberately arriving only after nightfall. Good people. Chapter 35. I am professional. Once both leaders had ascended to the 3rd floor, Zhao called for a waiter to replace the teapot. After finishing a pot of tea, he prepared for action. Achieving social harmony cannot be rushed. It is imperative to allow them to negotiate amongst themselves and exercise their initiative. If the desired outcome is not achieved, only then is third-party intervention justifiable. Of course, payment must be made. Mediation, appeasement, and execution are all intricate matters. One must not dampen the spirits of the well-meaning. Alas, for the sake of contributing to society, Zhao truly bore the weight of his responsibilities. It was no easy task, enduring the elements for what? For the sake of fostering greater harmony among people. Holding the teacup, he sipped slowly, mentally preparing himself for the task ahead. If he could not convince himself, how could he expect to perform well? Progress would be elusive. The male protagonist, with a demeanor that seemed deceptively approachable, was the first to speak, his tone calm and composed. The burly man scoffed, dismissing Zhongling with a wave. If you have something to say, just say it. Cut the brotherly nonsense. My brother is right behind me. Ha ha ha. Zhongling chuckled a few times, disregarding whether the stout man agreed or not. Let's keep things cordial for the sake of prosperity. I believe my younger brother is reluctant to escalate matters. Not to mention us, even the authorities would prefer not to witness us coming to blows. Huang Qi lifted his teacup and took a hearty sip, reclining in the grand armchair. I hear that Chief Zhong has a talent for accounting. But you, who run a brothel, think you can meddle in the gambling business? You think you can? You cannot. Zhongling fell silent. The brothels of the Qing Sha gang required little skill, but the gambling houses were an entirely different matter. Without some finesse, one could hardly make it work. There had been a gambling den on the Qingsha gang's territory before, and what was the outcome? Business was abysmal, a venture that barely broke even. There's nothing left to discuss, Huang Qi. My Huang Yun gang can run brothels just as well. There's no need for collaboration. Huang Qi grinned broadly, exuding arrogance. As for the gambling den, forget it. Though I may not have received a formal education, I understand the principle of minding my own business. Are you truly this obstinate? Zhongling raised his voice, indignation clear in his tone. Obstinate, you say? What schemes are you concocting? I know full well what you're up to. The Luck gambling house affair was your doing, wasn't it? Do you think I lack temper? You dare overstep your bounds. Zhongling sprang to his feet, pointing an accusing finger at Huang Qi. Do you have the audacity to claim that you weren't the one who smashed the Chuansheng building in the north of the city? We are evenly matched. Why pretend to be a gentleman? You re just a stable hand for General Liu, aren't you? Do you really consider yourself the general of Jinyuan? Even draped in a dragon robe, you're still just a stable boy. It must be said that Zhongling, having received a modicum of education, possessed a remarkable talent for insults. His words, devoid of vulgarity, struck with precision, like needles piercing Huang Qi's vulnerabilities. Huang Qi's face flushed crimson with fury as he bellowed. You son of a dog! He sprang to his feet, slamming his fist onto the sturdy wooden table, shattering it along with 2 teacups, warm tea spilling everywhere. Rising in a plume of steam, I may have been a stable hand for General Liu. But so what? I am not a mere servant. I hold military status, and you? Don't think I don't know that you, a bookkeeper, can't even count 100 taels of silver properly. And you were tossed out like a drowned dog. Upon hearing these words, Huang Qi's entourage burst into laughter, while Zhongling's followers stifled their amusement. This struck a nerve with Zhongling. Before joining the city defense, he had been ridiculed for being expelled by his former employer, a source of laughter for years. After finally finding his footing, the incident had faded from memory, but now? Huang Qi's taunts brought it all back, nearly causing him to spit blood in rage. His finger quivered as he pointed at Huang Qi, panting heavily, nearly unable to catch his breath, disregarding the decorum expected of a scholar as he shouted. Huang Qi, I curse your horse! The moment he uttered this, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Seated below, Zhao couldn't help but laugh heartily at this outburst. Good, you haven't lost your dignity. You quite spirited. Let's see how this unfolds. My moment is nearly at hand. Zhao mused, rising and striding toward the 3rd floor, his expression exuding confidence, his hairstyle impeccably styled. On the 3rd floor, Huang Qi's eyes widened in shock, and his hair bristled as he prepared to strike. Meanwhile, Zhongling assumed a defensive stance, his internal energy circulating through his body, yet he continued to taunt. What? Do you wish to test your mettle? You think you can? You were never up to par in the city defense. Before he could finish, Huang Qi had already thrown a punch. Zhongling was equally swift, his palms moving in a fluid dance, deflecting Huang Qi's assault. The two exchanged blows for several rounds, neither gaining the upper hand, until they each retreated a step, reassessing their positions. Zhao, leaning against the doorframe, applauded enthusiastically. This exchange was indeed riveting, though it was brief. Leaving him wanting more, Huang Qi and Zhongling exchanged wary glances, frowning in concern. This petty scuffle won't attract the authorities, will it? Zhao encouraged. Continue. Pay me no mind. I'm just a humble observer. Who are you to meddle in Huang Yun gang's affairs? Huang Qi barked. I am the leader of the Qingsha gang. And you are? Zhao replied with a mocking smile, his scarred face twitching ominously. Zhao then straightened, his demeanor turning serious as he declared, You are Huang Qi, the leader of Huang Yun gang, and Zhongling, the leader of Qingsha gang. I have come to execute you both. Did you summon assassins? Huang Qi roared, veins bulging from his neck in fury. Zhongling, however, remained unfazed, retorting, You think yourself noble? You're not so impressive, are you? A mere hired killer. The 3rd floor fell silent, each person exchanging glances, while Zhao leisurely whistled, awaiting their response. Hero, I'll forego the 300 taels deposit. I'll add 700 more. Will you help me kill Huang Qi? Zhongling proposed, his quick wit shining through. Zhao shrugged nonchalantly. A flourishing business is never a bad thing. Hand over the money, and I'll get to work. As Zhongling procured banknotes from his pocket, Huang Qi cursed under his breath. Not to be outdone, he swiftly produced his own banknotes, declaring, "I'll add 800 to have Zhongling killed." Ah, splendid. Business is booming, Zhao thought to himself, reveling in his own capabilities. 1,000 taels. Zhongling suddenly raised his voice defiantly. "I fear you not. I'll offer 1,100. Zhongling found himself at a loss. For brothels did not yield quick returns like gambling houses. Their group could barely muster 1,000 taels collectively, unable to scrape together a single tael more. Seeing this, Zhao paid no heed to Zhongling. Extending his hand towards Huang Qi, understanding the unspoken agreement, placed the banknotes in Zhao's hand. Zhao nodded, flashing a grin at Zhongling. "Any last words? I can facilitate many things for the right price, such as preserving your corpse or arranging a coffin for your burial." Zhongling remained silent, his breath quickening. Though this day, he had not discerned Zhao's true abilities in this situation, it was evident that Zhao's cultivation surpassed the 4th tier. After all, when hiring an assassin, one would not send a 5th-tier expert to certain death. Noticing Zhongling's silence, Zhao made the first move, vanishing in an instant, a mere shadow racing toward Zhongling. Naturally, Zhongling would not remain idle. Channeling his internal energy to its peak, he attempted to strike back, but Zhao's form eluded his grasp, leaving him to resort to instinct as he unleashed a palm strike. The strike met with nothing but emptiness, as if a cow had vanished into the sea. Suddenly, a hand descended from an uncanny angle, grasping Zhongling's head. Instantly, an overwhelming poison surged into Zhongling's body, causing his eyes to widen in terror and his hands to drop helplessly, lifeless. 3rd tier. It must be the 3rd tier, Huang Qi thought, a wave of relief washing over him. Luckily, he had paid well. Otherwise, he would have been the one to perish. Grabbing Zhongling's fallen body, he retrieved 5 banknotes from his own pocket and stuffed them into his clothing before carelessly tossing Zhongling's corpse aside. Turning to Huang Qi, he grinned, "Prepare yourself. Time is of the essence. Great hero, I've given you the banknotes." Huang Qi trembled, his voice laced with fear. The ease with which Zhao had dispatched Zhongling was akin to slaughtering a chicken. How could he not be afraid? Yet, what did Zhao mean by time is running out? Zhao chuckled. "What nonsense are you spouting? I've taken on 2 jobs. This is merely the first. The second is yet to come. But you've accepted payment. Curse it! Are you a candle? Has your brain been relocated to your backside?" Zhao regarded him as if he were a fool. "I'm a professional. Having taken on 2 jobs means I must fulfill both. Accepting payment is only proper. Besides, did I not kill Zhongling?" This left Huang Qi momentarily speechless. Indeed, Zhao had never claimed he would not kill him. Killing 1 or 2 didn't matter to him. He was unconcerned. "Oh no! I've become a victim." Before he could gather his thoughts, Zhao was already in motion. In an instant, the room was filled with overlapping shadows, reality distorted. Huang Qi snapped back to his senses, channeling his internal energy and throwing a punch, elated at the opportunity. But Zhao's energy formed an impenetrable barrier, repelling Huang Qi's blows. Huang Qi's face fell in shock, and before he could react, Zhao's energy surged, his hands parting Huang Qi's fists in a swift motion. With a sudden clap, Zhao's palms struck Huang Qi's chest, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged into Huang Qi, shattering his insides and flooding him with poisons. Leaving no hope for recovery, with a thunderous roar, Huang Qi was sent flying through the wall, plummeting from the 3rd floor. Zhao, propelled by his own energy, leaped after Huang Qi's lifeless body, vanishing before it touched the ground. The members of both gangs rushed downstairs in the flickering light of the lanterns. Only a solitary corpse remained, alongside a tail of silver pinned to the door. Chapter 36. The eve of turmoil. 5 days had passed since the massacre at Hongyun Tavern. And during this time, the city of Jinzhou remained eerily quiet, not even a whisper of the event escaping in the midst of a snowy winter. The streets were nearly deserted, the world blanketed in white. An atmosphere thick with foreboding. The small tavern continued its operations as usual, though patrons were scant. Zhao, however, paid little mind to the number of customers. The purpose of his tavern was merely to provide refuge from the storm, with profit being a secondary concern. Zhao, having earned 2,700 taels from his esteemed clients, Zhongling and Huang Qi, deemed this month's tasks as exceedingly fulfilled, sufficient to celebrate a prosperous new year. Zhao, a practitioner of moderation, believed that with nearly 3,000 taels in net income, he must indulge himself. Otherwise, what was the point of earning that money? When one is destitute, working tirelessly is a necessity. Yet, when fortune smiles, continuing to toil without reason would indeed be a sign of folly. Just a few days ago, while returning from an evening stroll, Zhao chanced upon a yellow dog lounging at his doorstep. With gentle coaxing, he persuaded the dog to accompany him back to the tavern, bestowing upon it an artistic name, Zhao Kai, intending to similarly welcome a cat when it appeared, naming it Laifu. Zhao Kai and Laifu. Such culturally rich names would leave even the most accomplished scholars in awe. With little to occupy his time, Zhao found solace in sipping tea and savoring wine. Recently, he had requested Lu Ji to procure a famous tea from Jiangnan, Jinshou Sui Wei, which had finally arrived today. He was eager to indulge in its flavors. Jinshou Sui Wei, an autumn tea, did not match the quality of Yuya but was known for its robust bitterness and slow sweetness, a humble variety that, despite its flaws, was resilient in steeping, retaining its bitterness even after 5 infusions. Reclining comfortably in his chair, he leisurely sipped tea while Zhao Kai lay at his feet, wagging its tail in a deep slumber. In recent days, news of Huang Qi and Zhong Ling had become scarce, their demise akin to a grain of sand sinking into the sea, barely causing a ripple before the waters returned to calm. Yet, in this small town of Liangzhou, it felt as though beneath the surface lay a swirling vortex. Outwardly tranquil, yet the waters had been stirred. Within the city of Liangzhou, several businesses had inexplicably shuttered, leaving Zhao perplexed. Typically disinclined to cook, he found himself compelled to manage operations at the Hungtong Tavern, earning the innkeeper's near reverent gratitude. The atmosphere in Liangzhou felt amiss, as if a significant event loomed on the horizon. Yet Zhao resolved to continue his course. After all, the sky would not fall. Located southwest of Liangzhou, Yuantu Mountain stood in stark contrast to Fangtu Mountain, the former's flatness giving it a rounded appearance from afar. At the mountain's waist, several men on horseback surveyed the landscape, the winter sun casting a golden hue upon Liangzhou, igniting within them a boundless greed. Years ago, they were outnumbered and outmatched, suffering defeat in this very town. Now, they were well-equipped and ready. Brother, it is time to trample Liangzhou. A man clad in a flowing cloak spoke, his voice deep and his gaze penetrating through the falling snow, fixed upon Liangzhou with palpable anticipation. The man addressed as brother grasped the reins, a smile gracing his face as he gazed into the distance, his eyes seemingly piercing through Liangzhou towards the far northern territories. He then closed his eyes. His smile deepening, an elderly man beside him, hair white as snow, stroked his long beard, his hand trembling slightly as he held the reins. General, it has been nearly 15 years since we departed Hushi. The defeat back then was a bitter pill to swallow. We have languished too long as wandering souls. It is time to secure the provisions of Liangzhou, for only then can we afford to expand. Otherwise, we shall remain like mice in the shadows for eternity. The men behind him, upon hearing his words, turned their eyes towards the figure ahead and chorused, General. Their expressions were solemn, their tone unwavering. Your reminders are unnecessary. Liangzhou shall be ours. The man opened his eyes, a glint of ferocity evident, as he pointed his whip towards Liangzhou. I have already dispatched spies into the city. Huang Yun's and Qing Shi's gang leaders were assassinated just days ago. Chaos is imminent in Liangzhou, and that chaos shall be our opportunity. The city's military forces number less than 3,000. We shall assume 3,000. With a single, concerted effort, we shall seize Liangzhou in no more than 2 days. He surveyed the group, tightening his grip on the reins, exuding an indomitable spirit. Gentlemen, return and gather your troops, stockpile provisions. In 5 days, we shall assault Liangzhou. As night fell, darkness enveloped the sky, the cold wind rising, and snowflakes cascading down. The atmosphere was thick with a sense of foreboding, as if presaging that something significant was destined to occur that night. In the tavern, Zhao ushered Zhao Kai inside, cradling a teacup as he strolled leisurely in the courtyard. With the heightened perception of a third-grade cultivator coupled with a killer's instinct, Zhao sensed that tonight was far from ordinary. Something was indeed afoot, and it was no trivial matter in these turbulent times. Vigilance was paramount, and preparation could never be deemed excessive. After pacing for a quarter of an hour, warmth began to seep into his body. He glanced at the sky, estimating that it was nearly time. As his vital energy coursed through him, the candle in his room extinguished silently. Transforming his appearance into that of a youthful, fair-skinned boy, he donned a cotton robe and leaped onto the rooftop. Meticulously avoiding the flickering lantern light as he moved stealthily through the shadows in the distance, the tavern appeared normal until suddenly the sound of shattering glass pierced the air, followed closely by the unsheathing of blades. Gradually, a cacophony of shouts and clashing metal erupted, accompanied by flickering lanterns. Tiles fell to the ground, scattering snowflakes, as the clamor of colliding metal grew increasingly pronounced. Soon, a small flame ignited, rapidly expanding, fueled by the wind. The entire tavern was engulfed in flames, visible for miles around. Zhao stood on the distant rooftop, watching the inferno rise, his unease intensifying. This was no mere gang conflict. Even the most violent disputes would not escalate to the point of arson, not with the authorities watching. This was not how one courted death. Before he could gather his thoughts, another building nearby burst into flames, the sky alight with fire. The streets filled with a growing throng of people, their frantic cries mingling with the sounds of water being poured in desperate attempts to extinguish the flames. Outside various taverns, a group of individuals hurried away, some stained with blood, whether their own or another's remained unclear. Zhao followed stealthily, his ears catching snippets of fragmented conversation. What had transpired? Why had the fighting erupted so suddenly? Who had started the fire? Surely it wasn't one of their own. The Qing Sha gang had acted with ruthless abandon, striking down their own leaders without hesitation. This was escalating beyond their control. The disarray of voices filled the air, creating a chaotic symphony. Before long, the officials arrived, water carts rolling in one after another. After considerable effort, they managed to quell the flames, though many faces were smeared with soot. The acrid scent of charred wood wafting far and wide. Covering his nose, Zhao observed the dispersing crowd from a distance. After a few moments, he slipped into the rear courtyard of the tavern. The sight before him was engulfed in darkness, and he retrieved a fire starter from his belongings, using its faint glow to survey the scene. The blackened walls revealed charred furniture, and tattered curtains fluttered in the damp air. Permeated by a musty odor, wrinkling his brow against the stench, he pressed forward, discovering that the further he ventured, the less damage he encountered. To avoid detection, he turned back after only a short distance. Upon surveying the wreckage, he channeled his vital energy to scatter the debris, revealing a particularly charred spot, evidence of arson. Having uncovered the truth, he did not linger. Exiting the rear courtyard, he moved on to another location, similarly afflicted by human malice. Realizing this was a pattern throughout the city, Zhao pondered the underlying motives. The objective remained unclear, but it was evident that the fires were not merely for chaos. The stakes were too high for a mere power struggle among gangs. After all, some of these fires were set within their own ranks. The likelihood of such self-sabotage was slim. Frowning deeply, Zhao could not discern the intricacies of the situation. So he silently brewed a cup of tea. His expression darkening. It seemed prudent to stockpile provisions in anticipation of what was to come. The officials, begrudgingly accepting the grain theft, might endure it for 3 days. But do they not fear the iron cavalry of Hushi? Let us not forget that Jimen Pass is but 600 miles from Liangzhou, and Jingwenqing is merely over 500 miles away. We still have to cross the Yangtze River. If we do not act swiftly with our horses, we shall be intercepted before we can carry away 600 taels. In the small villages, we can plunder for 3 days precisely because the lives of the common folk hold little value. Do you truly believe those generals would hesitate to eliminate us and earn military merit? Fei Shu, Xiongwu, and Hu Pingqin, along with others sipping their drinks, visibly changed their expressions, some even flushing with a hint of melancholy. As the atmosphere grew somewhat oppressive, General, we have news. We have news. The hidden storehouse has been located. From outside the tent came a series of excited shouts. Fei Ming only caught the words about the hidden storehouse being found. Abruptly standing up, glancing at Hu Pingqin, and with a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, he inquired, "What did you say?" "It seems the hidden storehouse has been located," came the response. "Ha ha ha!" Fei Ming burst into hearty laughter. Raising the wine jar and downing a few gulps, spilling the wine across the floor, "I must confirm this. If the hidden storehouse has indeed been found, gentlemen, prepare your troops at once. By the time we finish our meal and refresh ourselves, we shall storm into Liangzhou. Outside the tent, a man dressed as a merchant hurriedly entered, kneeling at once. "General, the hidden storehouse has been confirmed. It is located in a dilapidated temple northwest of Liangzhou. There can be no mistake. The others could not leave their posts and sent me to return with this news. Good. Ha ha ha." Fei Ming laughed exuberantly. "We have them right where we want them." The others joined in the laughter, and the tent was filled with an atmosphere of jubilation. "What time is it?" "Just before the hour of shun. It is nearly time to eat." Hu Pingqin stood and clasped his hands together, instructing, "Prepare the meal." In no time, the smell of cooking wafted through the air. Fei Ming donned his armor, clenched his fists, and took a few steps before picking up a long spear standing nearby. Dousing the spearhead with 3 bowls of wine, he declared, "Father and Mother, may your spirits bless your son." As he stepped out of the tent clad in armor and wielding the spear, the sun dipped low in the sky, casting a darkening hue, and Fei Ming, spear in hand, gazed upward. The setting sun painted the horizon a brilliant crimson, a magnificent sight indeed. Taking the reins offered by Fei Shu, Fei Ming mounted his horse with great poise. Pulling on the reins, he looked proudly at the assembled troops and shouted, "Having feasted well, it is time to mount up. Brothers, let us charge into Liangzhou. We shall seize enough grain to celebrate a prosperous new year." "Good, good, good!" The crowd erupted in fervor, as if they were already within the walls of Liangzhou. Fei Ming pointed toward Liangzhou, his gaze fierce and determined. The snow began to fall more heavily, and the night deepened, the outlines of the city walls becoming increasingly distinct. "Old Xiong, take 2,000 men as the vanguard and clear the way. Military strategist, stay close behind Fei Shu. Fei Shu, you shall lead 1,000 men, each armed with 7 arrows. We will fire 3 volleys first, and when we approach the city walls, we shall release 3 more. Once we breach the city gates, we will split into 3 groups. I will lead the way to the temple. You 2 will head to the other 2 known storehouses, storm in, seize the grain, and then return to Yuantu Mountain. Be swift. Do not harm the people within the city, especially the officials. We are here to gather grain, not to kill and set fire." Fei Ming spoke with a somber tone, his eyes fierce, as if he were once again the general commanding tens of thousands of troops in Hushi. "Charge!" With that command, Xiong Wu snapped the reins and brandished his sword, leading the charge, the sound of battle rising to the heavens. Fei Ming followed closely, leaning low against his horse, holding a crude bow. Knocking an arrow, maintaining distance from the 2 leading groups ahead. On the walls of Liangzhou, the soldiers were changing shifts, some enjoying their meals and idly chatting with their weapons set aside. According to custom, mountain bandits typically did not descend during the 12th month. Moreover, this was the southern gate, and the bandits were few in number. Even 100 men would seem a considerable force. To them, this small number could hardly breach the gates. Thus their vigilance was notably low. The sound of thundering hooves echoed. "What is happening?" A soldier, having just finished his meal, wondered aloud, turning to see a cloud of dust. Just as he opened his mouth to shout, an arrow whistled through the air, striking him in the neck, silencing his voice. Many guards, hearing the sound of hooves kicking up dust, caught sight of the approaching group before they could light their signals. A volley of arrows rained down, pinning them in place in the distance. Fei Ming and Xiong Wu, seeing this, urged their horses forward, rapidly closing in on the city walls. The distance was only about 5 or 6 miles. And Fei Shu's group had already suppressed the majority with their first volley of arrows, with only a few stray arrows returning fire. The front line paid no heed, merely ducking low against their horses to evade the incoming arrows. While several horses dragged a battering ram, maintaining a steady pace in the blink of an eye, they had covered the distance of 5 or 6 miles, and the third volley of arrows had been fired. Fei Shu's group had caught up with the 2 leading parties. Seeing they were close enough, they all bent their bows and nocked arrows, releasing the 4th volley, followed swiftly by the 5th. As the guards on the city wall peeked out, they had yet to unleash a single volley when the rain of arrows from outside forced them back. Xiong Wu and Fei Ming's horses had already pressed against the city gates. The 2 exchanged a glance and nodded, dismounting simultaneously to charge at the gates. With a resounding crash, they confirmed that the locking beam had been lowered, shaking their heads in frustration. The battering ram, covered by the preceding volleys of arrows, had arrived, and a dozen or so men pulled the ropes, slamming it against the gates in just 4 strikes. The locking beam shattered, and the gates flew open. Perhaps owing to the simplicity of the process, the front line had not yet reacted, remaining frozen in place until Fei Ming shouted, "Enter the city." Only then did the others snap back to reality and rush inside. In an instant, the mountain bandits who had not mounted their horses surged into the city through the breached gates, with the three men heading off in three separate directions. Chapter 38. Interception in a small tavern within Liangzhou. Zhao had long since heard the sound of hooves approaching the southern city gate. The tavern sat in the southeast corner of Liangzhou, not far from the southern gate. Although he could not sense the pressure of true energy over 100 miles like the esteemed Chen Gonggong, sensing within a range of 10 to 20 miles was not overly difficult in recent days. Zhao had been out and about, intermittently purchasing over 200 jin of rice from various granaries. If he were to eat it alone, it would last him a month or two without issue. However, the lack of vegetables and meat had left him somewhat vexed. It was understandable, as the new year approached. Families would be reluctant to part with any meat, saving it for the festivities. Moreover, the incessant snow had left the entire city devoid of greenery, let alone fresh vegetables. Knowing it was futile yet accepting it as his fate was also a form of cultivation. If he could not purchase them, so be it. Though martial practitioners had a significant demand for meat, going without for 10 days or half a month would not lead to death in the distance. The thunderous sound of the locking beam breaking echoed from the southern city gate, causing Zhao's brow to furrow deeply, a sense of foreboding settling in his heart. He was astonished that this rabble could breach the city. Before Zhao could ponder further, the sound of hooves striking the ground was followed by the rumbling of carts and the footsteps of many hurried individuals. Though chaotic, their direction was unmistakable in his awareness. The invading bandits split into 3 groups, racing toward different destinations. His thoughts paused, and Zhao felt as if he had grasped something intangible, yet it remained elusive. It was not until he looked up, the lantern's flickering flames swaying in the wind, that he finally understood. How enlightening! Zhao realized the recent fire within the city was likely instigated by spies, though the precise motive remained unclear. It was highly probable they aimed to incite chaos in Liangzhou. Otherwise, the gates would not have opened so easily. If the guards on the city walls could hear Zhao's thoughts, they would surely exclaim, "What a perceptive person!" On North Street, Yunxiang, both the Liangzhou intendant and deputy intendant resided along this thoroughfare, with the intendant overseeing military affairs and holding investigative authority, while the deputy was primarily responsible for salt and grain. Thus, the events unfolding tonight were closely linked to both Me and Ina side room of the Liu residence. Liangzhou Intendant Liu and Deputy Intendant Su faced each other across a modest table, illuminated only by a single flickering candle, the dim light casting shadows on their faces. Liu, visibly anxious, frequently glanced out the window, while Su remained calm and composed, sipping tea and nibbling on pastries, seemingly unconcerned with the turmoil outside. "Old Su, you manage the salt and grain, while I command the troops. If Liangzhou falls and we lose the grain, we shall both bear the consequences," Liu exclaimed, perspiration streaming down his face, wiping it repeatedly, barely managing to sip his tea before it turned into sweat. Unperturbed, Su leisurely scraped the tea foam with his cup lid, blowing gently before savoring a sip. "This is fine tea." He then lifted the copper kettle to refill Liu's cup. "Old Liu, do take a moment to appreciate this preeming silver thread. It cost me a pretty penny." "Oh dear, old Su." Just as Liu was about to savor the tea, his anxiety compelled him to rise and pace a few steps, only to be halted by Su's voice. "Old Liu, when did we start working together?" Su set down his cup as if recalling something. "Old Su, what are you talking about? We both sat for the imperial examination in the 2nd year of Jingda, remember? You ranked 28th in the 2nd class, while I was 41st. We both entered the Hanlin Academy together. Have you forgotten? In the 4th year of Jingda, you were in charge of the classics, while I served as a secretary. It's been 20 years. Although puzzled, Liu reflected for a moment and replied sincerely, his tone laced with concern for his old friend. Su stood, grasping Liu's hands tightly, the earlier air of tranquility vanishing. "Old Tong, do you trust me?" Liu, whose name was Liu Jian, with the courtesy name Tong Su, upon hearing his old friend address him by his courtesy name, was momentarily taken aback as memories flooded his mind. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "Old Su, we have weathered storms together for 40 years. How could I not trust you?" "Good, that is all I ask. Tong Su, we cannot venture outside, not a single one of us. Wait until you deliver the tiger talisman to the camp office. Instruct them to assemble the troops while we await further clarity on the situation. If the bandits are merely after provisions, we can intercept a few carts and remain unscathed. However, should they aim to plunder for 3 days? We will wait until they have completed their theft before leading our forces to encircle them. Regardless of the outcome, we shall bear no blame. I have already dispatched someone to keep watch, and they will report back with any news. If we venture out now, under any circumstance, we cannot evade accusations of negligence or failure to report. We might even be wrongfully labeled as accomplices to the bandits, and the burdens of these past years would inevitably fall upon us. You, holding a 6th rank, and I, a 5th, would not be able to withstand such grave charges. Su Tongji, though verbose, spoke with earnestness and urgency, gently comforting his old friend, his grip tightening, his face etched with worry. He genuinely feared that his friend's impulsive nature might provoke trouble. Liu Jin's eyes widened as he gazed at his old companion, wishing he could bow his head in gratitude, yet he could only clasp Su Tongji's hand, sniffling back tears, overwhelmed by the debt of gratitude he felt. Su Tongji ceased speaking, merely nodding as he assisted Lu Wen into the grand chair. Pouring a cup of hot tea and pushing it towards him in the northwest of Liangzhou, a shadow flitted across the eaves, like a gust of wind, leaving no trace in the snow. It was Zhao Jiu. Zhao Jiu was unaware of the bandits' intentions and could only resort to the clumsy method of trailing the largest group from a distance. The objectives of the remaining bandits likely aligned closely with that of the main force, so following them seemed prudent. This group appeared to have a definite target, moving with great speed, veering increasingly off course. Although Zhao Jiu found it perplexing, he nonetheless kept close behind. After a quarter of an hour, Fei Ming reined in his horse before the dilapidated temple in the northwest of the city, exchanging a glance with a companion behind him. Upon receiving a confirming nod, he raised his hand to signal the others to halt. "Here it is, brothers. Get inside and load the grain. Quickly, quickly." The group behind him, with no time to rest, rushed into the crumbling temple. In no time, bag after bag of grain was loaded onto the carts. And soon, over a dozen carts were filled to capacity. "How much more is there?" Fei Ming asked anxiously. "Brother, we still need at least 30 carts. We have too few to move it all." A man who had just finished loading a bag panted. Fei Ming furrowed his brow, astonished that such a small, decrepit temple could conceal so much grain. "Share a horse with someone and head to Fei Shu and Xiong Wu to fetch more carts. Quickly! If the officials arrive, it will be too late to escape." The man hurriedly mounted the horse that was brought over and galloped back the way they came. Hidden atop a distant rooftop, Zhao Jiu was taken aback by this scene. He had anticipated grain might be stored here, but never expected such a vast quantity. Just after one round of transport, he was astonished to discover even more. It was evident that action could not be postponed. If this group of bandits were allowed to transport all the grain, Liangzhou would surely descend into chaos. If chaos ensued in Liangzhou, his identity would inevitably be revealed. Let us not forget, he was burdened with the weight of a royal decree. While contemplating how to intervene, the grain-laden carts had already arrived, 20 in total. Zhao Jiu cursed his luck. His mind was a muddle. The bandits moved with alarming swiftness, and he had yet to devise a foolproof plan. Surely, he could not charge out and slay them all. If he possessed such prowess, he wouldn't be cowering here like a turtle at the Lu residence. A steward hurriedly pushed open the door to a side room. "Sirs, the southwest and central granaries have been emptied. Only the northwest remains." Liu Jin nearly dropped his teacup, glancing at Su. "Quick, rally the troops. We must stop at least half of it. If the northwest granary is emptied, we face banishment at the very least." Su Tongji's demeanor shifted from calm to urgent as he set down his cup and declared, "I will accompany you. If we must perish, let us die in Liangzhou rather than in the Zhao prison." Without time to change into their official attire, they instructed the steward, saddle the horses, and hurriedly made their way outside. Zhao Jiu sighed in dismay, internally hoping the officials were already en route. Intercepting such a large number would be a daunting task. The group had filled their carts, and Fei Ming decisively abandoned the remaining grain. "Forget the rest. Drive the carts, go!" As the command left his lips, several flying daggers accompanied by swirling snow suddenly arrived. The horses pulling the front carts let out a mournful whinny as their heads burst open. Several carts, now devoid of their horses, slid forward a few paces before halting in the snow. Fei Ming reacted swiftly, urgently ordering his men to move the carts aside to allow those behind to pass, while the remaining men nocked their arrows, keeping vigilant. Zhao Jiao disregarded everything else, bending his knees slightly, channeling his energy, and leaping with force, shattering the tiles beneath his feet in midair, with his Tang Dao in hand. Zhao Jiao shouted fiercely, dispersing the falling snowflakes, his energy surging, merging with the blade's form, drawing upon 40% of his strength. Heavenly opening. A narrow blade of energy shot towards Fei Ming, for Zhao Jiao understood well that to capture the bandit leader first was key. Though Fei Ming was at a distance, the oppressive atmosphere and the dazzling blade light filled him with a sense of suffocation. He quickly tightened his grip on the reins, tumbling off his horse. The others behind him were not so fortunate. The energy surged with the snow, appearing as a white mist from afar, but as it drew near, it resembled an arc of rippling water as the blade energy swept past. Over a dozen men were caught up in it. In an instant, both horse and rider were cleaved apart, the cuts smooth, only a mist of blood spraying forth. The third-rank Fei Ming's group stood dumbfounded. Such a display was undoubtedly the work of a top-tier expert. They looked up in search of Zhao Jiao, but he was nowhere to be seen. The moment Fei Ming fell from his horse, Zhao Jiao had already harnessed his energy and vanished several miles away. Fei Ming understood that at this moment, the grain was paramount. Suppressing his fear, he stood in the snow, shouting loudly, "Load the grain!" Quickly! His men finally reacted, some pushing carts while others urged the horses, and soon, several carts were galloping away. "Leave the grain and save your lives!" Lu Jian, barely aware of his surroundings, saw men loading grain and shouted without hesitation. In the rush, he had not gathered a full contingent, but whatever he had would suffice. His life was of utmost importance. Fei Ming, disregarding Zhao Jia's whereabouts, mounted his horse, shouting, "Load the grain," and charged toward the officials. The two groups collided, blades flashing, blood and flesh scattered. Lu Jin's forces were few, numbering but 1,000, but fortunately, Su Tongji arrived just in time, leading his troops to flank and intercept a significant portion of the grain-laden carts. Fei Ming recognized that prolonged conflict would lead to death. With one man, one spear, and one horse, he charged ahead, abandoning the carts that had not yet departed, carving a bloody path for himself and his men to escape. The skirmish lasted less than half an hour. After Fei Ming's retreat, Lu Wen also ceased pursuit, ordering part of the grain to be returned to the granary while sending others to guard the city gates to prevent a counterattack. After a flurry of activity lasting nearly an hour, Liangzhou finally returned to a semblance of calm, yet the stench of blood lingered in the air. Only at this moment did the people of Liangzhou begin to quell their panic. Though the increasing snowfall seemed to herald a troublesome year ahead for the city. Chapter 39. In the imperial palace of the capital, during his youth, Emperor Yuanzhu experienced a devastating fire. Kneeling amidst the flames, he prayed that if he survived, he would dedicate his life to the three purities, ensuring their worship continued for generations. Miraculously, lightning flashed and torrential rain fell, extinguishing the fire, and Yuanzhu survived. Just 8 years old at the time. The late emperor, upon hearing of this event, was greatly astonished, believing Yuanzhu to be the chosen one destined to inherit the throne. Thus, when Yuanzhu turned 16, he was named the crown prince, assuming control of the Eastern Palace and overseeing state affairs in place of the late emperor. AT-18. A fire broke out in the Eastern Palace's sleeping quarters. Jin Yiwei Captain Lu Song risked his life to save Yuanzhu, who once again escaped death, while Lu Song perished in the flames. Yuanzhu believed that his failure to uphold his promise to honor the three purities led to the fire. Consequently, after the incident, he ordered the painting of grand images of the three purities, establishing an altar for their worship, which continued day and night without interruption. AT-22. Upon the death of the late emperor, Yuanzhu ascended the throne, adopting the reign title Jingde in the 6th year of Jingde. A fire broke out in the Yangxin Palace where Yuanzhu resided. Lu Song's son, Lu Wenyu, carried the emperor out of the burning palace, allowing Yuanzhu to escape death once more. Afterward, the emperor believed that the inner palace's revelry displeased the three purities, prompting him to relocate to the Western Garden. He constructed the Qingxian Palace for his residence and spiritual cultivation, establishing the Chongxian Temple for the three purities. From then on, he worshipped diligently morning and night, practicing his spiritual cultivation for 28 uninterrupted years, and thus had not attended court in nearly 3 decades. Today marked the 25th day of the 12th month. Heavy snow fell upon the capital, with the accumulated snow reaching the ankles in the courtyard of the Qingxian Palace. Yuan Zhu, who revered the Tao and the natural order, did not sweep away the snow. As evening approached, Yuan Zhu had just finished offering incense, clad in a thin white cotton garment, walking barefoot on the snow with the company of Chief Eunuch Chen. His footsteps left distinct prints in the snow, each step deep enough to reach his ankles. After walking 9 circles, he slowly came to a halt. Seeing Yuan Zhu stop, Chief Eunuch Chen dared not hesitate and hurried over to support him. "Your Majesty, you have completed 9 circles. I have instructed the servants to prepare warm water infused with the divine herbs collected by Wu Xian for soaking your feet to cleanse away the snow's impurities." Chief Eunuch Chen dared not mention the fear of frostbite, for this emperor was a practitioner of the Tao, a celestial being. How could a celestial being fear the cold? "Ha ha, good servant." Yuan Zhu, supported by Chen, returned to the eaves, stretching his feet in comfort. "Did you think I would be frostbitten?" Chief Eunuch Chen, disregarding the snow's filth, hastily knelt and bowed. "I dare not, for your Majesty is a celestial being who has attained enlightenment. How could you be frostbitten? I only fear that the snow's impurities might disturb your Majesty's tranquil cultivation." "Enough, enough. Rised, a couple of days ago, I awoke in the dead of night, my body ablaze with an unusual heat. Thus, I made my way to Qingxian Temple, where Master Wu proclaimed that my afflictions stemmed from the burdens of state affairs and an overactive heart, leaving me devoid of tranquility. He advised that walking barefoot in the snow for 9 laps would suffice to alleviate my condition." Yuan Zhu, with his hands clasped behind his back, mentioned that he had taken such a stroll yesterday and indeed enjoyed a restful night thereafter. The mastery of the Tao is truly remarkable. Upon hearing this, Eunuch Lu interjected, "Your Majesty, it is natural for the master to offer such advice. It is merely my humble perception that I fail to perceive the divine." "Indeed, indeed, my good servant," replied Yuan Zhu. The two returned to Qingxian Palace, where the eunuchs had already prepared the charcoal fire and lit the candles. Eunuch Chen, lagging a few steps behind, hurriedly brought warm water once Yuan Zhu settled himself on the dais, kneeling to wash his feet until they turned a gentle red, before slowly placing them into the warm water, serving Yuan Zhu as he soaked his feet. "Where is Daban? I have not seen him all day to inquire about my well-being." Yuan Zhu's demeanor was serene, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Although he had been cultivating for over 20 years, returning from the snowy outdoors to soak his feet still brought a smile to the lips of this emperor, who kept his joy concealed. "In response to your Majesty, Eunuch Feng is currently at the ceremonial supervisory office, and it appears the matters of Jiangnan have finally reached a conclusion. He is now in the northern Yuan storeroom selecting fruits for your Majesty." Eunuch Chen promptly replied. Yuan Zhu chuckled, "Daban is quite astute. Knowing I wish to pay my respects to heaven and conduct rituals, he has gone early to gather fragrant fruits. Chen Jing, you must observe and learn diligently." "Your Majesty, I shall devote myself to mastering this." Chen Jing responded, "I have heard that during the coldest days, Daban punished you to kneel in the snow for several nights." Yuan Zhu suddenly recalled and inquired. In reply, "Your Majesty, this indeed occurred. My ineptitude in duty warranted such punishment. Were it not for your Majesty's compassion, the reprimand would have been far harsher." Yuan Zhu opened his eyes and gazed at Chen Jing. "It is not only my affection that spared you, but Daban's mercy as well." The steam rising slowly from the wooden tub mingled with the fragrance wafting from the incense before the altar, enveloping Yuan Zhu in a sense of intoxication. Thus, he ceased to speak, inhaling the faint, refreshing aroma, leaning back as he savored several deep breaths, allowing his shoulders to relax as the two were enveloped in silence. A duty-bound young eunuch approached, kneeling and bowing. "Long live your Majesty. Eunuch Feng requests an audience and is waiting outside. Daban has arrived. Let him in." As Yuan Zhu lifted his foot from the tub, Eunuch Chen, having prepared a dry cotton cloth, dried Yuan Zhu's feet before taking the water bucket outside. Eunuchs Feng and Chen encountered each other beneath the eaves, one carrying a wooden bucket, the other holding a wooden box. They exchanged a knowing smile and nodded as they passed each other. "Daban has come." Before Eunuch Feng could step through the door, an urgent voice resonated from within. Upon entering, Yuan Zhu was seated at the altar, and Eunuch Feng knelt, presenting the wooden box atop his head. "Your Majesty, please partake of some peaches. Let us not rush. Has the matter of the imperial envoy from Jiangnan reached a conclusion?" Your Majesty is astute. The governors of Bianzhou, Lin Kuei, Linen, Heichuan, Changzhou, Rungongzhou, and Suzhou, Zhu Yuga, colluded with Bianzhou's deputy Qin Fu and the judge Zheng Ronghuan, along with negotiator Zhou Su and Changzhou's deputy Li Suning, as well as Judge Shui Yuaning, and Suzhou's Judge Fu Helian, among others. They, fearing that their corruption would be exposed, bribed the guards at Bolangmen, Jingtamen, and Guanhai Gate, leading to the assassination of the imperial envoy, Jiang Daren. Eunuch Feng stated solemnly. Before Yuan Zhua could fully absorb the information, he had already descended from the dais, hands clasped behind him, pacing slowly. By the time Eunuch Feng finished, his repressed anger was barely contained. Good, good. This group of officials has truly opened my eyes, recalling an earlier memorial from the governor of Linjiang, which spoke of the Son of Heaven's disciples, favored by the divine, exhausting their heart and soul to repay heavenly grace. Yuan Zhua's fury intensified, his jaw clenched tightly. Approaching the table, he grasped the urgent memorial. Bending forward, these corrupt officials dare to mention the Son of Heaven's disciples, as if I am the one in the wrong. And what of those so-called sects of the rivers and lakes? They truly possess the audacity to kill an imperial envoy. Are they next to demand my abdication? Eunuch Feng, taken aback, hurriedly stepped forward to support the swaying Yuan Zhua, gently patting his back to help him regain his composure. Once Yuan Zhua had taken a few deep breaths and muttered 3 pure ones. Do not blame me, Eunuch Feng quietly advised. Your Majesty, it is not worth your ire. I have sent someone to investigate those sects. Not only did they conspire with officials, but they also forcibly seized thousands of acres of fertile land. Moreover, some have hoarded armor and weapons, colluding with the Northern Hu, harboring treasonous intentions. I have already dispatched Li Zhen with the secret police and the Imperial Guard to eradicate them. Very well, very well, very well, Yuan Zhua repeated thrice, his anger dissipating significantly. He turned. If the upper beams are crooked, the lower ones must also be awry. Let all evils be eradicated. Whoever is involved, I shall not spare a single soul. Only then did Eunuch Feng release his grip, assisting Yuan Zhua to sit. Your Majesty is wise. I have already instructed the Ceremonial Supervisory Office to gather evidence. It is up to Your Majesty to decide the fate of these officials from Jiangnan. Decide what? If it involves the cabinet, it leads to the cabinet's demise. If it involves the 6 ministries, it leads to their downfall. Pulling out the radish brings out the mud. I refuse to believe there isn't a single honest official in this world. Yuan Zhua, hands gripping the armrests, leaned against the chair, his expression grim. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. The rivers and lakes must be closely monitored. Those who deserve death must be executed. Those who must be purged must be cleansed. And those who owe must repay. What need do these great sects have for so much land? Do they intend to practice martial arts and cultivate their spirits in the mud? May our ancestors show mercy. I shall not raise a tiger to trouble. Standing to the side, Eunuch Feng silently noted, his head bowed, awaiting further instructions from Yuan Zhua. What of Lu Wenyu? Is he neglecting the matters of the Imperial Guard and the rivers and lakes? Yuan Zhua's tone had softened considerably, his eyes narrowing slightly, resembling a man-eating tiger. Master Lu has had it difficult. Just last month, he escorted military provisions to Ningzhou and has only just returned to the capital. I thought it prudent to allow him a few days of rest. I had forgotten about that. Yuan Zhua lifted his chin, his demeanor easing. To ban. Go to Lu's residence and summon Lu Wenyu. He cannot simply remain aloof and idle. I shall not permit it. I will have Chen Jing attend to Your Majesty. I shall make that journey. Eunuch Feng exited to fetch Chen Jing while donning a cloak. Hastening toward the palace gates, Eunuch Feng arrived before the western garden gate. Night had fully descended. He received the horse from a young eunuch and, after issuing a few instructions, hurriedly mounted and rode toward Lu's residence. Originally a wealthy merchant's estate, Lu's residence spanned 6 courtyards and encompassed nearly 4 acres, situated merely a street away from the imperial city, and thus not far from the western garden. Riding swiftly, Eunuch Feng arrived at Lu's residence within a mere quarter of an hour. Approaching the door, he knocked, and the crimson gate swung open slowly. The doorkeeper peered out, spotting Eunuch Feng clad in vibrant red official garb and hat. Promptly inquiring, "Is the master in attendance? I come with a decree. Is Master Lu at home?" His Majesty summons Master Lu into the palace. The doorkeeper's eyes widened, pulling the gate wide open. respectfully stating, "Master, it is cold outside. Please come in and wait. I shall notify him at once." Eunuch Feng nodded, handing the reins to a servant who had emerged, brushing off the snow from his garments before stepping into Lu's residence. The servant secured the horse and returned to close the gate, leading Eunuch Feng toward the main hall. In the rear hall, Lu Wenyu, his hair already graying, sat at the head of the table, accompanied by two sons, a daughter, and his wife, Ngua. Although Lu Wenyu hailed from a military background, he possessed an air of scholarly elegance, his neatly groomed mustache beneath his nose and a well-trimmed beard adorning his chin. His hair was meticulously styled, not a single stray strand in sight. His eyes sparkled with vitality, and his complexion was fair. Standing over 6 feet tall, he wore a blue cotton coat, appearing slender yet exuding authority. At that moment, he was engaged in warm conversation with his family over dinner. The doorkeeper knocked lightly and, upon receiving Lu Wenyu's permission, entered, reporting, "Master, Eunuch Feng has arrived. His Majesty requests your presence in the palace." Lu Wenyu furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment before calming his family and replying, "Fetch my official robes." In no time, Lu Wenyu donned a grand red ceremonial robe, appearing resplendent, and walked into the main hall. Spotting Eunuch Feng sipping tea, he spoke first, "Eunuch Feng, for what urgent matter does His Majesty summon me at this time?" "Apologies for disturbing you, Master Lu. It concerns the Imperial Envoy. The case from Jiangnan has reached a conclusion, and individuals from the rivers and lakes are implicated. His Majesty likely desires your insight on this matter. Let us proceed swiftly to the palace, lest we keep His Majesty waiting." Eunuch Feng set down his teacup and rose to his feet. "Very well, Eunuch. Please lead the way." Lu Wenyu politely gestured, guiding the way forward. Chapter 40. Once more, the clash of arms before the western garden gate. Eunuch Feng and Lu Wenyu reined in their horses, dismounting just as several young eunuchs hurriedly took the reins. "Master Lu, please, let us not keep His Majesty waiting," Eunuch Feng said with a warm smile. Lu Wenyu sidestepped and raised his hand. "I appreciate your kindness, Eunuch." The two walked in unison, navigating through several corridors and passing through numerous doors until Qingxian Palace came into view. Looking up, they beheld Emperor Yuanzhua standing before the entrance of Qingxian Palace. The wind howling and snowflakes swirling around him, yet he remained clad in a single garment. The long sleeves billowed in the breeze, and his hair danced in the wind, resembling an untainted celestial being. As they approached, Yuanzhua descended the steps barefoot to greet them. Eunuch Feng, unable to locate Chen Jing behind Yuanzhua, felt a surge of anxiety and fear. Anxiety that Chen Jing had neglected his duties, and fear that Yuanzhua, standing in the snow, might catch a chill, leading to dire consequences for Chen Jing. He hurriedly rushed a few steps forward to kneel before Yuanzhua. "Your Majesty, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I am at fault." Upon hearing Eunuch Feng's clever words, Lu Wenyu, no fool himself, quickly followed suit. Kneeling before Yuanzhua, "Your Majesty, forgive me. I have been remiss, deserving of the gravest punishment. Enough, enough. How can you kneel in the snow? Rise, rise." Yuanzhua grasped the hands of the two individuals, waiting for them to rise before he smiled and spoke in a gentle and amiable tone. "You two, one is a companion who has weathered storms with me, and the other is a brother who has saved my life. What transgression could my dear companion and brother have committed? None at all." Upon hearing the emperor's declaration, the two men finally exhaled in relief. One of them supported Yuanzhua with a hand, and the three of them strolled into the room, just as a eunuch closed the heavy door behind them. Inside, the warmth of the charcoal fire contrasted sharply with the swirling snow and biting cold outside, leaving no trace of chill within the confines of the chamber. Yuanzhua leaned against the steps of the platform and looked up, saying, "Brother, please bring a warm stool for Wenyu." Having surpassed 50 years, his legs were no longer as agile as in his youth, and he had grown quite frail. It was indeed challenging for Wenyu. "I am not troubled. Your Majesty bears the greatest burden." Minister Lu Wenyu replied with a bow. Eunuch Feng remained silent, simply moving a warm stool to Lu Wenyu's side, saying, "Lord Lu, please take a seat," before retreating to a corner. From his elevated position on the dais, Yuanzhua waved his hand and casually remarked, "Brother, you need not be so formal. Take a warm stool for yourself." Seeing Eunuch Feng seated, Yuanzhua stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and narrowed his eyes, saying, "I have recently revisited poetry. There is a verse from the late Emperor S breaking the formation, for 40 years, my homeland, 3,000 miles of mountains and rivers. The Phoenix Pavilion and Dragon Tower reach the heavens. Jade trees and fragrant boughs create a mist. How often have I known war? Suddenly recalling it, he continued, I remember the first half well, yet the latter half escapes me. Do you know it? Eunuch Feng and Lu when you exchanged glances, both reflecting confusion and a hint of trepidation in each other's eyes. How could they be unaware of the late emperor's lament? Yet, as a mere servant and a close minister, they dared not speak such words to the emperor. Was he implying that the current emperor shared the fate of a deposed monarch? This was akin to reciting funeral dirges in the presence of the living, a matter that could cost them their heads. Ah, it is merely poetry. Besides, you two are steadfastly loyal. Surely I am aware of that. Yuan Zhuo reassured them with a smile, fully cognizant of their concerns. When Yu and Eunuch Feng exchanged a knowing glance, and Feng nodded affirmatively. Being a eunuch, he felt it inappropriate to respond to the emperor's literary inquiry, leaving it to Lu Wenyu, who straightened, bowed, and replied, Your Majesty, the latter half is, once returned as subjects and prisoners. Waist deep in sorrow, the most harrowing day to depart the temple, the music hall still plays the farewell song, tears shed facing the palace maidens. My knowledge is limited. I know the words but not their meaning. Please do not hold it against me. Indeed, tears shed facing the palace maidens. Every word correct. Please, take a seat. Yuan Zhuo clapped his hands in approval, speaking warmly. The borderlands endure bitter cold. When you has suffered greatly. Upon hearing this and recalling Eunuch Feng's words at Lu's residence, Lu Wenyu realized that if he could not grasp the underlying implications, then his decades of service would have been in vain. Thus, he followed the emperor's lead and seated himself, his previously taut heart finally easing. Your Majesty, I merely escort military supplies. It is hardly burdensome. The soldiers endure the harshness of winter, guarding the borders, suffering far more than I. Indeed, Yuan Zhuo replied with a contemplative tone, rising and pacing. The soldiers face life and death, while beauties still dance beneath their tents. The situation at the borders is dire, yet there are treacherous rats lurking behind. Driven by greed, they even dare to murder the imperial envoy. Lu Wenyu was well aware of the envoy incident and quickly asserted, Such audacious scoundrels exist? I implore your majesty to issue a decree, allowing me to personally apprehend this villain. Yuan Zhuo chuckled, pleased to see that his objective had been achieved amidst the casual banter. He beckoned to Eunuch Feng, saying, Brother, when you is not so familiar with the details, please fetch the memorial from Li Zhen's desk for him to review. Eunuch Feng, now understanding Yuan Zhuo's intention, transformed into a dutiful aide, retrieving Li Zhen's memorial and adjusting its angle so that Lu Wenyu could read it clearly. With his back to the candlelight, the memorial contained only a couple of hundred words, yet Lu Wenyu quickly absorbed it, reading through the brief lines with increasing alarm. Local sects colluding with officials to harm the imperial envoy. Both matters directly implicated him. Cold sweat broke out on his back, leaving him parched. Before Eunuch Feng could react, Lu Wenyu knelt and declared, Your Majesty, I have failed in my duties, leading to this calamity. I humbly request your judgment. Rise, it is not your fault. There are disloyal individuals in the realm, and I am aware of it. I simply did not anticipate their audacity to this extent, Yuan Zhuo stated solemnly, pacing as he spoke. The deceased are gone, yet those alive may still be pursued. You cannot remain detached from the case in Jiangnan. These officials are imprisoned in the Tiangong prison in Bianzhou. After the new year, you shall visit, coordinating with the Ministry of Rights to conduct a thorough investigation and submit a report to me. Lu Wenyu bowed in acknowledgement and returned to his seat, wiping the sweat from his brow. Remarking, it is rather warm in the palace, Yuan Zhuo reclined comfortably on the armrest of his throne, pondering aloud. Why did the late emperor's dynasty fall? A failure in governance. I am not one who has never known war. Nor do I wish to shed tears for palace maidens, nor do I desire my descendants to weep for them. The underworld has grown too unruly. They wish to mount me and commit their misdeeds, believing that a mere increase in land grants entitles them to conspire with local officials and assassinate envoys. If I were to grant them even more favor, would they not dare to dismantle my golden Luan Hall? Perhaps even claim a few of my glazed tiles. They would not dare. Lu Wenyu lowered his head, brow furrowed. Yuan Zhuo sneered, his expression a mix of feigned anger and amusement, mockingly retorting, "What is it that they would not dare to do? They have the audacity to kill the envoy. Since they do not cherish my favors, I shall withdraw them. Whether Buddhist or Taoist, I shall reclaim 70% of the lands I have bestowed. The rest, you may manage as you see fit. Afterward, submit a report to me. The reclaimed land shall be distributed among the people, and proper records must be kept. No errors shall be tolerated. Lu Wenyu, I entrust this matter to you, and the Eastern Factory shall assist as well. I understand the Jinyui lacks manpower. Thus, I grant you permission to expand its ranks as you see fit, no matter the number. Ensure that the underworld recognizes the weight of governance. This matter is not urgent. The situation in Jiangnan is critical and cannot be delayed. When you, first, investigate Jiangnan thoroughly, who has been corrupt, who has not, how much has been misappropriated, how much has been spent, and where the rest is concealed. Clarify all these details. Submit a report directly to me without passing through the 3 departments or the cabinet. The confiscated assets shall first be returned to the treasury of Bianzhou to be utilized for military supplies, or returned to the national treasury, pending my edict. Include all parties involved in a report for submission. I find it hard to believe that in such a vast Jiangnan, not a single official is clean. Eunuch Feng and Lu Wenyu exchanged astonished glances, both realizing the enormity of the situation. Jiangnan was on the brink of upheaval. Without hesitation, they hurriedly bowed and responded, "Your Majesty is wise." The atmosphere suddenly grew tense, with the officials of the Imperial Sacrificial Office leisurely sipping their tea. They were mere servants of the Emperor, able to brush aside matters from the world of martial heroes without a second thought. If one sought people, both the East Factory and West Factory would be at their disposal, which could be deemed a sincere effort. Yet, when it came to money, they had not a single coin to spare. Once they had entered the Imperial Sacrificial Office, why would they spend their own funds? These were the Emperor's retainers after all. If one had the ability, they ought to petition the Emperor for financial support. Meanwhile, Lu Wenyu wore a glum expression, hands clasped together. He sought a solution that would satisfy all parties. A task made all the more arduous. If he took charge, there were not enough hands. If he neglected his duties, this official position would be as good as over. It was indeed a dilemma. As Lu Daren contemplated his tea, Gonggong Qian placed a cup beside him and returned to his own seat to continue drinking. Lu Wenyu's thoughts were interrupted, and with a vacant expression, he lifted the teacup. The tender buds of spring tasted utterly bland. After 2 sips, he set it back down on the table. After some reflection, Lu Wenyu resolved to make one final effort. "Gonggong Feng, do you have any good ideas?" "Surely, Lu Daren. We should first investigate the case as for matters of the martial world. We are not deities and cannot conjure up manpower," Gonggong Feng replied, sipping his tea with resignation. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenyu stood up, a sigh escaping his lips, his expression one of despondency. "Then let us first focus on the case. We can delay the matters of the martial world. If all else fails, I shall enter the palace to plead for my sins and resign to return home." "Wait a moment, Lu Daren," Chen Gonggong called out, his tone serious. "I might have a method, though I cannot ascertain its feasibility." Lu Wenyu paused, glanced back at Chen Gonggong, then at Gonggong Feng, who had set down his red brush, before turning back to take a seat again. Perhaps a dead horse could be treated as a live one. One never knew what might work. Beside him, Gonggong Li and Gonggong He almost simultaneously set down their teacups. Eager to hear Chen Gonggong's proposed solution, Lu Daren, as the ancients say, it is better to open a path than to block one. Since blocking is ineffective, why not simply facilitate? Chen Gonggong stated earnestly. "Oh, I am all ears." With his hesitations cast aside, Lu Wenyu was ready to embrace whatever unconventional approach Chen Gonggong proposed. After all, whether it was a black cat or a white cat, as long as it could catch mice, it was a good cat. Chen Gonggong took a sip of his tea, glanced at Gonggong Feng, and upon receiving an affirmative nod, surveyed the crowd. "What is our current predicament? We lack manpower. However, there are individuals in the martial world." Lu Wenyu's interest peaked. "Oh? Are you suggesting? Let the martial world descend into chaos. While we cannot stir the still waters ourselves, once we muddle them, there shall be opportunities for us to seize." Lu Wenyu lowered his head in contemplation. Silently weighing the pros and cons, creating turmoil within the martial world was no simple task. Yet Chen Gonggong's fervent demeanor suggested he was not merely speaking in jest. He glanced at the other three officials. Noting their contemplative expressions, it was Gong Feng who spoke first. Lu Darren, the people of the martial world are not fools. They will not descend into chaos simply because we wish it. Relying on provocation and temptation will yield little result. We cannot resort to a cycle of killings, after all. They may lack shame, but we must retain ours. Uncle, we need not take action ourselves. Qin Gongong replied nonchalantly, I have someone, but it will cost money. He added, his eyes twitching slightly. After some thought, he concluded that the young man indeed prioritized wealth over life. Money is manageable, Lu when you breathed a sigh of relief, his confidence returning, as long as their demands are not exorbitant. Gong Feng nodded, lifting his teacup with a relaxed demeanor, inquiring, how many ranks does this person possess, and where can he be found? Third rank, located in Liangzhou, Qin Gongong responded. Third rank? The others were taken aback. What use is a third rank when even a first rank may prove ineffective? Has Qin Gongong resorted to desperate measures? Gongong he could not contain a snicker, and even Lu Wenyu found it hard to stifle a laugh. While the usually composed Gong Feng struggled to suppress his mirth, his cheeks quivering comically, I thought you were serious, but it seems you have merely jested. The room filled with a light-hearted atmosphere. It was Gong Feng who regained his composure first, admonishing, Lu Darren, what are you doing? We are discussing serious matters, not exchanging jokes. Let us return to the discussion, Lu Darren. I apologize for our lack of decorum. Meanwhile, Lu Wenyu, having taken a sip of tea to steady himself, remarked, Qin Gongong, I merely express some idle frustrations. Surely you do not take my words to heart? Indeed, the third rank is accurate, Qin Gongong remarked. A trace of exasperation in his voice. However, he achieved this rank in just 3 years. Laughter abruptly ceased, and the four men exchanged bewildered glances. What sort of anomaly was this, to advance 6 ranks in 3 years? Was he perhaps the illegitimate child of a prominent sect leader? They recalled their own arduous journeys from the 9th to the 5th rank, which had taken nearly 8 years at that moment. The 4 first-rank officials found themselves questioning their own talents. Lu Wenyu skeptically asked, are you certain he followed a step-by-step martial path? It does not resemble the sudden enlightenment of a Buddhist or Taoist master. Who achieves the 3rd rank merely through sudden enlightenment? Qin Gongong retorted indignantly. You may claim my lower half is lacking, but you cannot doubt my upper half. Lu Wenyu hastily clarified, that is not my intention. It simply seems rather extraordinary. He too found it difficult to comprehend how one could ascend to the 3rd rank in such a short span. After all, the martial path's 9 ranks, fundamentally speaking, considered those below the 4th rank as merely enduring the physical trials, a process that could take years of painstaking effort. Even with exceptional talent and guidance, it was not uncommon for one to toil for 5 to 6 years, or even a decade or two. Reaching the 3rd rank was already a mark of genuine attainment. Qin Gongong, disinterested in further explanations, merely stated, I have sparred with that young man. He withstood 3 of my strikes without dying. The impact of those 4 words struck the group like a bombshell, plunging them into silence. If 3 years to the 3rd rank was astonishing, then surviving 3 strikes was simply unbelievable. The 4 men exchanged glances, mouths agape, eyes wide in disbelief. Seeing their reaction, Qin Gongong recounted the incident in Chang'an's Linzi in its entirety. Only then did the 4 men rein in their astonishment, realizing there was no reason for Qin Gongong, a first-rank official, to fabricate a 3rd-rank individual simply to save face. By the way, I had someone investigate him. A killer from the ghost market, known as Ma Zi, with the codename Jutong. He hails from Bianzhou and is currently at a small tavern in Liangzhou. If Lu Darren doubts me, a trip to Liangzhou will clarify everything, Qin Gongong declared, sipping his tea with a sense of pride. However, he is a man who values wealth over life, as long as the payment is sufficient. I assure you Lu Darren will be satisfied. Lu Wenyu decisively replied, very well. I shall journey to Liangzhou after the new year to personally ascertain the young man's worth. As for you, gentlemen, I entrust the cases from Jiangnan to you. We shall await the second trial. If that young man truly possesses the capabilities you claim, what do you say to a 60% share from me? Once the terms were agreed upon, it was only natural to clarify who would contribute what. After all, quarreling over such matters was a waste of time. Lu Wenyu was astute enough to seize the initiative, stating his position first. 70%, Gong Feng countered, unwilling to yield. As it was well known that the Jinuri had deep pockets and would not pass up an opportunity, Lu Wenyu smiled, unhurried, and took a couple of sips of tea. Strangely enough, what once seemed bland now tastes quite sweet. Good tea truly is good tea. Perhaps the previous lack of flavor was due to my method of tasting. Once he finished his cup, Lu Wenyu set it down decisively. Gong Feng, 65%. Beyond that, I genuinely cannot comply. After some back and forth, they settled on 68%, a compromise that left both parties satisfied. Meanwhile, far away in Liangzhou, Zhao sneezed, puzzled by the unexpected occurrence. Hadn't he heard that third-rank individuals were immune to colds? Chapter 42. A new technique on the 28th day of the 12th lunar month. The weather had improved considerably. It seemed as though the snowfall had lessened significantly since that fateful night. Perhaps the heavens took pity on the weary. On the 8th day of the lunar month, tradition dictated one must consume a bowl of lava porridge. A custom Zhao, despite being from the south, had not forsaken. Early in the morning, the pot simmered with the porridge. Tio Zhao, consuming it was a means of ensuring a smooth year ahead. When to eat it, however, was a matter of personal initiative. Cooking porridge was an art form. If the heat was insufficient, it would be half-cooked, neither soft nor hard. Though it could not compare to rice, one side would be flavorful while the other remained coarse, making it uncomfortable to chew. Should the heat exceed the mark, it would turn into a rice gruel, which, while still considered porridge, required no chewing. After enduring hours of patience, one would lose the essence of the dish, which was truly regrettable. Only when cooked to perfection, with the beans fully blossoming, would the air be filled with the delightful aroma of legumes mingling together. When the contents of the pot melded harmoniously, one could indulge in a warm, satisfying bowl, marking the true beginning of the year. The fire was gentle, allowing it to simmer slowly. As noon approached, it was finally ready. With no time to lament, his stomach protested before his mouth could voice its desires. He grabbed a large bowl, filled it to the brim, and sat in the courtyard, puffing out breaths of steam as he savored the porridge. The next day, on the 29th day of the lunar month, he ventured into town to purchase couplets, lanterns, and a feast fit for a celebration. A few days prior, he had received a message via pigeon that Lu Ji would be coming to Liangzhou. For the past 3 years, the two had shared a tradition of dining together on the night of the 29th, reveling in hearty meals. Although they were both away from Jiangnan this year, they were determined to continue the custom. Zhao only knew how to prepare simple dishes. He could not settle for merely boiling porridge for his only friend. Fortunately, the Hongtong Tavern was still in business. So he decided to order an entire banquet. At the hour of the dog, Lu Ji arrived as promised, still alone but bringing with him a cart laden with meats and vegetables. Zhao could not help but feel a pang of embarrassment. It was as if he were the one procuring supplies. However, it matters little. After all, it is the new year, and happiness takes precedence. Inside the room, two individuals sit opposite each other, savoring their drinks, while Zhao Kai lies beneath the table, wagging its tail. Over the past few days, its diet has vastly improved. After more than half a month, it finally feels the sensation of having some flesh on its body, and its fur has developed a sheen. It no longer resembles a stray dog. After indulging in food and drink for over an hour, both have imbibed sufficiently, their cheeks flushed and their breaths tinged with the scent of alcohol. Zhao Kai, having eaten and drunk its fill, sprawls on the ground, fast asleep. The two move a reclining chair into the courtyard, reclining as they converse and sip tea, waiting for the moonlight to cascade down like snow. By this time, the effects of the wine have nearly worn off. Liuji lifts the wine jug, gestures to Zhao, and departs with his horse-drawn carriage. Left alone in the courtyard, Zhao reclines and drinks tea. Leisurely enjoying the moment, on the 30th day of the 12th lunar month, Zhao rises just past noon. After a night of deep slumber following the revelry of drinking, he finds it particularly sweet. Outside, snow falls gently, but the warmth inside the house makes him reluctant to rise. After some procrastination, he finishes lunch just before the hour of the monkey. He steps outside to purchase a fish. For no New Year's Eve feast is complete without fish, as it symbolizes surplus for the coming year. At the hour of the rooster, he replaces the couplets and lanterns, and he can already hear the sounds of children playing outside. As he prepares the meal, although not typically skilled in cooking, he knows that on New Year's Eve, he must take it upon himself to prepare the feast. Of course, it is not merely a whim. Every household is celebrating, and even the Hong Tong restaurant is closed. Leaving no option to buy prepared dishes, he cooks rice, slaughters and steams the fish, and prepares 3 meat dishes along with 2 vegetable dishes. While not overly lavish, it constitutes the best he can manage. As the hour of the dog approaches, the sound of firecrackers erupts outside, filling the air with the spirit of the new year. Unlike the celebrations of later generations, Zhao finds an incense burner, lights a few sticks, and with proper reverence, bows towards the east several times to pay homage to his deceased parents. The tradition of staying up for the new year usually requires one to wait until the hour of the rat has passed. So Zhao, after a satisfying meal and drink, pays no heed to the sounds outside and settles into a reclining chair in the courtyard to sip tea. The custom of vigil has both a sense of nostalgia for the fleeting past and a hopeful anticipation for the forthcoming year. In ancient times, those keeping vigil composed verses, inviting friends to keep vigil at our Rong's home. The candles illuminate the azure clouds. The 36th cycle has passed, yet this night we cherish the fleeting years. Reflecting on the past, treasuring the years, and lamenting the swift passage of youth is a universal sentiment, timeless and unavoidable. Will there not be a new year ahead? Fears of time slipping away linger. Strive to make the most of tonight. Youth still has its merits. These lines from the esteemed Su Dongpa perfectly resonate with Zhao's current state of mind. When Su penned this poem, he too was adrift in a foreign land. Yet the verses convey a profoundly positive sentiment, serving as encouragement, self-comfort, and mutual inspiration. This encapsulates the positive essence of the New Year vigil. As the hour of the rat passes, the previously silent firecrackers erupt once more. Stirring Zhao from his drowsy state, he clasps his hands together, converting the 2,700 taels of silver in the space into fortune points, bringing his total to 41,600. The new year must commence with a procurement. He spends 3,000 points on 6 bottles of Tong Xian Dan, a minor expense given his current wealth, and he must maintain an imposing presence. The Baiyu Shangji Dan is still available and does not require immediate purchase. The special sale market has refreshed. It is time to explore. Upon entering the special sale market, he is greeted by a remarkable find, the Yuqing Xian Su Jing, available for a mere 2,000 fortune points. What a steal! Without hesitation, he makes the purchase. If not now, when? The fortune points flow like water. 100, 200, 400, 800, 1,600, 3,200, 6,400. He ascends directly from the first layer to the 7th, expending 12,700 fortune points. Suddenly, Zhao enters a meditative state, a profound connection to the world enveloping him, as if he perceives the essence of the universe differently at this moment. His internal energy bubbles and compresses. The once abundant energy dissipates in an instant. Not daring to delay, he retrieves the Tong Xian Dan, consuming them one after the other. Soon, his energy replenishes, only to compress and vanish again until he has refined an entire bottle of the elixir. He exhales a breath of turbid air, sensing his transformation. His internal energy swirls like boiling water, continuously honing his body with each breath. After a quarter of an hour, he gradually comes to a halt. Upon reflection, it seems the Yuqing Xian Su Jing is not the end of his journey. The Taiqing Yu Su Jing was a gift from the system, and while he initially felt something was amiss during his training, he had hoped ascending the layers would rectify it. Yet, even upon reaching the 7th layer, the sense of incompleteness persisted. Even after acquiring the Yuqing Xian Su Jing and ascending to the 6th layer, the feeling of deficiency remains, suggesting it may indeed be an issue with the technique itself. Must one truly gather all 3 Qing texts to forge a complete method? With this thought, Zhao continues to browse further in the special sale market. The next item, the 72 transformations, priced in the hundreds of billions, far beyond his means. The third item, the binding immortal rope, also in the hundreds of billions. How vexing, Zhao laments. Here we go again. Not only can I not buy it, but my fortune points barely cover the tip. He can only continue to browse. The remaining 2 items include the Yuqing Yuan Shi Tianzun robe, with a number of zeros following the digit 9. Those who know the price would be astonished, while those who do not might mistake it for a bank account number. The other is El Dongbin's Pure Yang sword, which is relatively affordable at 70 billion. Regardless, Zhao finds himself in a better position now. 70 billion seems like a bargain. Zhao does not dwell on it further and silently opens his panel. Host, Zhao Cultivation, 5th rank martial arts, Chasing Stars and Moon, perfected, Taiqing Yu Su Jing, 7th layer. Yuqing Xian Su Jing, 7th layer, Tian Yuan Blade Technique, Minor accomplishment, secret technique. Tangmin Xuanqi. 1,000 flowers and 10,000 blossoms devouring souls fortune points. 23,900 indeed. As he suspected, the techniques have not increased. Rather, akin to the Tangmin Xuanqi, an additional suffix has been appended. It appears there may be a third part. As Tao produces one, one begets three, and three generates all things. With more fortune points at hand, he can afford to wait patiently. Closing the panel, he returns to his room to sleep. Chapter 43. A visitor on the first day of the new year. The weather is bright, with only a light snowfall. Zhao enjoys a comfortable slumber until noon. The first day of the new year must be spent leisurely. Who would rush to toil on the very first day? After washing his face, he does not rush to eat or drink. Instead, he playfully gives Zhao Kai a gentle slap. The bored Zhao Kai, suddenly receiving a playful smack, barks incessantly, yet Zhao does not soothe it. Occasionally asking, "Will I be prosperous this year?" Wong Wong, Wong good dog. It deserves a reward, a large bone, so early in the day. Such auspicious words indicate that Zhao Kai is indeed a good dog. With the tavern still closed, he has no choice but to cook for himself. Stepping into the kitchen, he busies himself for half an hour, finally presenting a table of dishes that are quite presentable. As the new year begins, it is essential to have both vegetables and meat. He does not finish everything, saving some for the next meal, so he can simply reheat it later, even cooking a large pot of rice. Naturally, he keeps his word and prepares a sizable bone for Zhao Kai. An entire hind leg of pork. He tosses it onto the ground, allowing Zhao Kai to gnaw at it, drooling profusely. Zhao pays it no mind. After all, the dog has brought him luck, so why would he scold it? After feasting, he leisurely carries a reclining chair into the courtyard to bask in the sun. Brewing a pot of tea, he neither practices nor contemplates, simply reveling in this relaxed state. Days pass in this leisurely manner, through the second day, the third, and the fourth. Calculating the days, he realizes today marks the 15th day of the first lunar month. The Lantern Festival. Rice dumplings are essential. As usual, he rises only when the sun reaches its zenith. Today, he refrains from slapping Zhao Kai. After all, it has already been fortunate for over 10 days. Today, he shall let it be. Constant luck is not feasible. The pressure of work is immense, and if business flourished daily, he might very well exhaust himself. Moreover, if business were to thrive every day, what chaos would ensue in society? People's hearts would scatter, and the good youth would vanish, a major problem indeed. As the ancients said, not eating rice dumplings on the Lantern Festival is akin to not eating zongzi on the Dragon Boat Festival. The ways of our ancestors should not be altered. He must prepare some rice dumplings. The technology of this era is not vastly different from that of the Ming Dynasty. Flour is readily available. Albeit somewhat yellowish, however, compared to the sugar of the 21st century, both quality and appearance are severely lacking. Nonetheless, it matters little. After all, rice dumplings do not have to be sweet. Zhao takes a creative approach and decides to make savory ones. Without delay, he begins the process, chopping meat, wrapping it in dough, and rolling it into balls. These are indeed rice dumplings, albeit slightly larger than usual, roughly the size of an egg, but that is inconsequential. They are still edible. After a couple of hours of effort, he finishes the rice dumplings, and by the time he brings them to the pot, night has fallen. He retrieves 2 bowls, filling one with 10 to 20 dumplings for himself and the other with 5 or 6 for Zhao Kai. And then he begins to eat. Taking a bite, he finds the flavor surprisingly decent, with a mix of meat and dough. After all, they cannot taste bad, and they remind him of dumplings. Now, he has made up for the dumplings he missed during the new year. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Reflecting on this, Zhao cannot help but give himself a 5-star review. Who would have thought that a master of time management and a culinary god could be one and the same? Remarkable. Having prepared 40 dumplings, he and Zhao Kai did not finish them all. Zhao himself eats 20 before feeling almost overstuffed. Zhao Kai, after 3, loses interest entirely. With no other option, he can only store the leftovers in his space for another occasion, perhaps to be flattened and used as dumplings next time. Until the end of the first lunar month, Zhao Ju led a leisurely life. The tavern remained closed, and Lu Ji had no business, which afforded Zhao Ju ample time to rest. By the 4th day of the second lunar month, Zhao Ju felt a twinge of embarrassment. Since Lu Ji had not sent any communication, it indicated a lack of business. However, Zhao Jiu had grown quite idle, spending his days either lounging or reclining, feeling as if every bone in his body had turned to mush. Tomorrow, he resolved, the tavern would surely open. On the 8th day of the second lunar month, Zhao Jiu finally stirred before noon. After freshening up, he opened the tavern door, flipping the sign to indicate a prosperous opening, and settled into a grand armchair in the courtyard to engage in his meditative practices. As for why he only opened on the 8th, he thought, there was no need for an adaptation period after the festivities. Merely 4 days of adjustment had already transformed him into a natural-born laborer. By the 10th, having been in operation for 2 days, business was fairly decent, with patrons arriving as anticipated. As usual, Zhao Jiu took a reclining chair in the courtyard to savor tea and read. The tavern saw only 1 or 2 customers a day, which was inconsequential, as he was not overly concerned with making a profit. The weather was pleasant, and as he read, he found himself dozing off. In that half-awake state, it seemed as though a hand was waving in front of him. Zhao Jiu kept his eyes closed, using the book to shield his face, and impatiently murmured about the menu at the counter beneath the tree. To the far left was Huadiao wine. 1 tael a pot. In the middle was Lucien Zue from Chang'an, 2 taels a pot, and to the far right was the renowned Shindaizi from Shangjing, half a tael a pot, and no dishes, no meat, and no refills. Don't even think about running a tab. I'm keeping an eye on you. Having said this, he dismissed the man's laughter and adjusted his sleeping position. He had not rested well the previous night and had risen at an early hour. Insufficient sleep posed significant risks to one's health, which could not be taken lightly. When he next opened his eyes, the sky had darkened. Removing the book from his face, he stretched with his eyes still closed and took a sip of the cold tea beside him. Finally completing his afternoon nap ritual, Zhao Kai, his pet, was barking joyfully nearby. Judging by the sound, he seemed quite cheerful, silly dog, always barking away, yet too lazy to cook for himself. Zhao Jiu mused, sighing, enough with the barking. If someone didn't know better, they might think you're the master and I'm the pet. What good are you? Have you ever cooked me a meal? Zhao Gongzi, have you awakened? A gentle voice chimed in beside him, causing Zhao Jiu to startle, recognizing it as somewhat familiar yet unable to place it. Though I cannot recall, I instinctively respond, in dreams, who awakens first? I know myself best. Turning around, he saw 2 women seated at the table behind him. One had her hair styled high, adorned with a white jade hairpin, dressed in a flowing azure skirt and a striking crimson cloak, her attire exuding opulence from a distance, with dark brows and a delicate nose. Her natural beauty surpassed that of any cosmetics, radiating elegance and grace. The other, plain in comparison, wore a high bun, a green skirt and black shoes, her cheeks flushed from the cold, clearly a maid. Zhao Gongzi, have you been well? Zhao Ji was taken aback, rubbing his eyes and smiling. Miss Liu, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. The dignified lady was Liu Ruwei, currently holding a teacup, her tone unassuming. Zhao Gongzi's appearance truly changes every day. Zhao Jiu, unbothered, allowed her to tease him in his line of work. If one were to be the same every day, it would spell disaster. Miss Liu, what brings you to Liangzhou? How did you recognize me? Zhao Jiu inquired, puzzled, confident in his disguise skills, particularly sure that Liu Ruwei wouldn't see through them. Liu Ruwei chuckled lightly. You revealed your true self in Chang'an. Have you forgotten? It's not difficult to investigate. I assumed you had returned to Jiangnan, but to my surprise, I discovered you in Liangzhou. Naturally, I had to come and see you. Hearing her teasing tone, Zhao Jiu could only smile wryly, realizing this was a lapse on his part. Please don't laugh at me. We've shared life and death together. Grant me a bit of dignity, won't you? Very well, Liu Ruwei responded, her smile bright and captivating, as if she were making a request. Your tavern seems rather quiet. Why not accompany me to explore Liangzhou while you have the time? What could Zhao Jiu say? Though there was only a maid beside her, one must not forget that she also had a first-rate steward. If he were to refuse, who knew what repercussions might ensue? The responsibility fell squarely on him. Satisfied with his response, Liu Ruwei graciously treated Zhao Jiu to a meal. Sure enough, it was Gao Qi who brought the food, leaving Zhao Jiu feeling quite helpless. After a hearty meal, Zhao Jiu sat in the courtyard sipping tea with Gao Qi, while Liu Ruwei and her maid played with Zhao Kai. How ironic, in his own establishment, he had become the one entertaining guests. Circumstances had shifted beyond his control. Thus, he had to tidy up the back courtyard to accommodate Liu Ruwei and her maid. Fortunately, there were enough rooms to spare. even for a couple more guests. Yet, after only a few days of reopening, he found himself having to close the tavern again. Such a unique situation in business was indeed rare. Chapter 44. Establishing reputation before indulging in vice the following day. After Lu Rui's visit to the tavern, Zhao Ju hung the close sign. With a first-rate master in attendance, he dared not risk displeasing the young lady. For 3 consecutive days, Zhao Ju accompanied Lu Rui as they meandered through Liangzhou. Gao Qi was tasked with managing the tavern, as it was more fitting to spare an elderly man from undue hardship. Truth be told, Liangzhou was not large, even considered a small town, and Zhao Ju himself was uncertain what there was to explore. Yet, to his astonishment, as they strolled, taking breaks to eat and following Lu Rui's lead, they had not finished exploring even after 2 days. Shopping truly seemed to be an innate talent among women, Zhao Jiu, though impressed, knew he must fulfill his role as a companion. Once he committed to something, he would see it through, as was his principle. By the 3rd day, having covered a fair amount of ground in Liangzhou, Zhao Jiu was utterly exhausted, unable to straighten his legs, while Lu Rui still felt unsatisfied with the amount they had seen. Zhao Jiu and Gao Qi exchanged glances, one physically drained like Xiao Kai, the other mentally fatigued to the same degree. Finally, after much persuasion, Lu Rui relented, agreeing to rest for a few days before returning to Hashi. Both Zhao Jiu and Gao Qi sighed in relief, finding common ground in their mutual exhaustion. Despite their 40-year age difference, 4 fleeting days passed, and as Lu Rui prepared to depart for Hashi, Zhao Jiu returned to his previously leisurely routine. His days consisted of sipping tea, meditating, and napping, for the strenuous period had finally come to an end and it was time to indulge in relaxation. On the 18th of the 2nd lunar month, Zhao Jiu lazily switched the sign to open. Though Lu Ji had secured a few jobs, they were primarily low-level vendettas, and the long travel with minimal profit dissuaded him from taking them on. As March arrived, Liangzhou had seemingly returned to its former state, as if the deaths of the 2 major leaders and the bandit troubles of the previous year had never transpired. The taverns reopened, and Zhao Jiu resumed his life of idle eating and waiting for death. During this time in March, the weather had warmed considerably. Zhao Jiu had fully mastered the Jade Clarity and Mysterious Void scripture he purchased during the new year, resulting in a significant boost in his vital energy quality and strength. It was likely that soon he would reach the 2nd rank with little difficulty in the refreshing spring of March, as all things began to revive, with a lingering chill in the air. The tavern saw little business. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Zhao Jiu continued to enjoy his afternoon naps in the courtyard. Such leisurely days deserved to be savored, just as days with business warranted diligent efforts to earn money. In a daze, a man pushed open the tavern door, but Zhao Jiu did not rise. He repeated his usual pleasantries, and the man, not wishing to disturb Zhao Jiu's slumber, settled under the tree with a pot of Huadiao wine. Sipping it slowly as the sun set and darkness fell, Zhao Jiu finally awoke. To his surprise, the man had not left. He was the only customer in 3 days, which delighted Zhao Jiu, prompting him to offer another pot of Lucien Zue. The man, not one to be polite, smiled and continued to savor his drink. "Shopkeeper, do you have wine without any side dishes?" the man inquired, his tone gentle. Zhao Jiu initially intended to say no, but then recalled the Tang Yuan in his storage space and, almost instinctively replied, "There are indeed some." Realizing he had misspoken, he quickly clarified, "It's not the usual fare. I've created some unique dishes, Tong Tu. I was hesitant to sell them for fear they might not taste good." It was certainly unconventional. Few people would dare to put meat into Tang Yuan, and as for the Tang Yuan, its inception was indeed Tang Yuan. Would it be called dumplings otherwise? The man's interest piqued. He promptly called for Zhao Jiu to bring him a bowl. Without hesitation, Zhao Jiu stated, 2 taels of silver per bowl. No credit. Hearing this, the man's mouth twitched. It seemed that what Qin Gonggong had said was indeed true. Zhao Jiu was as greedy as they came. He had just received a pot of wine and thought he had found the wrong person, but evidently, he had struck gold. 2 taels it is, but I'm hungry. Please hurry, shopkeeper. Although he felt a bit cheated, 2 taels of silver was not a concern for Lu Wenyu, who was eager to see what kind of Tang Yuan could warrant such a price. Zhao Jiu was taken aback, realizing he had indeed hit the jackpot. "This is your request. No need to blame me. I did give you a warning. Very well, please wait a moment." Though he was internally elated, he maintained a calm demeanor, turning to head into the kitchen. Out of sight, He retrieved the leftover tangyuan from his storage space, 17 in total, and placed 8 of them in a bowl before serving them at the table, saying enjoy, before taking a seat nearby. As Lu Wenyu stared at the bowl before him, each tangyuan larger than an egg, he was momentarily dumbfounded. Fortunately, being a man of the world, he retained his composure and asked, "Shopkeeper, did you make a mistake? Aren't these tangyuan a bit oversized? How is it 2 taels of silver for such a little thing? Wouldn't that make you a heartless swindler?" Zhaoju chuckled, unfazed. "Rest assured, these tangyuan are perfectly fine." "Heartless? You are not merely heartless. You treat people as if they were pigs to be slaughtered. A pot of Huadiao wine weighing merely 3 taels is sold for a single tael of silver. Even if you were to buy one and receive one for free, that is still a blatant act of greed. Such quality of Huadiao could easily fetch more than 2 jars for a tael of silver in Jiangnan. Yet you claim not to be a profiteer." Lu Wenyu thought to himself, though he remained skeptical, he nonetheless picked up a spoon and tasted a mouthful. Experiencing the flavor in his mouth, Lu Wenyu exclaimed, "Shopkeeper, did you not say this was a sweet rice ball? Why is it filled with meat?" "Indeed, meat-filled sweet rice balls. Is there a problem?" Zhaoju spread his hands, stating that he never claimed these sweet rice balls were not meat-filled. Observing Zhaoju's reaction, Lu Wenyu began to understand that Zhaoju was indeed someone who could not be treated in a conventional manner. He smirked and ceased to speak, savoring the meat-filled sweet rice balls as if he were determined to recoup his losses. Seeing this, Zhaoju smiled as well. "That's the spirit. If you can swallow it, it's good stuff." After finishing the sweet rice balls, Lu Wenyu calmly wiped his mouth and said, "Shopkeeper, should I call you Matzi? You claim to be Jiutong? You certainly make it hard for me to find you." Zhaoju felt a warning bell ringing in his mind. Unsure of Lu Wenyu's background, he attempted to deflect, maintaining his composure. "What are you talking about? What Matzi or Jiutong? I am merely the humble owner of this tavern." Lu Wenyu scoffed, recognizing Zhaoju's stubbornness, and chose not to elaborate further, simply stating, "A killer from the ghost market, Zhaoju. What brings you here? Did you engage in a few exchanges with the esteemed Lord Chen outside Chang'an? Is that right?" "What Lord Chen? You must have mistaken me for someone else. I am just a small tavern owner." With no connections to such influential figures, Zhaoju feigned a smile, his true intentions already in motion, prepared to take action. Although he denied it, Lu Wenyu had already unraveled much of his identity. Did Lord Chen feel embarrassed and wish to settle accounts with this insignificant character? Surely not. Could a first-rate master lack such composure? Seeing Zhaoju still resisting, Lu Wenyu pressed his fingers together, lightly resting them on the wine cup without even touching the wine inside, and scoffed. "It appears that some individuals prefer to drink punishment wine instead of the celebratory kind." Upon saying this, an overwhelming aura emanated from Lu Wenyu, a magnificent pressure cascading down upon Zhaoju like a celestial river from the heavens. In an instant, Zhaoju felt the world around him plunge into darkness. All things vanished from sight, leaving only a blurred figure, Lu Wenyu, seated before him. "I am Lu Wenyu, the commander of the Jinui, Lord Lu. I am indeed Jiutong," Zhaoju responded decisively, "as a killer from the ghost market. What orders do you have for me, Lord Lu?" Zhaoju's thoughts were simple. If Lu Ruwei could find this place, how could the Jinui not? It was said that he was the leader of the Jinui, and if he did not show some decorum, it would be inappropriate. "You are quite perceptive," Lu Wenyu replied indifferently, retracting his aura, allowing Zhaoju to regain his composure. "Isn't this just setting up a facade before indulging in debauchery?" Chapter 45. Zhaoju could not bear it. "Oh, what is a bitch, and what is a facade? Why set up a facade? And why indulge in debauchery?" Lu Wenyu inquired with great interest, sipping his wine while feigning confusion. Zhaoju did not respond immediately. Instead, he poured himself a cup of huadiao, slowly savoring it, letting the flavor linger as it filled his senses, reminiscent of the sweet plums from Jiangnan. "Jiangnan has nothing to offer. Merely a branch of spring," he finally spoke. "Conducting business is akin to drinking. Different regions prefer different wines. In Shengjing, where the cold prevails, even an 18-year-old huadiao would lack flavor, let alone a 180-year-old. Conversely, in Jiangnan, if one were to have a strong liquor upon awakening, not even the spring of Jiangnan would be visible. In business, one merely sets up a facade before engaging in debauchery, or vice versa. One cannot expect to do neither." "Correct, Lord Lu. Quite right. It is indeed about fame and fortune. I wonder, young brother Matzi. Are you in pursuit of fame, fortune, or perhaps both? Lu Wenyu exhaled, having discerned nothing particularly special about this Huadiao. It was far too bland. Zhao Jie noticed Lu Wenyu's perplexity and said nothing, merely placing the half jar of Huadiao on his table and refilling Lu Wenyu's cup with a jar of Lucien Zue. I won't charge extra for that, he remarked. Lu Wenyu, rarely cheerful, teased with a smile. Well then, consider it a gift with the sweet rice balls. Lu Wenyu was momentarily astonished. What a profit! The sweet rice balls were worth the price, and I possess no significant abilities, Zhao Ju nodded. I merely wish to survive, and if possible, to thrive. Do not speak such disheartening words. If others were to hear, they might think I am bullying the younger generation. In business, one engages only when there is profit. Who would willingly partake in a venture that incurs losses? Lu Wenyu said, his tone becoming much more relaxed. Zhao Ju's lips twitched. Did you think you were bullying the younger generation? Were you not bullying? If I were not at a disadvantage, I would have said, little Lu, call me a junior, and I shall not hold it against you. Once we step outside, what would you call me? Lu Wenyu was oblivious to Zhao Ju's thoughts. Zhao Jiu, suppressing his ideas, said, Lord Lu, if you have any advice for me, it would be best to speak plainly instead of leaving me to guess. How about you take a guess for a moment? Lu Wenyu chuckled, intending to tease Zhao Jiu, only to see Zhao Jiu's expression falter. He then confidently declared, not much, just a few people to eliminate. Zhao Jiu, having just finished his drink, nearly dropped his cup upon hearing this. Me? Are you serious? Do I seem like one to joke? Zhao Jiu was momentarily stunned, his expression shifting from disbelief to determination, followed by reluctance. Unable to endure the torment, he stammered, No, please. I am still just a child. The people you wish to kill, you should handle yourself. It is inappropriate for a first-rate master to impose on a third-rate individual. First-rate? Ha! I am far more than just first-rate. Lu Wenyu scoffed, his tone tinged with arrogance, though he glanced at Zhao Jiu, who had only recently reached the third rank, and slightly tempered his haughty demeanor. Saying gently, Am I the kind of person who coerces others into undesirable situations? Rest assured, this is business you can handle. Do you think I would lack the means to compensate you? Zhao Jiu did not believe a word of Lu Wenyu's claims. You have already stripped down. How can you speak of Lu Xiaohui? You should have pulled your pants back up first. However, Zhao Jiu was quite intrigued by the notion of being more than a first-rate master. Thus flattered Lu Wenyu, Lord Lu, what does more than first-rate imply? You do not know. Lu Wenyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Can you truly reach such heights so swiftly? Is it possible that my talent is lacking? Lu Wenyu could not comprehend, only stammering, above first-rate is the realm of the master. The initial stage is known as the minor master, also referred to as the submaster, and beyond that lies the grand master. Essentially the transition from power to intent. And what lies beyond the grand master? Zhao Jiu eagerly inquired. Saintship, immortality, enlightenment. Lu Wenyu answered candidly, divulging everything. Yet do not even think of aspiring to such heights. For hundreds of years, not a single saint has emerged, none at all. Not a single saint. Zhao Jiu murmured, then glanced at Lu Wenyu, realizing that he had latched onto a significant figure. However, such matters could not be rushed. Making money was of utmost importance. With clarity in his thoughts, Zhao Jiu shifted the topic, asking, Lord Lu, what rank are you? And who are the individuals you wish me to eliminate? Naturally, you need not inquire. They must be stronger than you. Lu Wenyu waved his hand dismissively, slightly impatient yet still gentle. Just a few individuals from the Jianghu. That will not do. Zhao Jiu immediately refused. How can business be settled so easily? Wouldn't I be at a loss? Oh, why not? I am one of them. Zhao Jiu exclaimed, Lord Lu, I share a brotherhood with those of the Jianghu. How can we turn against each other, causing strife among comrades? Zhao Jiu feigned sorrow, clutching his chest as if he were deeply wounded, recalling past grievances, even squeezing out a tear, and spoke mournfully. I truly cannot bear it. After a moment, Zhao Jiu raised his head, nostrils flaring as he fought back tears. This performance and emotional display, with such intensity, was worthy of a Bai Yulan. Lu Wenyu gaped in disbelief, staring at Zhao Jiu as if he had witnessed a ghost. Is this man possessed? A killer who could endure 3 strikes from Lord Qian just vanished without a trace. Is he not acting? What do you mean by that? Lord Lu, you know my nature. Zhao Jiu's expression shifted, gazing earnestly into Lu Wenyu's eyes, his fervent gaze causing Lu Wenyu to question if he had misjudged Zhao Jiu. Increase the payment, Zhao Jiu's decisive voice echoed, leaving Lu Wenyu momentarily stunned. As he processed the emotional display he had just witnessed, all that heartfelt sentiment and performance was merely for more money. Ha! This killer is not honing skills but rather focusing on theatrics. Lu Wenyu, growing impatient, retorted, "Just tell me how much you want, then I shall not hold back." Without waiting for a response, Zhao continued, "My demands are not excessive, just 100 taels a month. Whether or not you commit murder, payment is essential. Do you not find this some excessive? It is merely a basic requirement. Should murder occur, that will incur additional charges, and remember, a deposit must be provided in advance. I do not accept labor without compensation. You understand, right? All sorts of expenses must be factored into the cost. You grasp my meaning, do you not?" Lu Wenyu replied, "I understand. It's merely caution against being taken advantage of. It is wise for the young to be prudent." With that, he took the lead in granting Zhao's request. Zhao clapped his hands in excitement, subtly flattering, "Indeed. You deserve your position as a third-rank official, Lord Lu. I perceive that you possess the potential for greatness." Lu Wenyu waved his hands dismissively, a look of rejection on his face. Yet his lips betrayed a smile he could not suppress. He turned his head away, pretending to pour wine, but in truth, he sought to conceal his amusement at such flattery. Overstated. "How could I possess such talent?" "That is called emotional intelligence," Zhao interjected. "While Lord Lu is in high spirits, might I humbly present a few more points?" He rose, holding his wine cup, and pressed on. "This is not to say that we cannot overcome difficulties. I have never claimed that. I am merely suggesting that challenges do indeed exist, and they undoubtedly have an impact. It is not a certainty, mind you. The crucial point is that the resolution of difficulties lies in recognizing the fundamental challenges. It is not absolute. More is required. Stop. What more do you want? Let us speak plainly." Lu Wenyu could no longer endure the lengthy ramblings, recognizing that amidst the apparent verbosity lay mere nonsense. Had he not interrupted, Zhao might have spoken until dawn. "Well, I do have a rather demanding request," Zhao said, beaming with delight, his eyes sparkling. "Grant me a more leisurely, higher-ranked position, preferably a military post, so I can remain inconspicuous," he concluded. "That is my sole request." Lu Wenyu furrowed his brow, contemplating before ultimately nodding in agreement. After all, the funds had been provided, and he could indeed manage a trivial appointment. However, finding such a position proved challenging. After much thought, an idea struck him. There is an existing vacancy. How about the position of the North Town Protector? A fourth-rank post, primarily overseeing the Zhao prison. I will give prior notice. You may simply act as an idle official." Given their mutual sincerity, rejecting this offer would have been ill-advised. "Thus," Zhao proclaimed, "from this day forth, Lord Lu officially joins the ranks of our benefactors. Thank you, Lord Lu. I shall endeavor to fulfill my duties with utmost sincerity." Chapter 46. Returning to loyal Jiangnan, Lu Wenyu observed Zhao's shameless demeanor, coupled with the earlier flattery, and felt a surge of contentment, which naturally lightened his conversation. "You know, the scholars often say, a loyal minister does not serve two masters, nor does a virtuous woman wed two husbands. Yet, you seem quite at ease." Zhao had achieved his aim. Further probing would likely yield no fruitful outcome. Moreover, Lu Wenyu's cheerful demeanor left one wondering what ulterior motives he might harbor. Military wisdom teaches us, adapt to the circumstances. "Lord Lu, we are now family. It is said that while one might close the door to enjoy intimacy, it is rare to see families split upon opening muji, not just a mirmatsi." Lu Wenyu laughed heartily, acknowledging Zhao's skewed reasoning. As the effects of the wine began to take hold, his cheeks flushed slightly. "Whether you call me muji or matsi, do you truly believe you are of fourth rank? One who knows the times is a true talent. You have a bright future ahead." Zhao merely smiled, refraining from agreeing with Lu Wenyu's assertion, letting his hand rest on the back of the wealth-attracting totem. For a fleeting moment, the two men conversed like old friends, sipping wine under the shroud of night, creating an oddly warm atmosphere. Once a flask of wine was consumed, Zhao thoughtfully refilled Lu Wenyu's cup. It was not until the third flask was emptied that Lu Wenyu gestured for Zhao to stop pouring. Leaning back in the grand chair, he placed his feet on the table, seemingly savoring the moment. As night deepened and a cool breeze arose, Lu Wenyu finally rose, supported by Zhao as they exited the tavern. Zhao, ever considerate, handed Lu Wenyu a wine gourd, saying, "My lord, it is cold. A bit of warm wine will help you sleep. You are quite thoughtful. No wonder Lord Chen remembers you fondly." Lu Wenyu exhaled a breath of wine-laden air, accepting the gourd with a flourish. "From now on, should anyone inquire, just tell them you are my nephew. Do away with the formalities of Lord Lu. I am the fifth in my family lineage, so simply call me Fifth Master." After walking a few steps, he seemed to remember something, turning back to say, "In a few days? Return with me to Jiangnan.it is best to familiarize yourself with the place before we commence any dealings." Zhao had no reason to decline and readily agreed, expressing profound gratitude as he saw Lu Wenyu off. Upon closing the tavern door, he returned to his exclusive recliner, his face shifting through various expressions until he resumed his original demeanor. The moment Lu Wenyu entered, Zhao had already begun to transform his appearance, deliberately appearing somewhat gaunt to align with the image of the infamous Jiang Rahai. Such a strategy served dual purposes, to gauge Lu Wenyu's intentions and to discern how much information he possessed. The first aim became clear when Lu Wenyu uttered the term Mozi. His intentions were certainly not pure, yet they were not aimed at Zhao's demise. Regarding other matters, after a lengthy conversation, Lu Wenyu neither pointed out any flaws nor expressed any suspicion, indicating that they were likely unaware of Jiang Rahai's appearance, or that Jiang Rahai held little significance. More importantly, Zhao's transformation had proven effective. Even at such a close distance for an extended period, it would be challenging for an expert to detect discrepancies. With a long sigh of relief, Zhao savored the exhilarating yet perilous sensation of dancing with wolves. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. He had acquired all the information he sought. As for why Lu Wenyu had proposed such an outrageous price, that would require further exploration. Reclining in his chair, he comfortably sipped tea. The sparse moonlight casting a unique charm to as for the days ahead, he resolved to take them one step at a time. After finishing a pot of tea, he felt considerably relieved of stress. Proceeded to wash up and prepare for bed. 5 days passed in tranquility at the tavern. To await Lu Wenyu, Zhao had to open daily, no longer daring to sleep through the afternoon. The once leisurely life had turned into a burdensome routine, leaving Zhao feeling as though countless ants were crawling over him. On the 6th day, unable to withstand the pressure any longer, Zhao, with immense willpower, resolutely resumed his natural schedule of waking in the afternoon. Only at dusk did he eat his fill and return to the tavern, immediately taking to his recliner for tea, reading, and sleeping, his essential quartet of activities. Though the spring chill lingered, the trees in the yard had begun to bud, their vibrant green a pleasing sight. Upon reopening his eyes, he found the night had fallen. Zhao stretched luxuriously and ventured out for a meal, relishing the freedom of his life. As he exited the Hong Tong Tavern, a light rain began to fall, spring showers, gentle and unassuming, seeping into the very essence of the earth, even the chill gradually infiltrating his body. Braving the drizzle, he returned to the tavern, where a rather large carriage awaited him at the entrance. Upon seeing Zhao's return, the coachman tapped the carriage. As the curtain was drawn back, Lu Wenyu emerged, clad in a striking crimson flying fish robe, carrying a chest with him. "Fifth Master," Zhao greeted with a respectful bow. Stepping forward to receive the chest and assisting Lu Wenyu down from the carriage. "Go inside and change. I shall prepare a pot of wine." "Let us not haggle over trivialities," Lu Wenyu said, shaking the wine gourd as he continued. "Ah, this fine wine is truly exquisite. The aroma lingers on the palate, and its subtlety is utterly refreshing." With such praise, what could Zhao say? He could only acquiesce. Leading the way while balancing the chest, Lu Wenyu wasted no time, entering and immediately beginning to pour wine. Zhao, on the other hand, carried the chest into the courtyard. Inside, he opened the chest to find a substantial assortment of items. At the top lay a cap of the Jinyui, a pair of black boots, a belt, and a Jinyui badge. Beneath that was a blue-green flying fish robe and an embroidered spring knife. Zhao was taken aback. Is this for real? Such generosity. He knew that, according to regulations, the commander of the Jinyui wore a bright red flying fish robe, while the deputy donned a rosy hue, and the rest were dressed in varying shades of black, white, or bullfighting attire. Only those with merit above 100 households were entitled to the embroidered spring knife. Others wielded the goose feather knife. Seeing Lu Wenyu's willingness to part with such treasures, Zhao seized the opportunity, determined to benefit from this fortune. He quickly changed into the flying fish robe, donned the cap, and attached the badge, storing the rest away, with the embroidered spring knife in hand. He stepped outside, realizing that from this day forth, he would be a man of rank. This being his first time wearing official attire, Zhao struggled to adjust, having to slightly widen his stance to walk comfortably. Resembling a crab as he stumbled forward, Lu Wenyu could only stare in disbelief at Zhao's audacious gait, a sight he had never encountered before. Fifth Master, stop staring. I don't know how to fasten this. Zhao's words elicited hearty laughter from Lu Wenyu, who, once he had calmed down, proceeded to guide Zhao in properly wearing his attire. It was no wonder Zhao struggled. He had no prior experience, after a thorough lesson. Zhao looked the part, though he lacked any semblance of authority. Without further ado, the two set off, one with a dog by his side, the other with a wine gourd in hand, boarding the carriage toward Jiangnan. After wandering for nearly half a year, Zhao was finally returning to his loyal Jiangnan. Chapter 47. What is this? The carriage clattered along, not heading east as anticipated, but rather hurtling southward on well-trodden official roads. After traversing several mountains, the path became level, and along the way, they passed through a few county towns. Lu Wenyu and Zhao Zhi remained inside the carriage, while the driver, armed with Lu Wenyu's waste token, disembarked to procure supplies. The two travelers leisurely sipped tea and perused books, alleviating the monotony of their journey. The carriage traveled by day and rested by night. It felt less like a hurried trip and more like a spring outing. After more than 10 days of intermittent travel, having set off in early March, they finally caught sight of city walls as the end of the month approached. Zhao Jio was unfamiliar with the name of this city and had no desire to inquire. For according to their plan, they merely intended to transfer boats at the ferry and continue downstream along the Yangtze River, arriving in Jiangzhou in less than 7 days. Outside, a gentle rain fell incessantly. As the saying goes, spring rain is as precious as oil, and in the misty drizzle, the distant mountains appeared lush and verdant, almost unreal in their saturated green. Not far off, many farmers braved the light rain to till their fields. As spring is the season for planting, making it an opportune time for labor, Lu Wenyu lifted the curtain and extended his hand to feel the raindrops falling upon it, delicate and numerous. Akin to a graceful hand brushing against sheer silk and the tender blossoms of newly unfurled grass, with mossy greens and half-yellow willows. Beyond the curtain, the spring rain fell softly, while the morning oriole sang sweetly. As Lu Wenyu composed poetry, Zhao Jio could not remain indifferent, though he lamented his lack of literary prowess and could only begrudgingly admire. Master, your taste in poetry is exquisite. Lu Wenyu, in high spirits, paid no heed to Zhao Jio's unrefined flattery, instead squinting his eyes to relish the gentle rain on his palm. When he withdrew his hand, it was clean and refreshed. Zhao Jio, do you know which line from the doctrine of the mean I cherish the most? Before Zhao Jio could respond, Lu Wenyu mused aloud. In the spring, white snow returns to the green tombs, while the yellow river winds around the black mountains. His sentiments were sincere and poignant, evoking a depth of feeling that only those with a heart for the world could articulate. Zhao Jio wisely echoed, Master's insight is profound. Lu Wenyu chuckled, patting Zhao Jio's shoulder, teasing him for his inept flattery, which was genuinely pitiable. Zhao Jio nodded repeatedly, inwardly grumbling. What need do I have for such sycophancy as a harmonizer of human relations? Should I flatter someone before striking them with a knife? That would cost extra. Fortunately, for the remainder of the journey, Lu Wenyu remained quiet, cross-legged, absorbed in his reading, sparing Zhao Jio a multitude of troubles. As the carriage creaked into the city and came to a halt, Lu Wenyu quickly instructed Zhao Jio before eagerly setting aside his book and leaping out of the carriage. Zhao Jio, accompanied by his dog Zhao Kai, did not find the task as effortless as Lu Wenyu. He first changed into fresh clothes, retrieved an umbrella from his belongings, and, holding Zhao Kai, stepped down from the carriage. The light rain persisted. Not particularly heavy, yet everyone around was sheltered under umbrellas. Habitually, Zhao Jio held his umbrella and walked slowly. The street was narrow, paved with stones, but mud was still visible, forcing Zhao Jio to tread carefully, taking steps both deep and shallow. The immediate priority was to find an inn or tavern to eat and drink, to wash and recuperate. After more than 10 days, his mouth felt as dry as a bird's. As he walked through the rain and turned a corner, he spotted a tavern that appeared quite decent, with few patrons but a tranquil atmosphere. Zhao Jiu was not picky. After all, food was unlikely to be exquisite at this hour, and ambience had become paramount. Upon entering and shaking off the rain, he found an empty table and confidently placed a few silver coins upon it, causing the server's expression to change instantly. Naturally, Zhao Jiu's request for a fine meal and drink was met with eager compliance. Soon, the dishes were served and the wine was poured. Zhao Jiu shared a portion with Zhao Kai, while he indulged in the feast himself. To his surprise, despite the tavern's sparse clientele, the food was quite palatable, suiting Zhao Jiu's taste remarkably well. Just as he was enjoying his meal, several rugged men with beards sauntered in. Upon entering, one of them, shaking off raindrops from his hands, shouted at the innkeeper, "Old man, have you prepared the silver? We've given you a grace period." Yes, it's ready," the innkeeper stammered, bowing with visible trepidation. The leader of the group paid little mind to the innkeeper's fear. Dismissively waving his hand, "You old fool, at least you know your place. The sooner we settle this, the better for you. We're not here to make trouble." Without waiting for a response, they found a larger empty table. Glancing around with smug satisfaction, only to find Zhao Jiu as the sole customer unperturbed by their presence, eliciting derisive laughter before they ignored him completely. Before long, the dishes were served, and the group of bearded men began to drink and feast. Their crude jokes growing increasingly audacious, even educating Zhao Jiu on the depths of their vulgarity. Remarkable. It seems even the most absurd jokes can escalate. One remarked, "3. Look at that dog over there. Slippery and shiny. Bigger than a wolf cub. Why not have the innkeeper prepare it for us? A glorious feast it would make." A smaller man, gnawing on a bone, glanced at Zhao Kai, who was contentedly nibbling on his own food. The one called 3 scoffed, "How big can a dog be?" He turned and, spotting Zhao Kai, his expression shifted instantly to one of greedy delight. Disregarding his meal, he approached Zhao Kai, his eyes gleaming with desire, ignoring Zhao Jiu entirely as he bent down to grab the dog's neck. However, as his hand reached halfway, Zhao Jiu swiftly intercepted with a kick, sending him stumbling backwards and crashing to the ground. "Get lost? You dare to lay hands on 3? Do you wish to extend your life?" The smaller man shouted angrily, rushing to help his fallen companion. 3, clutching his backside, drew a knife and slammed it onto Zhao Jiu's table, snarling, "Blind fool, listen closely. My uncle is the sworn brother of the second son of the fourth brother of the third leader of the Chaohang gang. Be wise and leave some silver, lest you disturb my enjoyment." Zhao Jiu was left bewildered, reflecting on the absurdity of such convoluted connections. "Silver, you say? Very well," he replied, a smile creeping onto his face. "I've witnessed many who flaunt their lineage, but I've never seen anyone claim such a ridiculous title." He reached into his pocket and tossed 10 silver coins onto the table, raising his eyebrows in challenge at 3.3, oblivious to the mockery. Immediately brightened at the sight of silver, his demeanor shifting from aggression to joviality. This brother understands the game. Should any matters arise, remember the name of 3. As he reached for the coins, Zhao Jiu halted him with a casual gesture, saying, "The silver can wait. I seem to have dropped something. Could you kindly assist me in retrieving it?" He pointed to the waste token lying on the ground. 3, unbothered, bent to pick it up, but his expression changed to one of fright as he read the inscription, "Jinuri Bizenfu C." On the reverse, it bore the name, Zhao Muji. "What is this? Look closely." Zhao Jiu smiled. 3, trembling, held the token before Zhao Jiu, stammering, "Master, I was blind to your status, truly." Before he could finish, Zhao Jiu backhanded him, a couple of yellowed teeth flying from his mouth. Scum. Chapter 48. Business is afoot. 3 collapsed to the ground, clutching his mouth, blood trickling from the corner, appearing as if he had been knocked unconscious. Zhao Jiu had merely used internal force. It certainly hurt, but it was far from enough to render him unconscious. Looking down at the fallen 3, Zhao Jiu understood his intentions perfectly. He intended to play dead, avoiding shame while escaping further blows. Retrieving his waste token, he nonchalantly ignored the farce of 3's pretenses, recognizing that engaging with such ruffians would only tarnish his reputation. He tossed some silver to the innkeeper, settling the bill without waiting for change, nudged Zhao Kai, and ascended the stairs with his umbrella. Requesting a large tub of hot water, he luxuriated in a long-awaited bath. After confirming the location of the ferry with the innkeeper, he disregarded the time and fell asleep. After being cooped up in a carriage for over 10 days, albeit spacious, it was far from comfortable. After all, it was a carriage, not a palace. By the time he emerged from his slumber, the day was already bright. Though the rain had ceased, everything still appeared damp and uninviting. After breakfast, he wobbled toward the ferry terminal. The ferry. Lu Wenyu awaited eagerly, clad in a striking red official robe, making him exceedingly conspicuous. Master, Zhao Jiu hurried over to greet him. The boat had yet to arrive, so they stood together in the river breeze, grateful for the pleasant weather, lest they appear as two foolish souls, as the sun broke through the clouds. The boat finally arrived. The vessel, though modest in size, could certainly be deemed luxurious, boasting 2 levels adorned with lanterns reminiscent of the Imperial Guards. Apart from the boatmen, no others were present. 2 individuals boarded the craft, making no delay as they drifted downstream. This journey proved considerably more comfortable. Aside from a gentle sway on the boat, there were no other discomforts. Zhao occupied the upper deck, taking pleasure in the scenic vistas along the way. Embodying a sense of leisurely indulgence, as they glided down the river, aided by the current, it took a full 8 days to reach Jiangzhou. Before even arriving at the Jiangzhou ferry, a kaleidoscope of colors appeared along the riverbank, blacks, whites, greens, and purples, prompting Zhao to sense the formidable presence of Lord Lu. Even from a distance, a throng of people awaited, resembling a wedding procession. Zhao retreated to the cabin to change into his official attire, quietly positioning himself behind Lu Wenyu, striving to portray the demeanor of a dutiful nephew. Before long, the boat came to a halt, and several high-ranking officials, easily identifiable by their official garb, hurried over to assist Lu Wenyu, expressing their gratitude for his arduous journey and announcing that they had prepared a splendid feast to welcome him. Coincidentally, they overlooked Zhao entirely, save for a few piercing glances exchanged among the guards in black and white attire, which soon returned to a placid demeanor. Lu Wenyu initiated greetings with a wave, addressing several of the guards, introducing Zhao Mu as a member of the Northern Town Protectorate. Upon hearing this, the interest of the officials waned, as none of them belonged to the Northern Town Protectorate. At best, they were mere colleagues from different departments, rendering Zhao unworthy of their concern. Nevertheless, being seasoned bureaucrats, they maintained the necessary decorum, engaging Zhao in polite conversation. Recognizing his status as a 4th-rank official, the group lingered not, and under the guidance of the local officials, they proceeded in a grand procession towards the tavern. The purported purpose of the gathering was to welcome Lu Wenyu. But in truth, it served to curry favor with the Imperial Guards. It was essential to establish familiarity, especially in a time when local officials in Jiangnan felt precarious, fearing that a single misstep might jeopardize their political careers. The banquet unfolded with exuberance, as officials took turns showering Lu Wenyu with insincere compliments, their flattery so abundant it felt as if it cost them nothing. Zhao observed this display, his cheeks flushing from the overt sycophancy. Being a scholar, Lu Wenyu maintained a composed demeanor. However, Zhao's reception was markedly cooler. Upon learning of his affiliation with the Northern Town Protectorate, which oversaw the execution of justice, several officials nearly recoiled in fear, approaching him with utmost deference and departing awkwardly, nearly in haste. Zhao, however, remained unperturbed. His position was a mere windfall, particularly as he was associated with the notorious Northern Town Protectorate. After the meal, Zhao assisted Lu Wenyu back to the inn, where they sat down for tea. "How was the meal? Satisfactory?" Lu Wenyu inquired, his tone subdued as if still processing the effects of the wine. Zhao candidly replied that it was acceptable, though he noted the wary glances directed at him concerning his association with the Northern Town Protectorate. Pleasant? How could it not be? They merely apprehend individuals daily. It is only natural for them to harbor fear. Such is human nature, one must understand, Zhao remarked, self-deprecatingly. "Fifth Master, if there is something to discuss, please do so directly. This gradual approach is not your style," Lu Wenyu responded, momentarily taken aback as he regarded Zhao. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. "Indeed, there is a matter at hand. You must travel to Chuzhou to eliminate a certain individual." "Who?" Zhao queried, perplexed. "Shi Huiming, the leader of the Tsang Gang." Zhao was bewildered. Why would they wish to kill the leader of the Tsang Gang? In his recollection, the Tsang Gang and the government had always maintained a cordial relationship, a partnership of sorts. Moreover, The Tsang Gang played a crucial role in regional stability, something the government valued above all. Why would they risk disrupting such equilibrium? After much contemplation, Zhao could not fathom the reasoning and thus sought clarification from Lord Liu. Are you certain it is the Tsang Gang, not some other entity? What, are you incapable of dealing with a mere fourth rank? Zhao's retort astonished Lu Wenyu, who had assumed Zhao regarded the Tsang Gang leader as a formidable adversary. Not at all, Zhao quickly clarified, sensing Lu's misinterpretation. Is the Tsang Gang leader plotting treason? After piecing it together, Zhao found this explanation plausible. Eliminating one individual could minimize repercussions, serve as a warning, and yet maintain stability. Just tell me whether you will do it or not. Lu Wenyu urged impatiently, tired of the excessive banter. Of course I will. There's no need to be irked, Fifth Master. I am merely cautious about mistakenly targeting the wrong person. Zhao replied, realizing he should not overthink the matter, especially since this was an opportunity for profit. 500 taels, Fifth Master. That is quite reasonable. Lu Wenyu made no attempt to haggle, placing 500 taels in front of Zhao without hesitation. Zhao inspected the banknotes against the light, confirming their authenticity. I am eager to serve the Fifth Master, Lu Wenyu, unfazed by Zhao's banter, smiled as if he had not heard, then inquired earnestly, when do you plan to depart for Chuzhou to find Shi Huiming? Chuzhou? Zhao paused, realizing Chuzhou lay upstream from Jiangzhou. If he were to eliminate someone in Chuzhou, why not do it directly there? This felt suspicious. However, Zhao kept his thoughts to himself, simply stating that he would leave the following morning. Though his dog would require the Fifth Master's care for a few days, Lu Wenyu expressed mild surprise, recognizing Zhao's eagerness for financial gain was not typical. Could he be plotting something? Zhao, however, was simply driven by the need to earn, having gone months without business. Even the wealthiest would grow anxious under such circumstances. Chapter 49. A transaction for service rendered at the inn, before dawn had fully broken. Zhao led his horse, while Lu Wenyu, clad in his customary attire, stood at the threshold. Amidst the faint mist, Lu Wenyu, hands clasped behind his back, bid farewell to his newly acknowledged nephew. Return swiftly, and do not venture back to Jiangzhou. I shall await you in Bianzhou. Understood. Thank you for the send-off, Fifth Master Theo. You require me to bring back Shi Huiming's head? In response to Zhao's jest, Lu Wenyu remained unperturbed, instead falling silent. Within the hazy vapor, his voice finally emerged. Go forth. I have compensated you. Rest assured, your dog shall depart as it arrived. No hair shall be lost. With a long whistle, the sound of hooves echoed as the horse galloped. Splattering mud, accompanied by a few barks from the dog, and soon all returned to normalcy. Chuzhou has long been renowned, with the Yangtze River flowing through it, connecting the splendor of the Shu region in the west to the bustling prosperity of Jiangnan in the east, and extending northward to the remnants of the Central Plains. The headquarters of the Tsang Gang was situated within Chuzhou. Over a century ago, when the Central Plains fell, the Han people lived like pigs and dogs confined in pens, only to be liberated after the establishment of the Great Qi dynasty. Chuzhou, being strategically located, became a gathering place for coolies and dockworkers, eventually evolving into a small faction over time. The Yangtze River is vast, and as these individuals congregated, the gang grew in size, ultimately forming a large organization known as the Tsang Gang, spanning 7 provinces along the river. In the subsequent 30 years, internal strife, power shifts, and reforms led to the emergence of several prominent leaders, with Shi Huiming rising to prominence during that tumultuous period. After the previous leader's death, Shi Huiming ascended as the new chief, maintaining this role for nearly 14 years. Throughout his tenure, Shi Huiming has been diligent in governance, delineating territories, prohibiting the trade of illicit salt, and actively assisting the government in eliminating river bandits and fortifying riverbanks. Consequently, he has garnered immense respect within the Tsang Gang, making it challenging for even the highest echelons to undermine his authority. The journey from Jiangzhou to Chuzhou is not particularly long. With relentless travel, one could reach it in just over 5 days. Yet, given that Zhao was on an official assignment, he had no intention of exhausting himself with a relentless pace. Leisurely arriving in Jiangzhou after nearly 10 days in pursuit of his objectives, Zhao had to ensure his safety while also fulfilling his duties. Upon entering the city, he altered his appearance early on, utilizing the identity provided by Lu Ji. Leading his horse, he refrained from hurrying to locate an inn or tavern, instead opting to stroll along the streets in search of a coffin shop. According to the customs of the ghost market, Establishments adorned with unique guardian deities served as hubs for such activities. Lu Ji operated a coffin shop in Bianzhou, thus Zhao was quite familiar with these establishments. After a lengthy search, Zhao finally located a coffin shop marked by the distinctive guardian. He tethered his horse outside and, concealing his face, entered the shop. Knocking on the doorframe, an elderly man with a pale complexion and white hair emerged slowly. "What can I do for you, sir? What does one seek in a coffin shop?" This question was clearly a test, and Zhao smiled, rasping his voice as he replied, "I seek the King of Hell." The old man, understanding the unspoken implications, glanced around cautiously before closing the door. "Who are you?" "Nine Tubes," Zhao answered. "I've encountered some troubles and have come to seek my family." The elder pondered briefly. "Where is Lu Ji? Has the matter in Shu been resolved?" "No, I left abruptly. Please deliver a letter to Lu Ji, stating that everything is fine in Jiang'an." With the door shut, Zhao did not hide his circumstances, succinctly explaining his situation. The old man remained silent, scrutinizing Zhao before finally nodding in acknowledgement. "By the way, please help me gather information on the commander of the Imperial Guards, Lu Wenyu." Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes widened in shock. "Lu Wenyu? Are you daring enough to engage in such business?" "It's not business. It's merely a personal matter." The old man sighed in relief. 400 taels. "Where should I send the letter?" "To Bianzhou." Zhao produced the silver, then inquired, "What do you know about Shi Huiming?" "The leader of the Tsang gang, highly esteemed, resides on Qing Street. He is not an easy target." The words of the elderly are concise and to the point. There was no emotional upheaval akin to that when Lu Wenyu was mentioned. Zhao did not concern himself with whether it was easy or difficult to kill. Having accepted the payment, he knew that Shi Huiming must die regardless. At the Qing Street Tavern, Zhao sat motionless by the window, intently observing the Shi residence across the way. The house was modest, comprising merely 2 courtyards. A few hitching posts flanked the entrance, and the door itself was an unremarkable black wooden affair, devoid of any plaque. Without prior knowledge, one might find it hard to believe this was the abode of the leader of the Chao gang. Zhao had been fixated on the Shi residence for nearly an hour, his demeanor steadfast. Within that time, only 2 elderly women had entered and exited, far from any valuable intelligence. Yet Zhao did not expect much to be revealed within just a few hours. He merely wished to recognize Shi Huiming's face. For 2 consecutive days, Zhao remained largely immobile, his gaze fixed on the Shi residence. He had indeed memorized Shi Huiming's features, but found it peculiar that a gang leader could maintain such a regimented lifestyle, departing at dawn and returning at dusk. A most unusual routine. On the 3rd day, before dawn had even broken, Zhao awoke to a gentle drizzle. He scarcely had time to eat before he resumed his vigil at the window. As expected, Shi Huiming left at daybreak, and a smile crept across Zhao's face as he resolved to end his life that very night. Such a predictable existence was simply intolerable. The persistent drizzle was somewhat chilling. Yet Zhao bore the discomfort as he donned a disguise, transforming his appearance. Silently, he followed Shi Huiming, relieved that the pace of the carriage was leisurely within the city. After trailing through several streets, however, he found no suitable location for the act of murder. When he reached the docks and lost sight of Shi Huiming, he chose not to linger and returned to his original position. The rain continued to fall softly, and feeling a chill, Zhao decided to forego his watch over the Shi residence after finishing his meal, opting instead to return to bed for some much-needed rest. After all, there was little point in watching if he intended to kill. By the hour of the dog, the sky had turned pitch black, and Zhao finally roused himself, ordering a table of food. Satiating his hunger was of utmost importance. Other matters could wait. There would always be tomorrow, and if not tomorrow, the day after. There was no need to rush. He noted that the dishes at this tavern were rather commendable, and the wine agreeable, allowing him to enjoy his meal leisurely for half an hour, even indulging in a cup of tea, before rising slowly at midnight. Dressed in black, he slipped out of the window, vanishing into the night in the darkness beyond the Shi residence's rear wall. Zhao concealed himself, noting that it was already past the 2nd watch. The Qing Street was not particularly bustling, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. A fine mist of rain fell from the sky, enveloping the distant pavilions in a shroud of white fog. Zhao recognized this as the opportune moment. Without hesitation, he scaled the wall and entered the Shi residence. Upon landing, he noted nothing extraordinary, only a solitary tree, From the outside, the interior was shrouded in darkness. After blowing a bamboo tube filled with smoke into each room, he proceeded to inspect them one by one. The initial rooms were either unoccupied or yielded no response. Finally, in the last chamber adjoining the back courtyard, before Zhao could even push the door open, a voice called out, "Come in. All this fuss must be for Shi Huiming." Stepping inside, he found a man in his 40s, sipping tea, with thick brows and prominent eyes, paired with meticulously groomed hair and mustache. He was indeed Shi Huiming, the leader of the Shi gang. "This is our first meeting," Zhao declared, his face concealed, voice barely above a whisper. "I'm here to kill you. You may deliver your last words." To his surprise, Shi Huiming responded, "Little brother, we have no enmity between us. I have always treated others with kindness. Can you not reveal who has sent you to kill me?" Though Shi Huiming's tone was not particularly forceful, it bore an air of warmth and friendliness. Zhao, however, had no intention of disclosing who had contracted him. As for Shi Huiming's claims of kindness, they mattered not to Zhao. He was simply here to carry out a task for which he had been compensated. Chapter 50. "I acknowledge you," Shi Huiming furrowed his brow. Upon Zhao's entrance, he had speculated on who might wish to see him dead. Yet, after much contemplation, he found many potential suspects but could not pinpoint a single one with certainty. In an attempt to probe further, Shi Huiming inquired, "Is it from Jiangnan or Shudi?" "Surely, you can disclose that much." "Gue City," Zhao replied, feigning ignorance of Shi Huiming's intent. He resolved to abandon the facade of a professional assassin, seeking only to silence all inquiries and perhaps pen a letter of parting, leaving something for posterity. After all, it was folly to know too much. Death extinguishes all, and knowledge brings no benefit. Seeing that he could not extract any information, Shi Huiming decided to act first, knowing that the one who strikes first holds the advantage. He pressed his hand on his teacup, unwavering, as he fixed his gaze upon Zhao, intent on finding an opening. A droplet of rainwater, long accumulated, fell from the eaves, splashing onto the stone steps. Zhao instinctively shifted aside to avoid the spray. Opportunity! In an instant, Shi Huiming launched an attack, hurling the teacup toward Zhao. Zhao evaded, his vision momentarily obscured. Shi Huiming quickly closed the distance, delivering a powerful punch. Zhao, quick to react, crossed his arms defensively, managing to block the blow, but stumbled back 3 steps, landing directly on the stone steps. The incessant drizzle hampered visibility, and Shi Huiming was relentless, refusing to grant Zhao a moment's respite. Before Zhao could regain his footing, Shi Huiming's assault was upon him. His punches were fierce and forceful, compelling Zhao to focus solely on defense, leaving him in a precarious position. Fortunately, Zhao possessed considerable experience. Though he was momentarily at a disadvantage, he quickly stabilized the situation, his hands moving in circular motions to deflect Shi Huiming's onslaught, retreating 3 steps to create some distance. Shi Huiming, having failed to secure a swift victory, found his initial advantage waning, and the familiar terrain of rain-soaked ground offered no further aid. Should he retreat any further, he risked losing all momentum. Frustration mingled with helplessness as Zhao observed Shi Huiming, who appeared younger than himself. Prolonging this encounter would likely lead to his own demise. Before he could devise a counter-strategy, Zhao propelled himself forward, swiftly closing the distance, his palms striking like leeches, pressing against Shi Huiming's defenses. Caught off guard, Shi Huiming unleashed a flurry of punches, prioritizing immediate threats before considering anything else. In the rain, their fists and palms clashed, sending droplets flying. As Zhao advanced step by step, Shi Huiming was forced to retreat, soon finding himself against the stone steps. With a shout, Shi Huiming unleashed a powerful surge of inner energy, pushing Zhao back and leaped back onto the steps. Shi Huiming exhaled deeply, his mind a tempest of emotions. After several exchanges, Zhao had maintained his composure, moving with the ease of a leisurely stroll after a meal. Through this test of strength, Shi Huiming felt his own vigor waning, and without the aid of inner energy, he struggled to regain control. Realizing this, Shi Huiming feigned weakness, taking a step back. "Little brother, must it come to my death?" "What do you think?" Zhao replied, his tone unchanged, a teasing glint in his eyes. With a heavy sigh, Shi Huiming retreated into the house. Zhao quickened his pace, preparing to rush inside when a flash of cold light emerged. Zhao hesitated, unwilling to confront it head-on. halting his advance and retreating just in time to avoid a long spear. Supporting himself with both hands, he rolled several times to evade the subsequent thrusts, quickly regaining his footing and hurling a few concealed weapons to buy himself time. Despicable and cowardly, lacking any sense of honor, Zhao scoffed, irked that he, a man of integrity, was being ambushed by this rogue, attempting to deceive a mere youth in his 20s. Seeing Zhao rise, Shi Huiming shouted, brandishing his spear and thrusting it forward with remarkable speed. But Zhao swiftly deflected the attack with a swift motion. Evading the strike, Shi Huiming, quick on his feet, turned the spear into a whip-like extension, lashing out at Zhao. Zhao stepped back twice, narrowly avoiding the assault, yet the spear followed closely behind, denying him any opportunity to create space. The relentless barrage seemed intent on ending Zhao's life. Though intimidated by Shi Huiming's prowess, Zhao maintained a hidden agenda, merely wishing to eliminate a rival of equal rank, not truly fighting for his life. Shi Huiming, seeing no way to subdue Zhao, unleashed a series of attacks, thrusts, sweeps, slashes, hoping to swiftly end Zhao's life. Zhao, however, anticipated his every move, parrying with deft precision, keeping close to the spear and rendering Shi Huiming's strength ineffective. After a grueling quarter of an hour, Shi Huiming found himself unable to gain the upper hand. Zhao's sudden advances forced him into a state of disarray, retreating in haste and appearing increasingly beleaguered. Retreating to the edge of the stone steps, Shi Huiming's expression grew grave, his meticulously arranged hair now disheveled from the rain. His grip on the spear tightened, knuckles whitening, as despair washed over him. In stark contrast, Zhao remained unfazed, his demeanor calm and collected. A mere fourth-tier opponent, Zhao felt confident he had the situation well in hand, allowing Shi Huiming to flounder for a while longer, a gesture of mercy on his part. With a flourish of the spear, Shi Huiming charged forward, targeting Zhao's neck. Zhao, pressing down with his palm, intended to deflect the weapon, but the spear's trajectory shifted, evading his grasp and striking toward his throat. With no time to react, Zhao channeled his inner energy to intercept the spear's advance, pinching the tip between his fingers. Shi Huiming, commendable technique. To compel a third-tier energy from a fourth-tier practitioner is truly impressive. Alas, you remain but a self-taught rogue. Given 10 years, no, 8, you might ascend to the third tier, perhaps even the first. Shi Huiming's expression turned to one of utter despair as he attempted to retract his spear. Only to find it immovable in that instant, his inner energy waned, and he felt like a once mighty hero in decline. Resignedly releasing his grip on the spear point, one is acutely aware within oneself that, when it comes to a clash of equals, one harbors little fear of anyone. However, the chasm that separates the fourth rank from the third rank resembles an insurmountable mountain. Even if the mightiest of the fourth rank were to vanquish the weakest of the third, should the latter choose to flee, the former would find themselves powerless to intervene beyond mere observation. The moment Zhao Ji's true energy was unveiled, Shi Huiming's heart turned to ashes, and with a resigned countenance, he relinquished his spear, effectively surrendering. Reflecting on how he had been toyed with for several moments, he could not help but self-deprecatingly remark, "Little brother, you are indeed merciful to have allowed me to struggle for so long." Listening to this somewhat helpless yet poignant sentiment, Zhao Ji withdrew his energy, allowing the spear to clatter to the ground. "Though be honest, I have no desire to take your life. You are not only of little worth, but the power of the Chaobang is too formidable. The consequences of your demise are too numerous for my liking." Zhao Ji's energy emanated outward, shielding them from the drizzling rain as he spoke with his hands clasped behind his back. "May I inquire why you must perish? After all, you want to see the sun rise again tomorrow, and I wish to understand the nature of my impending demise." Zhao Ji slowly drew his embroidered spring knife from behind him, his right hand firm upon it. "Need I specify who desires your death?" Chapter 51. The Hand of Fate. I pondered for so long, considering various enemies and rivals, including those within the Chaobang who covet my position. Yet, I never fathomed that it would be the Jinyui seeking my life. Not even a dog devoid of flesh could be spared. Shi Huiming's incredulity manifested in a twisted grin as he sat upon the stone steps. Zhao Ji stood in the rain, unperturbed by Shi Huiming's frenzied laughter, and calmly sheathed his embroidered spring knife, indifferent to the gaze of a corpse as he tucked it away. Secrets, you see, are burdensome for the deceased. However, Zhao Jie was overly suspicious. The current Shi Huiming was far too preoccupied with his own doubts to pay attention to Zhao Jie. He simply could not conceive of the charges that could lead to his execution. "My lord, what crime have I committed?" Shi Huiming, recalling Zhao Jie at his side, hastily inquired. "Surely there must be some charge." "Unknown, perhaps you are innocent," Zhao Jie replied, genuinely unsure of how to address this matter. For he truly had no inkling, not even a guess. To suggest treason would be absurd. This place is so insignificant, lacking wealth and influence. How could one conspire to stand against 100? If one possessed such capability, would they even need to resort to treason? Surely, they could live well enough without it. As for other capital offenses, the likelihood was even slimmer. For instance, to deceive the emperor. Shi Huiming had never even laid eyes upon the emperor. So how could he deceive him? After much contemplation, it boiled down to the illicit trade of salt, but the gravest consequence of that would be confiscation of property and exile. Thus, Zhao Jie could not arrive at any conclusion. Awkwardly suggesting, "Perhaps you have crossed someone?" "Ah?" Zhao Jie shrugged. "This matter is not my concern. It is our first meeting, and I cannot be held accountable." Observing Zhao Jie's reaction, Shi Huiming fell silent. If he had offended anyone, it seemed that he truly had not. After all, he had occupied the position of the leader for nearly 15 years. Had he offended someone, he would have been eliminated long ago, rather than waiting until now. A master of diplomacy, having navigated relationships for many years, he found it difficult to accept such words. "Then who seeks to take my life? Surely you must know." Shi Huiming was left to seek alternatives. "Oh, this I do know," Zhao Jie replied with a beaming smile, relieved to finally have something he could answer. "Who?" Shi Huiming inquired eagerly. Zhao Jie cheerfully produced an abacus from within his robes, deftly manipulating the beads as he calculated costs. After a moment, he raised an eyebrow and said, "Leader Shi, you cannot allow me to incur a loss, can you?" Shi Huiming, feeling a sense of urgency, asked, "How much?" 100 taels of silver. "Very well," Shi Huiming readily agreed. Producing a banknote from his garments and placing it upon the steps. "Who seeks to end my life?" Zhao Jie stepped forward, retrieved the banknote, examined it to ensure its authenticity, and then smiled. "I am the deputy of the Northern Town Pacification Division of the Jinyue. Who commanded me to kill you?" Shi Huiming was struck as if by lightning, trembling uncontrollably as cold sweat beaded upon his forehead. He lowered his head, murmuring, "It seems the emperor truly intends to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. I never anticipated that the events in Jiangnan were merely the beginning." How naive I was. Zhao Jie, however, maintained a calm demeanor, laughing derisively. "Do not flatter yourself. With this paltry sum, how could one claim to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs? Do you still possess any eggs, you old hen?" Watching Shi Huiming's mouth open and close in disbelief, Zhao Jie refrained from interruption, waiting for him to regain his composure before asking, "Leader Shi, have you prepared to depart?" "I must return to fulfill my duties. It is not easy being an official." Having said this, he drew his embroidered spring knife, standing before Shi Huiming, the blade's cold sheen casting a stark pallor across Shi Huiming's face. Young and accomplished, from a fourth-rank official, Shi Huiming noted, regaining some semblance of calm. "Although I, Shi, am of lowly status, are you not concerned about the Chaobang seeking revenge for your actions?" "Oh, do the people of Jianghu still seek revenge? I had thought they were merely sheep and dogs awaiting slaughter." You Before Shi Huiming could finish, Zhao Jie's grip tightened around his neck, lifting him as one would a lifeless doji. Zhao Jie's fingers exerted pressure. Shi Huiming's complexion drained of color, and he clawed desperately at Zhao Jie's hand. Yet it was futile. All he could do was stare at Zhao Jie in despair. With a sharp crack, Zhao Jie effortlessly severed Shi Huiming's neck, discarding the body as one would refuse. "Oh, not blame me. The upper echelons have paid for your death. Although your marksmanship was somewhat impressive, it was merely that, somewhat impressive, with 600 taels of silver deposited." Yet another transaction was complete. Regardless of the underlying motives of those above, as long as the payment was made, Zhao Jie would diligently conduct his business. As for other schemes, he would wait until his own power grew before delving into them. As a mere third-rank official, he could change nothing, not even his own freedom. Even if there were conspiracies, he could only play the pawn. To become the player, one must possess the strength of a player. After erasing all traces of the incident, Zhao Jie calmly exited through the back door. The gentle rain persisted, Indeed, it was an opportune time for murder, as evidenced by a body lying in the courtyard. Upon returning to his room at the inn, he immediately changed his clothes and shoes, discarding them into his spatial realm. He activated his transformation technique, restoring his appearance to its original form. After this series of actions, anyone who might come would be unable to associate Shi Huiming's death with him. He converted the 600 taels into fortune points, totaling 6,000 points. The fortune points now stood at 29,900, quite satisfactory, as it marked a recovery from previous expenditures during the New Year festivities. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he swallowed a Tongxian pill, channeling his energy to digest the medicinal effects, and commenced his training. The holiday had concluded, and he must enrich himself. Regarding Shi Huiming's final words, Zhao Jiu pondered. The emperor was clearly not a fool. Societal stability is more conducive to his rule. While the Chaobang possessed some wealth, how could so many individuals simply slaughter their leader without explanation? It seemed like a purposeless endeavor. However, Zhao Jiu was not the emperor and cared little for whether he was merely seeking trouble out of boredom. As long as he was not put in the path of arrows, he remained the dashing, affluent benefactor. With this thought, Zhao Jiu chuckled nonchalantly and continued his training. The following day at noon, after having dined, Zhao Jiu settled his bill and departed. As he led his horse through the streets, he began to notice several individuals from the Chaobang bustling about. Remarkably, these individuals appeared to be somewhat responsive. Unlike the two from Liangzhou, who, even with the corpses cold, still thought of feasting. Leading his horse to the prefectural office, he flashed his badge from the Northern Town Pacification Division, causing the gatekeeper to nearly lose his footing in fright as he stumbled away to announce Zhao Jiu's presence. Zhao Jiu did not wish to trouble them, waiting beneath the eaves. Soon, the prefect of Chuzhou arrived in haste, accompanied by several other officials. Upon seeing the prefect, Zhao Jiu was elated and promptly requested the preparation of a boat so he could drift downstream to Linjiang. After a long day of riding, he was eager for comfort. The prefect did not inquire further, merely instructing his subordinates to ready a vessel. By that evening, Zhao Jiu found himself aboard a cabin on the river. Chapter 52. The Two Negotiators. At the Chuzhou ferry, the stronghold of the Chaobang, the news of Shi Huiming's death had long since spread. By this day, 4 days had passed, and the various hall masters and heads who had rushed from far and wide finally gathered to deliberate on how to address the aftermath of Shi Huiming's demise. The Chaobang was led by 5 heads. With the death of the chief, Shi Huiming, the responsibility now fell to the remaining 4 heads in the main hall. The second head, Kai Shuang, and the third head, He Weixian, occupied the principal seats. Both were of advanced age, seasoned in their roles, and held considerable prestige. Though they wielded little power, they were still capable of maintaining order in such significant matters. The fourth head, Huazong, and the fifth head, He Shun, sat to either side, with their respective faction leaders behind them. The fourth head, Huazong, primarily oversaw river trade, while the fifth head, He Shun, managed the laborers and porters on land, those responsible for unloading, transporting, and tallying goods. While numerous, their returns were meager. The various faction leaders supported different candidates, but the consensus leaned towards either the fourth or fifth heads. The primary reason being that the second and third heads were too advanced in years, having long since withdrawn from the contest for leadership. In the present day, with the demise of Shi Huiming, the two faction leaders, each wielding their own influence, are inevitably vying for the position of the supreme leader. After all, should one ascend to power, a vacancy will arise for the leader's role. By appointing their own allies, the Chaobang would effectively fall under their dominion. Kai Shuang and He Weixian, seated with tea in hand, maintained a deliberate silence, aware that they lack significant power and cannot afford to offend anyone. Whispers flitted between the left and right factions, their chatter echoing clearly even outside the door. The second and third leaders. Our great leader has been murdered by treacherous individuals. Though we are filled with grief, the Chaobang cannot remain leaderless. We must swiftly elect a capable leader to steer our course, a hall master named Hua urged from the back. Indeed, we cannot afford to remain leaderless, echoed Hua from behind, as supporters rallied to his call, creating an atmosphere that suggested a coup was imminent. He Shun's followers scoffed at this, dismissing the notion. How can we speak of electing a new leader when the mourning period for the late leader has not yet concluded? Have you lost your conscience? Tossed it into the river or fed it to dogs? He Shun's group, bolstered by numbers, spoke with greater fervor, condemning their opponents for their lack of decorum. Hua, gripping his teacup tightly, felt the need to advocate for his loyal brothers. Brothers, the late leader's wish was for the Chaobang to thrive. Have we forgotten his words? Only by electing a new leader can we ensure a smooth transition. Chaos cannot reign in the Chaobang. His declaration resonated with conviction, leaving even the skeptics among He Shun's ranks momentarily speechless. There's no need to rush. A few days won't hurt, He Shun interjected. What did our late leader do for the brothers? Have we forgotten? Positioning himself as the voice of reason, Kai Shuang intervened, stating, while the late leader's funeral is undoubtedly significant, the election of a new leader holds equal weight. We must not digress. We must select a new leader promptly. Indeed, the affairs of the Chaobang are of utmost importance and should not be treated lightly. I have already dispatched people to prepare for the late leader's funeral. It is imperative to elect a new leader soon. To provide the late leader with a sense of closure, He Weixian added, recognizing the need to break the silence. After a brief lull, the room erupted in louder voices, with the factions trading barbs, each critiquing the other's shortcomings. Kai Shuang and He Weixian exchanged glances, sharing a sense of helplessness. As mediators, they could only hope to maintain decorum amidst the chaos. After a heated exchange, He Shun broke the silence. Second and third leaders, we need a resolution. The Chaobang is not a place for division among brothers. His words carried a weight that hinted at deeper implications, and Hua understood the underlying criticism. Smiling wryly as he stood, your words do not resonate well with me, nor do they with my brothers. The affairs of the gang concern every brother. To speak of division is deeply hurtful. Realizing he had misspoken, He Shun hesitated, while a hall master behind him, fanning himself, chuckled. Are you suggesting that Hua's intention was not to divide? To let the brothers decide is akin to division, is it not? He Shun's spirits lifted at this twist of words, recognizing a clever tactic. Meanwhile, Hua's side fell silent, unable to concede to the narrative of division or the numerical advantage of their opponents. Hua quickly interjected. I do not dismiss He's notion, however. My brothers may be few in number, yet our contributions to the gang are substantial. If we merely count heads, what does that make my brothers? We are also part of the Chaobang. With a sigh of relief, Hua realized that discussing contributions was the only way forward. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage. He Shun found himself speechless. In terms of profit, the laborers behind him could not match Hua's earnings from a few trips. The atmosphere became tense, with both sides holding valid points, yet neither could claim an advantage. Kai Shuang sighed, and in that moment of stillness, he captured everyone's attention. Rising from his seat, he proposed, I have a suggestion for your consideration. Please, speak, He Shun replied, settling back down. Considering that our leader was slain by nefarious elements, let us establish a gentleman's agreement. Whoever captures the culprit first shall be the next leader. How does that sound? Kai Shuang's voice rose, earnest and sincere. Hua glanced at the various hall masters behind him, who all nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, He Shun turned to consult with his companions. After a brief discussion, both sides returned their nods to Kai Shuang, signaling their consent. Since we are in agreement, until the culprit is found, let us have each faction leader act in the capacity of the leader, with one representative from my side, as well as from He Shun's. How does that sound? Agreed. Both Hua and He Shun responded simultaneously, though a glimmer of ulterior motives flickered in their eyes. Chapter 53. Interrogation. The official vessel drifted downstream, and within a matter of days, it had reached the vicinity of Bianzhou. The Bianzhou dock. Several officials clad in vibrant red stood upon the shore, trailed by a handful of black and white-clad Jinui, before the boat had even stabilized. Zhao Jiu, teary-eyed, exclaimed, Uncle, Fifth Master, I have fulfilled my mission. I have missed you dearly these past few days. Well, it is good to be back. Lu when you assisted Zhao Jiu off the boat, their affection resembling that of a genuine uncle and nephew. Their handshake was so heartfelt that anyone observing would find it hard to believe it was merely an act. The two young figures gleamed like little golden men upon this modest stage, showcasing their talents in performance. On board was a newcomer displaying fresh skills, while ashore stood seasoned veterans steeped in experience. The former was somewhat exaggerated and inexperienced, while the latter was composed and seasoned, hinting at a mentorship dynamic. Aside from Higongong in his vibrant red official robe, the rest were Jinui. Their superior relished this ambience and treated it as an opportunity to accompany the prince in his studies. Remaining unperturbed, Had they not noticed Lu Wenyu's resplendent red attire and Zhao Zhou's azure green garb? They were all seasoned players, well aware that this was not the time to seek discomfort. He Gonggong, who happened to be on duty at the Shiyuan that day, was well aware of Zhao Zhe's background. Moreover, given that Lu Wenyu's legitimate wife bore the surname Su, the sudden appearance of a nephew named Zhao raised eyebrows. Yet, he Gonggong, having spent considerable time in the palace, understood that this was Lu Wenyu's way of supporting Zhao Zhou, allowing them to perform freely. However, as the two became increasingly engrossed in their roles, their conversation veered toward brothels and taverns, and it became evident that they could chat for 3 days and nights without running out of material. He Gonggong could only interject, "Lord Lu, may I ask? Who is this?" Upon hearing He Gonggong's question, Lu Wenyu snapped back to reality, realizing he had become too absorbed in the act. "Forgive me, He Gonggong. This is Zhao Muji, my nephew, whom I haven't seen in ages." Following Lu Wenyu's gaze, Zhao Zhu noticed He Gonggong, who bore a smile akin to that of Mithreya, and promptly bowed. "He Gonggong, I am Zhao Muji." He Gonggong returned the gesture with a smile. "Greetings, Lord Zhao. Please, have something to eat. It has been a long journey. Lord Lu, please proceed. The case is pressing," he added, acknowledging that, on the surface, Zhao Zhou was Lu Wenyu's nephew and deserved some courtesy. The subsequent remarks served merely as reminders to keep the welcoming festivities modest. Given their official business, Lu Wenyu chuckled, "There is no rush. County Magistrate Su has yet to arrive. Let us dine first. The hearing will not commence until evening, so there is no need to hurry." He Gonggong only sought to disrupt the ongoing performance, knowing that the case would not be heard until all parties were present. He nodded in agreement with Lu Wenyu's words. As night fell. Within the Bianzhou prefectural office, the deputy minister of the criminal ministry, Wang Yin, sat at the head of the table, flanked on the left by the two accompanying county magistrates, Su Run and Wen Yun. Though the two magistrates were not originally qualified to partake in such a significant case, after a thorough investigation across several provinces in Jiangnan, they emerged unscathed, and their notable expertise in criminal law made them suitable for inclusion as jurors. At the right side, a scribe busily prepared ink and pen. After a brief wait, He Gonggong and the accompanying eunuch Shun Gonggong arrived first, followed closely by Lu Wenyu and Zhao Zhou. The four took their respective seats, while several hundred Jinyuis stood guard outside, a display so grand that it rivaled even gatherings of nobles and dignitaries. Once seated, the group leisurely sipped tea, enjoying the atmosphere. The esteemed Wang Yintong appeared indifferent to the proceedings, casually reclining in his chair with a cup of tea, as if the matter at hand bore no significance to him. However, County Magistrate Su was not inclined to wait and called out towards the door. "Bring forth the accused." Shortly thereafter, two guards clad in embroidered uniforms entered, escorting a prisoner bound in chains, who stumbled into the center of the room and took a seat on the stool. Noticing the lack of reaction from the guards and the eunuch from the Imperial Ceremonial Department, Wang Yintong feigned ignorance of the man's presence, prompting Su to take the initiative in questioning. "Lord Lin, I have yet to pronounce your guilt, so I shall address you as Lord Lin for now." Su spoke with a measured tone, yet his demeanor was resolute. "I must inquire how you managed to embezzle such a substantial sum of silver? What purpose did it serve, and through whose hands did it pass?" Lin Kuei, seated upon the stool with disheveled hair and a visage marked by despair, merely smiled upon hearing Su's words, showing no inclination to respond. The matter of executing an imperial envoy had already sealed his fate. The embezzlement was merely an ancillary issue. "Why the silence?" Su thundered, his voice echoing with anger, causing Lin Kuei's smile to falter momentarily. However, he quickly regained his composure, retorting with sardonic disdain, "You, a mere 7th-rank official, were incapable of even knocking on my door before my imprisonment." How amusing! Su, maintaining his composure, had anticipated such a response. Lin Kuei was destined for death. The only stakes involved were the lives of his family. In matters of such gravity, neither he nor the eunuch nor the commander of the guards held any sway. With a dismissive gesture, he ordered for Lin Kuei to be taken away. Shortly thereafter, Chen Fui was brought in, much like Lin Kuei had been, and he was unceremoniously tossed onto a stool, only to tumble to the ground. Su then addressed him, "Lord Chen, as far as I am aware, the government office in Bianzhou incurs annual expenditures exceeding several tens of thousands of taels, totaling nearly 500,000 taels over 5 years. As the deputy magistrate, can you elucidate where this sum has been allocated?" Naturally, it has been put to good use. Over the past 5 years, funds have been required for the reconstruction of the Qinhuai River embankment and the Yangtze River levee. The excess funds were initially covered by the governor's office, Chen Fui replied, his speech fragmented. Nevertheless, the accounts of such projects were notoriously murky, with each party holding their own justification. Nonsense. Su slammed his hand upon the table, his voice rising in indignation. Surely you cannot be oblivious to the fact that a single river embankment should not require 5 years of reconstruction with persistent overspending. Your rationale is patently implausible. Prostrate on the ground, Chen Fui, having already endured torture during the interrogation regarding the invoice case, lacked the strength to protest. Yet he managed a faint smile. Isn't it already clear to Sioux County Magistrate that the accused has made absurd claims? Surely you have come to that conclusion? Su's gaze bore into Chen Fui, who dared not speak the unspoken truth. Who initiated the reconstruction of the river embankment? He pressed. Naturally, it was the governor, Chen Fui replied. And who was the governor acting upon the behest of? Su continued, his inquiry relentless. Chen Fui hesitated, aware that their corruption could not have occurred without the protection from the capital. After all, how could they have evaded detection after so many years of wrongdoing? Faced with Su's persistent questioning, he stammered, it was the directive from above that prompted the embankment's reconstruction. As for who managed the funds, how could we possibly know? We were merely responsible for the repairs. Then it falls upon the cabinet and the Ministry of Revenue, Su retorted coldly. How much silver was allocated by the court, how much was spent on the embankment, and who oversaw the repairs? Speak plainly without concealment. I do not know. Chen Fui feigned ignorance, opting for silence rather than incriminating himself. Su, however, was not to be easily deterred. Although his face betrayed no emotion, his eyes were sharp as blades, fixated upon Chen Fui. You just stated that you acted upon orders from above, and that could be clearly documented. Are you now recanting your testimony? According to the laws of Deqi, those who contradict their statements in court shall receive 20 strokes. Lord Chen, consider your words carefully before you speak, Su commanded. Overwhelmed, Chen Fui trembled uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. He had effectively cornered himself into a dead end. Respond, Su bellowed, yet Chen Fui, lying prostrate on the ground, dared not utter a sound, gripping the leg of the stool as he forced himself to glance upwards. He observed Wang Yintong's darkened expression and Su's fierce gaze. Radiating righteous indignation, in that moment, Chen Fui found himself trapped, with no escape route, and saw the faces of those present displaying a sense of calmness that only fueled his resentment. Lord Wang, esteemed officials, if you expose one individual, who shall you pursue next, regardless of their identity or position? How audacious! Do not deflect the inquiry. Lu Wenyuan thundered, startling the seated officials. Even the eunuch, He Gonggong, paused in his tea sipping. Lu Wenyuan, adorned in a striking crimson robe, exuded an aura of authority that filled the hall like a volcanic eruption, shaking the uninitiated Chen Fui to his core. The oppressive atmosphere surged skyward, as if a ferocious beast roared within the inky night. The tension was palpable. Even the usually composed Zhao Jiu felt compelled to summon his inner strength to withstand the overwhelming pressure. The scribe had already succumbed to the overwhelming force, while Wang Yintong, Su, and Wen Yun found themselves leaning back against their chairs, gripping the armrests with all their might, utterly unable to resist. The aura of a grand master was indeed terrifying. Once Lu Wenyuan's presence had subsided, he calmly sipped his tea and ordered the guards to escort the now unconscious Chen Fui away. Although Su felt a sense of injustice, he was powerless to act. Just as he contemplated continuing the interrogation, Lu Wenyuan interjected with a gentle tone, "Esteemed colleagues, I believe we have exhausted our efforts for the evening. Let us conclude our inquiries for today. I shall personally present the confessions to His Majesty." With that, he rose and departed without waiting for a response. Zhao Jiu smiled and bowed to He Gonggong before following Lu Wenyuan out. "Well, whatever Lord Lu decides, we shall comply," He Gonggong said with a grin. Though his words carried an undercurrent of threat that the higher-ranking officials could discern, Su wished to persist, but the presiding Wang Yintong had already stood, bowing in deference as he accompanied He Gonggong from the room. Meanwhile, Wen Yun seized Su by the arm, shaking his head and patting his hand to signal him to relent. The stance of Lu Wenyuan had been made abundantly clear. Any attempts to escalate the matter were futile. Lu Wenyuan strode swiftly, with Zhao Jiu following leisurely behind, hands clasped behind his back. Zhao Jiu understood that Lu Wenyuan's actions merely conveyed a position. He did not intend to conclude the interrogation hastily. As expected, after a short distance, Lu Wenyuan suddenly turned back, beckoning Zhao Jiu to approach. Zhao Jiu quickened his pace to stand alongside Lu Wenyuan, and the two proceeded at a measured pace. After a few steps, Lu Wenyuan remarked, "What is your perspective on this matter, Ma Zi?" "They are quite capable," Zhao Jiu replied, his tone unperturbed. "I shall return to the capital tomorrow. Keep a close watch on this situation. I will speak to He Gonggong to ensure that the inquiries are not conducted in such a manner." Lu Wenyuan instructed. "Isn't the interrogation proceeding satisfactorily? Surely my presence is unnecessary," Zhao Jiu responded nonchalantly. "Allowing them to entangle themselves will inevitably lead to involvement from the cabinet, reaching the palace, and ultimately resulting in casualties. Isn't that precisely the outcome we desire? The heads of corrupt officials must roll for the realm to achieve peace and harmony," Lu Wenyuan retorted with a scoff. "How many of the words of these corrupt officials can be trusted? If they implicate the emperor, should we not investigate further?" "Well, we cannot simply ignore everything," Zhao Jiu countered. "Nor can we investigate everything," Lu Wenyuan exclaimed. "If a crisis arises, who will take responsibility? Whose head will roll?" After taking a few more steps, seemingly unconvinced, Lu Wenyuan reiterated, "I will set the parameters. First, we cannot pursue the matter further up the chain. Second, we must not expand the case. Third, we shall not reopen old cases. It is best to establish clear charges of embezzlement, thoroughly investigate the facts, and clarify the accounts. Then what is the point of the investigation? We might as well execute the envoy and be done with it." Zhao Jiu protested, "And the silver? Shall we seize your family's assets or mine? The emperor merely desires their silver. Their lives are but a matter of his decree." Zhao fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, the most crucial matter of money had yet to be resolved. They could not afford to perish just yet. However, the notion of their survival was a trivial concern in comparison. What if others were implicated? Would their fates be any different? Zhao understood the gravity of these worries, but chose to set them aside. He deftly redirected the conversation. "Fifth Master, the case remains unresolved. Why the urgency to return to the capital?" Lu Wenyu, unreserved, candidly replied, "There have been casualties at the Ningzhou border. Over a dozen jade carvers and golden-threaded maidens. I suspect someone has infiltrated the capital." The case in Jiangnan was a minor issue. But if something were to go awry in the palace, it would escalate into a grave concern. Observing Lu Wenyu's grave demeanor, Zhao sensed the seriousness of the situation and fell silent, attentively listening to Lu Wenyu's admonitions. "Tonight, you must visit the prison and converse with those individuals. We must ensure that the Jiangnan affair is resolved swiftly, without further entanglements. Otherwise, it will be difficult to wrap things up." With that, Lu Wenyu produced a pouch of silver from his robe, stating, "After the Jiangnan case concludes, let the confession be presented by eunuch He. You must hasten to the capital. On your way, make a stop at Mount Tai. My intelligence indicates that the youngest son of the owner of Shijin Villa is there. For 100 taels, do not let him leave Mount Tai alive." Once Zhao accepted the silver, he turned back and remarked, "It would be best to leave a few alive." Zhao appeared pensive, but ultimately acquiesced. He understood the necessity of serving his benefactor. As for the rationale behind leaving survivors, it was merely a matter of framing someone or instilling fear. Such trivialities were but small requests, after all. It was all about profit. "I shall depart tonight, bearing the confession to the capital. After my departure, you may then visit the prison." Noticing Zhao's compliance, Lu Wenyu's tone softened considerably. "Remember, when faced with challenges, consult eunuch He. Expedite the conclusion of the case." Chapter 55. In the prison as night fell, Zhao stood beside the carriage, assisting Lu Wenyu into it. Lu Wenyu took his place on the carriage beam, having exchanged his striking red flying fish robe for more conventional attire. Resembling a wealthy gentleman, with a smile, he patted Zhao's shoulder, offering no further admonitions, merely smoothing out Zhao's official robes before turning to enter the carriage. "Take care," Zhao said, cupping his hands in farewell. As Zhao straightened, the carriage had already moved a short distance away. The night enveloped everything like ink, with only the sound of hooves echoing on the cobblestones. Once the carriage had vanished into the darkness, Zhao instructed, "Prepare a banquet. I must visit the prison. Afterwards, you should rest early. We have a case to attend to tomorrow." and we cannot afford delays. The emerald-hued flying fish robe appeared even deeper in color against the night sky. Zhao stood with hands clasped behind his back, and a few Jinui acknowledged his orders and set about their preparations. Moments later, Zhao found himself alone at the entrance, the night shrouded in a thin mist. In less than a quarter of an hour, a Jinui clad in a green flying fish robe approached, bowing as he presented a food box. Zhao nodded, retrieving over 20 taels of silver from his pocket and slipping it into the man's embrace. He then clapped the Jinui on the shoulder, instructing, "Let the brothers have something to eat and rest. We have court proceedings to conduct tomorrow." With the food box in hand, Zhao turned and made his way to the prison. At the entrance, two clerks exchanged glances upon seeing the emerald flying fish robe bearing the food box and approached with caution. "What brings you to the prison at this late hour?" "My lord?" "To interrogate the suspects," Zhao replied. His mood was already less than favorable due to the late hour, and encountering these ignorant clerks only soured it further. The clerks exchanged hesitant looks. One of them timidly replied, "My lord, Minister Su has given strict orders that no one is to see the suspects." Recognizing Zhao's determined demeanor, the clerks understood he was likely there to interrogate the culprits involved in the Jiangnan corruption case. However, Minister Su had just personally instructed them to ensure the suspects were closely guarded tonight, leaving no room for any breaches of protocol, lest the responsibility fall upon their heads. Thus, they were reluctant to let Zhao enter. Zhao, naturally, had no intention of making things difficult for these clerks, so he produced his badge. As the lantern light flickered, he held it up for the clerks to see. Upon recognizing the 4 characters Bizenfu on the badge, the clerks broke into a cold sweat. What kind of trouble had they gotten themselves into? The Jinuri of the Bizenfu was not someone they could afford to offend. "Can you see clearly now?" "I oversee the prison," Zhao stated, retracting his badge. "Am I permitted to enter?" Yes, my eyes were blind. I did not recognize you were from the Bizenfu," the clerk stammered. "It was not my intention to obstruct you." "It was Minister Su's directive." The clerk hastily gestured to open the door, leading the way for Zhao. Zhao chuckled. "No need to panic. If Su Jixin gives you trouble, feel free to invoke my name." Hearing Zhao's words, the clerk's demeanor relaxed somewhat as he bowed and led the way. After descending for a while, they soon arrived at a cell. The clerk produced a key from his pocket. Unlocking the door and bowing, "My lord, this is the one. Please, go ahead." With that, he stepped aside, leaving Zhao to enter the cell alone, carrying the food box. As the door swung open, Zhao found several inmates already awake inside. Their expressions turned to confusion as they watched the Jinui in the green flying fish robe set out the dishes from the food box onto the table. They exchanged bewildered glances, unable to discern the purpose behind Zhao's visit. The prison, built underground, was particularly stifling in the spring's incessant rain. The lack of sunlight and the damp atmosphere made it unbearable, with the stench of refuse lingering in the air. However, Zhao paid little heed to such trifles as he busied himself arranging the food and drink. Once all the dishes were laid out, Zhao leisurely seated himself on a stool, chopsticks in hand. Indulging in food and drink, the inmates exchanged odd glances, perplexed by Zhao's demeanor. Was he truly enjoying a meal in the prison? Yet Zhao remained oblivious to their expressions. He was there for them, after all, and had little concern for their mixed reactions. After consuming a few cups of wine and a bowl of rice, Zhao finally spoke. "Esteemed gentlemen, you are all prominent officials. Why not join me for a meal and drink?" The group hesitated, exchanging glances, none daring to make a move. Noticing their reticence, Zhao's hand holding the chopsticks paused slightly. "What, do you look down upon my humble offerings? It seems the conditions in this prison are rather poor. Why not come stay in my Zhaoi prison for a few days?" Among them, Lin Kuei, who had previously encountered Zhao, chuckled nervously and took a seat across from him, trembling as he picked up his chopsticks, uneasily sampling the food. The warmth of the meal felt bland in his mouth. Seeing this, the others gradually relaxed and approached the table to share in the food and drink. Zhao, in turn, set down his chopsticks and moved to the door, watching the others eat and drink. Once the dishes had nearly been consumed, he finally spoke. "I am Zhao Muji of the Bizen Food. This declaration." The group of diners abruptly halted, gazing at Zhao in terror. Even Lin Kuei, He Ichuan, Ren Gongzhu, and Zhu Yuga, seasoned officials, dared not continue. Zhao remained unfazed, his back turned as he waved his hand dismissively, speaking gently, "Please, continue eating. if I wish to send you to the Zhaoyi prison, there is no need to rush. Hearing the sound of chopsticks moving behind him, Zhao continued, over the years, I have traversed the land, relying on my wit and valor, unafraid of the shadows of blades and swords. I am a man of integrity, never frivolously forming alliances. Turning back to face them, Zhao smiled. You, esteemed gentlemen, have long been entrenched in the political arena and should understand this principle better than I. Although you may now be deemed guilty, you must recognize one crucial truth. When facing death, a person's words can be kind. Serving in the same court means we are on the same vessel. If someone were to sabotage it, you all have families, children, relatives, students, friends, and colleagues. Do not bring shame upon yourselves. Upon hearing this, the others looked on with confusion, while Lin Kuei stood first, sneering, life and death are trivial matters. Are you here merely to lecture us, Zhao Daren? I have read more principles than you have heard in your lifetime. Death is but a fate. What other outcomes do we have? Lin Kuei continued. Zhao Daren, is there a possibility we could avoid the Zhaoyi prison? Zhao smiled without replying. It must be said that those who reached such positions had a heightened sensitivity to the situation. Lin Kuei understood Zhao's intentions, and his reaction was anticipated. After all, they were all doomed. Dragging one down with them was a small consolation. Who could guarantee the cleanliness of their own hands? Yet Zhao was unconcerned. Although he held the title of the legitimate Bizenfu, he felt no trepidation. At worst, he could simply change his identity and become a tortoise. Lin Daren, you exhibit great courage. But do not forget that you all have families. Understand that whether you respond or not, it leads to the same fate. It is merely a matter of convenience. The difference between killing one person or exterminating an entire clan depends on how we write it. The Emperor, being benevolent, wishes to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, but we are not so easily swayed. One less or one more is merely a matter of effort. Zhao spoke with a smile, his tone gentle yet laden with threat. How one dies is indeed a matter of significance. Perhaps if you performed the 13 techniques of the Jinyui, you might yet survive. Upon hearing this, Lin Kuei's face grew even paler. He could ignore many things. But the safety of his wife and children was always his greatest concern. Initially, he thought Zhao would delve into the lives of his family, but he had no worries. Though greedy, his family was well-behaved and had no involvement in his misdeeds. However, the notion of Zhao's threat of extermination sent chills down his spine. What would become of his wife and children? Once they entered the Zhaoyi prison, would anyone survive after a thorough execution of the 13 techniques? He could not ascertain Zhao's perception of the shifting expressions on the faces of those present, particularly Lin Kuei, who realized that matters had progressed significantly. Thus, he continued, you may stop here. We shall cease as well. For this is not my intention. Hearing this, Lin Kuei felt a sense of relief. What is the greatest fear in negotiations? It is the absence of authority to make decisions on the other side. Zhao's words indicated that he was merely a messenger, conveying the wishes of those above him. Who, then, were those above? The Emperor. After receiving this assurance, Lin Kuei no longer hesitated and decisively stated, Sir, the sinner is willing to cooperate. The others pondered for a moment, grasping the implications, and upon seeing Lin Kuei's response, they echoed his sentiment. After all, they were not alone. They did not possess the bravery to face the blade's edge alone. Zhao achieved his objective, closed the food box, and raised an eyebrow, saying, Remember, the silver must not be scant. Otherwise, it will not merely be 3 families involved. Money can move mountains, and perhaps it will only result in exile. I have been unwell and resting for a few days. After such a lengthy build-up, we are nearing the climax. Thank you all for watching. Chapter 56. Retracting testimony. The provincial governor's office remained unchanged from yesterday's seating arrangement. Wang Yintong sat at the head, with Su Ran and Wen Yun seated to his left, while the scribe was prepared on the right. Below, on the right side, eunuchs He and Shun lounged in their grand chairs, each holding a teacup, their official hats carelessly placed on a small tea table beside them, with several young eunuchs in green uniforms standing leisurely behind them. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, Zhao finally arrived, clad in a green flying fish robe. Upon entering and observing those already seated, he ignored the individuals at the head and first greeted eunuchs He and Shun with a respectful gesture. Eunuch He set down his teacup, casting a puzzled glance at Zhao, who nodded in acknowledgement that the matter was settled. Although the 3 did not speak, they exchanged knowing smiles, as if a nefarious deal had been struck. As Zhao settled into the chair on the left, Su Ran eagerly called out, "Bring in the sinner." Chun Fuid. Su Ren's intent was straightforward. Lin Kuei was a tough nut to crack. He had interrogated other provincial officials, most of whom were evasive, with some even denying undeniable evidence of crimes like killing imperial envoys and embezzlement. Only the inexperienced Chen Fui, lacking a substantial foundation, had some words to offer. If not him, then whom? Two members of the Jinuri escorted Chen Fui into the hall. Today, he appeared significantly better, although he could still not sit and could only lie on the ground. "Chen Fui, do you acknowledge your crimes?" Su Ren asserted, his voice commanding. "Had it not been for Lu Wenyu's forceful intervention a few days ago, I would have unearthed numerous matters, but alas, it is a pity." This interrogation was an opportunity to solidify the confession while Lu Wenyu was absent. Thus, even he would have no recourse to object. However, contrary to expectations, Chun Fui, lying there, was not as flustered as days prior. Instead, he surveyed the room, recognizing Zhao's familiar face and the two leisurely drinking tea in his heart. He had already made a decision. "County Magistrate Su, is it not already evident that I am guilty of embezzlement?" This statement left Su Ren momentarily stunned, while Zhao and Eunuch He, the cunning old foxes, exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes reflecting a calm acceptance of the situation. Although Su Ren was somewhat taken aback, he pressed on, "I must ask you, who commanded the construction of the river embankment, and who was involved?" "It was I. I undertook the repairs myself. I could not bear to see the people suffer from floods. With funds from the government, we organized manpower to carry out the repairs." Chun Fui responded decisively after Su Ren's inquiry. As soon as these words left his mouth, not only did Zhao and the two eunuchs stifle their laughter, but even the presiding Wang Yintong struggled to contain his amusement. "What kind of philanthropic sentiment is this, you corrupt official? You had no qualms during your indulgence. You certainly did not show any compassion then. Did you? You were quite righteous when explaining away those boxes of silver." Su Ren nearly lost his composure, exasperated. "If you can so boldly justify your actions, then what of the disaster relief funds? Was that also for the nation and the people?" Su Ren smiled, his lips curving as he regarded Su Ren, resembling a rogue teasing a blossoming maiden. "What do you mean by that, Sir Su? In the 3 counties afflicted by flooding, did Chen fail to provide disaster relief?" "I have prepared rice porridge according to the laws of Deqi," Su Ren retorted angrily. "The court's disaster relief is not mere coarse rice and rice husks. Can coarse rice and rice husks not be made into porridge?" Chen Fui confidently countered, refusing to acknowledge his wrongdoing regarding disaster relief. The funds he had embezzled were minimal, no more than 10%. To him, this was not corruption but merely a minor loss. When others are embezzling at rates of 40%, I have only taken 10%. What does that count as? At most, it is a loss. Su Ren slammed his hand on the table. "You dare to be so brazen about swapping white rice for coarse rice or even rice husks? You truly have opened my eyes. Heh, I did not even take those coarse rice and rice husks home. They were consumed by the disaster victims, were they not? I refuse to acknowledge this." Chen Fui scoffed derisively. Seeing Su Ren fall silent, Chun Fui adjusted his position comfortably, exuding an air of indifference. Even raising his head to ask Zhao for a cup of tea, Zhao, holding the teacup, felt a surge of frustration. How could such a person hold office? It seemed that Deqi was truly finished. On the other hand, Eunuch Shun had fewer thoughts on the matter. He placed the cup of tea he had sipped into Chen Fui's hands, smiling warmly. Chen Fui accepted it without hesitation, drinking it as if he were a victorious general preparing to confront Su Ren. "Bring in the sinner, Lin Kuei." With no other options, Su Ren had to shift his focus to others. In the past few days, he had interrogated various individuals. Those who retracted their statements did so, and those who cried injustice did so, yet Lin Kuei had remained utterly silent. It was always easier to pick on the softer targets. Lin Kuei was led in by 2 members of the Jinui, and without a word, he sat down on the stool, taking the teacup from Chen Fuyi's hands. Though shackled, he appeared remarkably composed. "Not at all like a criminal, Lord Lin. Regarding the public funds for river repairs and disaster relief, through whose hands did they pass, and who directed this?" Su Ren's inquiry had become quite pointed, as he named names, hoping that Lin Kuei would reveal a flaw in his defense. However, Lin Kuei was a seasoned bureaucrat. He recognized the trap in Su Ren's words and calmly replied, "Who is to say there is a fault in repairing the river ourselves? Did we not provide disaster relief? Lin Kuei smiled, his eyes glimmering with a peculiar light. His only desire was to preserve his life, and the possibility of exile did not entice him to seek a sliver of hope through confession. He understood the intentions of those above. They merely wished to pocket some money while avoiding exposure. Exile? Ha! It depended on where one was exiled. The chaos in Hushi and Anan made even the prospect of exile here seem fortunate. Lingnan? Do not be absurd. That was a place of overseas trade, not a desolate land. One would enjoy a life of comfort there. Thus, it would only be Ningzhou. One must remember that Lu Wenyu was in charge of the Ningzhou exile location. The implications of being exiled to Ningzhou versus Shangjing were worlds apart. With clarity on the critical points, Lin Kuei had long since come to terms with the fact that he had a way out. After hearing Lin Kuei's words, Su Ran sighed helplessly. Everything was lost. These individuals had unwittingly communicated with those above, and all matters were set to be brushed aside, and no further interrogation would yield anything substantial. Seeing Su Ran and the others fall silent, Eunuch he decisively interjected, "Gentlemen, since there is a resolution, let them sign and seal it." After sealing it with wax and affixing the official stamp, he declared, "This shall be presented to His Majesty for review." The scribe, holding the confession document, gazed at the individuals at the head, helplessly. They were silent, and he dared not request Chen Fu-yi and Lin Kuei to sign. "Let them sign. After such a lengthy interrogation, we must reach a conclusion." Zhao echoed Eunuch He's sentiment, eager to conclude this tedious case and return to earning money. With no other recourse, Wang Yintong, wishing to avoid offending anyone, happily commanded them to sign. The two men below were overjoyed and hastened to sign, bringing this case to a hasty conclusion. Zhao did not linger, leaving the office first. The ghost market, the information had already arrived. He went to the familiar coffin shop, delivered a letter to Lu Ji, and returned to the relay station with several hundred taels of silver in intelligence. He called for a carriage, planning to depart for Mount Tai the next day. Chapter 57. Clouds of suspicion on the official road. The carriage sped along. From Bianzhou to Mount Tai, one could take the Grand Canal northward and then switch to a carriage. However, Zhao suddenly found himself intrigued by the idea of riding in a carriage. So he rented one. Both Jiangnan and Chilu were relatively affluent regions. The official roads were well-maintained and broad. Zhao sat comfortably in the carriage, barely feeling any jostling. Holding the intelligence he had purchased for several hundred taels, Zhao furrowed his brow. The information about Lu Wenyu was quite simple, merely detailing his early career and family matters, utterly devoid of substance. Such trivialities could likely be uncovered by Zhao himself through inquiries within the Jinhui. Perhaps even the ghost market deemed this intelligence unworthy, as additional notes were scribbled on another sheet. For instance, it noted that Lu Wenyu returned to the capital to meet the emperor a few days before the new year. He was subsequently spotted in the Shu region. Moreover, there was a crucial piece of intelligence. Lu Wenyu had purchased information on 4 individuals in the ghost market. Shi Huiming, the leader of the Chaobang; Lin Yining, the young master of the Shijin villa; Mingji, the monk from the Lantua temple; and Wang Jiwei, the Taoist from Qingqing mountain. Zhao held the 2 sheets of paper, utterly astonished. Shi Huiming had just died by his hand. And now, heading to Mount Tai, his target was none other than Lin Yining, the young master of Shijin villa. Were all 4 individuals potential targets? How much could that possibly yield? Had the ancestral grave of the Zhao family caught fire? Every year, such a lucrative business opportunity arises, and in his fervor, Zhao cannot help but feel an urge to bow deeply to Lord Lu. After all, is this not akin to a parental figure? He gives himself a couple of slaps, exclaiming, "This is real pain." In an instant, he silently chuckles, reminding himself not to overexert, lest he inadvertently transforms into a tycoon. He has already envisioned the scenario of lavishly spending his wealth once it is transformed into the currency of fortune. A quarter of an hour later, as his enthusiasm gradually subsides, reason reclaims its stronghold, and his intellect returns to him. Zhao suddenly senses something amiss. The individuals accompanying him possess a certain influence, particularly those from the Chao gang and the Lantua temple. One is the second largest gang in the world, while the other is one of the 4 great Zen temples. What exactly does Lu Wenyu intend to accomplish? Is he not concerned about inciting chaos within the martial world? Clutching 2 modest sheets of paper, Zhao closes his eyes in contemplation. Hiring assassins to commit murder cannot merely be for the thrill. It must stem from a desire to evade the consequences of taking a life. However, Given Lu Wenyu's high-ranking official status, he surely cannot be afraid of such repercussions. At worst, he could simply toss them into the Zhaojian prison to eliminate any loose ends. Could it be that this rascal wishes to incite turmoil in the martial world while avoiding any blame? Although this conjecture astounds Zhao, upon further consideration, it seems the most plausible explanation. As the renowned detective Child once stated, once you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. The continuation of a dynasty indeed requires stability, yet it is not impossible to extend one's grasp into the martial realm for profit. If one seeks to capitalize, it is paramount to maintain a clean image. Should chaos ensue, the opportunity to profit from the flames becomes a distinct possibility. Reflecting on his predicament, Zhao realizes that he might inadvertently lead himself into a trap, allowing Lu Wenyu to reap the rewards while he becomes the scapegoat. Cursing under his breath, he clenches his fists, crumpling the 2 sheets of paper before casting them into his spatial pocket. Seated within the carriage, Zhao's expression darkens, his gaze icy. If Lu wishes to incite disorder within the martial world, then he shall certainly assist him in achieving that aim.as for the extent of the chaos that is beyond Lu's control. The carriage continues its journey, and a few peals of thunder above disrupt Zhao's thoughts. As the gentle rain begins to fall, his expression gradually returns to normal. Lin Yining must be eliminated. There is no escaping this fate. Survival in the crevices requires utmost caution. For now, he remains a pawn. But he will not be one forever. Cross-legged, he retrieves a Tongxian pill from his spatial storage, focusing his mind and cultivating his energy. In that moment, Zhao's desire for power surges stronger than ever. If only he were powerful enough, if only he were a grandmaster, he would not be forced to remain a pawn or a scapegoat. The crux of the matter lies in his own inadequacies. Everything else is in vain. 7 days later, the carriage halts at a small town at the foot of Mount Tai. The driver cheerfully informs Zhao that they have arrived, eagerly lifting the curtain for him. A light drizzle falls as the driver opens an umbrella. Assisting Zhao as he dismounts in the driver's eyes, Zhao appears to be just another wealthy young master seeking pleasure at Mount Tai. For such individuals, if treated well, silver will surely follow. Upon disembarking, Zhao tosses 20 taels of silver without looking back, striding away. Mount Tai, revered as the foremost of the 5 sacred mountains, boasts breathtaking scenery and grandeur, historically a place for emperors to perform the ceremonial Fengshan rites. Although a certain Zhao has diminished the prestige of these rites, the founding emperor of Qi still performed them, proclaiming to the world. Thus, Mount Tai sees a continuous stream of visitors, particularly wealthy young gentlemen. Of course, they do not come merely to appreciate the scenery or ascend to lofty heights. Their intentions are decidedly more clandestine. Renowned courtesans do not solely inhabit Yangzhou, but also the boatwomen of West Lake and Linen, the ladies of Dadong, and the maidens of Mount Tai. Among them, the Dadong women are celebrated for their exotic charm, while the maidens of Mount Tai, being nuns, possess a unique allure that captivates many patrons. With the flourishing of establishments catering to pleasure, the population at the foot of Mount Tai swells, gradually forming a small town replete with dining, entertainment, and all necessities of life. Zhao casually selects a tavern. Ordering a sumptuous spread of food and drink, before taking a life, one must first satisfy their hunger. While Lord Lu only requires payment, Zhao finds himself burdened with numerous considerations, the simplest of which is, what does Lin Yining look like? Indeed, Lord Lu has not provided even the most basic information, yet Zhao had anticipated this, knowing it would merely require some extra effort. Having feasted, darkness envelopes the sky, and the drizzle persists, an opportune moment. Zhao inquires of the tavern keeper, learning that the most famous establishment of pleasure at Mount Tai is the Hongyan Temple. Thus, Zhao decides to venture into the lion's den to uncover the truth. Riding uphill and traversing the winding mountain paths, he soon discovers a Zen temple adorned with 2 red lanterns at its entrance, proudly displaying the name Hongyan Temple. Several attendants greet him, taking the reins of his horse and securing it before guiding him inside. As the main gate closes behind him, Zhao walks closely behind the attendant, surveying the surroundings. The temple is nestled within the mountains, its blue walls and tiles harmonizing with bamboo lining the edges. In the courtyard, 2 verdant pine trees stand tall. As the wind rustles through them, the shadows of the bamboo sway gracefully. Moonlight filters through the pine needles, casting an ethereal glow that enhances the serene ambience. A faint fragrance wafts through the rain, creating a truly poetic atmosphere. Unlike other brothels, there are no scantily clad women or suggestive sounds either in the main hall or the garden. Instead, numerous rooms are adorned with Buddhist scriptures. Inscribed in various calligraphic styles on the white walls, one could easily mistake this for a Zen temple. Following the attendant through several courtyards, they ascend to the second floor of one of the buildings. The attendant pushes open the door, revealing a room with a painting of a bodhisattva on the wall, an incense burner on the table emitting curling wisps of smoke, and offerings of fruits and candles arranged neatly. A nun kneels on a cushion, rhythmically striking a wooden fish, embodying the essence of a tranquil sanctuary. Noticing Zhao's lewd grin, the attendant discreetly closes the door. Zhao, hands clasped behind his back, saunters forward with a smile. Speaking poetically, practicing a figure like that of a crane beneath 1,000 pines, I find my heart troubled these days, the nun, gazing at him with a calm demeanor, inquires, do you, layman, also believe in the Buddha? Zhao remains silent, his gaze fixed on the bodhisattva painting, his brows furrowed, as if enveloped in sorrow. The nun rises from her cushion, standing face to face with Zhao. As he looks at her, he notices her delicate features. Fair skin and soft lips, enhanced by her plain Zen garb. She is indeed a vision of ethereal beauty. Zhao's heart stirs, yet he continues to feign indifference, inquiring, my heart is restless. I wonder if the bodhisattva's teachings can save me? The nun does not respond directly, but instead brings a cup of tea, inviting Zhao to sit at a low table. As she pours the tea, her soothing words comfort him, and Zhao finds himself deeply impressed by her profound understanding of Buddhist philosophy. Sighing in admiration, the next day, the sun shines brightly. Zhao supports the nun as they exit the courtyard, smiling as he remarks, I must return here often. The depths of Buddhist wisdom are truly enlightening. The nun gently warns him to watch his step, her cheeks slightly flushed with a smile reminiscent of a freshly watered lotus flower. Zhao waves dismissively, signaling that she need not see him off. Tossing her 20 taels of silver, no, 20 taels of fate. Upon exiting the Hongyan temple, an attendant is already waiting with his horse. Zhao mounts swiftly, flicking the reins as the horse gallops down the mountain, the spring breeze caressing his face, as if wrapped in the warmth of springtime. Returning to the tavern, Zhao, under the knowing gaze of the innkeeper, strolls leisurely to his room and collapses onto the bed, digesting the teachings of Buddhism. After a night of discussing philosophy with the nun, Zhao was captivated by her unique insights into Buddhist teachings. Naturally, he seized the opportunity to share his own thoughts, engaging in a spirited debate that ranged from Mahayana to Theravada Buddhism. Despite their differing perspectives, the nun managed to persuade Zhao, for in scholarly pursuits, a bit of conflict is entirely normal. After an hour of fervent debate, the nun, with her profound understanding of the Dharma, finally calmed Zhao's restless heart. When he next opened his eyes, night had fallen. Before Zhao could give instructions, a young servant had already arrived with his meal. Such is the charm of Mount Tai. Even the attendants are astute enough to anticipate Zhao's needs, having prepared his meal in advance, considering his arduous study. As he savored the meat and wine, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. It is no wonder that such meticulous service wins the hearts of wealthy young masters. Who could resist such attentiveness? Though the scenery is beautiful and the service impeccable, Zhao remains acutely aware that he is here with a purpose. After his meal, he strolls about, ostensibly for a post-dinner walk, yet in reality, he seeks information about Lin Yining. However, after several streets, he finds himself disappointed. There is scarcely a soul who has even heard of Lin Yining. Frustrated, Zhao realizes that Mount Tai is vast, and if he continues at this pace, it could take months to uncover any leads. By then, who knows if Lin Yining will still be here? After wandering for a while, his mood darkens. Clearly, next time, he must have concrete information, ideally a clear image and a precise location. Lu Wenyu, despite being a commander of the Jinhui, appears rather unreliable, Zhao muses to himself. Yet, in truth, Lu Wenyu is somewhat unjustly accused. Zhao was so preoccupied with his own matters that he neglected to ask for specific details. Lu Wenyu assumed Zhao was a professional who didn't require such assistance, leading to a situation where neither party fully understood the other's expectations, resulting in this frustrating predicament. Zhao, feeling irritated and impatient, yearns for an outlet for his emotions. The enigmatic nature of Mount Tai's Buddhist teachings offers just the remedy he seeks. Thus, without hesitation, he mounts his horse and rides back up the mountain. How could a man's path forward be marred by hesitation and indecision? Each day devoid of learning is a betrayal to life itself. This evening, I must immerse myself in study. As for the charming maid, she was the same one from last night. Upon seeing Zhao Jiu, she hurriedly approached to tie up the horse, performing the familiar routine with remarkable ease. However, Zhao Jiu had no desire to engage with the mage from the previous night. In the pursuit of knowledge, one must renew oneself daily, for wisdom must be perpetually updated. The Heart Sutra must be studied. And the Sutra of the Seriousness must also be learned. Favoring one over the other is not a commendable habit. The maid understood Zhao Jiu's sentiments well. It is human nature to crave novelty, especially when Zhao Jiu was generous with his coin. Thus, she guided him into another courtyard. This courtyard was far simpler than the previous one, adorned with bamboo and pine trees, along with a few flowers whose names Zhao Jiu could not recall. Beyond that, there was nothing else. Indeed, even the walls were stark and bare. Perhaps the only advantage of this courtyard was its proximity to a small lake at the rear, where a gentle breeze added a touch of tranquility. Unlike the nun from the previous night, this one did not embody the austere image of a solitary lamp and ancient Buddha. As the door opened, the mage stood by, hands at his sides, head bowed, clutching a string of small prayer beads, creating an ambiguous atmosphere. After the maid softly announced Zhao Jiu's arrival, she discreetly stepped aside, allowing him space to express himself, embodying a sense of understanding. Zhao Jiu stood in the room, surveying his surroundings, and could not help but sigh. The room lacked even a simple altar or incense burner. The only object vaguely related to Buddhism was the nun's prayer beads. Moreover, the nun herself was rather unrestrained, her long tresses cascading loosely, and she even adorned her face with a hint of makeup in the flickering candlelight. She appeared undeniably enchanting. This was likely a different style altogether. Zhao Jiu did not mind. He gestured to the nun in plain robes to prepare a pot of tea. After all, when it comes to learning, one cannot plunge directly into the subject matter. Seizing the opportunity while the tea was brewing, Zhao Jiu smiled and inquired about the unconventional nature of this place. Surely, there must be profound Buddhist doctrines here. How could there not be? Where there is Buddha in the heart, there is paradise, the nun replied, leaving Zhao Jiu momentarily stunned. How curious, the essence of the heart. In a realm of pleasures, one realizes their true self. Today, I understand that I am Buddha. What a splendid state of being. Zhao Jiu chuckled, astonished. Did you come to this realization by yourself? The nun, cradling a cup of strong tea, invited Zhao Jiu to sit at a low table. Oh, I possess no such enlightenment. It was something a gentleman said, and I simply took note of it. Zhao Jiu picked up her long hair, musing aloud about the presence of enlightened beings amidst the bustling world. That Lin Gongzi is indeed remarkable, though I may have been too forward. Conversely, the nun gathered her hair, allowing Zhao Jiu to caress it more comfortably, as if reminiscing. The mention of Lin Gongzi caused Zhao Jiu to pause, adjusting his demeanor and feigning nonchalance as he teased. Lin Gongzi? Which Lin? It wouldn't be that Lin Yining, would it? Do you know Lin Gongzi? The surprise in her tone confirmed Zhao Jiu's suspicions. He was nearly certain this Lin Yining was the very one he sought. The elusive target had been found without much effort. Suppressing his excitement, he replied casually, "Oh, we have a decent relationship. We spent some time together in the capital, at some villa. I've forgotten the name. That rascal still owes me a drink." Indeed, indeed, the nun leaned against Zhao Jiu, playfully swinging her leg. That villa, Lin Gongzi has mentioned it. Unfortunately, I have a poor memory and forgot. At this moment, Zhao Jiu was entirely convinced. Unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon a fortuitous encounter. It seemed that learning was indeed fruitful. This revelation solved his predicament. Embracing the nun, he gently toyed with her earlobe, feeling a weight lift from his heart, allowing himself to relax. The path ahead appeared manageable. Now, young man, wash your neck and wait. Chapter 59. The interloper. The following morning, under the blazing sun, Zhao Jiu, weary from the previous night, was assisted out the door. Alas, this profession is no easy task. Even a slight frailty can be unbearable. Fortunately, after some convoluted turns, he had obtained information about Lin Yining, who turned out to be a devoted scholar of Buddhist teachings. In a wonder, it was nearly impossible to inquire about him down the mountain. It seemed this fellow cherished every moment, diligently studying the Dharma day and night. In terms of eagerness to learn, Zhao Jiu could not compare to Lin Yining, the nun from last night. Her makeup disheveled, reproachfully supported Zhao Jiu as he descended the steps. Yet, Zhao Jiu remained composed, occasionally toying with her hair, his eyes narrowed in a devil-may-care manner. From his pocket, he produced 100-tael silver note, beckoning the maid to summon the matron. After a brief wait, a middle-aged woman, heavily powdered, approached. Before she could utter a word, Zhao Jiu slapped the silver note onto her face. "You are the matron, are you not?" "I've taken this maid." Uncertain whether it was Zhao Jiu's dandy demeanor or the silver note obscuring her vision, the matron was momentarily at a loss. "What? Dead?" Zhao Jiu played the part to the hilt, maintaining the guise of a young master with connections at court. "There are no such rules, young master," the matron stammered, holding the silver note, her demeanor submissive. If the master had arrived early, these rules would have been established. Zhao Jiu, with the maid in his embrace, looked down at the matron with an air of superiority. Before she could react, he waved a badge in front of her. Instantly, the matron broke into a cold sweat, her teeth chattering as she read the inscription on the badge. "Are there such rules?" Zhao Jiu calmly tucked away the badge, mockingly saying, "Yes, indeed. I am but a fool for not recognizing the great mountain. My eyes have deceived me." With that, the matron struck herself twice in a fit of self-reproach, sending a cloud of powder into the air. Zhao Jiu stepped back, pinching his nose as he retreated a couple of steps, fanning his hand in disdain. "If only you had said so earlier, we could have avoided this trouble. By the way, Lin Gongzi is a dear friend of mine. If he arrives, be sure to summon me. I still owe him a drink." "What is your name?" Zhao Jiu inquired, playfully pinching the maid's chin. "I am Huizhan," she replied, leaning close to Zhao Jiu, her breath fragrant. Having made arrangements, Zhao Jiu was ready to depart. He instructed the maid to lead the horse down the mountain, realizing that the days ahead would be exhausting. Upon returning to the inn, he collapsed into a deep slumber. For 3 consecutive days, Zhao Jiu lived a monotonous routine, sleeping by day and studying by night. The financial aspect was secondary. His stamina was wearing thin. The profundity of Buddhist teachings was overwhelming, seemingly endless. Yet, the sole information regarding Lin Yining was all he had, compelling Zhao Jiu to remain vigilant. The vastness of Mount Tai meant that missing this opportunity could result in a lengthy wait. After 3 days of tranquility, Zhao Jiu began to question whether the Lin Yining they spoke of was indeed the same person. Nonetheless, despite his doubts, he felt compelled to visit. He could not allow his money to go to waste. Within the confines of the Hongyan Temple, Zhao Jiu reclined on a lounge chair, while Huizhan kneaded his shoulders from behind. Her touch was gentle, and he closed his eyes, sipping tea and relishing the moment. After indulging in rich fare, this vegetarian meal was quite a refreshing change. Just as he drifted into a semi-conscious state of bliss, an ill-timed knock interrupted him. "Master, Lin Gongzi has arrived. He is in the courtyard across the lake." Zhao Jiu's eyes flew open. "You wretched creature, you finally made it. I have been waiting for you," though his heart raced with excitement. His expression remained calm and collected. "Are you certain it is Lin Gongzi? If you are mistaken, I shall hold you accountable." His voice was soft, almost tentative, yet to the maid's ears it thundered, causing her to stumble and kneel. "Master, it is not my fault. My mother sent me to remind you." "Understood. You may leave now. I was merely teasing you," Zhao Jiu replied, tossing a few pieces of silver in front of her. "This is for you. Once Lin Gongzi is done, alert me." The maid quickly pocketed the silver, her face beaming as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, master. I will keep a close watch and ensure I do not miss your business." Waving her off, Zhao Jiu embraced Huizhan, pondering whether he should go and deal with Lin Yining now. After some consideration, he decided against it. Even condemned prisoners receive a final meal before their execution. He would allow Lin Yining to enjoy the evening in comfort before fulfilling his own duties. Channeling his qi outward, he sensed the situation across the lake. His energy, akin to small ripples, swept across the water, encompassing the entire Hongyan Temple. As his qi flowed, a vast area revealed itself. Zhao Jiu's brows furrowed slightly, for he had not anticipated that Lin Yining had numerous enemies. Several figures in dark attire lurked among the trees by the lakeside, their eyes fixed intently on the courtyard. mere insects. Zhao Jiu chuckled inwardly, unconcerned. They had yet to make a move, and he was content to observe in silence. Lin Yining was a crucial part of Zhao Jiu's plan, and he could not allow him to fall prey to these foes. Otherwise, his days of waiting would be in vain, and the system would demand recompense for his efforts. Whether Lin Yining lived or died held little consequence for Zhao Jiu, yet he could not afford to lose his fortune. With the decision made to watch from a distance, Zhao Jiu temporarily set aside his concerns and savored the service provided by Hui Zhan, indulging in his tea. Across the lake, the figures in dark clothing gazed enviously at the courtyard, feeling tormented by their predicament. It was agonizingly clear to see someone else reveling in comfort while they were left to endure the biting wind. A bit of rain would have made their discomfort even more palpable. While others enjoyed watching the rain, they could only find solace in the thought of being rained on. As night fell deeper, Lin Yining finally approached the lakeside, flanked by two charming companions. A lewd grin adorned his face as he roamed his hands over them, the trio laughing and frolicking as they made their way toward the water's edge, with two attendants trailing behind. This is Lin Yining's hobby. Although he lacks profound knowledge, he has a penchant for the refined and elegant. Strolling along the lake's edge, he occasionally composes a few whimsical verses, reveling in his own delight. This inexplicable sensation greatly satisfies Lin Yining's fantasies of being a literary figure. As he draws closer to the lakeside, several individuals in the trees exchange glances, nodding before leaping down and rushing towards him. The two attendants behind him swiftly move to intercept them, urging Lin Yining to retreat. Before he can take more than a few steps, a figure clad in black, with a veiled face, emerges from the courtyard. Without uttering a word, they launch a lethal strike. Despite being inept, Lin Yining possesses some martial skills. He rolls to the ground just in time to narrowly evade the attack. Mayin Palace, I bear you no grudge. Why strike at me? No grudge. Your Jin sword manor dares to claim that we Haven Tea sold information about you to that group of bald monks in Shu? Lin Yining, dressed in fine garments now soiled with mud, appears quite disheveled but defiantly retorts, do you even have a sense of reason? If you do not harm someone's son, why would they pursue you? What could I do if I cannot fight back? Damn it, you act tough, but don't scurry away like a rat. The figure in black, uninterested in engaging in verbal sparring, grips a jade flute, and a haunting melody emerges, akin to an invisible serpent striking towards Lin Yining. Guang Lianyo, how dare you? This has nothing to do with me. I am merely a spoiled heir living off my father's legacy. Zhao Jiu, who had been lying down, suddenly opens his eyes, impressed by the young man's spirit. Hui Zhan had long sent him away in anticipation of this moment. With a surge of true energy, Zhao Jiu appears on the surface of the lake, prioritizing Lin Yining's safety. After all, a cooked duck cannot be allowed to fly away. His energy radiates outward, effectively severing the melody's reach from Lin Yining. Are there still experts? Guang Lianyo, gripping the jade flute, focuses on the lake surface, sensing a presence akin to a fierce beast. The sheer aura emanating from him instills dread. Get lost! A voice booms from the lake, resounding powerfully, its force rendering the combatants immobile. This showcases the stark contrast between third-grade true energy and that of lesser grades, as true energy harmonizes with the grand forces of nature, functioning as if aided by the very heavens themselves, something mere internal energy cannot contend with. Guang Lianyo perceives this overwhelming pressure. Her own cultivation barely reaches the 4th grade, and under such strain, her foundation feels precarious. Yet, with her adversary so near, retreat feels unsatisfactory. Meanwhile, Lin Yining, emboldened by sheer numbers, stands up, though he dares not move. Holy maiden, I see you as nothing more than a nuisance. My father's friends are everywhere. If you wish to kill me, it's merely a dream. At that moment, Guang Lianyo, unfazed, swiftly launches a hidden needle aimed straight at Lin Yining. Seeking death, Zhao Jiu bellows, enraged that a mere 4th-grade cultivator dares to disrupt his business. With a rush like a shooting star, he propels himself across the water's surface, nearly instantaneously closing the distance to Lin Yining. His true energy surges forth, intercepting the needle midair, crushing it into a clump that falls to the ground. Guang Lianyo gasps in shock, still reeling from the unexpected turn of events as Zhao Jiu closes in, pressing a finger against her shoulder. His true energy penetrates through, causing a small burst of crimson mist. Holy maiden! The onlookers at the lakeside call out urgently, eager to assist, yet they are hindered by the two attendants. With a few precise strikes, Zhao Zhu seals Guang Lianyo's acupoints, stating, "Regardless of your status as a holy maiden, you shall accompany me back to Zhao prison." His voice is soft, yet to Guang Lianyo, it resonates like a death knell. How could she have attracted the attention of the Jinhui for merely wanting to kill a fifth-grade useless heir? Judging by Zhao Zhu's demeanor, it appears unlikely she would emerge alive from Zhao prison. Desperate to rise, she finds her acupoints sealed, unable to summon a shred of internal energy, each movement a monumental effort. She is like a fish on a chopping board, ready for slaughter. Seeing Guang Lianyo immobilized, Zhao Zhu disregards her further, his true energy swirling as he darts towards the combatants. If he must cover his tracks, the simplest method is to eliminate everyone present. In the blink of an eye, he strikes, his palm landing on one combatant. With his words, the victim's body erupts like a burst watermelon, blood and flesh splattering upon those nearby. Within moments, Zhao Zhu unleashes a flurry of fists. And a few moments later, all but heaps of gore remain on the ground. At last, Zhao Zhu exhales, releasing the pent-up frustration of being outmaneuvered, the annoyance of waiting for prey, and the fury of nearly being robbed. After expressing his discomfort, Zhao Zhu approaches Lin Yining, his countenance reminiscent of a king of hell emerging from the shadows. The two women behind Lin Yining tremble, clinging to one another in an attempt to minimize their presence. Yet Zhao Zhu has no intention of sparing them. Although he has altered his appearance, leaving any trace behind could lead to significant issues. Two streams of true energy pierce through the skulls of the women, their eyes wide open, lifeless and beyond salvation. Picking up a knife from the ground, Zhao Zhu turns to Lin Yining. "You are Lin Yining, the young master of Jin Sword Manor?" "Yes, it is Ida. You must be a friend of my father's." "Right? I shall never forget your life-saving grace. Rest assured, I will prepare a generous gift for your home." Lin Yining, believing Zhao Zhu to be an ally of his father, hurriedly attempts to ingratiate himself. "Heh, I have already been compensated." Zhao Zhu smirks, his gaze fixed intently as he sizes up the young master, wondering if he might extract more silver. After all, judging by his attire, this young man certainly cannot be impoverished. He must possess some wealth. "Right? You had better have money?" Lin Yining, oblivious to Zhao Zhu's meaning, inquires. "That is good. So when shall we depart?" "As for that woman, can she?" Zhao Zhu's smile broadens. This young man lacks awareness. The immobile Guang Lianyo, filled with dread, realizes she cannot afford to lose her life along with Lin Yining's. "My lord, I have silver. I have silver." At this juncture, she can only hope he is not an overly principled individual, willing to exchange her innocence for silver. Upon hearing the mention of silver, Zhao Zhu's eyes brighten. A wise person indeed. "How much?" 500 taels. Zhao Zhu retorts angrily. "Is your life truly worth only 500 taels?" "And no, my lord, 1,000 taels." Guang Lianyo hastily corrects herself, fearing delay would bring impending doom. Zhao Zhu squints at Guang Lianyo, sensing her lack of sincerity. "You think you can test me with such a paltry sum? What fourth-grade cultivator can withstand such a trial? I will state my price. 2,200 taels, a single tael less, and I shall end your life." Faced with the overwhelming circumstances, Guang Lianyo can only nod in agreement. Pleased with her response, Zhao Zhu's tone softens considerably. "When can I expect the silver?" "In 2 months. I must wait 2 months for you." Zhao Zhu erupts in anger. "Is this not mere deception? Why not say you will burn it for me after my death? I have traversed time and space only to be subjected to such trickery. Am I not wasting my journey? If expedited, it could be done in half a month. Just the time it takes to send a letter." Guang Lianyo gasps, alarmed by the glinting blade that sways ominously before her. Zhao Zhu's expression shifts. Half a month is far more acceptable, as it bears a semblance of reason and offers a credible point. "Since you have assisted me so greatly, I must return the favor. I shall perform a small task for you, resolving a minor concern of yours. After all, it is not my style to accept payment without rendering service." Guang Lianyo is left bewildered. Is the Jinhui truly this straightforward? Is it not customary to accept money without performing a task? "A small task. Do you wish for me to kill someone?" Zhao Zhu raises an eyebrow, a grin spreading across his face as he regards Guang Lianyo. "Whom do you intend to kill?" Guang Lianyo questions, perplexed by his peculiar behavior. Zhao Jia remains indifferent to her thoughts. The priority is profit. And the main objective is to serve the surname Lin Yining, to be precise. What do you say? Is this not a trivial concern? Oh dear, this man is too wicked. Meanwhile, Lin Yining watches in astonishment as the two discuss the worth of his life. Cold sweat pouring down his back. Just as he prepares to speak, a flash of the blade ensues, and a head flies into the air, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Lin Yining's eyes widen, unable to believe that Zhao Jia would kill him. After slaying Lin Yining, Zhao Jia casually inflicts several more strikes on the corpse, his true energy causing the head to explode, leaving a headless body crumpled upon the lakeside. Without offering Guang Lianyo any chance to recover, he hoists her as if she were a mere sack, his movements swift as he vanishes into the night. It is not until Zhao Jia has completely disappeared that several individuals arrive. Brandishing torches, their flickering light revealing the gruesome scene littered with corpses, an utterly macabre sight. Zhao Jia took the cotton cloth, wiped his hands, and surveyed the circle of Jinyui around him. He waved his hand, saying, "Brothers, you have worked hard. I appreciate your patience. You may return now. In a few days, I will prepare some documents and invite you all for a drink." A few officers in white flying fish uniforms smiled as they clasped their hands in farewell to Zhao Jia. Seasoned in the bureaucratic arena, although their skills may not have notably improved, their judgment of character had undoubtedly sharpened. Zhao Jia had begun his career as a fourth-rank pacification envoy, later relying on the formidable Lu Wenyu, who wore the dragon robe, and no matter how indignant one might feel, one must concede. His stature is indeed impressive. As the saying goes, a new official takes office with 3 fires. If one does not display a pleasant demeanor now, one might find themselves engulfed in flames on another day, especially since he lacks a maternal uncle who is a commander of the Jinyui. Those officers understood this principle, and Zhao Jia was no less aware. Regardless of connections or support, the question remains, is one formidable or not? After responding to them, Zhao Jia boarded the carriage with Gong Lianyo, while the flag-bearer who had handed him the cloth drove the carriage toward the Wall-Base Alley. The Wall-Base Alley is merely a nickname. The original name has long been forgotten. Due to its proximity to the Imperial City, it acquired the name Imperial City Wall-Base Alley, which gradually morphed into Wall-Base Alley. Upon entering, the courtyard could be considered a 3-entry layout, with several small rooms behind the shadow wall, and only after passing these rooms did one arrive at the main house. The main house was constructed neither too large nor too small, but was quite square, with 2 or 3 rooms connected, presenting an air of spaciousness. Beyond the main house lay a small courtyard with a few trees and a pavilion designed for tea drinking and relaxation, perfectly aligning with Zhao Jia's inclinations. In terms of size and intricacy, this courtyard paled in comparison to the grand estate Zhao Jia had purchased in Liangzhou. Yet the pleasant environment was a fortunate surprise. Being near the Zhao prison, there were numerous taverns and eateries nearby. Much to Zhao Jia's astonishment, he could happily avoid cooking from now on, a blessing indeed. The flag-bearer merely served as a guide and did not accompany Zhao Jia inside, instead opting to smoke outside the carriage. After instructing Gong Lianyo to find a room for herself, Zhao Jia strolled towards the rear courtyard. As anticipated, in the pavilion, Lu Wenyu, clad in casual attire, lounged in a rocking chair sipping tea. His eyes were slightly squinted, occasionally taking a sip, swaying gently in his chair. A picture of contentment. "You truly have a leisurely spirit, Fifth Master," Zhao Jia remarked with a smile, breaking this tranquility as he sat beside Lu Wenyu. Lu Wenyu first scrutinized Zhao Jia closely before sitting upright and chuckling. "It seems you have learned to wear the flying fish uniform well. You look quite proper today," detecting the teasing tone in Lu Wenyu's voice. Zhao Jia leisurely poured himself a cup of tea before responding. "Lin Yining is dead, and the case has been handled according to your instructions. This time, it won't be easy. Suffering? What is there to suffer without silver?" Zhao Jia sipped his tea nonchalantly. "I do not expect you to provide silver. I merely wish to make a little profit on the side. Would you mind? That girl?" Lu Wenyu sensed the presence of a young woman upon Zhao Jia and Gong Lianyo's entrance, initially assuming it was a personal preference of Zhao Jia's, and did not inquire further. However, upon Zhao Jia's mention, his interest was piqued. "She is a meat ticket." After hearing Zhao Jia's explanation, Lu Wenyu burst into hearty laughter. "Ah, this lad is quite capable, making money from public affairs while secretly engaging in private business. But I have no objection. As long as the means are clean, the silver should be too. Just don't let it get out of hand." Zhao Jia understood the implication behind Lu Wenyu's words and clarified, "Not at all. It is merely a bit of extra income, paying for release. We certainly possess professional integrity. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenyu nodded. As long as no major incidents arose, most matters would be overlooked. Just avoid causing a stir. Even the smallest matters beneath the emperor's feet are significant. Lu Wenyu spoke sternly, sounding both admonishing and advisory. Tapping his teacup. After such a long journey, you must be weary. Take a few days to rest. In a few days, I'll take you to tour the Zhao prison. As a pacification envoy, you must know its location. What more could Zhao Jiu say? This old fellow truly views me as a pacification envoy. Although he yearned to exclaim, I am not an actual pacification envoy, he ultimately refrained, considering it unwise to strip off his official robes and clash with Lu Wenyu. He knew he could not win. Observing Zhao Jia's changing expressions, Lu Wenyu assumed he found it troublesome, so he stood and patted Zhao Jia's shoulder, reassuringly stating, from the 4th rank, you are not a minor official. You must make your presence known and manage affairs. Or else you will lose face. I understand that you might find it bothersome. Rest assured, you are essentially 3 pacification envoys combined. Do not be deceived by the size of the Zhao prison. There is not much happening there. It is merely a matter of holding and interrogating people. Most of the time is spent on roll calls and sipping tea. Our business is the real matter at hand. Realizing that Lu Wenyu had misunderstood him, Zhao Jiu chose not to clarify, letting him think as he wished to save breath. He quietly sipped his tea, giving Lu Wenyu a knowing glance, allowing him to come to his own conclusions. After several pots of tea, Lu Wenyu hastily took his leave. In the following days, Zhao Jiu lived a life of leisure, rising only when the sun had reached its zenith and not cooking a single meal. Instead, dining out for every meal, even bringing back food for Gong Lianyo. Not to mention, he became quite familiar with the proprietors of the taverns and eateries. Even before he entered, they would already instruct the kitchen to prepare his dishes. After finishing his meal and sipping tea, the food boxes were promptly prepared and placed at Zhao Jiu's seat, a thoughtful gesture indeed. However, the prices for meals in the capital were exorbitant, with each meal costing nearly 1 or 2 taels of silver. Causing Zhao Jiu to grimace at the expense, no wonder living in the capital was so challenging. One day, after finishing his meal and carrying the food box back, he encountered Lu Wenyu, clad in a striking red flying fish uniform. At the entrance, seeing Zhao Jia's carefree demeanor, Lu Wenyu merely smiled and said, change into your official robes. Come with me to the Zhao prison. Zhao Jia nodded, entering the courtyard to hand the food box to Gong Lianyo before returning to the main house to don his official attire and hat. Then stepping out to follow Lu Wenyu towards the Zhao prison. The Zhao prison was not far from the wall-base alley, and the two strolled leisurely, maintaining a relaxed pace, walking one behind the other. In less than 15 minutes, they could vaguely see the 4 corner towers of the Zhao prison. Turning a corner, the Zhao prison came into full view. Unlike other government offices, the entrance to the Zhao prison was stark and unadorned. Lacking any plaques or stone beasts, it was bare, with only a few horse hitching posts standing outside. The tall green walls, combined with the low-hanging eaves, resembled a predator lying in wait before they could approach. The doorkeeper, upon seeing Lu Wenyu's vibrant red flying fish uniform, promptly opened the gate and stepped aside, gesturing for the two to enter. Chapter 62. Zhao prison. Once inside, the doorkeeper hurriedly closed the door and retreated to the side. Upon entering, the sight revealed only a few solitary rooms, with green walls and tiles, and stone slabs paving the path, all of identical hues. There were no flowers or plants. The entire courtyard was devoid of trees, presenting an atmosphere of desolation and intimidation. Following Lu Wenyu, they turned past 2 rooms and approached a room on the left. Upon entering, Zhao Jiu surveyed the surroundings. The room contained only a large table, behind which sat an elderly man dressed in a red flying fish uniform, his hair and beard completely white. Upon seeing Lu Wenyu enter, he did not rise but merely gestured with his unlit smoking pipe. Nodding at Lu Wenyu, Old 5, here to collect someone, Third Master. Old Xiao has retired, so I brought a newcomer with some documents. Lu Wenyu replied with a respectful bow, gesturing towards Zhao Jiu. This is Third Master. Third Master, Zhao Jiu greeted with utmost respect. Ah. The Third Master acknowledged, taking up his smoking pipe and squinting at Zhao Jiu. After a moment, he slowly spoke. Old now, can't keep up, at this age, a third-rank official. Boundless prospects, lad? Zhao Jiu stood obediently to the side, his expression calm, while Lu Wenyu burst into laughter. He understood the third master's implication. It was merely a jest about being given too much too soon and starting at too high a rank. The third master, being of higher seniority, could afford to make a few light-hearted comments. Lu when you replied, I understand the third master's sentiment. Regarding my subordinates, I shall not interfere. However, if I discover anyone troubling Mu Ji, I will not stand idly by. Such boldness, such audacity. Lu Wenyu's assertiveness left Zhao Jiu impressed. He truly lived up to the title of the first-grade commander. After that declaration, even Zhao Jiu stood a bit taller, thinking, Lord Lu is indeed remarkable. The third master, taken aback for a moment, then lifted his teacup and smiled. Old Five, rest assured. If this lad encounters trouble in the Zhao prison, we will not turn a blind eye. But this inheritance, is it not a bit premature? Ha ha ha, third master, you have misjudged. He is my own nephew. Upon Lu Wenyu's clarification, the third master's expression softened considerably. Zhao Jiu's prominence was a boon for him. The elderly preferred tranquility, and if the Zhao prison were to be embroiled in daily strife, it would surely vex him. With Zhao Jiu as a third-rank official and Lu Wenyu as support, one could say they could navigate the Zhao prison with relative ease. What a relief! Without further ado, the third master promptly prepared the documents for Zhao Jiu. From that moment on, Zhao Jiu was officially recognized as a fourth-rank pacification envoy. After bidding farewell to the third master, Lu Wenyu led Zhao Jiu onward, eventually halting before a large, high-walled courtyard. Upon entering with Lu Wenyu, Zhao Jiu felt a sense of unease. In the center of this expansive courtyard stood a massive rectangular two-story building. The lower level resembled a cage, while the upper level featured a pointed rooftop. The four corners of the courtyard stood towering corner towers, and the walls were exceedingly high, measuring at least 4 zhang. Apart from the tiles atop the pavilion and corner towers, everything else visible was a shade of green. Walking on the ground, one could distinctly feel the elevated center and the lower periphery. With stone slabs laid down, each pre-drilled with circular holes for rainwater drainage. Though the courtyard was strikingly peculiar, the surrounding structures were built with exceptional precision. Even the stone slabs on the ground appeared nearly flawless to the naked eye. Although I have never visited the palace, the exquisite detail of this courtyard, in Zhao Jiu's perception, is already comparable to that of the royal residence. Observing Zhao Jiu as he curiously surveys his surroundings, Lu Wenyu explains, look closely, this is Zhao prison. Zhao Jiu turned to Lu Wenyu, incredulous. You mean to tell me that such a finely constructed courtyard is actually a prison? Lu Wenyu continued, do you see the towering walls on all sides? They are no ordinary walls. They are constructed from blocks of blue stone. Holes are drilled in the stones, interconnected with iron rods, standing 4 zhang high, with a significant portion underground. The gaps between the stones are filled with powdered mugwort, evodia, realgar, calamus, atractylodes, and vermilion, mixed with iron powder and shattered porcelain into a paste with glutinous rice, then used to seal the crevices, followed by pouring molten iron into the holes. This renders the entire wall impervious to water and fire, keeping serpents and insects at bay, and making it indestructible. During the reign of the Taizu, the construction of these walls and corner towers required the labor of 40,000 conscripts, taking 7 years to complete. Incredible! Zhao Jiu touched the courtyard wall, feeling its texture. After nearly a century of exposure to wind and sun, the wall's surface had become remarkably smooth, akin to porcelain. This is no mere courtyard wall. It is truly a rare work of art. Fifth Master, this wall must hold more than meets the eye, correct? Zhao Jiu mused absently while touching the wall, of course. Care to see? With you? Against this wall. Lu Wenyu found a stone stool to sit on, eagerly watching Zhao Jiu. Since Lu Wenyu had made the suggestion, Zhao Jiu naturally did not refuse. After all, it was merely a stone wall, not an impenetrable fortress. Taking a few steps back to steady his footing, he activated his flying fish attire, circulating his energy and gathering it in his palm. Just as he was about to unleash a powerful strike, he suddenly felt a halt in his internal energy. Strange. Why has the momentum of the world suddenly vanished without a trace? Even the flow of my internal energy feels less smooth than before. Could it be that my strength has diminished? With an arrow knocked, there was no turning back. Despite the odd sensation, Zhao Jiu shifted his stance, invigorating his internal energy, vanishing from his original position, and lightly struck the wall with a palm. Open the tablet. The seemingly feeble strike concealed an immense force, focusing all its power at a single point, producing an unexpectedly effective result. If that palm had struck a third-grade practitioner, it would undoubtedly have shattered bones and perhaps even claimed a life. Yet against the courtyard wall, not only did it not crack, but there wasn't even a hint of a mark. Stepping back a few paces, Zhao Zhou wore an expression of disbelief. This is a third-grade gathering energy palm. How can it leave no trace even on a stone wall? With a clang, a beautifully embroidered spring knife was tossed before Zhao Jiayu'd. Lu Wenyu's eyes sparkled, as if he had anticipated this. Try it with the knife. Zhao Zhu picked up the knife, gazing at the wall with a serious demeanor. This wall undoubtedly held some mystery, but hesitating was not Zhao Zhu's style. Whatever the mystery, a single strike would reveal all that. As he activated his internal energy, the overwhelming force coursed through him like boiling water, transforming Zhao Zhu into a descending tiger. He raised his hand and swung the knife in one fluid motion. Without hesitation, the narrow blade flashed past, and the wall remained unchanged, save for a faint white mark left behind. Zhao Zhu grasped a clue. At the moment the blade passed, it seemed to have dispersed the internal energy, distributing the force evenly like a chicken egg shell, thus only leaving a shallow white mark. To verify his hypothesis, Zhao Zhu was about to strike again, but Lu Wenyu waved his hand to stop him. All right, that's enough. Do you intend to turn Zhao Prison into a training ground? This wall is designed to withstand individuals like you. The nearly 3-foot-thick walls harbor formations set by generations of celestial masters, capable of isolating great forces and dissipating internal energy. Don't think that just because you are a mere third-grade practitioner, you can break through. Even a grandmaster would find it a challenge. Zhao Zhu felt frustrated. You could have mentioned this earlier. Here I am, playing with a pile of stones like a foolish monkey. Lu Wenyu had initially intended to have some fun at Zhao Zhu's expense, but feeling guilty, he quickly changed the subject. Come on, let's take a stroll inside the cell. Chapter 63. The chaos of the Zhonghu. Lu Wenyu led Zhao Zhu to a stone door and halted. Before he could call out, the stone door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man in green official garb who had been waiting. He took Lu Wenyu's official hat, and a young attendant stepped forward to receive Zhao Zhu's hat. The two accepted the warm cotton towels offered by their subordinates and sat in the Grandmaster's chairs, leisurely wiping their hands. Mug. This is the pacification envoy Yu Jielin, Lu Wenyu said, sipping tea while introducing Zhao Muji. He's my own nephew, Jielin. You must not let me be embarrassed in front of your aunt. Zhao Zhu rose first to pay his respects, cupping his hands towards the standing officials. They all returned the gesture, appearing friendly and harmonious. Even Lu Wenyu nodded in approval. After a flurry of compliments and light-hearted banter, Lu Wenyu finally set down his teacup. You all may return to your duties now. I will show Muji around the dungeons. As the others departed in response, Zhao Zhu resumed his role as an attendant, following Lu Wenyu towards the cells. They traversed a short corridor, and Lu Wenyu paused before a stone door. After a few young attendants confirmed their identities, they worked together to open the heavy stone door, leading the two inside. Upon crossing the threshold, they were greeted by a series of separated cells. Lu Wenyu walked ahead, explaining, Zhao Prison is divided into 4 sections: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. The Huang section is not part of the Jinyue but is located in the capital's dungeon. The first floor is the Xian section, primarily housing high-ranking officials, royal relatives, and nobles. Here, one must be particularly cautious, as many officials are imprisoned in Zhao Prison even before their guilt is determined. The fate of these individuals, whether alive or dead, remains uncertain. Therefore, while torture is permissible, one must exercise restraint to avoid fatalities, or else one might attract unnecessary trouble. It is best to keep them locked away and remain indifferent. Should anything occur, it cannot be blamed on us. Caution is paramount. While martial generals may endure a few lashes, if it involves civil officials, one must beware of their piercing your spine. Though Lu Wenyu spoke lightly, Zhao Zhu took heed, as the stakes involved his own comfort. The Xian section was not large, comprising only around 30 cells. However, that was to be expected. There weren't that many people to imprison. After passing through the Xian section, they encountered several torture chambers. Beyond those, another stone door awaited, but this time, it wasn't opened by the young attendants. Instead, it was automatically operated, swinging open. Beyond the door lay a downward passage, and as they descended, they soon reached a bend. Lu Wenyu continued walking ahead, explaining, this is the D section, where those who have violated martial laws are confined. Here, you can afford to be less restrained. These martial practitioners are tough and resilient, not easily perishing. After enduring severe punishments, whether they live or die is of little consequence. If they die, just drag their bodies out and bury them. But remember, these individuals are notoriously vicious. Although their major acupoints are sealed, a bite from them would still be no small matter, so do not be deceived by their feigned helplessness. They shed no tears when wreaking havoc or committing crimes against women. Zhao Jiu followed quietly, listening intently. The fates of these individuals were inconsequential to him. He had no desire to waste time on their tales. Why not simply enjoy a peaceful moment over tea or music instead? Glimpsing inside the D section, Zhao Jiu saw prisoners emaciated to the bone, their coarse burlap garments hanging loosely, exposing their gaunt figures. Their sallow faces and sunken eyes gave them a half-human, half-ghost appearance, making it evident they were starving. In contrast, some prisoners appeared robust, their faces aglow, even clothed in cotton garments. Within a single prison, the disparity was stark. The perpetual absence of sunlight resulted in a foul stench of decay and dampness that left Zhao Jiu feeling uncomfortable. Fortunately, their visit was brief. Continuing down the passage, he was surprised to discover a second level. After a few steps, they encountered an iron door, where two young attendants were seated, smoking. Lu when you waved for them to open the door, leading Zhao Jiu inside. The conditions of the second level were even harsher. The cells were cramped, barely allowing a person to stand upright, with anyone slightly taller needing to duck. There were no beds, only a thin layer of straw on the floor. The few inmates confined here were all shackled, with some even wearing stocks. This is the Tian section, housing those guilty of treason and spies from enemy nations. These individuals are as good as dead. They merely haven't expired completely yet. The prisoners on these two underground levels are of utmost importance. They must never be allowed to leave Zhao prison alive, or it would be a grave sin. Lu Wenyu explained to Zhao Jiu at the appropriate moment. They did not even enter the cells, merely standing at the iron door to glance inside before instructing the young attendants to close it. Yes, they made their way back up to the courtyard. Lu Wenyu briefly explained the purpose of the loft, for office work and observation. Nothing particularly remarkable about it. After a long day, night had fallen, and Lu Wenyu led Zhao Jiu to a small room on the left. Sure enough, it was the kitchen. The cook, surnamedly, had a limp and was known as Old Cripple. He was currently busy with several apprentices, and upon seeing the two enter, he promptly served up the meal, inviting everyone to eat. Though be fair, the food was quite tasty. Having eaten and drunk to their satisfaction, Zhao Jiu returned to the courtyard by the wall, now nearing the hour of high. Fortunately, Gong Lianyo was not feeling hungry. At Chizhou Shijin Mountain Manor, a corpse covered with a white cloth lay in the hall. Lin Yiqing, the eldest son of the Lin family, stood beside it with arms crossed, his brow furrowed and expression grim. "Why, son? My son?" Downstairs, the steward assisted the manor's master, Lin Yuanjing, as he entered the hall. "Earlier, I heard the heartbreaking news of my youngest son's demise, which plunged me into profound sorrow. Now, upon gazing at the lifeless body draped in white cloth, my grief intensifies, and I am overwhelmed with despair." Lin Yuanjing, who had only recently welcomed Lin Yining into his life after nearly 50 years, had cherished him as if he were a fragile treasure, fearing he might break or fade away. Now, with his vibrant son reduced to a mere cold corpse, Lin Yuanjing could no longer contain his tears. As he tearfully lifted the white shroud, he was confronted with the ghastly sight of Lin Yining's body, marred by numerous stab wounds and the absence of his head. The anguish surged within him, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, crying out, "My son, my son!" Lin Yiqing rushed forward, assisting his elderly father alongside the steward. With blood staining his lips and his eyes ablaze with fury, Lin Yuanjing fixed his gaze on Lin Yiqing and hoarsely demanded, Who killed Yining? Have you found out, father?" It remains unclear. There were no survivors at the scene. Even the courtesan's life was extinguished. Then Yining died in vain? Lin Yuanjing, in a state of frenzy, ground his teeth and shouted. Lin Yiqing supported his father, hesitant to speak, fearful that a misstep would incite his father's wrath. Lin Yuanjing broke free from their grasp, bending down to embrace his son's mangled remains, utterly devastated. After weeping for an extended period, he finally raised his head and declared, "Investigate. Find out who killed him." Yining met his end on Mount Tai. That is where we shall commence our search. Whoever dared to take my son's life, I will annihilate their entire family." As he spoke, a palpable aura of vengeance emanated from his eyes, instilling fear in both Lin Yicheng and the steward, who dared not approach. Lin Yicheng, with a bow, acquiesced and departed to relay the order. Within the hall, only Lin Yuanjing remained, cradling his son's corpse in anguished wails, while the steward stood by, offering words of solace. Chapter 64. In the days that followed, the news of the murder of the young master of the Shijin Mountain Manor spread throughout the capital, filling taverns and inns with discussions of the event. "Have you heard? The young master of Shijin Mountain Manor was killed. Who could possibly have the audacity to do such a thing?" A nearby patron, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in. "You think this is news? The gossip in the alley has already been spun into a tale." "Ah, what a tale it is. They say it was a case of forbidden love, where a righteous hero struck down a villain in the dead of night." "Righteous hero? Ha! I suspect it was a crime of passion. You all don't know, but the young master was found without a stitch of clothing." The speaker feigned depth of knowledge. "From what I gather, the scene was gruesome, blood splattered everywhere, and there was even a cudgel involved. By heavens, this is akin to torture." As he gestured dramatically, the crowd gasped in horror. "This is beyond brutal. With such implements, is this still the realm of humanity? It could rival the depths of hell. Why not just go to Mount Tai for such punishment? The Genie Way have a myriad of torturous methods. And that is not all." The speaker, observing the crowd's growing interest, continued. "I heard there were hundreds of lash marks on his body, and his head had mysteriously vanished. Why do you think that is?" The crowd, half puzzled and half eager to comply, clamored, "Why? Do enlighten us, brother. We'll consider you the wise one." As the hubbub continued, even those who had lost their appetite leaned in closer, eager for answers. This was far more gripping than any tale told by a storyteller. Let me recount the events leading to this tragedy. This young master, also known as the young lord, had a unique relationship with someone. What was it called? Ah, yes, the bond of Long Yang. The speaker wore an expression of pride, as if revealing a great secret. Wait a moment, why would he go to Mount Tai then? What about that other person? Someone nearby pondered aloud. Still confused, the speaker dismissed their query. What do you know? Someone of his stature wouldn't he dare to be open about such matters. The other person was merely a front. Undercover, you see? Think about it. Even a clay figurine can show some temper. If one plays too roughly, who can withstand it? Life is precarious. Another listener appeared deep in thought, as if grasping the reasoning. That makes sense. With stakes this high, not even an elephant could withstand the pressure. But wait, didn't they say the young master was killed by someone from Jindao Valley? Who would dare to admit such a thing? Surely, they would find a scapegoat. The speaker asserted confidently, it's evident that the one who sat beside the wine and food, Zhao Jiao, was the one who struck. I'm not him. I didn't do it. I merely dispatched Lin Yining, and perhaps added a few cuts to his body, removing his head in the process. What cudgel? What whip? That's not my affair. I'm no pervert. Despite Zhao Jiao feeling utterly disillusioned within, he maintained a facade of indifference, recognizing that he must not reveal his true self. Finishing his meal with peculiar emotions, Zhao Jiao left hastily without even sipping his tea, eager to escape. Once outside the tavern, he finally felt a sense of peace. What a spectacle this was! The tale only grew more absurd with each retelling, spiraling into the depths of scandalous intrigue. Surely, the death of an individual could not be so trivial, yet if it involved matters of the heart, then it would become a sensational topic. With clarity of thought, Zhao Jiao relaxed. After all, aside from Gong Lianyo, no one knew he was the one who had killed Lin Yining. But would Gong Lianyo dare to speak up? A mere fourth-grade official? Did he truly think himself significant? To Zhao Jiao, he was merely a struggling insect, nothing more. Upon exiting the tavern, Zhao Jiao casually held the food box in one hand while the other rested behind him, strolling leisurely toward the courtyard. Just a few steps out, he sensed something amiss. Having ascended to the third-grade rank, his senses had sharpened significantly, and he felt the weight of several gazes upon him. It was impossible. He had left no survivors, so how could he be detected so swiftly? Not daring to look back for fear of exposure, Zhao Jiao continued forward with a chilling smirk, contemplating his next move. The courtyard was nearby, yet Zhao Jiao refrained from entering. He could not afford to expose his lair. He walked onwards, releasing his true energy while keenly aware of his surroundings. Indeed, at the corner of the alley, two individuals stood motionless, their eyes fixed upon Zhao Jiu. Their intent was clear. These two were tracking him. How bold! Zhao Jiu mused, not even 4th grade, yet they dared to tail a 3rd grade. He thought to toy with them. Curious to discover who would dispatch such unreliable followers. Carrying the food box, he decided to lead them on a wild goose chase, treating it as a leisurely stroll after a hearty meal. As Zhao Jiu continued walking, the two followed closely behind. They exited the alley and turned into another street, stopping at a tobacco shop to purchase a pipe before enjoying a pot of tea. Upon exiting, he noted, still following, "Are we? How considerate." Without further ado, Zhao Jiu led them on a winding path, navigating through alleyways. After passing Yun Street, they ventured into Dongqing, and the trek had left Zhao Jiu's legs weary. Yet the two persisted behind him. "Ah, you have stamina, do you?" He turned into a pharmacy, gathered some medicinal herbs, and leisurely sipped on tea before exiting, dragging the two unfortunate souls along for the ride. After over an hour of wandering, as dusk approached, Zhao Jiu felt utterly exhausted. It was past mealtime, and the sun was beginning to set. Determined to resolve this, he considered ending their lives and hiding their bodies in his spatial realm, burying them in a mass grave outside the city. Fortunately, nearby lay a secluded alley, nearly devoid of people, just the right spot. Ensuring the two had not lost track of him, Zhao Jiu led the way into the dead-end alley. As he dashed forward, shadows flickered across the ground, and he was soon outside the wall. The food box vanished into his spatial realm, and he turned to confront the two. Seeing Zhao Jiu enter the dead-end alley, Chanda and Chin Air finally breathed a sigh of relief. This kid really knows how to wander, dragging us from the imperial city to Dongqing. He's going to wear us out. Chin Air, panting heavily, said, "Brother, he has gone into a dead end. Let us block him. The sooner we finish this, the sooner we get our reward. Damn it, I'm exhausted." Chanda nodded, finally feeling they had cornered him, his throat dry and legs trembling. Without further discussion, the two stepped into the alley, only to find it devoid of Zhao Jiu's presence, just an empty, barren path. They exchanged worried glances, realization dawning upon them. This was not a mere mistake. They had provoked a formidable opponent. As they turned to flee, a stone suddenly flew through the air, striking Chinair and rendering him powerless. A few more stones pelted him, and he found himself unable to move or even speak. Chanda, alarmed, attempted to turn and carry his brother, but before he could take a step, a hand landed on his shoulder, immobilizing him as well. "You've followed me for so long. Are you tired? It's better to rest." Zhao Jiu chuckled, wrapping an arm around Chanda's shoulder, teasingly stating, "I left messages for you to leave several times, yet you insisted on pursuing me." Chapter 65. Facing Zhao Jiu. Chanda felt his legs weaken. Had it not been for Zhao Jiu's pressure point technique, rendering him immobile, he would have already knelt before him. "Master, we can't read," Chanda stammered, feeling wronged. How could he be blamed for not recognizing the signs? He assumed it was some foolish child scribbling. How infuriating. After all that effort, I had thought you two were simply dense. I'm afraid I can't assist with that. Zhao found himself in a predicament, compelled to bow in resignation before swiftly making his exit. He resolved to return to a life of idleness, awaiting fate's indifferent hand, for his superior was formidable, leaving no hope for replacement. The monotony of life continued unabated. A few days later, the denizens of the Magic Sound Palace exchanged 2,500 taels for Gonglienyo. Zhao reaped substantial profits, liberating himself from the burden of carrying a food box home, embracing a carefree and joyous existence. During this period, rumors surrounding the young master of the sword-washing villa gradually subsided in the capital. However, chaos reigned in the martial world, as the two leaders of the Chaohang fought fiercely for the position of the gang leader, rendering the demise of their superior a mere whisper in the wind. Meanwhile, the sword-washing villa in the north was not idle. It scoured Mount Tai, capturing and executing several notable figures from the martial realm. Taking advantage of the situation, the Golden Blade Valley sought to recruit individuals, clashing violently with the sword-washing villa. As the instigator, Zhao secluded himself in the Zhao prison, blissfully ignorant of the outside world. Indulging in tea, literature, and melodies from the brothel, living in splendid ease. The brewing storm awaited only to grow more tempestuous. As night fell, shrouded in darkness, Zaiju strode home, somewhat unsteady. Over the past few days, he had been covertly inquiring about the seventh princess's consort, only to discover that the young man had indeed spent money unwillingly. Upon returning to his courtyard, Zaiju shed his clothing, donning sleepwear to enjoy the evening breeze. With summer approaching, the heat was palpable. The room felt stifling, prompting Zaiju to relocate a lounge chair to the courtyard, where his pet Zhaokai lay beside him, wagging its tail and panting. As tranquility enveloped the surroundings, Zaiju rose to don a black night outfit, obscuring his face to reveal only his eyes. Stealthily, he ascended the rooftop, landing silently, and approached the princess's residence as per his plan. In a flurry of shadows, he infiltrated the princess's rear garden, executing his concealment technique to perfection. Blending behind a tree like a stone, utterly motionless, at that moment, even a third-grade master would struggle to discern his presence without careful scrutiny. As the night deepened and the candles in the princess's residence extinguished, Zaiju cautiously advanced. Approaching a room, he dared not use his true energy, opting instead to press his ear against the wall to listen intently to the sounds within. After a moment, he slowly slipped inside, only to find the bed occupied by someone who was not the consort. Zaiju had been surveilling the princess's residence for several days and was well aware of the consort's appearance. This visit was not to commit murder, but to ascertain the consort's location for the purpose of framing him. Murder was too superficial, merely eliminating a life without inflicting lasting pain on others. Framing, on the other hand, brought forth a profound kind of frustration, a helplessness rooted in unjust accusations, a torment born from distrust. It was truly the most effective means of psychological punishment. The vastness of the residence proved a double-edged sword. As exemplified by the princess's abode, Zaiju scoured 9 rooms, even encountering the princess herself, yet the consort remained elusive. This left Zaiju feeling vexed. Would he truly have to turn the princess's residence upside down? Fortunately, in the 12th room, he finally located the elusive consort. Though he had previously seen the consort from afar, witnessing him up close evoked a sense of admiration. Indeed, he was well suited to be the emperor's son-in-law. Possessing striking features, thick brows, bright eyes, a fair complexion, and a well-defined jawline that conformed to the aesthetic ideals of antiquity. Having confirmed the consort's residence, Zaiju surveyed the room's furnishings, committing each detail to memory. This was preparation for his framing scheme, and care was paramount. Considering the external environment, he swiftly selected a location, awaiting the execution of his plan. With matters reaching this point, Zaiju finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Ignoring the peacefully sleeping consort, he meticulously erased any traces left behind, restoring the doors and windows to their original state before stealthily departing the princess's residence. Upon returning to his courtyard, Zaiju changed his attire and reclined on a lounge chair. Quietly pondering potential candidates for his scheme, he required someone with a bit of background, connections, and a modicum of fame. Otherwise, how could he plausibly frame the consort for imprisonment in Zhao prison? Lost in thought, he found himself overwhelmed, unable to settle on a candidate, leading to mounting frustration. He resolved to cease overthinking, believing that a path would reveal itself when the time was right. After finishing a pot of tea, he succumbed to slumber. Consort, you shall enjoy a life of comfort. All that remains is for you to enter Zhao prison, while I must consider many other matters. The following day, Zaiju awoke with a yawn. His face weary. Last night had been filled with vivid dreams, leaving him unrest, and he struggled to rise from bed as the hour approached noon. He dragged his fatigued body to Zhao prison, where Eugene, sipping tea, jested about which lady had kept him up all night. Ah, if only it were a lady, Zaiju lamented, collapsing into a chair, his eyes vacant and devoid of life. It's not about the lady. Alas, I wonder. What does it mean when one dreams frequently? I find myself tossing and turning, unable to sleep peacefully. Perhaps it signifies unresolved matters. Once those are settled, sleep will come easily, you replied. Zaiju considered this, realizing that the framing scheme could not be delayed any longer, as it was causing him distress. A troubled heart breeds restless dreams. Entangled emotions stir sympathy. He mused. He thanked you with a bow and, turning away, decided to rest, acknowledging that he had indeed not slept well the previous night. He slept until the afternoon, then returned home, first stopping at an inn to pack a table full of food and drink before meandering back to his courtyard. The conditions at Zhao prison were tolerable for work, but sleeping there was uncomfortable. The desks were too high, and the chairs ill-suited for reclining. After a few hours, his back ached, and he longed for the comfort of his bed. In a matter of steps, he arrived home, eager to recline comfortably in the rear courtyard, only to discover someone already there. The figure, upon noticing Zayaju's return, did not turn around but teased, "Ah, Zayaju, back home, are we?" "Liuji," Zayaju exclaimed, his weariness dissipating in an instant, his eyes sparkling with surprise. "What brings you to the capital? Has something happened in Shudi?" Liuji turned, waving dismissively. "Shudi is fine. I received word that you were in the capital, and since I had business, I thought I would drop by to see you." "Business? Surely you aren't fleeing because the ghost market has closed?" Zayaju inquired, slightly annoyed. "Can't you wish me some good fortune? The ghost market may be gone, but I'm still here." Without hesitation, Liuji took Zayaju's food box, devouring its contents while cursing, his voracious appetite suggesting he hadn't eaten in days. Zayaju blinked, suddenly realizing, that was my dinner. Without regard for decorum, he joined the fray, fearing that if he hesitated, it would all be gone. After a clattering of dishes, both he and Liuji stared at the empty box, setting down their chopsticks in unison. Exchanging amused glances, "Old G, you're quite young. How can you eat so little? You're still growing. Don't deprive yourself," Liuji remarked, holding his pinky finger to his teeth while stroking his sparse beard with his other hand. Zayaju, reclining in his chair and puffing on a pipe, couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Oh, what if I didn't eat enough? Besides, you never complain when you're well fed." Noticing Zayaju's silence, Liuji ceased his teasing and adopted a more comforting tone. "The capital is vast, and living here is no easy feat. Things have been rather unstable lately. Be cautious. If the world were at peace, would people like us still be needed?" Zayaju retorted. "It's only amidst turmoil that one can profit. In times of peace, I'd be lucky to make a single deal in a decade. I'm not speaking of the world at large. I mean the capital is not at peace," Liuji clarified. Instantly, Zayaju's interest peaked as he focused intently on Liuji. Liuji, observing Zayaju's reaction, found it puzzling. Wasn't he a genie Wei, the enforcer of law? Why did he appear so oblivious? "Aren't you a genie Wei? How can you be so uninformed?" he inquired. "Ha, it's easy to say. I manage Zhao prison," Zayaju replied, shaking his head in resignation. "Besides, I'm just a laborer. I wouldn't hear the wind, let alone the thunder." Liuji narrowed his eyes, contemplating for a moment before conceding that Zayaju had a point. In Ningzhou and Dadong, several notable figures have perished, including many jade carvers and embroiderers. Reliable sources indicate they didn't even have a chance to retaliate. Their ranks likely do not fall below first grade. Zayaju frowned, listening intently, sensing an ominous atmosphere. "It's directed at someone in the capital," Liuji continued, pointing skyward and nodding at Zayaju. Yet Zayaju, lounging comfortably, merely waved his hand nonchalantly, his demeanor unperturbed. "What does it matter to me? He is not my father. Besides, with the palace guards, eunuchs, and attendants, how easy would it be to assassinate the emperor?" Seeing Zayaju's indifferent attitude, Liuji chose not to press further. Quietly sipping his tea, tapping the cup, and enjoying the moment, Zayaju, a genie Wei, was unconcerned. Why should Liuji be anxious? Embracing the philosophy of whether there are dates or not, one must kick the tree? Zayaju sleepily queried, "Are there no business opportunities lately?" "There are indeed some, and they offer substantial compensation, though the stakes are rather high." Zayaju's interest was piqued. "Stakes are high? Surely that means there's a good amount of silver involved?" 1,000 taels. Liuji began with the details Zayaju cared most about, pausing before continuing, and the source is quite significant, a marquis's son. Upon hearing 1,000 taels, Zayaju sat up, his expression brightening. The mention of a marquis's son nearly caused him to overflow with excitement. This was the answer to the dilemma of selecting a candidate, and most importantly, it brought with it financial gain. Overwhelmed with joy, Zayaju grinned widely and inquired, "Which marquis? If the source is too small, I would feel unworthy of such silver." "Ha, you're so easily swayed by money, old G. Have you really become so impoverished as a genie Wei that you can't afford a meal?" Liuji teased, his tone laced with humor. "But indeed, it's the youngest son of Marquis Hu. That's no small connection." "The youngest son of Marquis Hu?" Now that is significant. His father is a marquis, and his mother is a daughter of a duke. While he may not inherit the title directly, he is nonetheless part of the upper echelon of nobility. What's more, the Hu family has dwindled, having only 2 sons and 2 daughters left. Completely in accordance with Zhao's intentions, he was eager to frame the candidate for the position of the prince consort. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhao suppressed the excitement bubbling within him and nodded in agreement to this undertaking. What about the silver? It is unreasonable to collect payment in advance. Reasonable? Do you understand? Son of a marquis? Zhao reclined, coldly chuckling. Do you think I'm a novice? This is a matter of life and death. How could I possibly ask for a deposit before the job is done? Collecting payment up front is entirely within the bounds of expectation. Considering the magnitude of the situation, it is one thing to hesitate to act, and another to contemplate survival post-murder. Who would be willing to barter their life for insufficient compensation? Producing 10 banknotes worth 100 taels each from his pocket, he placed them on the table, pressing down on them with his hand. He sighed, "Old Jew, there is no need to risk your life for a mere sum of money. It is not too late to reconsider. Once the payment is accepted, there will be no turning back. To live in the Jianghu is to be a person of hardship. One desires to pursue the affairs before them while simultaneously wishing for an escape route behind. It is a difficult balance to strike." Zhao smiled, taking the banknotes from Lu Ji's subordinate, lightly tapping them with his fingers, and solemnly stated. Seeing Zhao's unwavering stance, Lu Ji ceased his persuasion, merely shaking his head in resignation. He retrieved a banknote worth 100 taels from his own pocket and slowly extended it to Zhao, earnestly advising, "Old Jiu, consider this token of goodwill. Return alive. At worst, one could change their appearance and hide away. The world is vast, and there will always be a place to evade detection. Money is not paramount. Survival is." Zhao declined, pushing the banknote back towards Lu Ji, responding with an easy smile, "Rest assured, have I ever faltered in all this time? It is not easy for you to earn that extra coin. I cannot accept it. Await my good news. Trust me, it is foolproof. Since someone is willing to pay, then it shall be you, young Lord Hu. Do not blame me. The offer presented was simply too generous." Chapter 68. The grand performance approaches under the cover of night. Lu Ji departed stealthily, while Zhao refrained from revealing his plans, knowing that the fewer individuals privy to such matters, the better. Furthermore, involving Lu Ji could prove disadvantageous for himself. In the subsequent fortnight, Zhao ceased his routine visits to the Zhao prison tavern at 3 o'clock, instead making occasional trips to the pleasure quarters. Indulging in the delights of brothels and taverns, neglecting his promise to treat his acquaintances at the Zhao prison tavern. This behavior garnered admiration from the brocade-clad guards of the Northern Town Pacification Office, who praised Zhao's generosity. Such a magnanimous superior was a rarity. There were no developments from Lu Wenyu's side, which led Zhao to believe his assumptions were misguided. Conversely, the third master would occasionally advise the youth to practice restraint, leaving Zhao feeling somewhat awkward, merely feigning interest to listen to the music. The third master, puffing on his dry tobacco, wore a knowing smile, seemingly understanding everything, yet chose to overlook Zhao's infrequent visits. All was tranquil, and Zhao understood that the time had come. The curtain would rise, drums would sound, and the performers would take the stage. An extravagant spectacle was about to unfold. Days passed, and during a day of rest, Zhao retired early to conserve his energy. Shortly after the hour of Qin, Zhao rose slowly, completed his ablutions, and hastened towards another alley. His target resided within the Marquis's residence along this very lane. The alley was short, devoid of taverns, dominated instead by successive Marquis estates. Zhao found a tea stall, leisurely sipping tea while patiently awaiting his target's departure. It was not until half past the hour of C that the Marquis's residence at the end of the alley finally opened its doors. A portly gentleman dressed in official robes emerged, rubbing his eyes, and walked forward without taking a carriage. Zhao set down his teacup, tossed 10 coins onto the table, and approached the portly gentleman as they walked towards each other. Zhao did not yield, and the gentleman, unable to sidestep in time, collided directly with him. "Are you blind? How dare you bump into me?" Zhao seized the initiative, speaking fiercely. The portly gentleman, momentarily taken aback from the impact, felt his ire rise, ready to retaliate, only to be met with Zhao's ecstatic expression. General Huayuan, is that not you?" Though this rotund individual was the only son of the Marquis, His official rank was merely a commander of the Imperial Guards. Zhao called him general because he had received an honorary title of General Huayuan. With the benefit of 5 millennia of historical education, Zhao understood the importance of addressing those of higher status appropriately, rather than calling them by lesser titles. To address him as young lord would be foolishness. The portly gentleman, elated, had grown tired of being referred to as commander or young lord daily. The fact that someone so astute addressed him as general, even if merely an honorary title, was undoubtedly flattering. "Dio, you know me?" Zhao clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. "General Li Yizhen, I am Zhao Muji of the Brocade Guards Pacification Office. We have not only met before, but have also shared a drink." Upon hearing the title of Pacification Officer, Li Yizhen's vanity soared. "Look, even one of the 4th rank treats me with such deference." Regardless of whether Zhao's claim was true, he grasped Zhao's hand and exclaimed, "Why, it is esteemed Zhao. No need for such formality. I am but a commander." "What do you mean esteemed?" "Brotherly, have you forgotten? At the Warm Fragrance Pavilion, we addressed each other as brothers." Upon hearing the mention of the Warm Fragrance Pavilion, Li Yizhen realized Zhao was likely a companion from their revelries, and thus beamed with joy. "Zhao, my brother. I thought you were someone ill-intentioned." "Not at all, brotherly. Ha ha, today is my day off. Shall we indulge in some wine together?" Zhao was merely playing a part, having never conversed with this portly fellow before, despite his comical appearance. This lad was the sole heir of Marquis Li, one of the 3 hereditary marquises destined for greatness. Moreover, Li Yizhen's mother was the sister of a duke, and his grandmother was a relative of the empress, an entire family of nobility. Making him an ideal witness, Li Yizhen expressed regret. "Ah, my brother, I cannot. I have duties to attend to and I truly cannot accept your kindness." Zhao was undeterred and insisted they meet at the Warm Fragrance Pavilion that evening, where he would treat Li Yizhen as an apology for his earlier rudeness, compelling him to attend. Li Yizhen, unconcerned with Zhao's background, was eager to accept the invitation, for who could resist a night out? They parted ways hastily, with Zhao continually reminding him to come, presenting himself as a sycophant, which elicited smirks from others leaving the Marquis's residence. Yet Zhao paid them no mind. Li Yizhen was a pivotal element of his scheme. What is most crucial in framing someone? The target of the accusation, its objective, and one's own witness. The target must hold a higher rank than the individual being framed. Otherwise, how could one implicate the prince consort? For instance, killing an ordinary person would yield no benefits. Even if the framing succeeded, it would only amount to a meager sum, and any harm done would be negligible. However, one must also ensure the target does not possess excessive rank, lest the entire scheme unravel upon scrutiny. Witnesses are paramount. They must have a powerful backing, ensuring their safety even if entangled in the matter. Furthermore, this witness must carry weight in their words. Otherwise, how could a few utterances secure one's release? Lastly, the 2 individuals must have a plausible connection. Otherwise, how could they persuade others? Thus, Li Yizhen emerged as the most suitable candidate. Having resolved matters with Li Yizhen, Zhao ambled towards the Hu Marquis estate. Ordering a pot of tea at a nearby tea house, quietly observing the Marquis's residence, memorizing the appearance of Hu Marquis's youngest son, planning to infiltrate under the cover of night. Preparations must be thorough, for one cannot be careless in a game of wits. As darkness descended, Zhao had committed the visage of Hu Marquis's youngest son to memory and departed, settling the bill before heading to the Warm Fragrance Pavilion to further cultivate his rapport with Li Yizhen. He waited at the entrance for a quarter of an hour before Li Yizhen finally arrived, and Zhao instantly donned a beaming smile, embracing Li Yizhen warmly, calling him brother. Upon entering the Warm Fragrance Pavilion, without allowing the matron to approach, Zhao grandly gestured, "Bring my dear brother 3 of the finest ladies. Must be beautiful and skilled in every art. Should you fail to serve him well, I shall have your heads." Li Yizhen, still entranced by the dazzling display, was oblivious to Zhao's arrangements with the matron. After settling the bill, he led Li Yizhen upstairs. "Believe in my judgment, brotherly. Tonight will be the finest blossoms. If she does not meet your expectations, I shall take care of it." Only when a dozen beautiful courtesans entered the room did Li Yizhen regain his senses, hurriedly selecting from amongst them. Such a spectacle was unparalleled, even among true brothers, Zhao observed, ensuring that every lady Li Yizhen's gaze lingered upon was immediately marked, sparing him any discomfort and maximizing goodwill, aside from his own indulgence. Zhao ensured that all others were presented to Li Yizhen, prompting the portly youth to marvel at Zhao's generosity. Moreover, whatever song or dance Li Yizhen requested, Zhao did not hesitate. With a wave of his hand, he accepted it all, ensuring that this young lord's reputation was upheld. He showered silver coins generously, making Li Yizhen wish to pledge brotherhood with Zhao right then and there. Chapter 69. The performers take the stage as dawn approached. Zhao supported Li Yizhen out of the warm fragrance pavilion, tenderly slipping a banknote worth 100 taels into his hand. Li Yizhen, with tears in his eyes, grasped Zhao's hand and earnestly urged him to visit the Marquis's residence should he require assistance. Reluctantly boarding the carriage, as the ancients say, there are 4 great bonds in life: sharing a journey, studying together, bearing arms together, and reveling together. Zhao understood that a single evening would not suffice for everything to fall into place. Relationships must be cultivated, and persistence is key to success. Fortunately, Zhao had ample time and silver to spare. He would take his time. After adjusting his attire, he ambled towards Zhao prison. Upon entering, many of the brocade-clad guards greeted him with smiles. "Lord Zhao, surely you did not spend the night away." Zhao Jiao, unperturbed, waved them off with a casual gesture, stating, "I am yet to establish a household, so where would I have a home?" Last night, he had been invited by Lord Li's son to discuss matters of business. The few thousand households in the attic, aware of Zhao Jia's good-natured temperament, jested, "Of course, it's business for the ninth master. He even has to grapple with bandits and ensure that the evildoers face justice. I have heard that the ninth master can wield a Tuzhong spear and draw an 80-stone bow." Unfazed by their playful banter, Zhao Jia feigned annoyance and replied with a smile, prompting a hearty laugh from the crowd, including Yu Jialin, who clapped Zhao Jia on the shoulder, laughing so hard that he could hardly swallow his tea. This was precisely the reaction Zhao Jia sought. As long as everyone believed he had visited the brothel with Li Yizhen, the implications of such a visit would naturally go unquestioned. For the next 3 days, Zhao Jia adhered to his routine at the Zhao Prison Tavern. On the 4th day, with Li Yizhen on leave, Zhao Jia was certain to accompany him. The two returned to the warm fragrance pavilion, with Zhao Jia treating once more. Li Yizhen felt somewhat embarrassed, but Zhao Jia insisted, "How much profit can the Imperial Guards possibly yield? What about the Zhao prison? If you refuse, it would be as if you were disregarding your younger brother." He sent Li Yizhen off, ensuring that he wouldn't pay until the right moment arrived. As dawn broke, Li Yizhen and Zhao Jia emerged from the warm fragrance pavilion, their faces close together as they reminisced about the previous night's revelry. Zhao Jia, with his arm around Li Yizhen's shoulder, occasionally added remarks of bravado and resilience, causing Li Yizhen to burst into hearty laughter, thoroughly delighted. After bidding farewell to Li Yizhen, Zhao Jia returned to his usual spot at the Zhao Prison Tavern. The following day, after a satisfying meal and hurried preparations, he settled cross-legged in the pavilion, silently cultivating his energy as he awaited the night. As darkness enveloped the sky, Zhao Jia extinguished the candle, donned his night clothing, and masked himself, preparing for the night's endeavors. Once all was quiet and devoid of light, he deftly ascended to the rooftop, executing the star chaser technique, leaving only a fleeting shadow in his wake as he vanished without a trace. At the residence of Lord Hu, Zhao Jia concealed himself in the shadows beyond the back courtyard wall, his breath held as he practiced the breath-holding technique to perfection. Pressed against the wall, he became one with the green surface, waiting silently for the courtyard to fall silent. Minutes turned into a quarter of an hour, then half an hour. Once the sounds of the courtyard faded, Zhao Jia did not hesitate to vault over the wall. He bypassed several small rooms in the back courtyard, which were merely servant quarters, small, low, and damp. Certainly not accommodations for the Lord's Son. As he advanced cautiously, relying solely on experience and erasing traces of his passage, he moved deliberately, mindful of the lingering sense of intrusion. Fortunately, the Lord's residence was far less complex than the princess's, with relatively few rooms. Upon reaching the 3rd chamber in the courtyard, he spotted the Lord's young son snoring away on the bed. Despite having memorized the boy's features, Zhao Jia couldn't help but mutter to himself, "He certainly doesn't appear to be the troublemaking sort. How could he be worth 1,000 taels?" Following protocol, he surveyed the surroundings, committing every detail of the decor to memory before erasing any evidence of his presence and restoring the door to its original state. Quietly moving on to other areas, after thoroughly exploring the Lord's residence, plotting his route, and silently erasing any signs of his visit, He finally scaled the wall and listened intently for sounds from the courtyard. A quarter of an hour later, all remained normal, and only then did Zhao Ju slowly depart. After walking a distance, he activated his energy and swiftly returned to his own courtyard. Once inside, he checked the doors and windows of his room to ensure no one had intruded before removing his dark clothing and stowing it away. He changed into his night clothes, lying in bed to quietly ponder his thoughts. Contemplating the challenge of assassinating the Lord's young son while framing the prince consort proved to be a daunting task. The confines of space rendered it impossible to transport a living being undetected from the Lord's residence. Should he choose to eliminate the lad within the estate, framing the prince consort would be futile. He lacked the capability for such a feat. After much contemplation, he found himself at a loss. Thus, he closed his eyes to reflect on any overlooked details. Lost in thought, he inadvertently considered his own identity, letting out a sigh. Sleep was the best remedy. A multitude of worries plagued his mind, and 1,000 tales were not easily earned. When he finally drifted into a deep slumber, it was not until the hour of Qian that he awoke. Stretching luxuriously and changing his attire, casually fastening his waist token, as his fingers brushed over the 3 characters Zhao Muji engraved on the token. A spark of inspiration flashed through him. I am Zhao Jiu. Zhao Muji is merely an alias. A plan had begun to take shape. With clarity of thought, Zhao Jiu smiled softly at his reflection in the bronze mirror, realizing that everything was in place. All that remained was the right opportunity. With no further hesitation, he stepped out with purpose. In the following days, Zhao Jiu appeared to return to his usual life, traversing the same 3 points. Yet, as night fell, he would invariably slip into Lord Hu's residence, doing nothing but quietly observing the young lord, familiarizing himself with the estate, patiently awaiting the right moment to act. Days later, Zhao Jiu arranged to meet Li Yizhen at the warm fragrance pavilion once again. This time insisting on covering all expenses, denying Li Yizhen any opportunity to contribute financially. When they emerged from the pavilion at dawn, Li Yizhen, still recovering from the effects of alcohol, turned to Zhao Jiu with a serious expression, offering earnest advice. Brother Zhao, this is the 3rd time. It is often said that matters should not exceed 3 occurrences. Next time, it must be my treat. You are not to bring a single tale with you. If you do, it would be quite embarrassing for me. Allow me to show my appreciation. This was the moment Zhao Jiu had been waiting for. Seeing Li Yizhen's earnestness, he readily agreed, promising not to bring any money, leaving it entirely to his elder brother's arrangements, though he stipulated it shouldn't be overly extravagant, as long as the sentiment was conveyed. They settled on a date 5 days hence, coinciding perfectly with Li Yizhen's day off. And Zhao Jiu assured him he would certainly be there. After assisting Li Yizhen onto the carriage, Zhao Jiu lowered his head as they made their way to the Zhao prison, a smile tugging at his lips. His excitement barely contained. Everything was proceeding smoothly. He simply awaited the night of their meeting. With plans set, Zhao Jiu's steps were light, even the lingering scent of alcohol dissipating in the wind. After walking a few paces, his smile gradually faded, his expression returning to neutrality as he continued forward. The stage was set, the performers painted and adorned, the sounds of drums and gongs heralding the commencement of a grand performance awaited by eager spectators. Chapter 70. The play begins. 5 days swiftly passed. The weather was fair, though the heat was stifling, causing Zhao Jiu some discomfort. Yet, he reassured himself that it would only be a matter of days before a refreshing autumn rain would transform everything. As the hour of Shun approached, Zhao Jiu, seated comfortably in a grand chair, set down his teacup and rose to stretch his limbs. Brother Yu, I shall take my leave now. Alas, the tea has become rather diluted. Ha ha ha, very well, after this cup, I too must depart. This is already the 4th infusion, and I am reluctant to part with it. Why you Jeline? Holding his teacup, savored a sip, nodding appreciatively at Zhao Jiu. With an air of indifference, Zhao Jiu strolled toward the tavern, ordering a feast and a fine wine to take back with him. Regardless of the outcome, he knew he must be well-fed and content before undertaking his task. When he returned to the courtyard, the sun had already set, casting a crimson hue across the sky. He arranged the meal in the pavilion, pouring a cup of wine as an offering to the ancestors before beginning his feast. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, the night had fully descended, and the stage was ready for the performance. The hour of Su. The sky was pitch black, signaling an impending rain. Without an umbrella, Zhao Jiu, hands clasped behind his back, strolled toward the warm fragrance pavilion. Upon arrival, he found no sign of Li Yizhen. Unperturbed, he ordered a pot of tea and settled in the pavilion to wait. Brother Zhao, my apologies. I did not anticipate you would arrive so early. An urgent matter detained me. Please forgive my tardiness. Li Yizhen's voice resonated before he appeared. Zhao Ju hastily set down his teacup and stepped forward to assist Li Yizhen from the carriage, smiling as he said, I completely understand. Even the smallest matter in the palace can be significant. It is only natural to be busy. Unlike us, who seemed to idle away the day, as they conversed. Zhao Ju playfully nudged Li Yizhen with his shoulder and leaned in closer, conspiratorially whispering, I heard a new dancer has arrived at the warm fragrance pavilion. Brother, what a coincidence, brother, whether new or not. Today is my treat. You must not turn down my goodwill, Li Yizhen retorted, feigning indignation. Zhao Ju protested vehemently, spreading his arms wide, brother, how could you suspect me of being so ignorant? Today, I have brought not a single tale. It is entirely up to you. Very well, Li Yizhen laughed. Today, I must treat my younger brother well. The two exchanged knowing glances, sharing hearty laughter as they entered the warm fragrance pavilion. Upon noticing familiar patrons, the madam hurried over to inquire which young lady they desired and which tune to play. Just as Li Yizhen was about to respond, Zhao Ju interjected, reserve 2 rooms for us and summon 3 young ladies. Begin with the swallow in hand, and ensure the food and wine are served promptly, brother. What are you doing? This is far too modest. It would be an affront to me. Li Yizhen pulled Zhao Ju aside. Speaking urgently, you misunderstand. With your position in the Imperial Guards and as the son of a lord, extravagant displays might draw the emperor's ire. What if we attract unwanted attention? Zhao Ju gently counseled. Glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, aware that any untoward gossip could lead to complications, upon hearing this, Li Yizhen quickly surveyed the surroundings, acknowledging, you are right, my younger brother, I had been careless. In the future, should you need anything, I shall certainly assist you. Seeing the worried expression on Li Yizhen's face, Zhao Ju felt a surge of satisfaction. His plan was well underway. The two no longer lingered on the matter and walked shoulder to shoulder up to the 3rd floor, where the courtesans and 3 young ladies awaited them. Zhao Ju graciously introduced 2 of the young ladies to Li Yizhen, while he himself embraced one, urging her to dance and sing with fervor, encouraging them all to amplify their voices above the usual volume. Amidst the melodies and dances, the clinking of cups resonated, accompanied by laughter, banter, and the sounds of merriment as one pot of wine was drained. It was already past the hour of the rat. Zhao then summoned 2 more pots, discreetly requesting the songstresses and dancers to withdraw, so as not to disturb the refined pleasures of the two.